I clearly awakened an Ultra S-Class Demon Beast Egg, but I was mocked by all my classmates as a useless egg. It's because all the advanced beast eggs known in this world are colorful, while mine looks gray, like a stone. But only I know that compared to those so-called ice blue and flame red, my colorful black is the most powerful. Not only does it have 50 points higher initial vitality than others, but what's even more impressive is its unlimited growth potential. And this amazing beast egg, I picked it up for free without spending a penny. Due to the extremely high price of beast eggs, even those that only meet the A-grade standard cost millions. Only children from wealthy families have beast eggs in their schools. As a student from an ordinary family like me, the only way to obtain high-quality beast eggs is to search in the black market. Although the quality of beast eggs in the black market varies, and you might even end up buying a rotten egg, it is still the best choice for children from poor families to turn their lives around. Once successfully hatching their own spirit beast, they can become spirit beast trainers and enjoy various privileges. You not only don't have to do the homework assigned by the teacher, but you can also assign homework to the teacher. When visiting your father-in-law's house during the Lunar New Year, you don't have to touch your chopsticks, and your father-in-law would never dare to eat the dishes. With the ambitious dream of becoming a skilled beast tamer, after school in the afternoon, I brought my only 5,000 yuan and went to the black market with my deskmate. The owners here looked at us as if we were lambs to be slaughtered. I noticed that the cheapest priced beast eggs were 50,000 yuan. I thought I was destined to return empty-handed today, but suddenly, a one-eyed dragon boss in the distance caught my attention. I saw a sign in front of his stall that said, "Unidentified beast eggs, 5,000 yuan each, guaranteed." I walked over and casually picked up a beast egg to take a look. Suddenly, a blue screen appeared out of thin air. Ding! The beast cultivation system is activated. With the accompanying skill, True Eye, the host can view the attributes and optimal cultivation methods of any beast egg. Real-world money can be exchanged for beast attributes, and the initial attributes of the beast can be infinitely improved. Then, the screen flashed, and a data panel appeared. Type, Demon-type beast egg. Level, SSS. Optimal cultivation direction, neglect and let it develop on its own. Vitality, 0. I was immediately stunned. It turned out to be an SSS-level demon egg. This is the top-level beast in the Dragon Kingdom, and there are no more than 5 owners of it. Jack Ma, the richest man, established the ant group with just a double S-level gold-eating ant, and Mahua Teng, the king of games, made his penguin group the industry leader with a double S-level emperor penguin beast. Now, a SSS-grade beast egg that can change destiny is right in front of me. I try to calm myself down, pretending to be indifferent, and casually say, "This beast egg seems to be a good match for me. I'll go ahead and buy it." Coincidentally, at this moment, a middle-aged man passes by and glances at the beast egg in my hands, unable to help but sneer. No one wants this stinky egg protein, yet someone actually spent 5,000 yuan to buy it. What a complete waste. My classmate Su Jiwei quickly advised me upon hearing this. Jiang Fan, the beast taming exam is approaching. If this really is a rotten egg, then you can forget about becoming a beast tamer this time. If you don't have money, I can lend you some first so you can buy a good egg. I want this beast egg, but I can't let the boss know. So I pretended to be indifferent and said, "I just bought it for fun. I don't expect to pass the beast taming exam." After hearing me say this, my classmate stopped persuading me. After all, in his opinion, even if I spent a lot of money to buy a good beast egg, I wouldn't have the financial means to raise it later on. It was already 2:30 in the middle of the night when I returned home. I couldn't wait to take out the beast egg and perform the contract binding. As the blood dropped onto the beast egg, I faintly felt a crack appearing in the depths of my spirit. An invisible thread connected me and the beast egg. Congratulations, host, on the successful contract binding. You are rewarded with 15 points of free attributes. I'm not sure how to allocate these attribute points, so I called my classmate Su Jiwei after thinking for a while. If I were to allocate attribute points to my beast egg, which value should I prioritize? Without hesitation, Su Jiwei said it should definitely be added to the HP value. Therefore, the various attribute values of the beast will increase along with the racial value. But the racial value can only increase by a little when the beast levels up. Attribute points cannot be allocated to the racial value. So almost all beast trainers allocate their hard-earned attribute points to the HP, which has the greatest impact on their strength. Typically, the initial racial value of a beast egg is 50 points, and the corresponding HP value is also 50 points. Hearing this, I became even more puzzled because my beast egg's racial value has reached a terrifying 80 points, already surpassing others by a large margin at the starting line. Just as I was about to allocate my only 15 attribute points to my health value, I was suddenly stopped by an inexplicable force. Ding! As the host of the most powerful cultivation system, I can directly allocate attribute points to my race, and all other attributes will also be correspondingly enhanced. Damn it! With this cheat, it's truly extraordinary. With the increase of 15 racial points, both my health value and other attributes have also increased by 15 points, especially my health value, which has skyrocketed to 113 points. When I arrived at school the next day, the teacher asked the classmates who successfully contracted with a beast egg to undergo a chi and blood value test. Generally, the chi and blood value of a newly contracted beast egg would be around 70. In order to avoid shocking the teacher and classmates, I only used about 60 to 70% of my strength during the test. Even so, I reached a whopping 84 points. As a result, I became the center of attention in the class. The class beauty, Chen Cece, couldn't wait and sat next to me, whispering, "Jiang Fan, how did you increase your chi and blood value so much? Can you teach me?" I stared at her intently and then calmly said, "Last night, I watched a movie with my beast egg. When I woke up the next morning, my chi and blood value mysteriously increased. You know, chi and blood value is related to a person's body and exercise." Chen Cece was not an ignorant little girl. After hearing my explanation, her rosy cheeks blushed, but she eagerly wanted to increase her own chi and blood value. She asked in a low voice, "Is it true?" I replied, "Of course. After school tonight, I'll take you to my house to watch a movie together. Maybe your chi and blood value will also increase tomorrow." Originally, it was just a joke, but I didn't expect Chen Cece to take it seriously. Like a little chick pecking at rice, she nodded and said, "I'll definitely go tonight." At that moment, the class teacher walked into the classroom and said, "Today, we will all go to the school's cultivation room to see how the students in the excellent class next door cultivate their beast eggs. You all should observe and learn." The top student in class 4, Jian Pang, was a rich second generation. It was said that his family spent over $1 million to buy him an S-class beast egg. When we entered the breeding room and saw Jianping's beast egg soaking in nutrient solution, I couldn't help but laugh. Just now, when I came in, I used my true eye to see Jianping's S-class beast egg, which is a crimson flame dragon egg, with a grade of A-level guardian beast egg. Highest potential, S-class. Status, extremely poor. Cultivation method, crimson flame dragons cannot absorb the nutrient solution, which may be a chronic poison for them. The correct cultivation method is to roast the crimson flame dragon egg over a fire, which can improve its quality to S-class and hatch it successfully in advance. Currently, its vitality is 103 points. Looking at our classmates, they all had envy on their faces. You should know that the nutrient solution is very expensive, and only eggs of higher quality like Jianping's can be hatched for free in the school-provided nutrient solution. Chen Cece sighed and said, "If only my beast egg could be cultivated here." Unexpectedly, this casual remark provoked Jianping's dissatisfaction. "Don't you see what kind of person you are? My dad is the director of the breeding center, and I got this opportunity because my egg is an S-class guardian beast egg." However, Chen Cece is not an easy girl to give in. She immediately retorted, "If it can't, it can't. What's so great about you?" Jian Pang, relying on his family's wealth, has been accustomed to being arrogant in school. He couldn't tolerate others talking about him. He rolled up his sleeves and immediately shouted at Chen Cece, "What? Do you want to fight me? Let me remind you. I have a whopping 103 points of vitality. Are you sure you want to challenge me?" Hearing this, Chen Cece lowered her head with unwillingness in her heart. She knew she was no match for Jian Pang. With 103 points of vitality, he could easily take on 10 adults alone. At that moment, I stepped forward and held his little hand, glaring at Jian Pang mockingly. "So, having 103 points of vitality is impressive. Ha!" Jian Pang turned his head and looked over when he heard the words. "So, you're the guy with the highest chi and blood value of 84 in your class. Not bad for having good luck. But don't think that having a high chi and blood value makes you powerful. Without resources for cultivation, your beast taming egg might not even hatch." Speaking of cultivation, I suddenly became interested. "You know, but my beast egg doesn't need cultivation. I can just casually leave it in the room to raise it. On the other hand, I have some advice about your beast taming. Instead of soaking it in nutrient solution, it's better to directly roast it over the fire. Actually, this cultivation method of roasting over the fire is provided by the system, and I believe it's the best way to cultivate your crimson flame dragon beast, Jianpeng." However, I'm sure he won't believe it. Sure enough, when Jianpeng heard me say this, he immediately became furious. The beast taming egg has the closest connection with its owner, so saying this is almost like asking him to commit suicide. He furrowed his brows, stared at me with gritted teeth, and said, with just a chi and blood value of over 80, "What qualifications do you have to teach me? And I heard that the instrument for measuring blood gas values in your class is a product from 10 years ago. The error might have reached more than 10 points. I guess your blood gas value is at most 60 or 70 points. The instrument at the incubation center is the latest model with almost no error. Coincidentally, I feel like my blood gas value has improved a bit. Do you dare to come with me now and test it? The new instrument looks like a bicycle, and the person being tested just needs to pedal hard to measure the blood gas value." When all the students from our class and the students from the neighboring class 4 were present, Jianpeng was the first to ride his bicycle and started pedaling hard. The numbers on the precision blood gas analyzer instantly began to soar. 90, 100, 105. Surprisingly, his blood gas value, which had previously been at 103, steadily stopped at 105. Not only did this bring a smile to his homeroom teacher's face, but even the school leaders looked at him with increasing satisfaction. Everyone applauded and celebrated. In contrast, all of our classmates and homeroom teacher lowered their heads, unable to speak. Next, it was my turn to go up for the test. I sat on the bicycle, and as soon as I pedaled, I realized that something was wrong with it. It felt like I was at the bottom of a 30% slope. But as the test continued, that slope increased to 40%, 50%, and eventually even reached 70 to 80 degrees. I had no idea how many times I had pedaled, but when the staff next to me shouted to stop, I got off the bicycle. After taking a short break, I suddenly noticed that all my classmates and school leaders were staring at me with wide eyes. Since I didn't know that the bicycle was set up like that, I had used all my strength. When I quietly asked what my stamina value was, my homeroom teacher trembled and said, "Jiang Fan, your stamina value reached 113 points." The whole room fell silent, engulfed in a deathly silence. Jianpeng, at this moment, wished he could find a crack to hide in. His proud achievement was nothing more than a step I passed by. The principal's first reaction was to immediately shout out 3 words of approval, followed by a serious mention. "Jiang Fan, I happen to have a seed plan here. Your chi and blood have reached 113 points, which meets the requirements of the plan. Are you willing to join the seed plan?" Jianpeng's homeroom teacher stood still as if struck by lightning, as if he had heard something extremely terrifying. "Principal Wang, he is still a young and inexperienced kid. Is it appropriate for him to participate in the seed plan?" "Seed plan? What is that?" I couldn't help but be curious when I heard this name for the first time. The principal explained that in a month's time, there will be a joint examination among the 5 key high schools in Linhai City. Those who enter the top 10 in the examination can obtain a low-level beast control skill book, and the top 3 can also receive millions worth of beast cultivation elixirs. The purpose of the seed plan is to gather talented students from our school for training and provide all resources free of charge. In order to help more students from our school succeed in the joint examination among the 5 schools. From the principal's words, I heard about resource allocation and centralized training, but I don't believe that the school would do these things out of kindness. So, I asked how much it would cost to participate. When I heard the principal say 50,000 yuan, I immediately refused without hesitation. Jianpeng looked at me as if I were a fool. A chicken is just a chicken, unable to seize opportunities and always living at the bottom. My homeroom teacher, Lao Lu, was so angry that he stomped his feet. "How could you give up such a great opportunity? I'll pay the 50,000 yuan for you." Feeling my homeroom teacher's concern, my heart warmed slightly, but I still firmly shook my head and refused. However, I will still participate in the 5-school joint exam. The reason I chose not to participate in the seed plan is not only because of the 50,000 yuan, but more importantly, I have the most powerful beast cultivation system. I don't need to participate in the so-called centralized training. Just a few system points can make me surpass Jianpeng. Currently, I have 14 system points in the system, and system points increase with the acquisition of money. Instead of training, I will focus on making money to accumulate system points. As for how to make money, it naturally relies on the system's function to see the optimal direction for cultivating beasts. So, I took a day off from school and set up a small stall on the side of Fenghuang Commercial Street. It was for beast cultivation, and I had a sign that said, "Ask if you don't understand." But from the afternoon until around 6 or 7 in the evening, the stall remained completely ignored. Just as I was about to pack up and go home, a pair of twin sisters approached the stall. The girl with a colder personality took out a ball from her pocket and said, "Sir, my beast egg is a bit special. Can you please give me some guidance?" When I saw the bronze-colored beast ball she took out, I was shocked. Beast eggs range from 1st to 9th grade, with colors like gray, white, bronze, and golden. The one she had was a 3rd grade bronze beast egg, which is worth around 2 million in the market. I was overjoyed because these two women seemed extraordinary and looked like they came from a wealthy family. This could be a big business opportunity. Then, I touched the girl's beast egg with my hand, and in that instant of contact, all the information about the egg appeared in my mind. Type, Ancient Extreme Beast. Ice type Guardian Beast. Talent level, S level. Training direction, the ice block in the head can help the quick freeze bird quickly reach level 10. HP, 120 points. Status, abnormal. During the hatching period, it absorbed too much nutrient liquid, which remained in its body and damaged the quick freeze bird. It must be immediately placed in a low-temperature environment and frozen for 3 days for the quick freeze bird to fully recover. Putting down the beast egg, I pretended to be knowledgeable and said, "Your quick freeze bird was originally in excellent condition, but you used a large amount of nutrient liquid to cultivate it, leaving too much residue in its body, causing it to become half dead." As soon as these words were spoken, the cold girl's beautiful eyes changed. She used to naively think that as long as she had money, she could cultivate a guardian beast. So she spent a lot of money buying a pile of nutrient liquid. But who knew that the quick freeze bird's condition would only get worse? The people at the Beast Control Center said after looking at it, it won't survive for more than 3 days. They searched all the beast control hospitals in the entire Linhai city, but it was of no use. This time they came to me as a last resort. They looked at me with anticipation and asked, "Sir, please tell me quickly, how should I treat it now? I can pay any amount of compensation." I still maintained a mysterious expression and slowly said, "The method to save this little bird is actually simple. You just need to summon it out and then put it in an extremely cold environment for 3 days, and it will recover on its own." The girl was stunned and murmured, "An extremely cold environment? Should I go to the Arctic or the Antarctic? Damn! Is this the mindset of rich people?" I no longer pretended to be sophisticated and waved my hand, saying, "You don't need to go through all that trouble. Just put it in the freezer of your house." Little did I know that after I finished speaking, the girl's face didn't show any happiness. Instead, it instantly became very ugly. "Sir, are you playing a trick on me? Yi Euro, can't stand people like you the most." I also didn't expect that the simpler the method, the more unbelievable it would be for people. Seeing that Yi Euro was about to get angry and ruin my plan, I quickly blurted out a series of information. Ice-type beast, frozen bird, HP, 120. Species value, 50. As I continued to recite a series of numbers, Yi Euro, who was about to get angry, froze in place, and her sister beside her opened her mouth wide and looked at her sister. "How could you tell this scammer all the data of the legendary bird?" The data of the divine beasts is an extremely important secret for beastmasters. It is generally not easily shared with others, not even with one's own parents. However, at this moment, Yi Euro did not answer her sister's question. Instead, she took out a bank card and handed it to me. Then, holding the beast egg, she ran home. Judging from her expression, she must have believed what I said. But in the next second, I suddenly realized, damn it, she didn't tell me the password. I flipped the card over and saw a faint line of text in the bottom right corner, which read Yi family, Yi Euro, password 775-8258. At that moment, I never expected that a small bank card would bring me such big trouble. The next day, as soon as I arrived at school, a group of fully armed special police burst into the classroom. Without saying a word, they took me away and brought me to the interrogation room. A middle-aged police officer sat across from me. "We received a report from the bank, saying that you stole a card exclusive to Beastmasters to withdraw money. Just confess." I was instantly confused and said that the card was given to me by Miss Yi from the Yi family. But the middle-aged police officer suddenly burst into laughter. "Miss Yi, the esteemed Beastmaster, would never have any connection with a poor nobody like you." No matter how I explained, it was useless. He firmly believed that I was the thief. Just then, the middle-aged police officer's phone rang. The person on the other end of the line only said one sentence. "Anyone who has the black gold card, if there's even the slightest problem, you, Lu Tianfeng, and your whole family will not survive." A sentence completely confused Lu Tianfeng. And the fact that the head of the Yi family personally intervened to protect me shows that I have a lot of background. In a city like Linhai, someone like the head of the Yi family, a third-level beast tamer, is like a god. With just a word, even the director himself wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Fortunately, I didn't do anything excessive. In less than 10 minutes, the head of the Yi family, Yi Chang, hurriedly rushed over. Yesterday, after hearing the emergency plan from his daughter, Yi Cheng thought it was ridiculous. However, in the end, he still accompanied his daughter to play around and froze the Articuno in their own freezer overnight. When he went to see it this morning, he was surprised to find the frozen Articuno performing the golden rooster stands on one leg. It was absurd. Absolutely absurd. Even he had to admit that his daughter had encountered a master. Just when Yi Cheng was planning to use all his resources to find that gentleman, the police called and said they saw someone holding his daughter's black card. However, when they saw the real me, they were truly shocked. They didn't expect me to be so young, looking like a student. You see, Mr. Jiang, after hearing about the treatment method for taming beasts that you taught my daughter yesterday, I was amazed. So today, I came to Mr. Jiang to let him see my tamed beast, Little Bean Sprout. As he spoke, Yi Cheng took out a tamed beast ball, which contained a green sprite with a large bud on its head. However, at this moment, Little Bean Sprout was drooping its head, seemingly lifeless. I immediately activated the true eye of the system to take a look. Grass-type Guardian Beast Xiao Duya. Level, 29. Status, Spiritless. Best cultivation method, bury Xiao Duya in the soil. Dig it out when the flower blooms 3 days later, and soak it in water for an hour. Surprisingly, it is a level 29 grass-type Guardian Beast. However, after seeing the cultivation method for Xiao Duya, I became conflicted. If I directly tell Yi Cheng, would he think I want to kill his Guardian Beast? In the end, I decided to express it as tactfully as possible. The decision is in his hands. Whether to bury it alive or not depends on whether he believes me or not. Yi Cheng nodded and hurriedly left, his thoughts still immersed in whether to bury his beloved Xiao Duya alive. As for me, I exchanged the 1 million in Louis Ruyan's card for system points, and my HP has skyrocketed to a terrifying 158 points. When I arrived at school the next day, I happened to witness an interesting event. Class 2 of the 3rd year had successfully hatched an ironclad Tyrannosaurus, becoming the first students in Linhai High School to hatch a beast. They declared their intention to challenge the other 4 prestigious high schools in Linhai City, and even planned to form a team to select the top students with the highest chi and blood values in the school. Naturally, I was chosen to be a part of it, but I didn't want this Jianjun to win. This guy, along with Jianping who had bullied Chen Sisai a few days ago, were actually cousins. The first school we were going to challenge happened to be the closest one, the Yuling Academy, and coincidentally, Euro Yi was the top student there. She was also the captain of their team. When she heard the news, she said that since the other side had a grudge against Mr. Jiang, it meant they had a grudge against her as well. She vowed to beat them up and make them lose all their teeth. Ruyan Lu said excitedly. Jiang Fan could even hear the whistling wind sound of her swinging her fist on the other end of the phone. Then I'm counting on you, Ms. Yi. Jiang Fan was happy to have someone to deal with Ji Xian Chen. The two of them hung up the phone after chatting for a while. After hugging the devil's egg and basking in the sun, Jiang Fan continued back to the classroom to start the afternoon session. After school in the evening, Chen Sisi called home to say that she would be reviewing at her classmate Xiao Wei's house. After saying that, she followed Jiang Fan towards the Ma Chaojiang neighborhood. I heard Su Jiwei say that your chi and blood didn't have any boost like last time. This is not in line with common sense. Can you take out the Imperial Beast egg and show it to me? After returning home, Jiang Fan pulled Chen Sisi closer to the middle of her room. At first, Chen Sisi thought that Jiang Fan was going to scratch himself again like last time, who knew that as soon as he entered the room Jiang Fan spoke these words to her in a picture of a serious tone. Jiang Fan's chi and blood had improved for all to see, although Chen Sisi was not sure that Jiang Fan could help her. But she could only treat a dead horse as a living horse at the moment. Chen Sisi reached inside her school bag and carefully held out the Imperial Beast Ball. This Imperial Beast Egg and this Imperial Beast Ball, as Chen Sisi's parents spent a total of more than $100,000 to get it, she can treasure it. Ever since she contracted the Imperial Beast Egg, Chen Sisi had always brought the Imperial Beast Egg with her, just in case. She could instantly know if there was any movement in the Imperial Beast Egg. When I went with my parents to pick out the Imperial Beast Egg, the salesman said that it was only an Iceflower Civet Cat egg. It's capable of hatching an A-class Imperial Beast. When I touched this Imperial Beast Egg, I felt a sense of kinship from it, so I bought it. Chen Sisi gave Jiang Fan the basic information about the Iceflower Civet Cat egg. Of course, even if Chen Sisi didn't say it, Jiang Fan was able to see it. Imperial Beast Egg, Iceflower Civet Cat egg. Type, Ice Imperial Beast. Talent level, Grade A, currently Grade B. Status, unhatched. Blood, 86. Spirit, 0. Exoskeleton, 0. Endoskeleton, 0. A very ordinary Imperial Beast. It could almost be said that it was the most mediocre Imperial Beast Egg that Jiang Fan had ever come into contact with. However, Jiang Fan did not underestimate this Iceflower Civet Cat because of this. The great man Lu Sun had once said that there was no difference between strong and weak imperial beasts. The tacit cooperation between the imperial beast and the imperial beast master was the key to victory in battle. In addition to this basic information, Jiang Fan landed his gaze on the iceflower civet cat egg. Status description, line. Status, underneath the tough icy eggshell is wrapped an iceflower civet cat with an innate disease. The congenital disease caused the ice-type iceflower civet cat to be very afraid of the cold. Its body is unable to absorb the nutrients from the eggshell. Thus it was unable to grow and hatch properly. So it's like this. After seeing this information, Jiang Fan finally understood why Chen Cici's chi and blood values hadn't been raised. Emotionally, this ice snow civet cat egg of hers was basically no different from a rotten egg. $100,000 for a rotten egg, Chen Cici's luck, TSK. After looking at the status, Jiang Fan put his eyes on the cultivation direction column. Cultivation direction 1, roast the ice blossom civet cat on the fire for 10 days and let the flames dispel its cold. This direction has a 90% chance of the hatched iceflower civet cat mutating into a fire attribute imperial beast, increasing its base panel by 30%. There is a 10% chance that it will hatch normally. Cultivation direction 2, put the iceflower civet cat egg in the middle of boiling water for 10 days. This option has a 90% chance of mutating the iceflower civet into a water attribute beast, increasing its base panel by 30%. There is a 10% chance that it will hatch normally. Jiang Fan, who had originally pitted Chen Cici, was directly dumbfounded after seeing the cultivation direction of the iceflower civet cat egg. This damn thing could even mutate. Mutated imperial beasts were the meat and potatoes no matter where they were. When Jiang Fan watched the news, he had heard the news mention that Sesame Vine had spent $1 billion looking for a mutated flash shrimp, until the end were not found. Things could only be left unsettled. Chen Cici was too lucky, wasn't she? Can it be that this kind of girl who is stubborn is the type that Goddess of Luck likes? Why are you looking at me? Jiang Fan looked at Chen Cici with a dull gaze. At first the latter realized it but was too embarrassed to look at him. However, after waiting for a long time and realizing that Jiang Fan didn't say anything, Chen Cici finally couldn't help but blankly ask Jiang Fan. Only after Chen Cici said so did Jiang Fan come back to his senses. He gazed at the young girl in front of him and said word by word, "There are two paths in front of you now." Jiang Fan told Chen Cici all about the cultivation direction of the ice blossom civet egg, letting her make her own choice. Of course, it was impossible for him to tell the system out, but instead, he vaguely found some words to put it off. Jiang Fan, are you kidding me? After hearing Jiang Fan's cultivation program, Chen Cici was startled. She was not a fool, nor was she a girl who could easily be fooled by a man's flowery words. After hearing Jiang Fan's words, Chen Cici's first reaction was to feel ridiculous. If she really followed what Jiang Fan said, wouldn't her own iceflower civet egg become a fire-roasted egg or a boiled egg? It's fine if you don't believe what I said. However, you yourself should understand that with your current grades, it's very difficult to go to the Imperial Beast University, let alone going to the same Imperial Beast University as me. This is something I hope you understand. Who said I want to go to the same Imperial Beast University as you, less stinky? Chen Cici let out a petulant rant, but her reaction to Jiang Fan's words was not intense. Then do you want to give it a try? Jiang Fan said this but just to regulate the atmosphere, letting Chen Cici make a choice was the priority. Last time, before we still had Zhou Ping's Imperial Beast Incubation Center to test the chi and blood values, didn't you say the same thing? You said that Zhou Ping's red inferno dragon lizard eggs had to be roasted on fire in order to hatch faster. Is it true that in your eyes all Imperial Beast eggs can be hatched by roasting them on fire? Chen Cici grunted, obviously not too happy with Jiang Fan's offer. Didn't I also offer you a boiled solution? Don't twist my waist. After the two of them joked around a bit, Chen Cici's somewhat grave expression relaxed quite a bit. Her cherry mouth gently mumbled a few times before she said as if resigned to her fate, then it will be boiled according to your method. But if I boil it at my house my parents will definitely think I'm crazy. So I'm counting on you for my little civet cat. If it really succeeds in hatching out, I will pay you. If it fails to hatch, just be prepared to be relied on by me for the rest of your life. Chen Cici waved her pink fist, revealing a small white tiger tooth. After saying this, Chen Cici handed over the iceflower civet cat egg to Jiang Fan, while she herself picked up her small bag and fled like a child who had done something bad. When Tang Rou, who was preparing dinner in the living room, saw her, she asked her to stay for dinner, but Chen Cici just politely refused and then ran out of the door, leaving Tang Rou, who was wearing an apron and looking confused. Iceflower civet cat eggs are not big, only 20 centimeters long. Jiang Fan looked at this iceflower civet cat egg in his hand and cried and laughed a little. It seems that he has already gained Chen Cici's trust? And according to Chen Cici's character, to be able to say rely on yourself, it means that his own strategy has already made great achievements. However, Jiang Fan was not complacent. The revolution is not yet complete, comrades still need to work hard. Wednesday, the weather was cloudy. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Linhai Middle School prepared a mobilization for Ji Xianchuan, who was going out on a campaign. Ji Xianduan didn't need to mobilize, what needed to be mobilized was the accompanying cheerleaders and substitutes. Jiang Fan theoretically had to attend this mobilization, but he didn't go. Ji Xianchen was there to do the whole job, he didn't bother to show up. At most, Jiang Fan would wait until Ji Xianchen went to the Royal Spirit Academy before he went to see the other party being beaten up by Lu Ruyan. Jiang Fan hadn't seen Ji Xianchen's iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex, but as mentally powerful as he was able to feel the general range of the other party's qi and blood values. It's only about 130 points of qi and blood. Lu Ruyan's frozen bird was able to feel 120 points of qi and blood value from the frozen bird itself during the near-death gap before it encountered him. And when he went to the Yi family banquet on Saturday last week, he also took a special look at the frozen bird's qi and blood value, and it had already reached 140 points. The qi and blood value would fluctuate up and down according to the body of the Imperial Beast and the Imperial Beast Master, and if Ruyan Lu were to explode with all her might, 150 points wouldn't be impossible. Therefore, Tang Yuro's comment about teaching Ji Xianchuan a lesson for herself was definitely not just empty words, she really did have the strength. The Yi family's family background is really solid, to be able to cultivate a genius like Lu Ruyan. Jiang Fan did not mince his words about Lu Ruyan. Of course he didn't think that Lu Ruyan was that strong. As the saying goes, heroes were either formidable enemies or appreciated each other. Someone like Jiang Fan, who made a gesture of critique, was either a keyboard warrior or was a segment higher than a genius. Obviously, Jiang Fan belonged to the latter. After the mobilization, Ji Xianchen directly set off with his army in search of his first target, the Qi Middle School in Linhai, Luanyang Middle School. There were quite a few of Jiang Fan's old acquaintances in the group heading to Shuanyang Middle School. Zhou Hao, Long Kuan, and Wang Jing, the three people who had gone with Jiang Fan to pick up Song Yanxi, were there, and Zhou Ping, the Class 4 leader who had previously caused some unpleasantness with Class 10, was also there. Sitting on the bus arranged by the school, everyone was in high spirits. Kickoff, this was a serious, officially recognized event. If they won, then Linhai Middle School's prestige in front of the other schools in Linhai would reach a point as high as the sky, but if they lost, there was no loss, it was impossible to lose. On the bus, a conviction rose in the hearts of a group of students. For the sake of their alma mater, for the sake of honor, they would never lose. Jiang Fan, is Jiang Fan here? On the bus, the lead teacher, Class 4 teacher Mei Tianliang, frowned and chanted Jiang Fan's name 3 times, but no response was heard. Is Jiang Fan dead? Not dead. Come back with a reply. Teacher Mei, Jiang Fan guessed that he was scared to death as soon as he heard that he was going to kick off. Just by looking at his honest appearance, I can tell that he has very little guts. I didn't notice him just now during the pep rally. Zhou Ping grinned a cold smile. Zhou Ping still remembered the revenge of his 105 points of qi and blood being strongly suppressed by Jiang Fan's 113 points of qi and blood value earlier. Perhaps because of the hatred, Zhou Ping had trained hard while participating in the seed program, and with Teacher Fang's method of enhancing his closeness to the Imperial Beast Egg, his qi blood value had already come to 114 points. It was only a little more than Jiang Fan, but it was an insurmountable gap between Jiang Fan and himself. Among so many geniuses in the school, Zhou Hao Long Kuan, this kind of goods Zhou Ping was already not regarded as a rival. He now didn't put anyone in his eyes except Ji Xianchen. After hearing Zhou Ping's words, Mei Tianliang's face wrinkled into a twist. Have the other students seen Jiang Fan? If none of them have seen him, I'll just mark him absent from class. Teacher, this is a school activity, isn't it a bit improper to mark him absent from class? Zhou Hao, who was more chatty with Jiang Fan, stood up from his seat and said. He felt that Jiang Fan was not a bad person, so it was not a big deal to help say a few words. Moreover, he was also a seated player of Linhai Middle School, so Mr. Mei should more or less give himself some face. Zhou Hao thought so. But the ideal is rich, but the reality is very bony. Those who help talk will be dealt with according to the situation of disturbing the order of the event. Mei Tianliang said coldly. You. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hao's eyes glared steeply, clearly infuriated by Mei Tianliang. Zhou Hao, everyone can see the guts of this kid Jiang Fan. You all saw it earlier. I had my family's subordinates chase him and beat him up, and he didn't even dare to let out a single fart. How could this kind of person have the guts to participate in something as exciting as a kicking competition? You should stop speaking for him, otherwise I think we might be missing a replacement within our team. Ji Xianchen said indifferently as he sat in the seat next to the driver at the front of the bus. There was an implication that I would ostracize you if you didn't listen. As soon as he heard Ji Xianchen speak, Zhou Hao instantly caved in. The other party's words were already very obvious. If he were to say another word in favor of Jiang Fan, Ji Xianchen would definitely deal with himself. I've said everything that needs to be said. Jiang Fan, kicking off such a good opportunity to learn and you miss it. I really don't know if you are stupid or have another grasp. Johan no longer said anything. Jiang Fan personal relationship is not deep, just think before with each other together easily, so we'll think to help Jiang Fan say a few words. The day's lessons passed quickly. After school in the afternoon, old man Lu didn't appear at the door of the classroom as thunderously as before. The situation was known to everyone in class 10. The school had sent Ji Xianchen to kick off next door to the key middle school, Luanyang Middle School, and some of the teachers had been drafted over. However, the ones who went over were usually the class teachers of the key classes, and the reason why old man Lu was able to go over was because there was Jiang Fan, a student with an unbelievable Qi blood value, in his class. Secondly, it was because he was old enough to retire in a few years. Phew, old man Lu isn't here, can we just go? Su Jiwei packed his school bag and came to Jiang Fan's side, while Jiang Fan was currently asking and answering questions with Chen Sisi. Su Jiwei, old class is not here, you can also study on your own, but if you want to go I won't stop you. I won't say you left early next time, old class asks. Chen Sisi saw Su Jiwei grabbing Jiang Fan's arm with his hand, and the voice asking the question immediately shifted to say these words. Su Jiwei took a look. Good lord, is the class president trying to steal a man from himself? Why does it feel like I become the third party? Clearly Jiang Fan's deskmate is me. Su Jiwei's face twitched, wanting to cry without tears. Jiang Fan was also beside him. Su Jiwei, wait for me, we'll go together later. I'm waiting for you to spread dog food to me? Su Jiwei was infuriated, and angrily left with his school bag. And just as he reached the door, he bumped into someone head-on. This person was a student wearing glasses, and at this moment, his face was eager, his cheeks were red, and his intense excitement was undisguised. Jet report, jet report. Ji Xianchen finished off Luanyang Middle School. Jet report, jet report. Ji Xianchuan won against Xuanyang Middle School. On behalf of Linhai Middle School, Ji Xianchuan successfully challenged the top students of Xuanyang Middle School. The latest news is all over the Linhai Daily now. The crowd that was originally packing up their things and preparing to leave briefly froze for a moment after hearing this sudden news. Then the reflex arc of the crowd finally transmitted the signal slowly to their brains. The somewhat clueless little brains buzzed as if they were dreaming after being exposed to the explosive information. Really, winning? Many students stammered out 4 words under their breath. In the next moment, the entire class erupted in strong cheers. Not only the entire class, the entire teaching building trembled with the cheers. Ji Xuanchen's success was like a catalyst that injected a strong dose of medicine into the bland Linhai Middle School. Ji Xianchen had won, he had won too beautifully. The crowd simply couldn't describe it in words, the only way to express their exuberance was with cheers. At the entrance of Linhai Middle School, 3 figures turned around and left after looking back at the boiling school building. What's the point of this bunch of shabbies fooling around? What does the chicken kid winning have to do with them? It's not like they're getting any money. Su Jiwei cursed and said. Originally, he was not satisfied with Ji Xianchen, the person who made a move on his brother Jiang Fan. Now that he heard that the other party won big, he was even more furious. You're called saying grapes are sour when you can't eat them. But I also don't understand why they are so excited is all. Chen Sisi stood at Jiang Fan's side and said to Su Jiwei, who was standing next to him. His grandmother old me is sour how. Go back, I'll give incense to the 3 Qing imperial beasts' great father. Guaranteed to let Ji Xianchen be beaten to death tomorrow. Since he has the confidence to challenge as a key middle school, he must be somewhat capable. He shouldn't be able to lose in a short period of time. Jiang Fan shook his head. Su Jiwei wanted Ji Xianchuan to lose quickly, but Jiang Fan didn't. If Su Jiwei didn't last until the battle against the Imperial Spirit Academy and then collapsed, then how could he still let Lu Ruyan fix this kid? In this aspect of generosity, Su Jiwei, you should learn more from Jiang Fan. Chen Sisi added at the right time. Su Jiwei. Inwardly, Su Jiwei faced bitter. Nima lousy is not worth it for Jiang Fan. She even said this about me? Well, the clown is actually myself. At the same time that the 3 of them went home together, the principal's office of Linhai Middle School, Zhou Youfu and Director Wang were sitting on the sofa looking at the Linhai news on their cell phones. The 2 of them laughed their heads off. Haha, I knew there was nothing wrong with believing in Mr. Ji Xianchen. He really gave me a big surprise. I feel like he is the second Song Yunqi of our Linhai Middle School. Zhou Youfu didn't mince words in praising Ji Xianchen. However, Director Wang beside him appeared to be much more stable than him. Today is only the first day, there are still several days of hard fighting ahead, don't be too happy too early. It's not that I'm overjoyed, it's really that Ji Xianchuan, this kid, has given me too much of a surprise. Look at this report. All day today, Ji Xianchuan used a single move of Split Earthtail to directly make Luanyang Middle School surrender. Not a single person was his opponent. And look at this. During the tournament, Ji Xianchuan even had the time to play upside down cool running. This shows that he didn't even use all his strength to maneuver the imperial beasts. Today, he's probably only used 50% of his strength. The more Zhou Youfu spoke, the more excited he became. The appearance of a super genius in Linhai Middle School was naturally a great thing for him. At least this also indirectly proved that his education policy was good, thus allowing the leaders of the Education Bureau to have a better impression of him. It's true that the top combatants of Lunar High School aren't very good, however, their per capita chi blood value is frighteningly high. If there were 2 more people from Luanyang Middle School who hatched imperial beasts after a while, Ji Xianchuan wouldn't have one so easily. It's unavoidable that he didn't mean to take advantage of the situation this time around. Director Wang, as a first-rank imperial beast master and director of instruction, gave his own insight. This is not considered trickery. A skill that is inferior is a skill that is inferior. Our Linhai Middle School only had Ji Xianchuan hatch an imperial beast egg on his own, while Xuanyang Middle School had 2, but they still lost. It's easy to see who's stronger and who's weaker. Zhou Youfu was very satisfied with Ji Xuanchuan's achievements, so he didn't let Director Wang's words calm him down. It's decided, if this Ji Xianchuan kid really manages to kick out 4 key middle schools, I'll fund another high-level imperial beast egg for him myself. Novice imperial beast masters are just getting started, aren't you stuffing so many imperial beasts for them so that they'll run away before they learn to walk? Director Wang was a bit speechless, and what if Ji Xianchuan loses, or another replacement takes over for Ji Xianchuan and succeeds in kicking off the tournament? The number of imperial beasts has always been debated in the education world. 1 more is just 1 more, it's not a big problem. And the rewards are definitely for the successful ones, not to mention a substitute winning, even if it's a cleaning aunt who sweeps the toilets to help us win at Linhai Middle School. There's not a single point that I should give. Zhou Youfu was rich and generous, so naturally he didn't see the money for a high-level imperial beast egg. He was now hoping that Ji Xianchuan would win back-to-back battles and bring glory to Linhai Middle School. Thursday, sunny. Ji Xianchuan kicked out Shengde Middle School and won big. Friday, sunny. Ji Xianchuan kicks off against Aocean Middle School, still winning big. Only one last school remained next, Royal Spirit Middle School, located in the center of Linhai City. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, sunny to rainy. Because of the weather, the date of the kickoff was postponed in consideration of the large number of spectators watching the kickoff, and the fact that the Battle of the Imperial Beasts was not suitable to be held indoors. But it wasn't a solution to keep postponing it. After all, the 5 schools joint exam was coming up next Monday. If too much time and energy was wasted on the kickoff, it would cause the students to play erratically in the 5-school joint exam. Therefore, after consultation between Linhai Middle School and the leaders of the Royal Spirit Academy, it was decided that the kickoff would be held tomorrow, Tuesday, rain or shine. During this period of time, Ji Xianchuan's popularity was instantly unrivaled. The original Linhai Middle School's blood value number 1, Jiang Fan, had long been forgotten in a corner. Now if someone thought of Jiang Fan, the first thing they would not think of would be Jiang Fan's blood value. Instead, they would imagine the funny scene of Jiang Fan being beaten by Ji Xianchuan's men and running away in a panic. In short, right now the entire Linhai Middle School Ji Xianchuan could be said to be a hero. Jiang Fan, on the other hand, was like the talk of the town after tea, outdated and slowly forgotten. Just when everyone's attention was focused on Ji Xianchuan, Jiang Fan's devil's eggshell cracked open 2 small holes. 2 horns stretched out from the small holes. Jiang Fan's devil's egg hatching progress reached 25%. On Monday night, inside Jiang Fan's room, after holding the egg for 10 days in a row, Jiang Fan encountered a serious problem. That was that the imperial beast inside this devil's egg of his own seemed to be stuck. I haven't heard of an imperial beast hatching with only 2 horns. Normally either it doesn't hatch or a whole one comes out. What's the situation with this hatching half? Jiang Fan used the system to check it over, lest something went wrong. Imperial beast egg. Type, demonic imperial beast egg. Talent level, SSS grade. Racial value, 100 points, can continue to be raised after the imperial beast evolves. Incubation progress, 25%. Blood, 150 points. Spirit, 65 points. Exoskeleton, 0. Endoskeleton, 0. Natural skill, a demon touch, newly unlocked. Devil's touch, a move that attacks with the devil's horn. Effect, causes a large amount of damage to the enemy while at the same time 100% puts enemies whose rank is lower than your own into a state of fear for 30 seconds. Demon's touch? I can't believe I unlocked the skill. Doesn't that mean that the demon egg now has combat power? And it's making enemies of the same rank 100% fearful, so wouldn't I be invincible in the same rank? Jiang Fan couldn't help but ponder as he looked at the 2 red devil horns protruding from the eggshell, which looked exactly like the comic book devil. He could feel the connection between himself and the demonic egg, and as long as he gave an order he could make the imperial beast in the demonic egg release a skill move. If he wanted to visualize the power of the devil's touch, he would have to find someone to try it out. But who should one look for? Jiang Fan was having a bit of a headache when suddenly the doorbell of his house rang. Tang Ro was startled when she came out of the kitchen and opened the door. You guys. Oh, this MS. Tang, hello, we are from the Linhai Police Bureau, this is our director Lu Tianfeng. We came over this time to find Jiang Fan for something. Is he at home now? Tang Ro didn't know what the purpose of the people from the Police Reserve Bureau coming over was, but after having a bad experience at the Police Reserve Bureau last time, she had become a little wary of the Police Reserve Bureau. She had just wanted to shrug it off and say that Jiang Fan wasn't in when she immediately heard the middle-aged man flanked by a few police officers walk out. "Ms. Tang, we mean no harm. I hope you can let Mr. Jiang come out to see us." "Auntie Tang, Director Lu wouldn't be so polite if he really wanted to arrest me. Maybe it's because last time I caught the criminals, Director Lu thought I got a lot of credit and came over to send me a banner, so you can let them all come in." Jiang Fan, who had heard the commotion inside the room, walked out to welcome Lu Yunfeng into the living room. Tang Ro wanted to say something else, but when she saw Jiang Fan's bland look, she swallowed her words and turned back to the kitchen to make tea. "Director Lu, this is nothing to worry about." Jiang Fan eyes with a smile. He took one look at Lu Tianfeng's squirming expression to know that the other party is definitely with a purpose to come. "Oh, indeed, I can't hide it from Mr. Jiang. In fact, I came over this time to ask Mr. Jiang for something." Lu Tianfeng's face was a little embarrassed. "Just tell me what Director Lu has to say. I wonder if Mr. Jiang has heard of this person Jiang Weiman?" Lu Tianfeng's tone had a careful, tentative undertone. "I have an impression, I seem to have a person this name Jiang Weiman when I dined at Ye's house before." Right, that's him. In fact, I came for this very thing." Lu Tianfeng had an agitated look on his face. "What about him?" Jiang Fan didn't have much of an impression of this Jiang, and completely couldn't figure out how the other party got involved with him. "Director Jiang is fine. I wonder if Mr. Jiang has any questions about the strange movements in Linhai City these days?" "Director Lu, you're changing the subject a bit quickly. Don't dilly-dally with me, just say what's going on all at once." Jiang Fan didn't bother to guess. Lu Tianfeng was going to say what he wanted to say, but if he didn't, he would just send the guest away. Seems to notice that Jiang Fan some impatience. Lu Tianfeng positively put about Jiang Weiman and Linhai City underground movement situation to Jiang Weiman explanation. "The matter is like this." Lu Tianfeng blah 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 talked to Jiang Fan and finally made the situation clear to Jiang Fan. "You're saying that Director Jiang wants me to join in the action of exploring the underground imperial beasts?" Yes. Commissioner Jiang can see that you, Mr. Jiang, have great skills. That's why he invited Mr. Jiang to join him. And it's not just Mr. Jiang. Yi Cheng of the Yi Group and Miss Song Yunqi Song will also participate in this operation." Lu Tianfeng didn't hide anything from Jiang Fan and told Jiang Fan everything he knew. "But I have to participate in the Imperial Beast exam." Jiang Fan shrugged his shoulders. Lu Tianfeng's job sounds exhausting at first sight, and also have to go down to the underground. Jiang Fan simply find a reason to put it off. No delay. The day of action is before the college entrance exam, and as long as you participate in this action, Mr. Jiang, you will have extra points in the college entrance exam. If your performance is good, you may be enrolled in the top 10 Imperial Beast universities. Of course, in addition to that, Mr. Jiang Fan will also have the chance to meet his favorite Imperial Beast during the operation. After all, the people from the special office have already discovered that there is likely to be an interdimensional space underneath the Earth. The probability of encountering an Imperial Beast in an interdimensional space can almost be said to be 100%. Doesn't Mr. Jiang have his heart set on it? Lu Tianfeng obviously knew a lot, and what he said did make Jiang Fan a little moved. It will encounter danger, right? With Mr. Yi and Miss Song, 2 third-order Imperial Beast Masters, there won't be any danger to their lives. It's not impossible if that's really the case. After all, Mr. Lu Sun also said that an Imperial Beast Master who doesn't want to obtain more Imperial Beasts is not a qualified Imperial Beast Master. Then count me in, but before that, Director Lu, I would like you to accompany me for one thing. Jiang Fan did have some curiosity about that so-called underground, and the reason that made him make up his mind to agree was because he felt the stirring of the devil's egg. The devil's egg seemed to want to let himself go as well. What is it? As long as it doesn't go against the law, morality, or my personal wishes, Mr. Jiang, just go ahead and order. Jiang Fan, it's not that serious, just be my chaperone for a bit. Jiang Fan laughed. Lu Tianfeng, chaperone? Night. In an inconspicuous empty place in Evergrande Plaza, Lu Tianfeng and Jiang Fan stood opposite each other, and the distance between the two of them was about 10 meters. Standing opposite Jiang Fan, Lu Tianfeng lit a cigarette in a very dashing manner, then he exhaled a smoke ring from his mouth and said to Jiang Fan, Mr. Jiang, I heard Mr. Yi and Director Jiang say that you have your own unique insights into the cultivation of Imperial Beasts. In this regard, I can't compare to you. But when it comes to Imperial Beast combat, how could I, the director of the police bureau and a first-order Imperial Beast master, lose to a high school student like you? Come out, Black Bear Spirit. Lu Tianfeng's Black Bear Spirit sounded like an awesome name, but it was actually an Imperial Beast about the size of a dog pup. Jiang Fan couldn't help but laugh a little when he saw the furry appearance of the black bear spirit. Maybe this black bear spirit of Lu Tianfeng really had the potential to steal robes when it grew up. Mr. Jiang, don't laugh. The black bear spirit is the strongest imperial beast I have in my hand. Its real name is Black Wind Dog Bear. It is a wind attribute imperial beast. When I received an opportunity to enter the subdimensional space after I passed the first rank imperial beast master exam, I met the black bear spirit by chance. The two of us are mentally compatible and are able to utilize a power that far exceeds that of an ordinary first-order imperial beast master. Lu Tianfeng was very confident. Jiang Fan was able to see the black bear spirits panel, and he knew that Lu Tianfeng wasn't lying. However, Jiang Fan's purpose this time was not to defeat Lu Tianfeng, but he wanted to try out the power of the devil's touch. Let's try it then. Jiang Fan threw out the imperial beast orb and an imperial beast egg topped with 2 tentacles appeared opposite the black bear spirit. Clam, Mr. Jiang, is this a royal beast egg or a royal beast? Lu Tianfeng originally thought that Jiang Fan had gotten a ready-made imperial beast from somewhere and wanted to find himself to compare. But who would have thought that what Jiang Fan had thrown out was such a strange and weird thing? Lu Tianfeng felt that he had been greatly insulted. He felt that Jiang Fan was insulting him, but Jiang Fan was completely unaware of it. Just after releasing his demonic egg, Jiang Fan gave a command to the demonic egg, demonic touch. The moment Jiang Fan spoke out, a red halo washed out with the demon egg as the center. The darkness of Evergrande Plaza appeared a bit gray under the reflection of the street lamps. After the red halo spread out, the gray atmosphere was dyed with a heavy black color. Lu Tianfeng seemed to see a pair of scarlet eyes open in mid-air, gazing fixedly at himself. Black bear spirit. In a flash, Lu Tianfeng's back went cold. He detected a nameless danger, which caused Lu Tianfeng's heart to palpitate while surprisingly causing him to involuntarily call out the name of his imperial beast. The black bear spirit didn't respond. Lu Tianfeng fixed his eyes and realized that his black bear spirit was already lying on the ground shivering, completely losing its mobility. It's done. A bellowing voice spat out from Jiang Fan's mouth, and the red halo disappeared under Jiang Fan's scolding. Everything was as if it had never happened. Jiang Fan stood in place as he did earlier, while Lu Tianfeng, who had a proud face just a moment ago, had collapsed on the ground in a sweat, panting heavily. Mr. Jiang, this. Lu Tianfeng wanted to speak. The experiment is over, let's go home first. I didn't think that besides Mr. Jiang being very knowledgeable in imperial beast cultivation, his own strength is also powerful to this extent. I'm afraid to death that it would be easy for you to get a first-rank royal beast master certificate now, Mr. Jiang. Sitting back down in the middle of the living room of room 601, Lu Tianfeng's hand was still trembling a bit as he held the tea. His tone of voice was palpitating, obviously scared by Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan naturally would not explain anything to Lu Tianfeng, and the two of them talked for a while. Lu Tianfeng brought the topic to the kicking incident that had been making a lot of noise recently. Mr. Jiang, isn't your school going to kick off at the Royal Spirit Academy tomorrow? Originally I wanted to remind you to mention that Student Council President Li Yi from the Royal Spirit Academy, but now it seems that it's not necessary. Lu Tianfeng had originally planned to give Jiang Fan a favor by the way after he finished talking about the matter in the underground, and tell Jiang Fan about the matter in the Royal Spirit Academy. He knew that Jiang Fan was studying at Linhai Middle School. In Lu Tianfeng's eyes, Jiang Fan was the outstanding student representative of Linhai Middle School, and Jiang Fan was definitely involved in this matter of kicking off the school. Student Council President? Yes, the Student Council President Li Yi. He's the strongest student in Royal Spirit Academy. His strength is even above that Nissi family. He originally had the chance to be guaranteed a place in the top 10 Imperial Beast universities last year. However, this person has high aspirations and insisted on challenging those 2 Imperial Beast universities in Kyoto, so he repeated a year of study. This kind of thing was not unheard of. Some schoolmasters who could not achieve the grades they wanted would choose to repeat the year and repeat the grade or something like that in order to be able to break through in the next year. After saying that, Lu Tianfeng took out his cell phone and spread out Li Yi's information in front of Jiang Fan in detail. You actually know Li Yi's information so well? Those who don't know would think that you are the head of the teaching bureau. Jiang Fan teased a couple sentences. Speaking of this, Lu Tianfeng's face showed more than a hint of annoyance. Hey, it's really not that I want to understand. The police bureau is responsible for managing the household registry. Outsiders like Li Yi and Ji Shenchuan are all under the police bureau's control. These people of theirs are all opportunistic cowards. With no hope of getting into a prestigious Imperial Beast University in their own place, they run to a prefecture or city where education is generally backward to take up places, while we locals can only stare in disbelief. Just as Lu Tianfeng said, Li Yi, the president of the Imperial Spirit Academy's student council, was also an outsider. It was only natural that Lu Tianfeng was angry. After all, There were only so many educational resources in Linhai City. Under the policy situation where the country was vigorously supporting the education industry, the more quality students that appeared in each local city, the more resources the local municipal authorities would receive. And Ji Xianchen and existences like Li Yi were breaking the rules. This situation was like them paying taxes in City A to City A's authorities, and when it came time for a tax refund, they wanted City B to refund their money. Could City B be happy with that? So that's how it is, but you might have the wrong person. The one who kicked off our school isn't me, but Ji Xianchuan. I'll go to the Royal Spirit Academy tomorrow to take a look, but I won't make a move. Jiang Fan didn't want to help Ji Xianchen clean up his mess. He didn't have a penchant for wiping people's asses. Ji Xian dust? He can't. Guy is just a silver gun with a wax head. Even though he hatched the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex, he's no match for Miss Yi, not to mention Li Yi. Mr. Jiang, are you really not going to fight? Since you were able to defeat my black bear spirit, then Li Yi is definitely no match for you either. If you were to make a move, Linhai Middle School could make history. Lu Tianfeng's tone was a bit agitated. He was in a trance as he saw the birth of heavy news in Linhai City. This matter has nothing to do with me. I'll go and see the action tomorrow. Jiang Fan shrugged his shoulders. In that case, then it seems that Linhai Middle School is bound to lose. Lu Tianfeng sighed at his words. However, he didn't care too much about this matter. He was just looking at it as a hustle and bustle. After 9 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Fan sent Lu Tianfeng away, while he himself went back to his bedroom to review after washing up. He went to bed at 11 o'clock on time. Tuesday, moderate rain. This morning, Jiang Fan took a taxi to school. By the time Jiang Fan had just arrived at Linhai Middle School, a bus happened to drive into the gates of Linhai Middle School. Jiang Fan recalled a bit and didn't remember any big events today. Only after he entered the class and heard his classmates talking about it did he realize that Principal Zhou had chartered more than a dozen buses for all the students of Linhai Middle School who were participating in the Imperial Beasts examination to go and observe the duel between Ji Xian Duan and the Imperial Spirit Academy. Principal Zhou is really rich. Looking at how solemn he looks, I guess he's treating that Ji Xianchen kid as a treasure. On the bus carrying the class 10 students, Su Jiwei inclined his head and said to Jiang Fan, who was sitting on the aisle seat to his left. Originally, this kind of traveling activity Su Jiwei always sat with Jiang Fan, but now that there was an additional Chen Sisi, Su Jiwei naturally stepped aside very wisely. Watching Imperial Beast battles is of no small help to high school candidates. Let's consider it a trip to the Imperial Spirit Academy. Su Jiwei, yes, go back and write about the experience, right? Jiang Fan shrugged his shoulders. He was actually saying this to Su Jiwei and also Chen Sisi beside him. He himself didn't really need this kind of abstract learning. Jiang Fan, how is that egg of mine doing? Chen Sisi was sitting next to Jiang Fan, who was wearing a black and white color-coordinated summer long dress today. On the chest position of the long dress 2 golden colors like ears of wheat were outlined with golden-edged silk threads. Below the ears of wheat was fertile land. Because of his position, Jiang Fan was able to see the scenery underneath the ears of wheat when he looked down. Ahem, I asked Auntie Tang to cook it for you, ba. It was cultivated for you. I told Auntie Tang that you asked for it, and Auntie Tang even took a 10-day vacation for it, so it seems like she still values you quite a bit. What are you babbling about? If you talk nonsense again, see if I don't beat you to death. Chen Sisi made a gesture to raise her fist to hammer at Jiang Fan's chest. While at this time the old man Lu who was leading the group stood up from the front and coughed gently twice. Classmates, on the way to school, let's borrow the car TV to watch Ji Xianchen's wonderful fighting performance in the past few days. This is the live video, everyone take a good look at it and try to learn more. After saying that, old man Lu then stuffed a disc into the car TV. This thing didn't need to be said for the crowd to know that it was a school assignment. Another disc and just have car TV bus, old man Lu if really out of the blue 10 classmates are killed do not believe. As the disc plays, Ji Xuanchen's upright figure appears in the picture. His sight of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex as soon as it appeared attracted everyone's attention. At a time when everyone didn't have a clear concept of imperial beasts, an imperial beast as big as Ji Xuanchen's naturally made everyone's hearts yearn for it. So big. Isn't it true that the bigger the imperial beast, the stronger it is? How great would it be if the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex was mine? In the middle of the screen, Ji Xianchen only smiled contemptuously in the face of the top students of Lunar High School. He gave an order to the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex, and in the next second, the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex spat out a strong shockwave from its mouth, directly knocking the Lunar High School's top student's imperial beast to the ground. Seeing this scene, the crowd present couldn't help but shout out, Ji Xuanchen's success was Linhai Middle School's success. Linhai Middle School's success was Linhai Middle School students' success. Then came the other two schools. Just like the previous battle against Chuanyang Middle School, Ji Xianchuan had achieved devastating results. I'm afraid Ji Xianchuan is going to be written into our Linhai Middle School school history, a student lamented out. Jiang Fan is still trashy. Look at Ji Xianchen's iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex. I can only say that there's still a big gap between ordinary classes and key classes. This person wasn't afraid of Jiang Fan hearing him when he spoke. Among all these people, it was impossible to say that there were no people who were jealous of Jiang Fan. We are all in the ordinary class. Why is your chi and blood value so high? Why are you famous in the whole school? Why are you the big hero in the city to arrest criminals? Watch him raise a tall building, watch him feast his guests, watch his building collapse. This is more than a beautiful thing. Jiang Fan did not think about this kind of words. Many people in this car he did not care about the meaning. Naturally he would not care about what they said and what they did. Having relived 2 lives, Jiang Fan still had this mentality. But while Jiang Fan could endure, there were people who couldn't. Hey Chaobin, what are you saying? Say it again. As soon as Chen Sisi heard someone sneering at Jiang Fan, she immediately became a bit angry. How much chi and blood do you have? Calling others trash. Is it hard for you to be dependent on the defense yourself? Chen Sisi's words were a bit vulgar. She felt something was wrong after she said it herself, and her face went white with a brush. Chen Sisi squinted at Jiang Fan beside her and realized that the other party didn't have any reaction before she secretly sighed in relief. I wasn't like this before. What's going on lately? No, a little restraint is needed. As soon as Chen Sisi made a sound, immediately no one dared to continue talking, but vaguely, one could still hear people talking about Jiang Fan being a waste of space that Ji Xianchen was whisking his ass away from, which made it very difficult for Chen Sisi to clench her pink fists. It's fine, let them say whatever they want, it's not like there's a piece of meat missing anyway. Jiang Fan took the opportunity to grab Chen Sisi's hand. The latter did not resist, or rather forgot to resist for a moment. All the way to grab down, Jiang Fan properly felt some of Chen Sisi's catkin's small hand. Tender, white, elastic, some trembling feeling, holding is very comfortable. After nearly half an hour, Linhai Middle School's buses arrived at the Royal Spirit College one after another. The style of the Royal Spirit College is very different from the Linhai Middle School. I will highlight a luxury word. Most of the children of rich people in Linhai City or other cities studied here. Without any hesitation, the Royal Spirit Academy gathered the strongest educational resources in the entire Linhai City. Compared to it, Linhai Middle School, Xuanyang Middle School, Xingda Middle School and so on all paled in comparison. If it wasn't for the difference between the private attributes of the Royal Spirit College and the public schools like Linhai Middle School, I'm afraid that Linhai Middle School would have changed its name to Royal Spirit Middle School Linhai Branch. Jiang Fan had just gotten off the bus when he felt a burning gaze coming towards him. He looked in the direction and realized that it was actually the kid Zhou Ping. He didn't seem to be very satisfied with the fact that his chi and blood value had pushed him down earlier. However, Jiang Fan ignored him. Looking at the Imperial Spirit Academy in front of him, a question surfaced in Jiang Fan's mind on this level if Ji Xianchen even wanted to come and challenge the Imperial Spirit Academy. This guy was afraid that he was not keeping a backhand. The strength of the Imperial beasts Jiang Fan could tell at a glance. Ji Xianchen's level was indeed that. Then letting can so confidently stand in front of the Imperial Spirit Academy door reason only one Ji Xian dust in Imperial Spirit Academy have py deal. Jiang Fan was thinking like this when the phone rang inside his pocket. Opening it, he found that it was Lu Ruyan who called. Who is it? Chen Sisi inclined her head to look at it, and coincidentally happened to see the 5 words Nisi family that Jiang Fan had given Lu Ruyan as a note. My friend, I'll take a call, you guys follow the old class first. Then hurry up and follow. If you fall behind and can't find anyone, I won't go looking for you. Chen Sisi threatened Jiang Fan in a small way and left straight away. She did not pursue the matter about the phone call. Jiang Fan picked up the phone and Ruyan Lu's voice rang out in the receiver. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang? Ruyan Lu's voice was already very familiar to Jiang Fan, so he was naturally able to hear that the voice on the other side of the receiver was Ruyan Lu. MS. Yi, what's the matter? Mr. Jiang, time is running out, so I'll get straight to the point. Ruyan Lu's tone was very solemn, as if she was about to say something unimaginable. Before, I was wondering why Ji Xianchen was so confident that he dared to come and challenge us at Royal Spirit Academy. Today after hearing the news given to me by the student council president, Li, I finally understood. Ji Xianchen and Li are close friends, and Ji Xianchen has been replacing his elder brother as the family's heir, so the two of them have joined forces to put up a show here. How do you know about such things? Although Jiang Fan had been in contact with Lu Ruyan twice, he wouldn't be so self-absorbed that the other party would look at him, so he was skeptical of Lu Ruyan's words. Li told me himself. He didn't come to school today intentionally finding an excuse to stay at home, wanting me to let Ji Xianchen off the hook. After all, other than Li, I am, for the time being, considered the most powerful student in Royal Spirit Academy. Lu Ruyan wouldn't dare to say these words when the frozen bird was in trouble, but now that her frozen bird had been healed and was even more powerful than when it was first hatched, this gave Lu Ruyan the confidence to say these words. Speaking of which, this confidence was still given to her by Jiang Fan, for which Ruyan Lu was very grateful in her heart. So you want to let go of the water? Jiang Fan frowned. He was here today to watch Ji Xianchen make a fool of himself. If he couldn't see it, he would inevitably have regrets. How could it be? Li, what does he take me for? He bosses me around when he talks to me. He's kind of outsider in the past. I don't even want to pay attention to him, if it wasn't for the fact that my dad was drafted. In the past 2 days, forget about it. Anyway, Mr. Jiang, don't worry, I will definitely beat Ji Xianchen to death, not only for you, but also for the sake of our Royal Spirit Academy. Lu Ruyan's tone was resolute as she hung up the phone after chatting with Jiang Fan for a couple more sentences. The thing she said about Yi Cheng being drafted should be related to the underground operation, right? It seems that this operation is quite treacherous, or else it wouldn't be so bad that once Yi Cheng, a pillar of the Yi family, is gone, someone would bully the head of the Yi family, the underground snake. But since I've promised Lu Tianfeng, there's no room for backtracking. Taking one step and seeing what happens is that. Right now, it's better to look at the next Imperial Beast sparring match, and after that, we'll go all out to hatch the Imperial Beasts and enhance our self-protection ability. Although he had already guessed that the underground action would be risky, Jiang Fan did not retreat. Firstly, because he had such a character, secondly, because he harbored a strong interest in the mysteries of the underground, and thirdly, if the matter of the underground operation could not be resolved, he was afraid that he would have to relocate his family. This was a step that Jiang Fan was unwilling to take. Thinking of this, Jiang Fan fixed his mind and prepared to catch up with Class 10's team. But he just turned his head but found two sneaky figures exchanging words not far away. One of them Jiang Fan was familiar with. It was Ji Xianchen, who was in the same school as himself. The other person was wearing a casual outfit and was shoulder to shoulder with Ji Xianchen. At a glance, he was Ji Xianchen's fox and dog friend. Students from Linhai Middle School who come here wear uniforms. This guy is clearly not from our school. And looking at his appearance of being acquainted with Ji Xianchen, he couldn't be the Li Yi who claimed to be sick and at home in Lu Ruyan's mouth. These two guys are teaming up together to mess things up? Thinking about it, Jiang Fan shook his head again. Who cares who he is? He's not his opponent anyway. Underscore 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 underscore. It was raining heavily today. At 12 o'clock at noon, the dripping rain watered down the Imperial Spirit Academy's huge soccer field to the point where water was piling up. Although it was an aristocratic school, the Imperial Spirit Bath Academy's stadium drainage system didn't seem to be very good. Within a short period of time, the water had already covered the green-colored lawn, and if someone tried to step on it, they would find that the water had already gone past their ankles. Even though it was still raining, the students were all standing under the makeshift shelters to avoid the rain. It wasn't that they were expensive, on the contrary, as they were participating in the Imperial Beast examination, they were physically tougher than normal people. Doing so was just a precautionary measure. The blood value fluctuates up and down according to the physical state of the person. Originally 100 blood value of the student. If the rain came after a fever and cold or something, the blood value may be left 95 points or even less. This kind of loss is unbearable for both the individual student and the school. Shit, pulling us over in this crappy weather is really sick. Next to Jiang Fan, Su Jiwei had a displeased look on his face. He wasn't originally a reserve player, much less a cheerleader, and was naturally reluctant when he was pulled over in the name of studying. This kind of reluctance was similar to a school looking for a school bully with good grades to give a speech and having to have everyone there. You can't learn anything, and it's a waste of everyone's time to watch the bully pretend to be a bully for nothing. Of course, when Jiang Fan is standing beside him, Su Jiwei will complain about it, but other times in other places, he will not say so. Ji Xianchen's match with Royal Spirit Academy had not yet started, and the old man Lu who had just disappeared from the Class 10 team went and returned at this time, appearing in front of the crowd. Where is Jiang Fan? Come over with me. Isn't your kid a reserve team member? You haven't been there before, now I guess you've been caught in the bag. Su Jiwei patted Jiang Fan's shoulder with a look that told the other party to fend for himself. Jiang Fan ignored him, and after coming out of the line, he was led by old man Lu to the front of Linhai Middle School's kicking team this time. Here, Jiang Fan saw quite a few familiar faces. Ji Xianchen, Zhou Hao, Wang Jing, Long Kuan, and of course Zhou Ping. Phew, isn't this our school's Chi blood number 1? How come he came inside a small team like ours? Long Kuan was hostile to Jiang Fan, which Jiang Fan had sensed earlier. He ignored Long Kuan and greeted Zhou Hao instead. Although Zhou Hao responded to himself, Jiang Fan was able to sense that the other party's face was a bit embarrassed, as if he did not want to get too involved with himself. In response, Jiang Fan's eyes dribbled around a few times. Seemingly thinking of something, he smiled and did not continue to speak. Aren't you on good terms with academic sister Song? Remember Zhou Hao and the few of us? He. Long Kuan sneered. Jiang Fan looked at Long Kuan. Sorry, what's your name again? You. Jiang Fan, come over here for a moment. I'll talk to you about a little something. Seeing that Jiang Fan was about to start a conflict with Long Kun, Old Man Lu directly greeted Jiang Fan over. Seeing this, Long Kun, whose face was annoyed, could only stop for the time being. Old Man Ban, what's the matter? This time, kicking off the Royal Spirit Academy, you substitute reserve players will also have to go on the field, be prepared mentally. We have to go on the field too, why? And I haven't hatched a royal beast yet, I can't take on this big responsibility. The imperial beasts inside his own imperial beast eggs had not hatched. This was something that both Old Man Lu and the school should have known before. If the student Yi who hadn't hatched the imperial beast could also take the field, how would the competition go on? Jiang Fan's mind even conjured up the image of two students each throwing out an imperial beast egg and facing each other with wide eyes. Just thinking about it was very comical. The leaders of the Imperial Spirit Academy have discussed this with Principal Zhou. If the students who hatch the imperial beasts alone compete, they won't be able to show the comprehensive strength of a school law. So in addition to Ji Xianchen, those of you who haven't hatched imperial beasts will also have to compete. The content of the competition will be Qi and blood resonance, which happens to be the content of the 5 schools' joint examination as well. The Qi and blood resonance competition as well as the imperial beast combat competition will be conducted together, and the 2 items will be compared together. Our Linhai Middle School, as the kicking side, must win both events. At the very least, we must win one and draw one in order for the kicking to be considered successful. Qi and blood resonance is actually simply comparing Qi and blood. This is something that both the school and I have confidence in you. Moreover, our Linhai Middle School's Zhou Ping, Zhou Hao, and the others have participated in systematic training like the SEED program, and their Qi and blood have been greatly improved. Not to mention winning, it's still easy to get a draw. You don't need to have any pressure. Old Man Lu told Jiang Fan the entire situation. So I'll just play normally. Anyway, I still have to look at Ji Xianchen. There's no need to tell me this alone, right? The others have already found out from Principal Zhou. Principal Zhou was worried that you were in a foul mood. That's why he asked me to come over and talk to you. Old Man Lu's face was a little embarrassed, but he didn't hide it from Jiang Fan. So it's Principal Zhou. I haven't gotten the compensation he promised me before. This matter is difficult. Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows. Principal Zhou said that as long as you play normally, he will give you 3 times the compensation you promised before. Old Man Lu stretched out 3 fingers in front of Jiang Fan. Deal, but I can only guarantee a draw. Jiang Fan grinned. There were benefits not to be taken for nothing. Ji Xianchen couldn't get past Rui and Lu anyway. A draw will do, a draw will do. Then I'll go back now and talk to Principal Zhou. Old Man Lu left. Jiang Fan stood in a corner of the shed, far away from Ji Xianchen and the others. He closed his eyes and rested his mind, waiting for the competition to begin. On the other side, on the podium of the Imperial Spirit Academy, the leaders and teachers of the 2 schools were seated on one side, and Ji Xianchen had been called over at some point. Principal Zhou Youfu patted Ji Xianchen's shoulder, the admiration brimming in his eyes hard to hide. Ji Xianchen, all of us teachers and students have seen your hard work these past few days. Today is the last competition, don't feel any pressure. Linhai Middle School and all of us here are your strongest backing. If you win the Royal Spirit Academy, you'll be the hero of our Linhai Middle School. Thank you, Principal, I don't think I'll lose, and it's impossible for me to lose. Ji Xianchen was full of confidence. As far as I know, there are currently a total of 3 Imperial Spirit Academies who have hatched Imperial Beasts. One is the Student Council President, Li Yi. He didn't come to school today on leave, presumably because of his status as a repeat student. The Imperial Spirit Academy didn't let him appear. The second was Student Council Vice President Cui Yingjun. His Imperial Beast Flaming Monkey has been spewing fire these days with its leather swallows, so it's probably sick. There isn't much fighting power. You don't need to care about the 2 above. But this Lu Ruyan of the Yi family will have to be wary of. Director Wang was analyzing Ji Xuanchuan's tactics from the side, but Ji Xianchuan didn't care at all. Lu Ruyan? Oh, she's already been bribed by Brother Li and won't use her full strength during the competition. How could she lose in this situation? That's right, Director Wang. Didn't you say that besides this competition of mine, didn't you say that there's also a Qi and blood resonance competition? Well, the Qi and blood resonance competition will pick out 5 people to participate. 5 people whose Qi and blood resonance values are greater than each other's will be fine, not much of a problem. Oh so, then okay. Are we going to have the Qi and blood resonance competition or the Imperial Beast Battle competition first? First the Qi and blood resonance test and then the Imperial Beast Battle test, Director Wang said as he looked at the form in his hand. Really, that's good. Anyway, no matter what, in the end, I'll be the one to clean up the mess. Ji Xianchen dusted off the non-existent water droplets on his body and smiled easily. The competition was arranged very quickly. On the large soccer field, the 10 sheds were split 50-50 early on, with Linhai Middle School's field on one side and Royal Spirit Academy's field on the other. The Qi and blood resonance required the participants to stand with their Imperial Beast eggs on a device similar to an oversized electronic scale. This device could collect the participants' qi and blood data in real time, once before the qi and blood resonance, and again after the qi and blood resonance. The results were taken from the values detected after the qi and blood resonance. The values before the qi and blood detection were only considered as a physical examination or something like that. For reference, the people from Linhai Middle School were Jiang Fan, Zhou Ping, Zhou Hao, and 5 others. As for the Royal Spirit Academy, they sent out their top students. Jiang Fan felt a bit and realized that the opposite side's qi and blood values were not low, quite an even match. Hello everyone, I am the referee of this competition, you can call me Chen Sir. Without further ado, I will introduce the rules of this qi and blood resonance competition. There is a qi and blood testing plate under each of your feet. Before you start the test, you need to jump on the qi and blood testing plate with all your strength. At that time, the qi and blood testing plate will test your current qi and blood value. After the test, you may release your beast egg and try to resonate with it for a period of 10 minutes. You may end the resonance earlier to test your blood value after the resonance. If you don't perform a second qi and blood test after the end of the resonance time, the first qi and blood test value will be taken as the result by default. After the rules had been spoken a total of 3 times, the referee surnamed Chen turned his mouth slyly. Next you still have 3 minutes to prepare, adjust your state properly and don't have psychological pressure. During the rest time, Jiang Fan had nothing to do, so he simply closed his eyes and rested his mind. However, his appearance made some people unhappy. A footstep had just approached and Jiang Fan had already noticed it. He opened his eyes and looked and realized that it was actually Zhou Ping. Jiang Fan, long time no see. Has your qi and blood grown compared to earlier? After participating in the seed program, my qi and blood had reached the 114-point mark. You wouldn't still be at the same place, would you? Zhou Ping's words were eerie. He had been in seclusion to break through his qi blood value these days and was not privy to a lot of news. The only piece of news he knew was that people inside the school were rumoring that Jiang Fan was the #1 genius in Linhai Middle School's qi and blood value. Moreover, this news was not true, and he heard that a school leader accidentally told his nephew when he was drunk, and then the rumor started to spread like wildfire inside the school. Zhou Ping just took this rumor as a joke. If Jiang Fan could become the #1 in the whole school with 113 points of blood value, where would Ji Xianchen be? Where would he put himself? Jiang Fan glanced at Zhou Ping. He noticed that this guy's qi and blood value was a bit fluctuating. He was probably high on too many pills. Qi and blood potions, qi and blood pills and such props were a kind of healthcare product for people and imperial beasts. Taking too many medicines would be harmful to the body, let alone health products. Zhou Ping estimated that this guy would not be able to raise his qi and blood value for a long time from now on. Thinking of this, Jiang Fan ignored Zhou Ping and closed his eyes for a false sleep. His appearance really made Zhou Ping's mouth crooked. Jiang Fan, later on, I will let you know that my strength is not something you can touch and surpass with good fortune once or twice. 3 minutes passed by in a flash, and at this moment, Linhai Middle School and Royal Spirit Academy were all ready with a total of 10 people on both sides. With the sound of a whistle from referee Chen, the people at the front of both sides jumped at the same time. The person who jumped on the side of Linhai Middle School was Zhou Hao, whose originally sunny and handsome face had turned red because of all the energy he had put into it. The person opposite Zhou Hao was a fat man. This fat man had thick limbs, just like a short winter melon. His tonnage wasn't small, and he emphasized on giving people a sense of horrible power. With one of his jumps, the entire qi and blood detection tablet couldn't help but tremble twice, causing the hearts of many onlookers to jump. Zhou Hao, qi and blood value of 112 points. Wang Bin, qi and blood value 113 points. There was a difference of 1 point between the two. The originally confident Zhou Hao couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this result and looked at the fat man across from him. As the saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover, and Zhou Hao didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. Fatty Wang Bin scratched his head. This result was not a big difference for both sides, and thus could not startle too many waves. Zhou Hao arrived at Zhou Ping afterward. His gaze was like electricity as he looked at the girl from the Royal Spirit Academy across the room with disdain. Oomph, let me show you the strength of my qi and blood values. Zhou Ping fought hard, and the large number 114 appeared on the qi and blood detection tablet. The moment this qi and blood value of his appeared, he stunned many people, especially the students of Linhai Middle School, who had always taken Jiang Fan's 113 points of qi blood as the standard for measuring strength. If Zhou Hao's 112 points of qi and blood value was a category that still needed to be worked on, then Zhou Ping's 114 points of qi and blood value had already reached the realm of transcendence. It had only been so long since he had seen him, but Zhou Ping had progressed so rapidly, one could not help but feel a sense of emotion. It seems that the girl opposite Zhou Ping is no match for him. One look at her soft and weak appearance tells me that the qi and blood values are not high. The strength of qi and blood was to a certain extent reflected in a person's body. Fat, tall, strong, and powerful were the standards by which many people measured a person's qi and blood. The corresponding thinness, shortness, softness and so on were able to reflect the weakness of one's chi and blood to a certain extent. The crowd did not expect much from the girl wearing glasses and keeping her head down opposite Zhou Ping, and even wondered why the Royal Spirit Academy would let such a student on the field. However, in the next second, the crowd was dumbfounded. The girl jumped lightly, and her blood value was unexpectedly as high as 119 points. It was even higher than Zhou Ping by 5 points. Zhou Ping, chi blood value 115 points. Yi Fongfong, chi blood value 119 points. How is this possible? Zhou Ping, who saw this, was dumbfounded. He had just said something very pretentiously, only to be immediately slapped in the face. It simply didn't play out like this. Hey, put. A few laughs came from nowhere. As soon as Zhou Ping turned his head, he saw Jiang Fan beside him, and regardless of that, he directly pointed his finger at Jiang Fan and said, "You're laughing my ass. Do you think your chi blood value is high? Anxious? Which eye of yours saw me laughing?" For Zhou Ping's irritated look, Jiang Fan despised him fiercely, extending a middle finger in the process, making Zhou Ping anxious. Fine, I want to see just how much your chi blood value is, but if it doesn't exceed 119 points, you don't have the qualification to laugh at me. You are not worthy. Zhou Ping was so angry that his lips were shivering and his body was trembling. Oh, Jiang Fan casually responded, then lightly lifted his own foot and gave the chi and blood detection plate below a kick. The number 120 appeared in front of everyone. Zhou Ping, who was still waiting to see Jiang Fan's joke, stared violently with wide eyes. How is this possible? Jiang Fan is retaining his strength, right? On the podium, despite being separated by a fine layer of rain mist, Zhou Youfu still saw Jiang Fan's chi and blood values clearly. The last time Lu Tianfeng showed himself Jiang Fan's chi and blood test value was 128 points. It was only 120 points at this moment. What was it if it wasn't watering down? It's probably because of the decline in status. Moreover, I heard that Jiang Fan fought with someone when he was testing his chi and blood values at the police station. His whole body power exploded open and he was very emotional, so the test values might be a bit inflated. Director Wang opened his mouth when he saw this scene. It's not that there isn't this possibility. Anyway, 120 points of chi blood value is quite a lot, so let's just count it as him putting his best foot forward. The final result will depend on Ji Xuanshen's side anyway. Zhou Youfu shook his head and smiled. Jiang Fan, chi blood value 120 points. Su Feng, chi and blood value 114 points. The results of the first test all came out. It was worth mentioning that other than Jiang Fan's chi and blood value being higher than Imperial Spirit Academy Su Feng, the rest of the 4 people from Linhai Middle School all had lower chi and blood values than Imperial Spirit Academies. This was not a good sign. Everyone, there's no need to be discouraged. The chi and blood values of the first test are nothing. Didn't Teacher Fong and Director Wang and the others teach us the method of chi and blood resonance? After resonating, our chi and blood values won't be weaker than theirs. Zhou Hao's mindset was very optimistic, and he even exited to encourage the crowd. Our Linhai Middle School, as a public middle school within the city, has national resources tilted towards us. We won't be weaker than the Imperial Spirit Academy. Let's all cheer together. Right, and we also previously received sponsorship from Master Jack Ma, thus meeting a good teacher like Mr. Fong. We won't lose. Royal Spirit Academy, if you guys want to fight then let's fight. Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan had already passed the age of middle too. He would not feel his blood boiling after hearing the bravado of these guys. On the contrary, he even felt a bit ashamed. The preliminary chi and blood detection did not determine the winner, only the detection value after the chi and blood resonance was the standard to measure the performance. The initial chi and blood detection has ended. Imperial Spirit Academy's initial chi blood average is 115 points. Linhai Middle School initial chi blood average 113 points. Students, you may now take out your Imperial Beast eggs. After referee Chen finished speaking, the 10 participants released their Imperial Beast eggs from the Imperial Beast Orb one after another. The surface of Zhou Ping's red Inferno Dragon Lizard egg was covered with cracks, and looking at the appearance it seemed to be vaguely breaking out of its shell. The same was true for Zhou Hao's red preliminary egg that was the same size as his palm. Jiang Fan, back when I went with you to pick up School Sister Song's school sister said that you were the most likely of us to hatch a royal beast before the royal beast examination. Now that my flame muppet is about to break out of its shell, where is your Imperial Beast egg? Zhou Hao still remembered what Song Yunqi had chatted with the few of them earlier. At first, although he hadn't argued justifiably like Long Kuan, he was secretly indignant in his heart. I heard that these days Jiang Fan was still bringing that Imperial Beast egg of his to sunbathe on the school playground every day. With such a stupid method, how could he be the first to hatch a royal beast than himself? He would like to see how well Jiang Fan's Imperial Beast egg hatched, and whether the cracks on the top of the eggshell had as many as his own. My Imperial Beast egg is just ordinary, there's nothing to see. Jiang Fan shrugged his shoulders and released his own demonic egg. Among the 10 people present, if they were to say who had the largest imperial beast egg, Zhou Ping's and Jiang Fan's would be comparable. Both of them attracted the attention of many students as soon as their imperial beast eggs were released. Especially Jiang Fan. The imperial beast eggshell also protrudes among the 2 red horns, which cannot help but let all the students and even the podium on the leaders feel surprised. Jiang Fan, this imperial beast egg hatched? Zhou Youfu asked suspiciously. Even if he was as knowledgeable as he was, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he saw Jiang Fan's imperial beast egg. No, the imperial beasts are all still inside the eggshells. I've never seen an imperial beast that doesn't come out halfway through hatching. His situation is rare. It's probably a new breed of imperial beast. Director Wang also scratched his head with a puzzled expression. I'll go ask the competition's organizing committee what to do in this situation. Director Wang turned to leave and did not take long to go and return. Well, handle it as if there are no hatching imperial beasts, just compete normally. Director Wang shrugged. He had guessed this outcome before he went. That's good. No, do you think the reason why Jiang Fan's qi and blood values are so high could be because of this peculiar imperial beast? Zhou Youfu rubbed his chin trying to analyze the reason for Jiang Fan's sudden rise. There might be some reasons, but now is not the time to think about this. Next, it's better to see how the students' qi and blood resonance points perform. While Zhou Youfu and also Director Wang were amazed at Jiang Fan's strange imperial beast egg, the others were likewise. On the side of Linhai Middle School's Class 10 team, Su Jiwei's jaw dropped in surprise after seeing Jiang Fan's imperial beast egg. Crap! Jiang Fan's imperial beast egg wasn't like this yesterday. What kind of method did he use to get this peculiar effect? Su Jiwei had stayed with Jiang Fan for a long time, so he naturally knew what Jiang Fan's imperial beast egg originally looked like. As for Chen Sisi next to Su Jiwei, she was a bit stunned after seeing Jiang Fan's imperial beast egg at this moment. Originally, she was still a little uneasy about handing over the Iceflower Civet cat egg to Jiang Fan, but now after seeing Jiang Fan's strange royal beast egg, the big stone in Chen Sisi's heart finally fell down. Not only that, she was now even vaguely looking forward to the scene when the Iceflower Civet cat egg hatched out. Jiang Fan, this imperial beast egg of yours is a bit unusual. Zhou Hao saw Jiang Fan's imperial beast egg and for some reason a subtle feeling of fear rose in his heart. Heh, fancy. Look at his eggshell cracking traces at all, even if hatched out imperial beasts, also self-after. Zhou Ping said coldly. He felt that Jiang Fan had brought out such an imperial beast egg purely and simply to gain attention. After all, Jiang Fan's family was ordinary, and if he wanted to obtain good resources, he could only do so by attracting the attention of big shots. Jiang Fan, I won't let you stand out with the help of this competition. You will always be nothing more than trash that will be stepped on by me. After everyone was ready, the competition officially began. The duration of the Qi and blood resonance was 10 minutes, and at the end of the 10 minutes there would be another Qi and blood test, and then the average of the 5 people would be taken as a judgment of the winning score. Of course, if the participants are confident in themselves, it doesn't necessarily have to be 10 minutes so long, and feel that the resonance is almost done directly to the second Qi and blood value test is also fine. The test has just started, only to see all the people touch their hands on top of the imperial beast egg. Some even took the imperial beast egg in their arms and rubbed it, and some even kneeled down in front of the imperial beast egg and kowtowed, which was extremely outrageous. Compared to the others, Jiang Fan appeared to be much more normal. He recalled the scene of fighting with Zhong Liang, who was hiding inside his bedroom that night. At that time, when he was hiding outside the door, between closing his eyes and concentrating, he seemed to have felt the subtle connection that existed between him and the demon egg. And then his own qi and blood surged, instantly overpowering the first-ranked beast master Zhong Liang, and only then did he manage to finish off the other party. Thinking of this, Jiang Fan closed his eyes once again. He felt with all his heart and soul towards the imperial beast egg in front of him. Without realizing it, his 2 palms actually gripped the 2 red demonic horns protruding from the demonic egg. A feeling of riding a donkey to find a horse made Jiang Fan inexplicably want to straddle the demonic egg. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, his body shivered violently as if he had received an electric shock. This kind of electric shock was like static electricity, which would not cause much harm to a person, but would make a person feel refreshed in an instant. Jiang Fan snapped his eyes open, and his strong spiritual power allowed him to instantly notice that there were countless pairs of eyes staring at him. Jiang Fan turned his head towards Zhou Hao's side, then towards Zhou Ping's few fellow students, and finally his gaze turned towards the opposite side of the Royal Spirit Academy. Everyone was looking at themselves. What are you all looking at me for? Jiang Fan was dumbfounded, and at this moment, Referee Chen's voice rang in his ears. Jiang Fan, there is still 1 minute left in the qi and blood resonance time. Everyone except you has already finished resonating and tested their qi and blood values, so please hurry up. Ha! Jiang Fan was dumbfounded when he heard this. He just squinted his eyes for a while and 10 minutes had almost passed. He looked up at the timing hourglass not far away and then at the scoring panel next to the hourglass. The numbers on it were unexpected. Royal Spirit Academy, qi and blood average 127 points. Linhai Middle School, Chi Blood average 123 points. The numerical values already clearly reflected the situation between the two sides. After the 5 people from the Royal Spirit Academy went through the Chi and Blood resonance, their Chi and Blood values jumped from the previous average of 115 points and came directly to 127 points. This meant that the average increase in Chi Blood value of the 5 people from Royal Spirit Academy had exceeded 10 points. On the other hand, Linhai Middle School's average value of Chi and Blood had only risen by 10 points from the initial 113 points to the current average value of Chi and Blood after the Chi and Blood resonance. These two average comparison figures hadn't counted Jiang Fan's, but they were already very telling. The difference between 127 points and Ji Xian points didn't look too big, but it was important to note that this was an average, not an ordinary comparison of numbers. If Linhai Middle School wanted to tie Royal Spirit Academy, Jiang Fan's blood value would have to be at least 139 points. Everyone in Linhai Middle School was dumbfounded. This result was something they had not expected at all. What's going on? What's going on? How could the average Chi blood value of the Imperial Spirit Academy exceed us by so much? Zhou Youfu was anxious. This was something he had not expected at all. As the principal of Linhai Middle School, Zhou Youfu also had a very detailed understanding of the other 4 key middle schools in Linhai. Although none of the students of the Imperial Spirit Academy's families lacked the money to buy all kinds of Chi and blood supplements, those things had limited Chi and blood enhancement. At the student stage, especially when the Imperial Beast eggs haven't hatched yet, the top students of each middle school are generally very difficult to widen the gap, so it shouldn't be that much worse, right? Moreover, the students of Linhai Middle School had also participated in the seed program, with Master Jack Ma's inclination. How could they possibly be inferior to the students of the Royal Spirit Academy? There's something wrong with these few people from Royal Spirit Academy. As Zhou Youfu's head was messed up into a muddle, Director Wang's voice came leisurely. Look, those 5 students from the opposite side of the Royal Spirit Academy basically haven't appeared at the forefront of the Royal Beast's first and second model exams, but today, why are they like bamboo shoots, popping out so much after a rain? After Director Wang's reminder, Zhou Youfu was instantly alert. Are you saying that Royal Spirit Academy has invited outside help? That they would do such underhanded things just to win? No, the names and photos of these students can be found on the Royal Spirit Academy's information for the past 3 years. They might have been deliberately hidden by the Royal Spirit Academy. Hiding for 3 years just for this? Zhou Youfu's eyes widened. It's hard to believe that the Imperial Spirit Academy has a prophet who can know what will happen 3 years from now? No, maybe they wanted to beat up all the middle schools in Linhai like we did 3 years ago. Director Wang shook his head and smiled bitterly. As the saying goes, there's no such thing as walking by the river without wetting your shoes. It didn't occur to me that Linhai Middle School had actually planted its head in the Royal Spirit Academy today. Zhou Youfu's face was very ugly. He had previously counted on Ji Xianchuan being able to defeat Lu Ruyan to win glory for Linhai Middle School, but now it seemed that this fantasy was afraid to be dead in the water. This is the end. The commotion has gotten so big that I'm afraid the leaders above can't stand to watch anymore. Zhou Youfu sat paralyzed in his chair. He was still glowing before, but now his face was covered with sorrow. It's not like there's no chance. As long as Jiang Fan's Chi blood value can reach 139 points, we'll be able to tie up with Royal Spirit Academy. Director Wang said this, but his voice was getting smaller and smaller. Do you think it's possible? Yes, is it possible? Jiang Fan's first Chi blood test just now was only just 120 points. He hadn't undergone the systematic special training on Qi and blood resonance like Zhou Ping and Zhou Hao and the others. Even if he was able to figure out how to perform Qi and blood resonance himself, the boost wouldn't be able to reach as many as 19 points. Linhai Middle School's kicking trip had come to a complete end here. On the other side, Ji Xianchen was dumbfounded after seeing the 127-point average of this Imperial Spirit Academy. His heart was beating frantically, and when no one was looking, he ran to a corner to call Li Yi, the student council president of Royal Spirit Academy. Brother Li, what's going on? How can your school's average Qi blood value be so high? How do you expect me to compete next? Ji Xianchen was a bit tearful. He even felt that all this was Li Yi setting him up. Yeah, I don't know either. Your kid only gave me $10 million. It's good that I can help you talk to Ruyan Lu. I'll give you an idea. If your school loses the Qi and blood resonance test, you'll insist on competing with Ruyan Lu. This will not only highlight your quality of resilience, but also make people think highly of you. And most importantly, as long as you win against Ruyan Lu, you can dump the pot on those losers from your school. This way you would still be the uncrowned king in the hearts of your school, the entire Linhai City High School. Even if the elders in your family know about this, they will definitely praise you for doing a good job. Ji Xianchen, who was originally anxious like an ant on a hot pot, felt enlightened after listening to Li Yi's words. Yes, what is their pot of their own blind anxiety? Just do well for yourself. The depth of Brother Li's realm really makes me admire my little brother to the core. Hey, it's all a small thing. Just feel free to prepare for the next competition. If Ruyan Lu doesn't want their Yi family's business in Jinling to be uprooted, she will definitely let the water out. You can rest assured on this point. Li Yi's tone carried a big brotherly tone, and the big stone in Ji Xuanqin's heart finally fell after hearing that. Alright, I'll listen to brotherly, and now I'll go prepare for the next Imperial Beast battle competition. It shouldn't be, if that Li Yi wanted to help Ji Xuanqin, how could he send out 5 people with such high qi and blood values? Zhou Ping, Zhou Hao, and the others are completely no match in front of them. Jiang Fan was puzzled, but that was all. Since Old Man Lu had said he wanted a draw, then he would just give him a draw himself. Actually, Principal Zhou's compensation Jiang Fan didn't really care. He agreed to do it to give Old Man Lu face, and secondly, to earn some qi and blood potions, qi and blood pills and the like for Chen Sisi to use. Of course Jiang Fan would definitely not favor one over the other, he would also give it to Su Jiwei who was at the same table, but the prerequisite was that Su Jiwei would have to call himself dad. Jiang Fan, hurry up and test the qi and blood values, what are you still dawdling about? Don't delay everyone, standing here is really bad luck. On the side, Zhou Ping's face darkened to the extreme, Zhou Hao and the others' faces did the same. The ending had long been predetermined, Linhai Middle School was bound to lose. This was undoubtedly a headache for them, the top students of Linhai Middle School. Student Jiang Fan, please conduct the second qi and blood value test as soon as possible, otherwise it will be counted into the average according to the first qi and blood test value. Oh. Jiang Fan gently lifted his foot at the words, then violently stepped towards the qi and blood detection plate under his foot. It was just an ordinary kick, Jiang Fan didn't even perform a qi and blood resonance. 100, 110, 115, 120. As the numbers on the qi and blood detection plate under Jiang Fan's feet continued to rise, all those who saw the scene were on their throats. Still rising, still rising, still rising. Zhou Youfu was flushed with excitement. Although he felt in his heart that it was impossible for Jiang Fan to save the day, he couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. Anyone would hope for a miracle to happen, even though this miracle was somewhat illusory. Just like Zhou Youfu, Ji Xuanquan's originally low excitement was abruptly ignited after seeing Jiang Fan's rising blood value. Although he was prepared for defeat, how had he not fantasized about defeating the Royal Spirit Academy in the true sense of the word? Uncrowned King sounded impressive, but the honor received was far less than victory. Ji Xuanqin didn't want to be the uncrowned king, he wanted to be the true god of victory. 125, 130, 135, 139. As the crowd stared at Jiang Fan's qi and blood detection values with their eyes wide and bared, eventually Jiang Fan's qi and blood value stopped at 139 points. Not too much, not too little, just right. Jiang Fan pursed his lips and smiled. It's 139 points, it's 139 points of qi blood value. Unbelievable, Jiang Fan's qi blood value has reached such a terrifying point of 139. Back then, our Linhai city's pride, student Song Yinshi, only had 140 points of qi blood value. Referee Chen was incoherent, he was obviously shocked. 139 points of blood value in the entire Linhai city was a top-notch existence, not to mention that Jiang Fan had achieved it without hatching the Imperial Beast egg. Such an achievement was simply appalling. Of course it wasn't just Judge Chen, everyone who saw this scene was shocked. Among them, Zhou Ping and Zhou Hao who were close to Jiang Fan were the most horrified. They knew that Jiang Fan's family wasn't in a good condition, so they didn't see Jiang Fan as a rival when they knew he had a high blood value. Moreover, Jiang Fan didn't participate in the seed program, and no one gave him the resources to cultivate imperial beasts. All of this made the crowd even less likely to put Jiang Fan in their eyes. But who knew that it was such a kid from an ordinary class, a kid without any background, a kid who had gotten lucky, that he would shine in today's qi and blood resonance competition. Jiang Fan, how did you do it? He had just watched very truly, Jiang Fan's foot didn't even use much force to step on the qi and blood detection plate, and it had already reached a terrifying 139 points, if he had kicked with all his might. Zhou Hao stuttered and asked. Before, because of Ji Xuanqin's threat, Zhou Hao hadn't even planned to have too many encounters with Jiang Fan. But now when he saw such a horrible performance from Jiang Fan, an emotion called remorse arose in Zhou Hao's heart. Grassfuck, 139 points of qi blood value and even more. Isn't this kind of performance the top 10 Imperial Beast universities picking at random? It was estimated that even those 2 top Imperial Beast universities in Kyoto would be able to go. Jiang Fan's future was absolutely unlimited. Such a chance to expand one's network once just missed. Zhou Hao was embarrassed to the extreme. Like him, Zhou Ping's expression was even more gloomy to the point of being able to drip water. He couldn't accept this result. He had painstakingly cultivated the Imperial Beast for so long to reach 114 points of qi and blood, and had thought that he would be able to prove himself by stepping on Jiang Fan. But now he hadn't even proved himself yet and was being suppressed by the people of the Imperial Spirit Academy. Jiang Fan was even ignoring himself, as if he had long since stopped treating him as a rival. This feeling of being scorned, Zhou Ping had never experienced it so seriously before. This feeling was just like the feelings of the people from Class 10 who he had scorned in the beginning, causing bitterness in his mouth. Jiang Fan, how on earth did you do it? Could it be that you really got this kind of chi and blood value by hugging the Imperial Beast Egg and going outside to bask in the sun like they said? Really, it's really 139 points of chi and blood value. On the hosting stage, Zhou Youfu himself didn't even notice that his voice was trembling a little. He was truly shocked just now. The matter of the kickoff had made such a big deal. If he lost, then Linhai Middle School would be the clown middle school that adults made people laugh at within the education industry. And this situation was still created by himself as the principal, which Zhou Youfu could not accept at all. Good. I knew that this kid would not live up to my expectations. Zhou Youfu repeatedly slapped his hand towards the seat next to him, his excitement hard to hide. Director Wang on the side also nodded his head repeatedly as he looked at Jiang Fan's figure. I found out a long time ago that student Jiang Fan was extraordinary. Sure enough, letting him participate in the Qi and Blood Resonance competition was the most correct choice. It's a pity that he wasn't able to hatch the Imperial Beast, or else he would have been able to compete for the school's glory just like Ji Xinchuan. Zhou Youfu analyzed Jiang Fan's situation after calming down his excitement. Regarding the difference in your previous attitude towards Jiang Fan and Ji Xinchen, it's not bad if Jiang Fan can help the school. What else do you want him for? Director Wang blankly glanced at Zhou Youfu. The latter knew that he was at a disadvantage and scratched his head and smiled. The next step is to look at Ji Xinchen. His iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex belongs to the top amongst the first-rank Imperial Beasts, and since he is a member of the Jinling Ji family, I think he shouldn't lose to that Lu Ruyan. After Jiang Fan displayed his chi and blood values, on the other side, in front of the Royal Spirit Academy camp, today's Lu Ruyan was wearing a black and white academy uniform. The Imperial Spirit Academy's uniform highlighted a sense of dignity and customization. Although everyone's uniform was generally the same, the details were different. Ruyan Lu's uniform had a pair of gilt phoenix birds carved on the collar, similar to her frozen bird. The red silk tie rested on top of her arched and tender snowy peaks, and the tightly fitted school uniform emphasized her shapely figure to a T. The black pleated skirt was below the knee, and underneath the two stocking calves, which were whiter than ice, held the stockings tightly in place. A small band tied with a white bow from the junction of stockings and legs straight up, into no man's land. Lu Ruyan was simply sitting there, but from time to time there were eyes glancing over this way, accompanied by the subtle sound of swallowing saliva. It was only that these peeping eyes would never be able to touch the deeper elegance in their entire lives other than the current light. What does Mr. Jiang mean by this? Lu Ruyan lightly eeped all over, then walked towards the corner where no one was under the gaze of many eyes. With the sound of a beep beep beep, Ruyan Lu's phone was connected. Hey Mr. Jiang, didn't you say that you would let me win Ji Xianchen? Why? Just follow everything according to the plan. I'll just make some extra money on the way. Extra money? You still need to earn extra money, Mr. Jiang? As long as you're willing, our Yi family is perfectly capable of hiring you. The price is guaranteed to satisfy Mr. Jiang. Ruyan Lu was puzzled. Then you can consider me as a gamer. Well, I knew it was like this. The great hidden in the city speaks of a giant talent like you, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Fan. The twists and turns that occurred in the Qi and Blood Resonance competition were unexpected to all those present. 139 points of Qi and Blood value, if placed in last year, was only 1 point lower than Song Yunxi. Could it be that this Jiang Fan would become the next Song Yunxi this year? Many people couldn't help but think so. However, at this moment, the Linhai Middle School leaders' gazes were more directed towards Ji Xianchen's side. Jiang Fan's performance was just a guarantee that Linhai Middle School didn't go home early. The real deciding game would also depend on Ji Xuanchuan's battle with Lu Ruyan's Imperial Beast. Although Lu Ruyan hatched the Imperial Beasts early, I heard that she used a strong stimulus to catalyze the hatching drug, causing the hatching of the emerald bird to suffer from a congenital disease and not live for long. Zhou Youfu had a very detailed understanding of Lu Ruyan. After all, there were only a few high school students who had hatched Imperial Beasts during this time period, and probably only a few for the Imperial Beast's high school entrance exams, so of course he would keep that in mind. I thought it was already cured by a master Imperial Beast breeder? Director Wang's face was thoughtful. How can this kind of disease be cured so easily? Look at Jack Horse, Wang Torn Onion. Didn't one of their many royal beasts die because they got sick, couldn't be saved and then died? Do you think their energy is not stronger than the Yi family? Why is it that the Yi family is able to find such a powerful Imperial Beast breeding master while they can't? You mean? I'm afraid that Ruyan Lu's frozen bird will have after effects even if it's temporarily cured. That's why I agreed to Ji Xianchuan kicking out the Royal Spirit Academy. Zhou Youfu revealed a mysterious and enigmatic smile, as if everything was under control. Old Wang, have the teachers in our school get the banners ready. As long as Ji Xianchuan defeats Lu Ruyan, we can just pull the banners to celebrate. Right, there's also that imperial beast of yours, the volcano turtle. Stuff some fireworks into its volcanic back, and we'll set off cannons to celebrate later. Director Wang, isn't it a bit improper? What's not proper? Is it hard for you to think that our Linhai Middle School will lose? I've even gotten people from the TV station to give our school a boost. We're just waiting for Ji Xuanqian's performance. Aren't you putting too much trust in Ji Xianqian? Director Wang couldn't help but frown at his words. I'm not trusting it, but I'm trusting myself, the Jinling family. Zhou Youfu raised his head to look at the sky. After all, even last year's Song Yunxi didn't hatch the imperial beast when her chi blood reached 140 points, but Ji Xianqian did. Director Wang sniffed and stopped speaking as he gazed through the layers of water and mist towards the soccer field. At this moment, Ji Xianqian was standing on the waterlogged soccer field. The rainwater soaked through his clothes and eroded his body, to which Ji Xianqian was not the least bit aware. Opposite him, Lu Ruyan stood in a pavilion holding a white patterned umbrella. No expression could be seen on her pretty face, no sadness or joy. You look good. I wonder if your strength is as irresistible as your looks. Ji Xianqian gentlemanly bowed and saluted towards Lu Ruyan, his upbringing looking elegant and calm under the rain. This idiot, he doesn't think he's handsome like this, right? Inside the Class 10 team, Su Jiwei made a gesture to dry heave when he saw Ji Xuanchuan's appearance. Beside him, Chen Sisi also nodded in deep thought. No, I think it's very gentlemanly and charming, right? Chen Sisi's stablemate, Xiao Wei, revealed a picture of a nymphomaniac after seeing Su Jiwei's appearance. I've seen a drama before. The hero and heroine in it were eating Western food outdoors on a rainy day in the rain, and that scene was romantic enough. Ji Xuanchuan's behavior is similar to that fracking hero's. Su Jiwei's secret dislike of Ji Xianqian had long become a habit, and the sarcasm on his lips did not diminish in the slightest. It's just you who think so, right? Look, there are still girls from the Imperial Spirit Academy in our school throwing flowers at Ji Xianqian, and clothes too. Wait, what's that triangle? It's too shameful, right? Xiao Wei's face turned red as she hurriedly covered her eyes with her hands. As Vivian had said, Ji Xianqian's popularity seemed to be very high for the entire room. With his handsome appearance, slender figure, and displaying the proper gentlemanly demeanor at the right time, such a boy was very attractive to the world-weary girls. After all, no matter what era, people who look at faces are always the majority. Not only Linhai Middle School, but Imperial Spirit Academy also had quite a few infatuated girls who were shouting his name. The sound of the rain accompanied by the sound of the crowd calling out Ji Xuanqian's name pushed the atmosphere on the field to unprecedented heights. It's really enthusiastic. Ji Xianqian pursed his lips and smiled, then his gaze went to Lu Ruyan. Missy, if I win this competition, I'd like to treat you to a simple meal as a gesture of goodwill. What do you think? It's impossible for you to win. I'm more happy to be with another knowledgeable and extensive gentleman present than to dine with you. Ha! Ji Xianqian was very clear that these were nothing more than Lu Ruyan's field words to deal with the people around her. She would definitely lose to herself today. However, who was the learned and knowledgeable gentleman she was talking about? Brotherly? Considering that he didn't have any clue, Ji Xianqian simply didn't bother to dwell on it as he took out the Imperial Beast Orb containing the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex and held it in his hand. Then let's show you the power of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus now. As soon as the huge iron-armored Tyrannosaurus appeared, it immediately caused the entire audience to suck in a breath of cold air. The vast majority of these people present hadn't hatched a royal beast, and it was inevitable that they were surprised to suddenly see Ji Xuanqian's big guy. Frozen bird. Ruyan Lu threw the Imperial Beast ball in her hand onto the ground, a bright light flashed, and the frozen bird, which was only 1/5 or 1/6 of the size of an iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex, stood fixedly in the stagnant water of the soccer field. Its feathers were as pure white as snowflakes, and it looked like a white dove. Standing in place was similar to an ice sculpture. Such a small Imperial Beast dares to be placed in front of my iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, use earth-splitting slash. Ji Xianqian barked out a command, and the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus's feet violently stomped down towards the ground. This seemingly gentle kick unexpectedly caused a fissure to be born in the ground. The fissure spread towards the frozen bird that was not far away, and when it was about to arrive, a blade-like spike violently stabbed towards the frozen bird. Ice seal boundary. Lu Ruyan softly drank, the frozen bird in front of the body covered with a hexagonal white ice wall. The ice wall surprisingly hard to the frozen bird than even bigger than the sudden spikes all resisted. Seeing this, Ji Xianqian frowned slightly. Her resistance is a bit strong. Not bad acting. The two of them were acting, but Ji Xianqian didn't want to win too easily, which would instead easily make people suspicious. Right now, Lu Ruyan's resistance was just right for Ji Xianqian. Not bad, I desire worthy opponents. You are just what I want. Ji Xianqian's eyes narrowed slightly as his tongue stuck out and licked above his lips. The brief exchange of words in that scene just now happened in a flash of lightning, and many people didn't even know what was going on. As the saying goes, outsiders look at the scene and insiders look at the doorway. Compared to the many confused students present, Zhou Youfu and director Wang appeared to understand a lot more. When they saw Ji Xianchen use the earth-splitting slash earlier, Zhou Youfu and director Wang's eyes both flashed with a flash of color. This move, earth-splitting chop, is extremely terrifying, both offensive and explosive, making it impossible for people to defend against it. If I were to face Ji Xianchen 10 years ago, I'm afraid that I would have already been defeated by this move, earth-splitting chop. Zhou Youfu shook his head and sighed. As the saying goes, the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past, and he felt that he was about to become the wave that died on the beach. Look! Zhou Youfu was just about to praise Ji Xianchen a few more times when he suddenly heard director Wang beside him make a horrified sound. He turned his head to look in the direction that director Wang was pointing to, just in time to see the image of Lu Ruyan commanding the frozen bird to block the earth-splitting slash down. This kind of reaction speed, this kind of defensibility, how is it possible? Seeing this, Zhou Youfu could not help but utter a shocked voice. Knowing that Lu Ruyan's frozen bird had an inherent disadvantage, it was able to dodge the earth-splitting chop. Zhou Youfu would have given it a high regard, but now the frozen bird had actually blocked the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex's earth-splitting chop with a hardened hand. The scene that happened in front of him took Zhou Youfu by surprise. Do you think Lu Ruyan's frozen bird could have been completely cured by that mysterious imperial beast breeding master? Otherwise, how could it be so strong? Director Wang frowned and analyzed from the side. He found that a lot of things were out of his expectation, which he didn't know whether it was good or bad. No, it can't be. There is no such a powerful imperial beast breeding master. Zhou Youfu shook his head slowly, and then he snapped his eyes wide as if he suddenly thought of something. Why did I forget about this? The frozen bird is an ice imperial beast, and rainy weather is favorable to it. That's why it was able to pull off a surprise victory. After Zhou Youfu reminded him of this, director Wang also instantly came to a sudden realization, an expression on his face that this was the case. Ji Xianchen isn't a fool, he must have already discovered this. Zhou Youfu stared at Ji Xianchuan, who had his back turned to himself. Looking at this appearance, he had great trust in the latter. Is it the rain? If I win against your frozen bird in a rainy day like this, doesn't that prove that I'm much stronger than you? Ji Xianchen laughed as he allowed the sound to spread around, so that the scene seemed realistic enough. But do you think I would be unprepared at all? Ji Xianchen laughed, and then he directly pulled out a scroll and threw it towards the sky. The scroll was extremely strange. After Ji Xianchuan threw it into the air, it even automatically levitated and extended a blue light screen towards Zhou. The light curtained to him and Lu Ruyan's fighting position to resist all. A drop of rain cannot fall down. Moreover, in the center of the light curtain, there was even a yellow ball of light that emitted a blazing temperature similar to a small sun. This is a disposable small weather change scroll, capable of changing the weather on the field in small increments, with a range roughly half the size of a basketball court. In this way, the weather you relied on for it won't work at all. Nest, props. The referee cheated. A small weather change scroll? What the hell is that? Is there even this much doorway to the Sentinel? Oh shit, how come I've never seen this before? Could it be exclusive to Imperial Beast Masters? Seeing Ji Xianchen throw out such a peculiar scroll, the arena was abuzz with chatter, and many people directly raised their voices to question Ji Xianchen's foul play. Beep beep beep, quiet. The weather change scroll and the blood restoration potion and blue restoration potion, the Imperial Beast Ball belongs to the same category of props, the use of which does not count as a violation. The competition continues. Referee Chen whistled, and the reasonableness of Ji Xianchen's scroll was immediately apparent. I spent $1 million on this scroll, or I dragged my family's connections to buy it. The advantage of a rainy day changing into a sunny day is mine. You obediently admit defeat. Since he had used the weather change scroll, Ji Xianchen didn't want to delay any longer. With all of his own cards in play, it was reasonable to beat Ruyan Lu, right? Moreover, the phrase "you admit defeat obediently" in his words just now was also a secret signal to Ruyan Lu, and after getting the secret signal, she should know what to do. Thinking like this, Ji Xianchen's chest became more and more erect. Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex, draw on the power of the sun and the earth to cast, Scorching Flying Spike. The so-called Scorching Flying Spike was an attack technique in which the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex drew on the power of the sun and the earth, shaking the ground's rubble to form spikes and attaching high temperatures to them. This skill had a high attack frequency and speed, and if hit, it would also cause a burning effect on the enemy, which was extremely terrifying. Scorching Ground Spike is the natural skill that came with the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex when I hatched it. I hadn't been able to use it when I fought against the other schools before. Now that you're able to feel the power of Scorching Earth Spike, you're proud enough to do so. Ji Xianchen grinned, and just when he thought he was winning, Lu Ruyan, who was holding a white patterned umbrella, gently pursed her lips. I happen to have a move here that is a skill that was comprehended by the frozen bird after it broke when I cured it, so I just happened to take this opportunity to try it out. To really say it, I still have to thank Mr. Jiang. Lu Ruyan's voice wasn't too big or too small, just enough to reach Ji Xuanqin's ears. The latter was slightly stunned at the words. No, shouldn't she have said to herself in code, just let your horse come, I won't lose to you? What kind of bullshit is this, and who is Mr. Jiang? Ji Xuanqin's head was filled with confusion, as he reacted and prepared to command the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex to launch an attack on Lu Ruyan's frozen bird. A wave of coldness unexpectedly and unknowingly penetrated his body and reached his nerves. So cold, what's going on? Ji Xuanqin looked around suspiciously, and suddenly the rest of his eyes saw that there seemed to be something wrong with the heavenly mountain. There seemed to be something floating in the sky, white and icy, as if it was snow. How could it snow in Linhai in this month? The invisible cold makes Ji Xuanqin's thinking become slow. Wait until he reacts to steeply wide-eyed to let the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex dodge is to find that the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex's feet, his own feet don't know when has already formed a thick layer of frost. Lu Ruyan's light, icy voice like a snowflake echoed in Ji Xuanqin's ears, icy sky and snow. In an instant, dazzling white light directly covered Ji Xuanqin's eyes. At the last moment of being frozen, Ji Xuanqin slowly spat out a sentence, you don't keep your promises. Silence, deathly silence. Other than the sound of rainwater clattering down, everyone present was too stunned to utter a single word. On the podium, Zhou Youfu, who saw Ji Xuanqin, who was frozen into an ice sculpture, as well as his imperial beast, the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex, had his pupils glaring violently, and with that look, even if someone said that his eyes would glaze over in the next second, there were people who would believe it. How is this possible? Zhou Youfu's voice was hoarse and as dry as someone who had traveled the desert for a long time without being able to drink a single drop of water. When Ji Xuanqin took out the weather change scroll just now, Zhou Youfu had thought that Linhai Middle School was sure to win. The Imperial Beast competition, that is, a competition between Imperial Beasts and Imperial Beasts, Imperial Beast Masters and Imperial Beast Masters, was also a competition of their respective underpinnings. Ji Xuanqin threw out a $1 million disposable scroll and still lost? This Lu Ruyan, what makes her win? Isn't there something wrong with her Imperial Beast? Zhou Youfu was originally in his prime, but after seeing this scene he stumbled and directly fell to the ground. Is the Mr. Jiang that Ruyan Lu just said is the one who helped her cure the anxious frozen bird? Director Wang's mental capacity was much stronger. Now that Linhai Middle School's defeat had been decided, it was best to analyze and review the situation properly than to be unnecessarily hard to accept. Old Wang, do you think it was a wrong decision for me to pin my hopes on Ji Xuanqin from start to finish? Zhou Youfu's voice was a little choked. He regretted it very much now. What bullshit Ji Xuanqin, what bullshit iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex, what bullshit Jinling Ji family. All of them were bullshit. Actually, I think that if we only compete with other middle schools for Qi resonance, our school will have a great chance of winning. Don't you see that Jiang Fan is a living example? You always lack confidence in the students of ordinary classes, in students with average origins. Of course it's not just you on this point, it's me too. Rather than giving too much attention to those top students, I think we need to pay more attention to the students emerging from the ordinary classes below in the future. Last year there was Song Yinshi, this year there's Jiang Fan. Who knows if next year there will be Chen Fan or Yi Fan or something like that. Next year? Oh, do you think there will be a next year for the two of us? Zhou Youfu smiled dementedly, his eyes showing sorrow. Director Wang's eyes also darkened when he heard this. After the 5 schools joint exam was the day that he and Zhou Youfu would be thrown into exploring Linhai City's underground teams. At that time, he really didn't know if the two of them would have the life to come back alive. On the other side, Ji Xuanqin lost? Everyone in the Linhai Middle School's camp all stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. Grandma, Jiang Fan worked so hard to bring back the situation for you, and you just wasted it like this? You kid is not useful either. Su Jiwei didn't mind and directly yelled. Jiang Fan had long since returned to Class 10's team, and at this moment, his head was filled with black lines after hearing Su Jiwei's words. Su Jiwei, don't say anything, right now everyone is in a low mood. You'll easily become a target like this. Chen Sisi hurriedly told Su Jiwei to shut up. As the class president, she was quite good at grasping the state of the class personnel. If Su Jiwei said such things now, he would easily be held in contempt and suffocated. Ruyan Lu was really powerful, to be able to use an icy sky and snow of the size of half a basketball court. If her frozen bird evolves, the range of this icy sky and snow might be able to expand to tens of meters in a circle. Jiang Fan didn't mock Ji Xuanqin when he saw the scene, but instead focused on Lu Ruyan and the frozen bird. He was much more interested in the latter two than he was in Ji Xuanqin. After a short period of shocked confusion, everyone came back to their senses. The entire Imperial Spirit Academy's soccer field was boisterous as the rain gradually stopped. The young girl in white stockings gently walked on the waterlogged soccer field. With every step she took, a block of ice would form under her feet. The rainwater from the entire soccer field was surprisingly not able to soak her little black leather shoes by half a point. When Lu Ruyan arrived in front of the podium, the leaders of the Royal Spirit Academy greeted her over with smiling faces. Principal Zhou, Director Wang, it was us who won, Lu Ruyan said without haste as she arrived in front of the two leaders of Linhai Middle School. Zhou Youfu and also Director Wang looked at the young girl in front of them with complex expressions, and finally sighed quietly. That move of yours just now, icy sky and snow, even we couldn't think of a way to deal with it. It's only natural that Ji Xianchen lost to you. Director Wang sighed quietly, then turned his words around and asked, Student Yi, the Mr. Zhang you mentioned just now, is that the master who helped you treat and nurture the frozen bird well? Aha! Ruyan Lu nodded her head gently. Then can you introduce us to each other? Zhou Youfu's face flushed with excitement at the words. He had already accepted that he was going to be thrown into the ground, so he thought of taking advantage of the few dashing days to invite that master here, to give his imperial beasts a pondering, and maybe he could have one more card to save his life. No way. We've only met twice by fate. And the two leaders should also know that for a figure like Mr. It's hard to invite him with ordinary mundane things. Lu Ruyan pursed her lips and smiled good-naturedly. Just by looking at her appearance, Zhou Youfu and the two of them had no way of not believing her. Well then. Zhou Youfu also knew that there was no hope, so he simply stopped pursuing. Two leaders, I came over to say hello, but there's also one more thing I wish to ask you two for your opinion. Just say what you have. You are the winner of this competition. We will definitely consider your words. If possible, I would like to add another friendly match. Didn't you have a student called Jiang Fan from Linhai Middle School with a strong Qi and blood value during the Qi and blood resonance match just now? I want to compete with him. Ruyan Lu's words were spoken calmly and quietly, but they caused Zhou Youfu's and Director Wang's faces to reverse 2 levels from doubt to surprise. Really want to compete again? Zhou Youfu asked with some stuttering. Yes, the official match had already ended. The ending was already predetermined. But if the students from Linhai Middle School won over Ruyan Lu in this friendly match later on, then the situation would be different. Friendship matches were also divided into winners and losers. As long as they could win against Ruyan Lu, they would be considered victorious. Even if the news of this place spreads out afterward, Linhai Middle School is still the King's Division, invincible. This was an opportunity that the entire Linhai Middle School could not refuse. However, Zhou Youfu and the two of them couldn't figure out why Ruyan Lu was doing this. Is there any benefit to you if you do this? Ruyan Lu, secret. Of course she wouldn't tell Zhou Youfu and the two that this friendly competition was added by her drawing on the advice of Lin Fu, the butler of the Yi family manor who liked to read novels. Butler Lin's guide to pretending to be the protagonist of a novel clearly states that the protagonist should be allowed to pretend well, and pretend to be a big bully. Ji Xianchen could cheat, so why couldn't he himself help Mr. Jiang cheat? Anyway, the reputation of the Royal Spirit Academy was now preserved. If he lost to Mr. Jiang, wouldn't everyone have to look at Mr. Jiang in a higher light? But how is this friendly match going to be played? Although Ruyan Lu's proposal sounded tantalizing, it was actually very problematic. She was a royal beast master who had hatched her royal beast, while Jiang Fan's royal beast had not yet hatched. Jiang Fan would definitely not be able to compete in the Imperial Beast Battle competition. In the case of the Qi and Blood Resonance competition, Jiang Fan's Qi and Blood value would definitely not be able to compete with Ruyan Lu, an Imperial Beast master who had already hatched an Imperial Beast. If neither of these could be done, then what other way was there to compete? Zhou Youfu and Director Wang both realized this after glancing at each other. At the end of the day, the most powerful person, Ji Xianchen, had already lost, and Linhai Middle School could no longer get a second person to compete with Lu Ruyan. The three of them looked at each other in dismay, and just at this time, a figure suddenly stood out from the crowd. Since Linhai Middle School has already lost, then get lost. Alright, don't you guys like to kick the tavern? After the 5 schools' joint exams are over, I'll bring our Royal Spirit Academy students to set up a ring at the entrance of your school, until the end of the Imperial Beasts College entrance exam. I hope your Linhai Middle School can hold up. A loud and refreshing voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, and quite a few people from the Royal Spirit Academy couldn't help but exclaim out in shock after hearing this voice. It's Student Council President Li Yi. Quite a few people amongst the crowd recognized the person who spoke out. The other party stomped over to the podium and smiled at Zhou Youfu and the others. Principal Zhou, Director Wang, what do you think of the proposal I just mentioned? Li Yi's appearance was clearly a naked provocation. Zhou Youfu was so angry that his fists tightened. When had he ever suffered this kind of shame? When he was about to make a move to properly educate this disobedient brat, suddenly Lu Ruyan beside him frowned slightly. Li Yi, aren't you at home? What are you doing here? I've just spoken to the academy leaders and the 2 Linhai Middle School leaders about the friendly match. Don't be reckless here. Lu Ruyan didn't have an ounce of goodwill towards Li Yi. She had looked at Li Yi with disdain when this guy threatened himself to let Ji Xianchen off the hook earlier. A friendly match? A match against that kid called Jiang Fan? Li Yi smiled contemptuously at the words, then squinted at Jiang Fan, who was not far away. There is no need to make a friendly match so troublesome. As long as he is able to stand under my Vajra Chi, he will win. With these words, Li Yi violently threw out a royal beast orb. After the light flashed, a large chimpanzee about the size of a van appeared directly on the soccer field. When this big chimp lightly stomped its feet, even the ground would shake twice. This is a Vajra gorilla? Looking at this size and the degree of chi and blood concentration, I'm afraid it's about to break through the second stage, right? Zhou Youfu and director Wang's eyes snapped out of focus when they saw this great chimpanzee. Only one or two of their imperial beasts had reached the peak of the first rank, which was around the 10th level of strength, and Li Yi, this repeating student's imperial beast, had such a terrifying strength? If Ji Xianchen had faced Li Yi instead of Lu Ruyan, I'm afraid he would have been taken down in the first round. Zhou Youfu and director Wang instantly realized that they had underestimated the strength of the Royal Spirit Academy. The students that this noble academy was able to produce were beyond their imagination. As soon as the gold released by Li Yi appeared, it immediately scared the crowd into screaming. Some of the less courageous ones even ran directly to the distance. The scene was chaotic for a while. At this time, Ji Xianchen had long since slowed down from his frozen state. He and the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex had just turned their heads when they realized that King Kong had jumped over their heads, and in an instant, Ji Xianchuan almost peed in fear. The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex beside him was even directly prostrate on the ground, both claws holding his head, also scared to death. This is Brother Li's King Kong, it's going to strike at Jiang Fan? Ji Xianchen immediately guessed after seeing the direction the Vajra was running in. Losing to Ruyan Lu had made him more than depressed. Moreover, with one loss and one draw in the two matches, judging from the results, it was instead himself who had dragged Jiang Fan down. This was something that Ji Xianchen could not accept no matter what. But now it was good that Li had struck out at Jiang Fan. If he could cripple and maim him, no one would care about him. Ji Xianchen thought darkly in his heart. At this time, Jin Gang had already come to Jiang Fan's side. Su Jiwei and Chen Cixi stood on both sides of Jiang Fan, with a generous look of death. Grandma, I heard that the kid surnamed Li lost his senior sister song in the college entrance exam last year, and was resentful in his heart, so he chose to repeat the exam. This year, when he saw that your chi and blood value was so high, he was probably scared and prepared to take a shot at you. Dog gripe, really not a thing, I poo. Su Jiwei spat at King Kong. Chen Cixi clutched the corner of Jiang Fan's coat with a tense expression. The three of us, were not afraid of this big chimpanzee. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan was somewhat speechless. Just now, didn't I tell you two to leave first? This chimpanzee is coming at me. I'll just take care of it myself. Come on, with your tender skin and timid appearance, without me holding up beside you, you would have peed in fear long ago. Su Jiwei bristled. You haven't helped me hatch out the ice flower civet cat egg yet, can't let anything happen to you. Chen Cixi also added from the side. Both of them had hard mouths. Jiang Fan couldn't talk to them at all. With a bitter smile, Jiang Fan stood his body forward. You guys back off a bit, I'll take care of it. After saying that, Jiang Fan directly released his demonic egg with two horns. Devil's Touch. Devil's Touch, a move that attacks with the devil's horns. Effect, while dealing a large amount of damage to the enemy, 100% of the enemies whose rank is lower than your own will enter a state of fear for 30 seconds. This move could almost make Jiang Fan invincible in the same rank. The 30 seconds of fear state was enough to make this big chimpanzee game over. At Jiang Fan's command, the devil's horn began to vibrate with a red halo. The entire space was covered in a grayish color. A big scarlet eye opened violently from the void of space when King Kong's fist was about to smash into Jiang Fan's trio. In the next second, it was as if King Kong's brainwaves had been stopped, and his body was directly fixed in midair. Subsequently, in the crowd's astonished and shocked gazes, King Kong violently collapsed to the ground. A stream of scarlet blood overflowed from the corners of its mouth, and then King Kong directly prostrated and knelt on the ground just like a small-day person who had made a mistake. The appearance was as wretched as it was wretched. This scene happened in a flash of lightning. The crowd didn't even have a chance to react before they realized that King Kong was kneeling on the ground as if he had been frightened by something. The whole place was silent, and a needle could be heard. Gulp! Several sounds of hard swallowing resounded from the podium. What is this situation? Zhou Youfu and director Wang were directly dumbfounded. Before this scene, they had always thought that Jiang Fan was nothing more than a dark horse with a relatively high chi and blood value. Aside from having an empty chi and blood value, there was no way for Jiang Fan to be compared to Ji Xianchuan, Lu Ruyan, and the others who had hatched the imperial beasts. However, it was such a person who repeatedly broke out in moves that always shocked people to the point of speechlessness. Is that thing of his a royal beast egg or a royal beast? Zhou Youfu and director Wang looked at each other, all dumbfounded. Of course, besides them, the one who was most shocked was Li Yi. Li Yi was most aware of the situation of his own royal beast. Although he couldn't be invincible at the same level, it was still more than enough to beat Ji Xuanchuan's iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex, so how could he be scared by Jiang Fan? a student who hadn't hatched a royal beast. This was unscientific. Lu Ruyan on the side froze for a moment, then immediately reacted and questioned Li Yi, are you trying to get someone killed? Such a large-sized imperial beast is put directly into the crowd. If something happens, you'll be waiting to be expelled from the academy. Lu Ruyan had the courage to say this. His father Yi Chang is one of the managers of the Royal Spirit Academy. Expelling Li Yi is not impossible. But now, Li Yi had no time to worry about what Ruyan Lu said. His face was hard to see the extreme point, his nose gasped for air, his mind was hot. King Kong, get up quickly stand up for me Li Yi shouted angrily a few times towards Jin Gang. But the only thing that responded to him was Jin Gang's trembling body. Unbridled, how dare you touch our student? Just now, Li Yi's strike was too fast. Zhou Youfu and Director Wang didn't react for a moment. But this would be different. After Jiang Fan shot out and finished off King Kong, the two of them quickly walked to Jiang Fan's side and threw out a royal beast ball at the same time. In front of Zhou Youfu and Director Wang, who were veteran first-rank Imperial Beast Masters, even Li Yi had to avoid the front for the time being. Imperial Spirit Academy doesn't know enough after winning and wants to take action against us ordinary students? Is this the intention of your academy's leaders, or is this your personal intention? Jiang Fan's voice came out leisurely, pointing directly at Li Yi. He was very unhappy with Li Yi's behavior. The other party's careless appearance just now was like a madman who abused the power in his hands regardless of the consequences. Under normal circumstances Jiang Fan wouldn't bother when he came across this kind of madman, but the other party's target was himself, which made Jiang Fan feel the danger signals. That's why he raised his voice to question. He didn't need the result, he was just showing his attitude, and at the same time, letting the Imperial Spirit Academy show its attitude. This matter has nothing to do with our academy, it was all done by Li Yi alone. Moreover, he took leave today to sue for illness at home, and any behavior also has nothing to do with the academy. Our Royal Spirit Academy did not give him even a single task. Ruyan Lu directly stood out. She was not the student council president of the Royal Spirit Academy, but what she said was more useful than Li Yi, the student council president. Just the fact that the vice president of the student council, Cui Yingjun, had to call Lu Ruyan's younger sister, as well as the fact that this Lin Hai Middle School's kicking matter was solely handled by Lu Ruyan, could be a glimpse of what was to come. Ruyan Lu, you. Li Yi's face sank. She did not think that Lu Ruyan would dare to disobey herself. She had come from Jinling and was able to stay in the Royal Spirit Academy to attend school. She should be thankful to flatter herself. However, how did she dare to go against herself? Ruyan Lu, does your Yi family's arrangement in Jinling not intend to be taken? Li Yi threatened in a voice that only he and Ruyan Lu could hear. What, you want me to play the recording? Fine, as you wish. Ruyan Lu replied, her pair of jade hands gently lifted up, then clapped twice, and immediately after that, Li Yi's low voice could be heard ringing out from the speakers on the soccer field. The kicking competition at Lin Hai Middle School is yours, you must let Ji Xianchen win, otherwise the consequences are clear to you. This voice was too recognizable, and with the expensive audio equipment of the Imperial Spirit Academy, it was surprisingly perfect in restoring Li Yi's voice. You actually recorded it? Li Yi was so angry that his mouth twisted. However, now was not the time for him to lose his temper. At this moment, all the gazes of everyone in Royal Spirit Academy were all looking at him as he gave an explanation. On the other hand, on the side of Lin Hai Middle School, part of the crowd was looking at Li Yi, while part of them were looking at Ji Xianchen. Li Yi was able to say such words. If Ji Xianchen didn't know about it they wouldn't believe it to death. Grandma Li's, so that's what happened. Ji Shendus simply doesn't have the certainty of winning against Ruyan Lu, so that's why he joined forces with Li Yi to put pressure on Ruyan Lu. They obviously have a PY deal. Outrageous, this Li Yi is out of his mind, leaving evidence for this kind of thing. Why doesn't he go out on his own? Don't you all know? Li Yi and Ji Xianchen are both people who came from Jinling, so I guess they've known each other for a long time. He didn't step in definitely to avoid suspicion, and it's definitely not appropriate for him to step in as a repeater. The crowd, with one word from you and one from me, directly brainstormed that bit of collusion between Ji Xianchen and Li Yi. In today's era of advanced information, wanting to know all sorts of information was just too easy. Ji Xianchen and Li Yi weren't powerful enough to prevent being boxed. It was possible that they had been boxed long ago, and it was only by taking advantage of this opportunity that their little relationship was brought out. Hearing the crowd's comments, Ji Xianchen tiptoed around and prepared to flee the scene. But if Lin Hai Middle School agreed, could the people of the Imperial Spirit Academy agree? By doing this, Ji Xianchen was bullying their Royal Spirit Academy over their heads. Who could stand this? The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex was loaded back into the Royal Beast Orb to heal his wounds, and Ji Xianduan had no more cards at this moment. Looking at the students of the Royal Spirit Academy who were all rubbing their fists and clapping their hands as they walked towards him, he panicked and retreated. Somehow, Ji Xianchuan actually retreated to the side of Jiang Fan, Su Jiwei, and the others. He sat on his butt on the ground and grabbed Su Jiwei's pant leg and then prepared to turn his head to ask for help. However, just as Ji Xianchen turned his head, he discovered Jiang Fan who was looking at him with an indifferent face and Su Jiwei who was squeezing the joints of his palms to the point of creaking. Jiang Fan, try to see for yourself what it's like to be ravaged by a bunch of big men. Su Jiwei, hey, I'm coming. Tear. With a loud bang, Jiang Fan realized that a section of his coat had been torn off. He looked quizzically at Chen Sisi, who was fidgeting and somewhat mortified behind him, clutching her torn-off corner of her coat. I was too excited. This Ji Xianchen is really hateful, just like a stick that likes to cheat. I'll help you teach him a lesson. After saying that, Chen Sisi even carefully wrapped her fist with the corner of Jiang Fan's coat before calling over to Ji Xianchen's head. Looking at her appearance, she probably didn't want to dirty her hands. While Ji Xuanchen's screams rang out, on the other side, Li Yi's face was also hard to see. He had come to Linhai City to study at the Imperial Spirit Academy with pride and honor. That feeling of condescension was like a student from a big city running back to the township to study, looking at everyone and thinking that they were trash. Li Yi was feeling this way right now. The scene getting out of control caught him by surprise. In the end, he was only a student of Jiang Fan a little bit, his heart was not deep enough, so he left a handle to Lu Ruyan. Li Yi, your various behaviors have already had a serious impact on the Imperial Spirit Academy. If you don't actively admit your mistakes, the Imperial Spirit Academy will punish you with a major demerit. Ruyan Lu's punishment came out of her mouth. There was no need to discuss with the leaders of the Imperial Spirit Academy. Oomph, do you think this little threat of yours can scare me? The big deal for me is that I won't go to school here anymore. Tomorrow, I will ask my housekeeper to help me with the withdrawal procedures. I just don't know how the old things at the Imperial Beast Higher Education College will feel when they hear that I have been admitted to the 2 top Imperial Beast universities in Kyoto more than a month from now. Ha! Li Yi looked up to the sky and wailed, and then didn't care about anything else and directly took King Kong to leave. After King Kong returned to normal, no one dared to stop Li Yi. His situation was obviously much better than Ji Xianchen. When he passed by Jiang Fan's side, Li Yi's footsteps paused for a moment. Jiang Fan, I'll remember you. Although I don't know what move you used to make King Kong become like that, but I think that should be your crushing move. You have the qualifications to make me look at you squarely, just like Song Yunqi last year, but that's about it. When I get into Kyoto's Imperial Beasts University, the gap between us will grow wider and wider. You'll be just like Song Yunqi, staying in this shallow water around Linhai to sink and drown. Li Yi's words were aggressive and very confident. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow at his words and didn't say anything more. Apart from whatever mess the university was in, Jiang Fan absolutely had to be wrong about one thing Li Yi said. His devil's touch was just an ordinary skill, not a masterstroke. Jiang Fan could use this kind of move at least 5 times in a match. This was the result of the combined effect of his blood value and mental strength. Of course, if he gave the devil's egg a few bottles of blue pills, he would have no problem using it 7 or 8 times. Li Yi might have misunderstood something. But this was something he didn't say to Li Yi, and there was no need to say it. Watching Li Yi, who had his hands in his pockets, walk further and further away, Su Jiwei, who was beating up Ji Xianchuan, took some time out and slowly displayed the 20-centimeter solid wooden stick in his hand. Look at his smug arrogance. Do you want me to give him a smothering blow? Jiang Fan, you'd better take it easy. If you're caught by the police bureau and leave a record, there's no hope for you in this college entrance exam. Jiang Fan had just finished speaking, when all of a sudden an unprecedented earthquake occurred on the entire ground. The vibration was several times stronger than before, as if there was a huge thing turning over under the ground, making people's scalp numb. Earthquake! Panic sounds rang out as the crowd fought to run towards the center of the soccer stadium. Jiang Fan already knew the reason why Linhai City was shaking abnormally, so he didn't look too flustered at this moment. With a casual glance of his eyes, he immediately spotted Li Yi who was slowly leaving with his hands in his pockets. When the tremor came, it was hard for Li Yi to maintain his balance with his hands in his pants pockets, and both of his hands were inexplicably stuck in the fabric when he wanted to set his hands free. Li Yi grabbed the ground with his head, and his head hit the concrete road hard. At the end of the day, Li Yi who had fallen hard stood up, his brain buzzing as he picked up 2 white stones from the ground, his hands shaking a little. Jiang Fan's eyesight was very good, and at a glance, he could see that the 2 small white stones were Li Yi's large incisors. Jiang Fan laughed. He didn't know why it was so funny. After the shaking was over, the Linhai Middle School crowd returned under the arrangement of the teachers. Unlike when they came, Jiang Fan was no longer in a bus when he went back, but Director Wang's Alpha. Jiang Fan remembered as if Ji Xianchen didn't even have this treatment. Director Wang drove in front while Zhou Youfu sat side by side with Jiang Fan in the second row of seats. At this time, Zhou Youfu's attitude towards Jiang Fan had changed from the previous appreciation to the current obsequiousness. It was important to know that Jiang Fan's qi and blood value had reached 139 points when he had just undergone qi and blood resonance. Previously, Zhou Youfu had discussed with Director Wang that if Linhai Middle School had another dark horse with 140 points of qi and blood value like Songyanqi, then Linhai Middle School would be able to hold on to the top 3 in the 5 schools joint exam. With only 1 point difference between 139 points and 140 points, Jiang Fan was no different from a life-saving straw for Zhou Youfu and Director Wang. After all, if Linhai Middle School fails to enter the top 3 in the 5 schools joint exam, the 2 of them will have to be sent to the bottom of the earth to carry out a mission. The danger of the mission was incomparable, which was not as comfortable as being the principal and director of the middle school. Mr. Jiang Fan, what exactly is the level of your qi and blood value now? The 5 schools joint examination is around the corner, so the school side must know clearly. Zhou Youfu rubbed his hands together and asked carefully, Principal Zhou, before asking me about my qi and blood value, I also have something to ask you. You shouldn't have forgotten about the matter of Ji Xianchen having someone beat me up last time, right? Although that incident didn't cause any damage to me, but bar my human timidity, I was scared out of my wits a bit. See if there are any nourishing medicines that might help me recover. Maybe when I recover, my qi and blood will rub off on me. At those words, Zhou Youfu's face stiffened violently. Jiang Fan student, isn't this matter uncovered, and the compensation has also been given to your hands? Nonsense, those compensations are for mental damages. What about my psychological medical expenses? Zhou Youfu. He always felt that Jiang Fan said the spiritual loss fee and psychological have medical fee as a meaning. It was only now that Zhou Youfu realized that Jiang Fan was actually so diabolical. He was different from those who yelled about contributing to his alma mater, just wanting to maximize the benefits. Such a person, very calculating, very rational, very unlike a middle school student. Counting the qi and blood pills given out by the school's resource distribution, as well as the 1 qi and blood pill with a few bottles of qi and blood potions given out when I was compensated, and the triple compensation I should have received for my efforts in the qi and blood bombardment competition this time around. In total, I took 5 qi and blood pills from the school and Principal Zhou, plus several bottles of qi and blood potions. The value is around $4 million. I have to say that Principal Zhou and the school are really generous. Zhou Youfu. Student Jiang Fan, I can only give you another $1 million at most, counting those before, my entire belongings are basically here. Zhou Youfu was a little tearful. He had saved up a little bit from organizing lectures and tutorial classes. The cost of cultivating imperial beasts was just too great. His hallowed principal couldn't afford it either. Director Wang. Between conversations, the 3 of them rode back to Linhai Middle School. And at this time, there were already people waiting at the entrance of Linhai Middle School, just waiting for Jiang Fan to come back. Mr. Jiang, you are finally back. At the entrance of Linhai Middle School, Lu Tianfeng, the director of the police bureau, quickly greeted Jiang Fan and climbed up to talk to him. Director Lu, what's so urgent? Mr. Jiang, let's take a step to talk. Lu Tianfeng glanced at Zhou Youfu and Director Wang, apologetically smiled at the 2, then pulled Jiang Fan to the police bureau's car. Mr. Jiang, there has been a bit of a change in the underground imperial beast detection operation. We need your help now. Lu Tianfeng showed a difficult expression with hidden worries between his brows. Jiang Fan did not immediately chime in, but quietly listened to Lu Tianfeng's next words. Just yesterday, an expedition team that was the first to enter the underground exploration lost contact with the surface. I won't hide it from you, Mr. Jiang. The person leading the team was none other than Third Order Imperial Beast Master Yi Chang. Lost connection, and it was also a team led by a Third Order Imperial Beast Master that had lost connection. This situation was not trivial. What's going on? Tell me in detail. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. From Lu Tianfeng's mere words he was able to determine that the trip to the underground was by no means simple. If he didn't understand it clearly, Jiang Fan himself was not at ease. The details are not clear to us. However, there is one point in the information that came back from below that is concerning. There seems to be imperial beasts lurking underneath the ground that are capable of controlling people's hearts, and instead of Mr. Yi and his team being destroyed by the mysterious force, they killed each other, and in the end, so much so that they lost contact with us. Lu Tianfeng could be described as having 2 heads in one right now. The appearance of the underground space in Linhai City had made the burden on his shoulders many times heavier than before. For the first time, he felt that it was so difficult to be the chief of the police bureau of this small remote city. A royal beast that can control the hearts of people? So magical? Jiang Fan was a bit unconvinced. If that was really the case, then wouldn't the imperial beasts directly transform into imperial beast masters, while humans would become imperial beasts manipulated by them? At first, I didn't believe it either, but that's how it is. Oh yeah, in addition to the news provided by Mr. Yes Squad, we also received news from Miss Song's team. It is said that strange imperial beasts are afraid of light, and the light will drive them to hide and escape. Speaking here, Lu Yinfeng's face didn't get soothed. Almost a day has passed since Miss Song sent this message, and there is a delay for the second message to come. They are afraid that they are also The Miss Song that Lu Tianfeng said was naturally Song Yinshi, although he didn't know why she was also involved in it, but from Lu Tianfeng's expression it was not hard to see that the other party was not in a good position at this time. Both of them are third-ranked Imperial Beast Masters. It's surprising that this kind of thing would happen. It seems that this trip to the underground is very treacherous. Jiang Fan rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Is it inconvenient for Mr. Jiang to go? Lu Tianfeng told Jiang Fan these things, also expected that Jiang Fan might back out. However, he didn't have a grudge against Jiang Fan or anything because of this. After all, human life is only once. Who wouldn't want to exorcise evil spirits and avoid them? If it wasn't for the fact that he was the director of the Linhai City Police Bureau, Lu Tianfeng would not have gotten involved in this kind of thing. But without Jiang Fan's involvement, Director Zhang's side would be a bit hard to explain. I'm just saying, you don't have to care. Since I already promised you before, I definitely won't go back on my word. However, I'm a little curious, with such a big thing happening, the authorities concerned can't send people to their deaths anymore, can they? The degree of menace in the underground space was beyond expectation. Yi Chan losing contact with Song Yunqi was more than likely game over. Even the two third-order Imperial Beast Masters had lost their lives one after another, so if the authorities dealing with this incident sent people down to send them off again, Jiang Fan definitely wouldn't go. He could die for various reasons, but he could never die in confusion because of the inexplicable and useless orders of the decision-makers. Hearing that Jiang Fan had no intention of backtracking, Lu Tianfeng's face was slightly surprised. Spare yourself this kind of old seniority. After hearing about the things in the underground, her scared face suddenly changed, but Jiang Fan is able to do not change his face, even if the other party is pretending. Lu Tianfeng also knows himself far inferior to this middle school student in front of him. Phew, Mr. Jiang is right. We've already probed that underground space has 3 levels in total, upper, middle and lower, Mr. Yi and Miss Song, they lost contact with us in the lowest level. Linhai City is under the jurisdiction of Jinling City, and soon Jinling City will have a specialized rescue team to come over and delve into the lower levels. In addition to this, the Jinling Imperial Beast University has also sent a team of 5 people, including 1 Imperial Beast Doctor, 2 Imperial Beast graduate students and 2 undergraduate students from the Jinling Imperial Beast University. The purpose of these 5 people is to enter the upper level of the underground space and capture a sample of the subterranean beast for research. Your task, Mr. Jiang, is to enter the upper level with these 5 people and assist them in capturing an underground imperial beast. Lu Tianfeng tried his best to explain to Jiang Fan in a concise and clear statement. Isn't the upper space safer than the middle and lower levels? So far, except for 1 person who passed out from lack of oxygen due to a ruptured oxygen tank, there hasn't been any accidents in the upper level. Oh, that's good. At that, Jiang Fan nodded his head. The mission sounded simple. As long as he wasn't asked to rescue Yi Chang or Song Yunqi, Jiang Fan felt it was acceptable. By the way, Director Lu, if you complete this matter, the top 10 Imperial Beast University guaranteed places you told me about before. Jiang Fan was referring to something. Lu Tianfeng smiled at his words. This I naturally know. If the mission is completed successfully, I will apply to the city. If the mission is not completed, I will also apply for extra points in the Imperial Beast College entrance examination for you, Mr. Jiang. I'm still able to do this little thing. Director Lu is truly an open-minded person. I found you very agreeable the first time I met you. Yes, I'll interject to ask one more thing. Can you give this guaranteed place in the top 10 Imperial Beast Universities 2 years later? Or change it to rice or something? Jiang Fan scowled at Lu Tianfeng. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianfeng's eyes glared, then he leaned close to Jiang Fan's ear and whispered, in principle, it is not possible. After saying that, Lu Tianfeng revealed a secretive expression. He could roughly guess some of Jiang Fan's thoughts. According to Jiang Fan's current strength, getting into the top 10 Imperial Beasts University could be said to be a nail in the coffin. The attraction of a guaranteed place for him was only the advantages of giving away or exchanging rice. If Jiang Fan really wanted to do that, Lu Tianfeng could help him. However, the guaranteed transfer places were given to students who had won certain honors or made certain achievements and had good grades. If the person Jiang Fan wanted to send was not able to do so, he would still be found out afterwards. If you really want to do this, Mr. Jiang, at least that person has to be able to convince the public. At least 120 points of Qi blood is indispensable. This I hope you understand. 120 points of Qi blood was the minimum passing line to comply with the regulations. Reaching this threshold, the guaranteed quota would be given out in order for the master to make a name for himself. Well, I still understand these truths. Then when is the departure time? Arrive at your destination at 12 noon tomorrow. Alright, then I'll go back tonight to make some preparations. At 6 p.m., Jiang Fan returned home and Tang Rou had already appeared in the living room. Just as Jiang Fan had said, Tang Rou had really taken 10 days off for that imperial beast egg of Chen Sisi. Jiang Fan had just entered the door when he heard the incessant sound of boiling water gurgling inside the kitchen. Little Fan, What kind of dishes are we having tonight? I'll go buy it now. The ingredients inside the refrigerator were already empty, and Tang Ro was waiting for Jiang Fan to come back from school so that he could help look after the egg in the kitchen so that she could take the time to buy some food. A simple meal will be fine. I just ordered a few dishes from the marinara store downstairs. They'll send them over later. Jiang Fanto changed his shoes in a single motion. He walked to the living room and poured himself a cup of water before saying to Tang Ro, "Auntie Tang, the school is going to organize a training session to help us cultivate imperial beasts lately. This training session might take a few days, so I won't be going home for these few days." Ah. Tang Ro's willow brows frowned slightly at her words, but she quickly soothed herself. "I'll help you prepare some traveling gifts, as well as cookies, lest you go hungry." After saying that, Tang Ro made a gesture to put on her shoes and leave to go downstairs to the supermarket to purchase. "No need, it's only for 2 or 3 days. Right, when Xiaoxia comes back in a couple of days, give her these books to look at and prep for prep. She whimpers and chirps all day long. It's time to let her collect herself." Jiang Fan pulled out a bunch of books from inside his book bag, which included a primer on imperial beasts, explanation of the geographical distribution of imperial beasts, biology of imperial beasts, history of imperial beasts, and so on, dazzling people. These are all books with information about imperial beasts? Tang Ro couldn't help but be a little stunned after looking at them. Yes, when the time comes, ask her if she likes imperial beasts, and if she likes it, let her learn it. I've prepared it all for her. The imperial beast guarantee quota that Jiang Fan wanted was actually prepared for Tang Xiaoxiao. Of course, if Tang Xiaoxiao didn't compete, he would consider selling it. Right now he was merely giving Tang Xiaoxiao a chance. Whether or not she could seize the future depended on herself. How can this work? The family no longer has the money to pay for Xiaoxiao to attend Imperial Beasts University, and you're still using money. Auntie Tang, don't worry about the money. Jiang Fan exchanged words with Tang Ro for a while, finally curbing Tang Ro's idea of keeping all the money for herself before he returned inside the room. These days harvest is good, excluding the system points I spent on raising the demon egg's racial value to 100 earlier. I still have 94 system points left on me now. However, the chi blood pills and other items given by Principal Zhou and the others are worth a lot, but they have not been converted into my wealth value and system points. Do I still have to sell some of these items for money before I can do so? Jiang Fan carefully converted his existing wealth value. If he sold all the props on his body, he conservatively estimated that he would be able to obtain 4 million wealth value, which was 400 system points. Since there's no way to increase the racial value for the time being, why don't I just add all the remaining system points to the other attributes first? Jiang Fan opened the panel of the Devil's Egg. Imperial Beast Egg. Type, Demonic Imperial Beast Egg. Talent level, SSS grade. Racial value, 100 points, can be increased after the evolution of the Imperial Beast. Hatching progress, 25%. Blood, 150 points. Spirit, 65 points. Exoskeleton, 0. Endoskeleton, 0. Remaining system points, 94. Just add it all to Chi and Blood and see how much is ahead. Jiang Fan tapped frantically at the column of Chi and Blood, and finally when the Chi and Blood value stopped at 200 points, the system sent out a prompt. Please raise the royal beast's racial value first. 200 points of Chi and Blood value? Not bad, add the rest to Spirit. With another flurry of wild points, the Spirit value came to 80 points from the original 65 points. After 80 points, the system prompt was the same as just now. With 94 system points, Jiang Fan had spent a total of 65 points, leaving 29 points left. The remaining points were not a matter of course. Jiang Fan simply clicked on the exoskeleton and endoskeleton attributes. The endoskeleton did not respond, but the exoskeleton miraculously added points successfully. The value of the exoskeleton directly changed from the previous 0 points to 29 points. Not only that, the system's prompting voice also sounded after the exoskeleton's value was raised. Devil's Touch Effect Evolution. Devil's Touch, a move that attacks with the Devil's Horn. Effect. While dealing a large amount of damage to the enemy, 100% of the enemies whose rank is lower than your own will enter a state of fear for 30 seconds. While dealing a large amount of damage to the enemy, 100% of the enemies whose rank is lower than your own will enter a state of fear for 30 seconds. While 100% putting an enemy whose rank is lower than your own into a state of fear for 30 seconds. And you can give commands to the feared enemy during that time. In addition to the fear effect, there's even a control effect added? Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows and was delighted in his heart. Devil's Touch was the Devil Egg's natural skill, and Devil's Touch relied on the Devil Horn to activate it, and while raising the value of the exoskeleton by himself, he made the Devil Horn even stronger, and the effect of the natural skill was also raised. Thinking clearly about this joint would explain the reason for the evolution of the skill, Demon Touch. Phew, not bad overall. I've used all the system points I could, and basically the values have been raised almost as much. Jiang Fan looked at the panel again. Blood value 150 200 points. Spirit 6580. Exoskeleton 029. After having these boosts, one's bottom line for going down to the underground space was much stronger. At night, Jiang Fan rested normally. He waited until 9 o'clock the next morning before he got up from his bed. When he came out of his room, Jiang Fan realized that the house was a bit quiet. In the past, at this time, Aunt Tang would either be watching TV or preparing delicacies in the kitchen. But why couldn't she see anyone today? Jiang Fan was wondering when he suddenly realized that there was an extra suitcase in the middle of the living room. Opening it, he realized that it was filled with his own clothes. Of course, a variety of well-placed snacks were also essential. I've said that I don't need to be so troublesome. Jiang Fan cried and laughed a little, but still packed up his suitcase and went out. Auntie Tang, I'm going out. Jiang Fan called out towards the inner room, and Lu Tianfeng's phone rang in his pocket. Only after he left did the door to Tang Ro's room slowly open a crack. I'm left alone. It's inevitable that I'll be a bit lonely. Xiao Fan, you remember to come back early. In the car, Lu Tianfeng sat beside Jiang Fan. From just now when Jiang Fan got into the car, he vaguely noticed that something wasn't quite right. Mr. Zhang's qi and blood seemed to be much higher than when he saw it yesterday. Lu Tianfeng felt that if he compared yesterday's Jiang Fan to a wild wolf, then today's Jiang Fan could definitely be called a lion. This aura, this pressure, simply completely changed from yesterday. No. How can anyone's qi and blood be able to raise so much in one night? I should be overthinking it. Lu Tianfeng put his thoughts back. Mr. Zhang, this mission isn't considered to be that difficult, but still, please be cautious. Oh yeah, I forgot one more thing. Mr. Zhang, your mission status is a special agent of the Linhai Police Bureau, and you need to unconditionally cooperate with the commissioners of the Jinling Imperial Beast University. Lu Tianfeng tentatively mentioned a word to Jiang Fan. He knew that the more capable a person was, the more eccentric his temper was, and if he didn't inform in advance, causing Jiang Fan to clash with the people from the Jinling Imperial Beast University, it would be a bit of a loss. Okay, Jiang Fan casually answered, but to be honest, he would never listen to Lu Tianfeng's words of unconditional cooperation. Riding in the police station's car, he traveled all the way to his destination. This area was a construction site, surrounded by a tin fence, with no outsiders. Following Lu Tianfeng to a pit, Jiang Fan saw the so-called underground space entrance. The entrance was extremely small, only about the width of about 2 adults. Don't look at this whole small entrance, but the space inside is surprisingly large. The comrades who explored below the earth said that the bottom is like a huge city. Lu Tianfeng glanced down into the pitch-black hole, and then as best he could, he gave Jiang Fan some more knowledge. When will those 5 people arrive? The time now was but just 10 in the morning, and Jiang Fan had come over so early because he wanted to make some preparations. It should be another hour. After all, we are leaving at 12, so we definitely need to arrive early to do some preparations. Lu Tianfeng wasn't too sure. The level of the Jinling Imperial Beast University could be too much higher than him, the tiny police bureau chief, and he didn't have the right to ask about it. Aha! Jiang Fan nodded his head and didn't say anything. He still had the patience to wait for someone. An hour or two wasn't too long. However, this time, Jiang Fan obviously miscalculated, because it was not until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that an Audi S6 with the emblem of Jinling Royal Beasts University plastered on the front of the car slowly drove into the middle of the construction site. Just as the car stopped, Lu Tianfeng greeted him with a smile on his face. Dr. Tian, you finally come. After the 3 men and 2 women came down from the car, Lu Tianfeng said with a smiling face to a middle-aged man wearing a gray t-shirt. Sorry Director Lu, there was some delay on the road. I hope you don't mind. Dr. Tian, whose head was a bit sparse, shook Lu Tianfeng's hand with an apology on his wrinkled face. What are you saying, Dr. Tian? I'm more than happy that you guys are able to come to the aid of our Linhai city. How could I mind? Since everyone has arrived, let's hurry up and get ready. Lu Tianfeng instructed his men to take Dr. Tian and the other 4 people to prepare oxygen tanks and other gadgets, while he himself approached Jiang Fan and said in a thin voice, Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, I didn't expect them to take so long to arrive either. If I had known, I wouldn't have made you wait here so early. It's fine, but I'm a little curious. That Dr. Tian just now, how come his qi and blood values look very, very low, almost on the same level as an ordinary person? This was out of the ordinary, in such a world where imperial beasts were respected. Since the other party was able to become a doctor of the Jinling Imperial Beasts University, it was logical that his qi and blood values must not be low. How could he not even be able to compare to Lu Tianfeng? Hey, when it comes to Dr. Tian's story, it's simply impossible to tell it without 3 days and 3 nights. Anyway, Mr. Jiang, you only need to know that he was once a 5th-ranked beast master. When Dr. Tian was in the prime of his life, for some unknown reason, he took the initiative to release all of his imperial beasts and break the contract. He changed his profession to do research on imperial beasts, and this research was a whole 20 years. It can be said that there is no one in the entire Jiangnan province who knows more about imperial beasts than him. Lu Tianfeng still had a basic understanding of Dr. Tian's information, and when he spoke it out, Jiang Fan heard it once and got a rough idea of the specifics. That male and female graduate students are Dr. Tian's students, as well as his closed disciples. Both of them are second-order imperial beast masters. There is no problem with them protecting Dr. Tian and you, Mr. Jiang. Aha! Jiang Fan nodded. Even Dr. Tian, who was comparable to an ordinary person, was able to go underground, so he thought that the level of danger on the upper floors was not too high. The 5 people from Jilin Imperial Beast University arrived at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and after preparing for almost another hour, they were finally ready at 5 o'clock. Everyone, the situation under the ground is mysterious and unpredictable. There's nothing I can do to help you. These 3 second-rank Imperial Beasts, the Earth Rock Essence, will take you underground. The saving time of the oxygen bottles can last for 3 days. Once the 3 days are up, no matter what, please get in touch with us through the signaling bracelet. At that time, I will send the Geode Elves to send you up. Lu Tianfeng threw 3 Imperial Beast orbs and an Imperial Beast with the same conical stone platform appeared in front of the crowd. These 3 Imperial Beasts were of course not his, but were officially tamed. The Grey Geode Elves were not far from stone. If it wasn't for the pair of eyes that looked like sapphires, Jiang Fan would have thought that they were stone. The cone plane of the Geode Spirit was not large, just about flush with the cave entrance. After everything was ready, Lu Tianfeng also stopped inking and directly let the 3 Geode Elves send Jiang Fan 6 to the ground. Phew, let's hope they'll be safe and sound. After an unknown amount of time of falling, Jiang Fan finally realized that the speed of his descent had slowed down. Jofer was pitch black and could not see anything. However, it was good that Lu Tianfeng had prepared a strong flashlight for them. Jiang Fan flicked the flashlight on, and in an instant, the entire underground space came into view. If Jiang Fan were to use one word to describe the underground scene he saw, there would only be one: big. It was beyond imagination. The entire underground space was like a deep, bottomless pit formed by a huge meteorite smashing down. The bottom of the pit was pitch black, and no one could see clearly what was there. At this moment, Jiang Fan was standing at the very edge of this huge pit. Like a gyroscope, there was a winding and rugged path on the rock wall of the underground space, just enough for one person to pass through. The pathway did not seem to be naturally formed, but rather like it was created by man. Jiang Fan had just wanted to poke around when he heard a shout ringing in his ears. Teacher Tian, where are you? Mr. Tian, where are you? Fong Fong, where are you? The urgent voices echoed in the underground space, and apart from a burst of echoes, the crowd did not receive any response. Dr. Tian, who had just followed them down, had disappeared as if he had evaporated. Not only that, along with Dr. Tian, there was also a female undergraduate student from the Jilin Imperial Beast University and that second-ranked Earth Rock Spirit. Shouting like this isn't a solution. Everyone gather together and don't get separated. The sudden attrition instantly caused the atmosphere in the team to condense to the extreme. In the team, one of the graduate students, Lu Long, who was 1 meter 8 tall with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, hurriedly gathered the people together. Jiang Fan didn't know much about these people. He only knew the names of these people on the ground. Besides graduate student Lu Long, there was also a female graduate student with a pockmarked face named Yi Xianfeng. Besides the 2 of them, there was a remaining boy with a shaved-inch head named Xian Yi. The crowd came together and quietly listened to Lu Long's arrangement. It's really troublesome. Teacher Tian and Fong Fong are nowhere to be found. Our plans might have to change along with them. In addition to capturing an underground imperial beast, we have to find Mr. Tian and Fong Fong. But this land is so big, where are we going to find them? And from the time I just came in I felt that this space is weird and very strange. Will something bad happen? Chenny shrinks his neck. His original height of 1 meter 8, this shrinkage directly becomes 1 meter 7. Don't worry, before we came, Mr. Tian let us be fully prepared. In order to prevent the situation of getting separated, Mr. Tian prepared a spirit-sniffing gopher for me and Xiao He. Spirit-sniffing gophers are born with a keen sense of smell, perfect for finding people. Lu Long said as he pulled out a handful of flower-white hair wrapped in duct tape from among the backpack behind him. This is Mr. Tian's hair. Letting the spirit-sniffing gopher smell it can lock onto the target. He sniffed the hair at the tip of the gopher's nose, and in a short while, a squeak sound came out of the gopher's mouth, obviously having gained something. It was not the first time that Jiang Fan had seen this kind of imperial beast. He knew that Zhang Weiman, the director of the special office, had one when he was at the Yi family manor. Is Mr. Tian's hair this white? I thought he was alright other than having a little less hair. He Xianfeng's pockmarked face was filled with doubt. She was also one of Dr. Tian's students and looked at the white hair that Lu Long had taken out with a little less conviction. Oh, that's because you don't know that Mr. Tian just washes his hair every day with the juice of that squidgy octopus inside his lab. The juice of the squid octopus has a coloring effect that can last for about a day or two. After air drying for a long time, the dyed items will fade. Ah, there's still this, huh? Mr. Tian usually doesn't seem to care. I didn't expect him to turn out to be so unconvincing, huh? Hearing such a strange story, the crowd couldn't help but smile on their faces, and the state atmosphere eased quite a bit. According to the previous intelligence, the location we are in now is not the upper level of the underground space, and now these winding and coiled mountain wall stacks are nothing more than roads leading to the upper space. Let's go, follow the spirit-sniffing gopher forward, there might be some gains. Lu Long asked everyone in the team to turn on their bright flashlights, and then followed the spirit-sniffing gopher's footsteps as they slowly traveled. The stone wall trestle along the way was narrow, but there was no sign of looseness or anything like that. This place looks as if someone deliberately built it. It's really peculiar. I've heard that many rock-type imperial beasts have the behavior of building nests underground. Do you think these could be made by those rock-type imperial beasts? But the imperial beasts' techniques are too impressive, aren't they? These rock wall roads are interconnected and orderly, just like the cliff paths and scenic spots. If this is really made by imperial beasts, I doubt if their chief engineer has systematically studied inside our human world. The crowd chatted as they walked, and as the path continued to wind downward, Jiang Fan, who was walking at the very back, vaguely felt that something was not quite right. This kind of wrongness arose for no reason, just like a sixth sense. The others didn't notice it, but Jiang Fan felt it. He always felt as if his people were being watched by a pair of black eyes, and the further down he went, the stronger this feeling became. Hey! The crowd was walking quietly when a sudden voice broke the tranquil atmosphere. Jiang Fan was walking at the very back, and Xianfeng, who was in front of him, suddenly let out a cry of shock, then directly made it to the ground with one butt. If it wasn't for Jiang Fan reaching out in time to protect her head, it was estimated that she would have had to hit the raised stones of the stone wall next to her. What happened? Lu Long, who was leading the group, turned around violently. It seems like I twisted my foot. A hissing huff sounded from Xianfeng's mouth, one hand caressing her ankle. Looking at this appearance, it was probably in pain. No way, you're a second-ranked Imperial Beast Master and you still managed to twist your foot? If this is spread out, it won't be laughed at to death? Lu Long whitened his Xianfeng without a good mood. Ghost knows obviously you two are fine when you walk in front, but I somehow tripped over a stone. Who can I talk to about this? Fengxian exclaimed that she was unlucky, while not forgetting to say thank you to Jiang Fan. Who do you blame for your own walking without eyes? Moreover, this road is so flat. Where is there any rock as you said? Nuo, look, it's right there. Fengxian pointed towards the ground not far away, and as expected, there happened to be a stone the size of a fist in the way. It wasn't there just now. Lu Long frowned slightly as he poked towards that stone with the probe bar in his hand, and then he was ready to directly sweep the stone into the middle of the deep, empty space. But who knew that just as Lu Long made his move, his probe bar was directly caught by a pincer sticking out from underneath the stone. Crowd? This is a rock crab. The shells of rock crabs are similar to rocks. Their hobby is to stay still. Moreover, rock crabs live by the water. Being able to find this creature means that there is a water source nearby. Jiang Fan opened his mouth and explained. He was able to make out the details of the rock crab at a glance. Rock crabs were also considered a type of imperial beast, but because they were too weak and couldn't evolve, few people would bother to capture them. So it's a rock crab. It scared me. It's a pity that it's not a new breed of imperial beast. There's not much reference value. After hearing Jiang Fan's words, the crowd was relieved. The crowd did not show too much surprise that Jiang Fan was able to tell the name of this thing at a glance. After all, for those who wanted to become a royal beast master, which one couldn't recognize dozens or hundreds of royal beast species? False alarm, let's move on. Lu Long wiped the sweat from his forehead. But just as he turned his head, a sudden voice directly made him freeze in place. Will we well die here? It will, right, we're at the end of our rope now. Damn, the oxygen is getting thinner, the chest is getting a little tight. Who is it? Who is talking? Come out for me. Lu Long took the strong flashlight in his hand and shone it towards the surroundings. The voices that suddenly appeared were very hoarse, like the whispers of a dying old man. Not only that, among these voices were well mixed with tiny shrill cries. It was hard to hear them without listening carefully. What's going on? Someone is here. Can't it be that it's the manpower sent by Linhai City earlier? Xianfeng frowned as she took out her recording device and began to record what was happening here one by one. These voices that suddenly appeared carried confusion, trepidation as well as uneasiness, directly making the atmosphere of the scene eerie. Qianyi, have you found out where the movements are coming from? Among the four people, the life detector Qianyi was carrying was able to detect the signs of life around him, so Lu Long turned his gaze towards him. Nope, it doesn't show. There's no one around us at all. No one? Then what's with this sound? Lu Long frowned at that. It should be some kind of special imperial beast. I just saw a black shadow flash by not far ahead. Jiang Fan pointed ahead of the crowd. In front? Can't it be that these strange movements are coming from the front? Speaking of which, it seems like this place is close to the entrance to the upper level of the underground space. In that case, let's go straight ahead and take a look. Lu Long didn't hesitate anymore after hearing Jiang Fan's words and directly told the crowd to speed up their steps. Other than the rock crabs that appeared in the soil just now and the weird human voice, the crowd didn't encounter any more strange things along the way. Listen, there's the sound of water flowing. Led by the spirit-sniffing gopher, the crowd stopped in front of a stone wall cave entrance and looked at each other, followed by Lu Long taking the lead to enter it together. What's that smell? Vomit. It's like the smell of the socks of those smelly foot guys in our dormitory. Vomit, vomit. Qianyi continuously dry heaves a few times, and immediately puts his oxygen mask on. Although the underground air is thin, there is still a little bit of it after all, so everyone didn't use the oxygen mask. Now this strong stench makes people very uncomfortable, so they have to wear it. This is the smell of wild imperial beast feces. There should be quite a few wild imperial beasts inhabiting this place, so everyone be careful. Lu Long frowned, then held a strong flashlight and continuously scanned the space inside the cave entrance. This space was different from the cliff trestle outside, but was the same as a stalactite cave, with all kinds of strange stalactites hanging upside down. In addition to the soft and crumbling feces under the feet of the crowd, there was also a thin stream of water. It seems like there are definitely underground imperial beasts infesting this place. Why don't we catch the mission imperial beasts here first? Lu Long proposed. Senior brother, it's still important to find Mr. Tian as a matter of urgency. The imperial beasts can be caught later. He Fengxian frowned and immediately spoke out against it. I have the most seniority amongst those present, listen to me. It's just along the way anyway. Saying so, Lu Long unexpectedly directly retrieved the spirit-sniffing gopher into the imperial beast orb. Senior brother Yu He Fengxian's eyes glared at the words, Mr. Tian has always been very sensitive to the darkness. If we don't find Mr. Tian quickly, something might happen to him. To put it bluntly, he's just being timid. He used to be a 5th-ranked Imperial Beast Master at least, and he's also carrying an Imperial Beast Orb with a 3rd-ranked Imperial Beast on it. Nothing will happen. Compared to worrying about Mr. Tian, it's better for the two of us to care about caring about our own subjects. Lu Long's performance seemed very cold, as if catching the Imperial Beasts was the top priority compared to Dr. Tian's safety. On this matter, the two graduate students had a disagreement. Qianyi stood on Lu Long's side, and as soon as the latter commanded him, he was busy exploring the possible existence of imperial beasts with his life detector. For this reason, He Fengxian was so angry that she directly found a flat rock inside the cave and sat down, obviously somewhat unwilling to take care of the Lu Long duo. Jiang Fan watched quietly without joining either side. He was like a transparent person from the moment he entered the ground. Lu Long and the others were not familiar with him, so naturally, they had no intention of talking to Jiang Fan. All the way here, Jiang Fan was just like a number. However, even though he was making up the numbers, Jiang Fan also had his own discoveries. The system's detection on his body was on at all times. Besides the rock crab that he had just seen, Jiang Fan had actually seen another kind of imperial beast. The name of the royal beast was called Black Bat, a flying royal beast. Jiang Fan didn't know why the life detectors that Qianyi and the others had brought with them were ineffective, but his eyes really saw it. Black bats generally survived in dark and damp places. They liked to sleep and would indiscriminately attack any creature that disturbed their sleep. The attacks were slightly toxic and would cause a person to be unconscious for an hour or two. It could be said to be quite brutal. Of course, these black bats also had a weakness, which was that they hated light. But these were not the points that Jiang Fan was concerned about. As he was observing the attribute bar of the black bats, he found that the other party's status was a bit strange. Status: compulsion. A black bat that is compelled will act on the orders of the compelling creature. This status was interesting. It was obvious that the black bat he saw was affected by the skills of some kind of creature. So it's true what Director Lu said about the existence of imperial beasts capable of compelling people down below the earth? Although there were doubts in his heart, Jiang Fan did not act rashly. Not long after, Lu Long and Qianyi were in the depths of the cave when a surprised cry came from them. It's an underground imperial beast, one that hasn't been recorded yet. What a big bat, spreading its wings is as big as a chicken, and its teeth are so sharp, at a glance, it's very suitable to be used for imperial beast combat. Lu Long and Qianyi's voices were high-pitched and impassioned, as if they were in a high pitch. However, it was fine for them to scream, but the problem was that Jiang Fan had already seen that black bats hated people who disturbed their sleep just now. With the two people talking so loudly one after another, what would happen afterward could be imagined. Thus, Jiang Fan didn't hesitate, and directly pulled his legs and ran towards the trestle outside the cave. He Fengxian, who was sitting on a rock and sulking, felt a little strange when she saw Jiang Fan's hurried appearance. Curious, she also ran out after Jiang Fan. Only after running outside the cave entrance did Jiang Fan slowly let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Fan just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Yi Fengxian also running out after him. What are you running for? He Fengxian was panting heavily. She originally thought that with her strength as a second-rank royal beast master, she would be more than capable of chasing after Jiang Fan, a middle school student. But who knew that her own people didn't catch up and almost fell halfway? Listen yourself. Jiang Fan was just about to explain the situation when he heard a ghostly howling sound ringing out from inside the cave. He Fengxian naturally heard the ringing, however, she had a small doubt in her heart. How did Jiang Fan run away early before anything happened? Could it be that he had a spider sense? After a few minutes, the screams stopped. The countless black bats that fluttered their wings and rushed towards Lu Long and Qianyi disappeared without a trace. Jiang Fan quietly probed his head to observe the situation inside the cave, and then used the strong flashlight in his hand to shine into it to drive away any black bats that might be there. Why is there no sound? They won't be dead, right? After hearing Lu Long and Qianyi's miserable screams, He Fengxian originally wanted to release her imperial beasts to help them, but she was stopped by Jiang Fan. The reason was, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. They can't die, they'll be unconscious for an hour or two at most. But they should be lying on their backs inside a stinking pile of feces right now. Why don't you go and pull them up? Ah, forget it then, let the two of them lie down first. He Fengxian's eyes glared at her words, and she even made a gesture to pinch her nose on the oxygen mask. Jiang Fan entered the cave, and after making sure that the two were not in danger of dying and that the oxygen device he was carrying on his body had not ruptured, he also pinched his nose and exited the cave to wait. The two of them leaned against the cave entrance on the left and right, like two door gods, silent. After a long time, He Fengxian could only be heard asking quietly, "How do you know so much about these bats? It's hard to believe that you've been down here before?" Jiang Fan's various behaviors made He Fengxian feel a bit unbelievable. The information of the black bats was not even recorded on the ground, so it was reasonable to say that Jiang Fan could not possibly know about it. Haven't been down, just heard it from Director Lu. That Lu Tianfeng? He shouldn't know, right? Other than that imperial beast that can manipulate people's hearts, there isn't a single bit of information about this kind of bat. He Fengxian looked at Jiang Fan fixedly. Is that so? Maybe I remembered it wrong? Jiang Fan scratched his head and didn't say anything more. He couldn't tell He Fengxian that he had a system, so he was able to see it. Seeing that Jiang Fan was unwilling to say more, He Fengxian was also sensible and didn't pursue the matter. After all, who can't have a little secret of their own? With nothing to do, He Fengxian simply chatted with Jiang Fan. You know, I heard Mr. Tian say that this underground space actually existed a long time ago. Even 20 years ago there were people who came here. When he heard the words 20 years ago, Jiang Fan's brows furrowed. If he remembered correctly, he remembered that Lu Tianfeng had told him that Dr. Tian had given up his qualification as a 5th-ranked Imperial Beast Master and switched to Imperial Beast Research 20 years ago. Could there be any connection between the two? Dr. Tian said that this underground space can only be conquered by true warriors. He even said that Lu Long and I and himself couldn't. At that time, the two of us got anxious when we heard that. How can you, an old man who was afraid of the dark, compare to us? So in order to prove ourselves and to better our research on Imperial Beasts, we followed Dr. Tian here. Dr. Tian is very timid? Not very small, he's just simply afraid of the dark. It's the same as a muscular man being afraid of needles, he's probably born that way. He Fengxian shrugged his shoulders, rather speechless about this characteristic of his teacher. So that's how it is. But I still have a question, how did Dr. Tian know about this underground space? Is it possible that he has been here before? Jiang Fan felt that it was impossible for Dr. Tian to say such inexplicable words. What with only a true warrior can conquer, this sounded super middle-aged, right? Who knows, it was more than 20 years ago. I was probably only 4 or 5 years old at the time, yikes, revealing my age. He Fengxian fiercely covered her mouth before releasing it. If Mr. Tian had really been here, he wouldn't have run here to catch some imperial beast for research. I guess he heard about it from hearsay, so he just came over to join in the fun. According to her knowledge of Mr. Tian, He Fengxian felt that her thoughts were very reasonable. Really, Dr. Tian's spirit of inquiry is really out of one's reach. Jiang Fan pursed his lips and said this under his breath, but he muttered in his heart, hearsay to get together? What if he came here specifically for a trip? There was something odd about this matter, and Jiang Fan felt that he had accidentally gotten involved in a mystery. If he wanted to unravel the questions in his heart, he would either have to find Dr. Tian or continue to explore deeper. Phew, it feels troublesome no matter how I think about it. Why don't we first uncover the person behind that black bat controlling the black bat? We might be able to learn some useful information from that guy's body. 2 hours passed, Lu Long and Qianyi inside the cave woke up leisurely. After the two of them realized their situation, they all exclaimed in shock, and it took a long time before they calmed down. Ha, you stink, stay away from me. He Fengxian fanned her hand towards Lu Long, already showing her dislike. Don't mind this, do you know what the two of us just found inside the cave? It's the Imperial Beast eggs, dark-bodied Imperial Beast eggs. They might be from these bats, We have to find a way to get our hands on that. Lu Long rubbed his hands together excitedly. Really? He Funxian's eyes widened when she heard this. Wild imperial beasts were hard to tame and hard to fit inside an imperial beast ball. But imperial beast eggs were different. That thing was like fish on a chopping board, just like a fish on a chopping board. It could be held at anyone's mercy. If he could get his hands on the imperial beast egg, half of this operation would be completed, and all he needed to do was to find Mr. Tian and Wang Fangfang. He Fengxian became excited upon hearing this. Where is the imperial beast egg? I'll go and take a look too. Jiang Fan had already accepted the fact that all imperial beasts hatched out from eggs, so hearing that the black bat had an egg didn't seem strange. What are you looking at? Can you read it as a middle school student? Previously, Jiang Fan hadn't said anything, so Lu Long had automatically ignored him. Now that Jiang Fan opened his mouth and said that he wanted to see the imperial beast's eggs, Lu Long remembered that there was such a person as Jiang Fan. He knew more or less the inside story. This middle school student in front of him was pulled up by Lu Tianfeng, presumably because he wanted to mix a better resume to enter the university. Lu Long is naturally disdainful of this, not to mention Jiang Fan in the eyes. Originally, he wanted Jiang Fan to stay outside and make noise to attract the black bats to attack, but then Yi Fengxian gave up the idea after a burst of persuasion. Lu Long also learned from Yi Fengxian that as long as they didn't make any noise, the black bats usually wouldn't attack their own people. This time, the 10 people crept towards the depths of the cave, and at a fork in the road, Lu Long took the lead and turned in. The cave where the imperial beast egg was located was like a small stone room, about the size of an ordinary bedroom. You guys stand here and don't move, I'll go and come. Lu Long's eyes lit up when he saw the dark-colored imperial beast egg and tiptoed forward. Jiang Fan, on the other hand, also opened his system to check the information of this imperial beast egg. Imperial beast, night ghost. Beast, dark. Level, 30. Characteristics, prefers darkness, good at traveling in the darkness, a dark-type imperial beast that likes to catch people and play pranks. Note, the night ghost possesses both dark and spirit skills. His pranks are interspersed with skillful attacks that have no boundaries, so if you can't stop him, you may be consumed to death. Status, disguise. Disguised as a goblin egg, the night ghost launches a surprise attack on approaching foes. A dark imperial beast, and a third-ranked imperial beast that possessed both dark and spirit skills, terrifying as it was. Jiang Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. The moment Lu Long touched the dark-colored imperial beast egg, the imperial beast egg trembled violently. Immediately afterward, it even directly transformed into a piece of black cloth with 2 blood-red eyes and the crowd's stunned gazes. Night Ghost used the skill, Shade. After the system's prompting sound rang out, Jiang Fan only felt a blackness before his eyes, and when he regained his sight again, he unexpectedly found himself standing on the edge of a cliff. The surrounding mountains were as steep and high as 1,000 feet. Jiang Fan probed his head and looked down the cliff. The bottomless space was so deep that even an eagle that could soar in the sky would feel scared after seeing it. Jiang Fan's surroundings, except for this piece of rock that protruded out from the cliff he was standing on, was all bottomless darkness. Of course, there was also a devil's egg with 2 red devil's horns. Jiang Fan wasn't sure for the moment why the demonic egg had sneaked out on its own. What the hell is this place? Wasn't I just inside the cave? Jiang Fan took a look at the gully under his feet and looked up at the turquoise blue sky, surprisingly giving birth to a strange sense of incongruity. This situation was clearly abnormal. It's better to stay away from this one cliff for now. The color in Jiang Fan's eyes flashed, and he made a decision in the next moment. However, just as he turned his head to look behind him, the scene in front of him once again made Jiang Fan freeze. Behind him, he did not know when a huge brown bear 4 or 5 times the size of an adult had appeared, and there was a golden V-shaped hair on its chest. When the sudden appearance of the brown bear caused Jiang Fan to frown, his 80 points of spirit couldn't even feel that there was a bear less than 10 meters behind him. This situation was obviously unreasonable. Jiang Fan fixed his eyes on the brown bear behind him and parsed out the information. Royal Beast, Golden-Haired Red Bear. Class, Strength Imperial Beast. Level 53, 5th Order. Status, Raging, the golden-haired Dynabear's murderous heart rises up and wants to tear you to pieces. After seeing this information, Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows. A 5th-ranked Imperial Beast, his current self was simply incapable of defeating it. However, why did this 5th-rank Imperial Beast appear behind him? Seeing its furious appearance, is it trying to force me into a dead end? The situation at the scene didn't allow Jiang Fan to think about it at all, because not a moment after discovering the golden-haired red bear, Jiang Fan suddenly felt a coldness behind his back facing the cliff. When he looked away, a big imperial beast eagle that was about the same size as the eagle brother in the divine eagle warriors was fluttering its wings and hanging above the cliff. Just by feeling the aura coming out of this eagle, which was comparable to that of the golden-haired red bear, Jiang Fan was able to guess that the level of this big eagle was definitely not low. Royal Beast, Flying Eagle. Class, Flying Imperial Beast. Level 50, 5th Order. Status, gentle. It seems to want to help you out of your predicament, but too much weight will cause the flying eagle to be attacked by the golden-haired dino bears. Please choose between you and your royal beast to leave. After seeing the state of the flying eagle, Jiang Fan wasn't happy for a moment. Immediately afterward he saw the words that followed. The fine joyful mood that rose up came to an abrupt end. Nonsense, I'll directly put the devil's egg into the imperial beast ball. Can't we all just leave together? Jiang Fan rummaged through the backpack behind him to look for the imperial beast ball, but after looking for it several times, he couldn't find it. How could it be? If I forgot to bring the imperial beast orb, then why would the devil's egg be here? Jiang Fan's tone showed surprise. However, compared to the surprise, he still had a more urgent problem to solve. That was which one to choose between himself and the devil's egg? In front of the 5th rank imperial beast golden hair dreadnought, resistance was futile. Jiang Fan had to make a choice no matter what, or not make a choice, and become the golden hair dreadnought's food along with the imperial beast egg himself. Heh, what a joke. Jiang Fan, who realized this, laughed, feeling that everything he was experiencing right now was like he was being manipulated into making a choice. Whether it was the location, the people who appeared, the imperial beasts that appeared, it was just like the plot of a theater playbook, so coincidental that one couldn't help but doubt the truth. Since you want me to choose, then I will choose for you. As he spoke, Jiang Fan picked up the devil's egg that was at his feet and without the slightest hesitation directly threw it onto the back of the flying sky eagle. The devil's egg that had just been thrown onto the flying eagle's back by Jiang Fan produced a slight tremor that no one could detect. At the same time, after Jiang Fan made his choice, the flying eagle let out a high-pitched cry and directly carried the imperial beast egg away. Now only the golden-furred dread bear that was pressing forward and Jiang Fan, who had already retreated to the edge of the cliff with half of his feet hanging in mid-air, remained on the field. Brother Bear, if there is any conflict between you and I, why don't we sit down and talk? Golden-haired dread bear, roar roar roar. Fine, it's fine if we don't talk about it. Look at what this is, spicy dried small fish. You must not have tasted it, I'll give you some. Saying that, Jiang Fan took out the snacks that Tangro sunbathed inside his backpack and threw them to the golden-haired dingo bear. However, the golden-haired dino bear didn't seem too smart. After chewing 2 mouthfuls of the outside packaging of the spicy dried fish and realizing that it didn't have much flavor, he skimmed the snacks into the abyss below before continuing to press towards Jiang Fan. Spicy dried small fish is not good? Then come and try this, spicy bear paw, tendon bearskin, little bear cracker. Damn, a bunch of flower food, how did you guys dare to name it like that, ah? Jiang Fan's forehead veins rippled, watching the golden-haired dingo bear push closer and closer. The smile on his face remained unabated. Jiang Fan laughed playfully as he pulled out something inside his backpack, the corners of his mouth grinning widely, and just as the golden-haired dingo bear was just a step away from him, Jiang Fan moved. Like a monkey, he copied the oxygen bottle behind him and directly smashed it towards the golden-haired dingo's head. Grandma, you're not going to do this until you're forced to do it. Is it hard for me to be afraid of you with 200 points of chi blood? Jiang Fan, no matter what, all outburst of the body's blood, not crazy, not alive. Right now he did not want to care about anything, just let instinct constantly direct the arm up and down. The sound of dun 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 kept ringing in his ears. Hearing this sound, Jiang Fan's face revealed a stunned expression. Wait, is knocking a bear's head this kind of sound? No. Jiang Fan was startled in his heart, but when he fixed his eyes again, he realized that there was nowhere in front of him where there was any dingo bear, and even less of a cliff. It was just a dimly lit stone room. This stone room was the place where his group had encountered the night ghost. After realizing this situation, Jiang Fan instantly connected everything that had happened before. It turned out that everything he had just experienced was nothing more than an illusory scene. Was this the means of compelling people that Lu Tianfeng had talked about? It would be more apt to say deception than compulsion, right? Congratulations for completing the courage challenge. Jiang Fan had just caught his breath, and immediately afterward, he heard a voice ringing out in the middle of the stone room. This voice was very strange, not like the tone of a normal person's speech, but rather like a computer-synthesized voice. It gave the impression that it was like disassembling some people's spoken sentences word by word and then putting them together to form new sentences. Ding, your performance has gained the favor of the night ghost, and the night ghost's intimacy has increased by 20 points. When the intimacy reaches 50 points, the night ghost will show its true form, and you can take this opportunity to capture it. Hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Fan was slightly stunned, then reacted with a look of ecstasy on his face. If the expectation is not wrong, the illusion just now was cast by the night ghost. I didn't think that the night ghost would have this kind of ability. If I succeed in capturing it, then won't I be able to play the real version of Sword and Sorcery or Top Player? The more he thought about it, the more excited Jiang Fan's face became. Sometimes a boy's happiness was so simple. After calming down his excitement, Jiang Fan's eyes swept around, and the first thing he saw was his devil's egg, which was Cat's in the corner. Why did you run out by yourself? Jiang Fan walked over with the imperial beast orb somewhat helplessly, Everything just now was an illusion, so he didn't take the devil's egg that was taken away by the flying eagle as real. As Jiang Fan walked towards the devil's egg, suddenly a shaking gadget caught his attention. It was a black, interrupted long thingy shaped like the spades on a playing card. Jiang Fan couldn't be sure what it was for the moment and reached out his hand to touch it, however the next second the long thing stood straight up as if it had been electrocuted. No, it can't be a tail, right? Jiang Fan's head was covered with question marks in capital letters, and by the time he used the system to check the situation of the demon egg he finally understood what had happened. Status, happy, shy. The actions you just took to put yourself in danger by sending the devil's egg away have increased the devil's egg's favor. The hatching progress has increased to 50%. However, the imperial beast egg is very unhappy with your sudden attack on the tail. Any other person would probably have been made dead by now. Please be careful next time. Skill, Dragon's Tail, new. Skill description, exerts the power of the dragon god to deliver a powerful blow to the enemy, and descends the light of the dragon god to bless itself. Effect, the worse one's status, the higher the damage. When releasing Dragon's Tail, it will be cancelled out if one receives a fatal attack. Jiang Fan. It didn't occur to him that his subconscious actions had caused the hatching progress to increase. Not only that, but he also gained a powerful skill. With Dragon's Claw in place, wouldn't the devil's egg have a chance of defeating imperial beasts of a higher rank than it? After all, it's an SSS-ranked imperial beast, so it's normal to kill an enemy by crossing the ranks. Jiang Fan shrugged his shoulders and laughed wildly in his heart. In addition to the devil's egg, Jiang Fan also saw He Fengxian and the others who were scurrying around like headless flies in the middle of the stone room. They seemed to be experiencing something similar to himself. Courage challenge failed, punishment is unconsciousness for 1 hour and the oxygen content of the oxygen tank drops by 1/3. Failure of the courage challenge, the punishment is unconsciousness for 1 hour, and the oxygen content of the oxygen cylinder drops by 1/3. Congratulations for completing the courage challenge. As Jiang Fan quietly waited for when these three people could end that sleepwalking state, 3 synthesized voices that were exactly the same as earlier rang out. Of the 3, 2 failed the challenge and 1 succeeded. Jiang Fan didn't even need to look at who succeeded and who failed. Whoever regained their consciousness first later, that would definitely be the successful one. Sure enough, the voice did not ring for long, only a hissing and huffing sound could be heard, and the pockmarked face, He Fengxian, came back to his senses with his hand covering his head. Where am I? He Fengxian had a confused look on his face, and Jiang Fan, who was the first to wake up, spoke beside him about some of his conjectures regarding the situation just now. Surprisingly, it's like this. But what on earth was that thing that inflicted the illusion on us? I was hit without even using my imperial beast. It's really strong. He Fengxian sucked in a breath of cool air, still having palpitations. She didn't seem to know about the night ghost, nor did she know that passing the test could raise her intimacy with the night ghost. This was good, so that when the night ghosts did appear everyone would rush to get on board. The less she knew, the more opportunities she had left for herself. Phew, these 2 unlucky eggs. It's only been a short time since they came in, and they've already passed out twice. The road is blocked and the road is long, for the road behind is probably not going to be smooth sailing. Jiang Fan smiled at the words, and then asked He Fengxian about the things about the illusion just now. After some understanding, Jiang Fan realized that different people encountered different illusions. Just like He Fengxian, she had similarly encountered a multiple-choice question. However, her choice question was to choose between her mom's delicious lunch and the dark cuisine made by the imperial beast alpaca that couldn't cook and eat it. In order to live up to the expectations of the alpaca's imperial beast, He Fengxian endured the pain of spinning a plate, and even choked 2 or 3 times during the process before succeeding in passing the test. This challenge is also outrageous enough, hee. The corners of Jiang Fan's mouth twitched as he was able to visualize the scene of an aproned alpaca holding a spatula in his hand and looking expectantly towards He Fengxian who was eating his own food. But this kind of thing doesn't seem to be outrageous in this world. After waiting for an hour, Lu Long and Xianyi woke up leisurely. The 2 had just gotten up and cursed before asking Jiang Fan and He Fengxian about the imperial beast egg. I just got up like you guys, I don't know anything. Jiang Fan shrugged his shoulders, displaying a dumbfounded look. Phew, we've all been hit. You, a middle school student, definitely can't be spared either. But where did that imperial beast egg go? Example Lu Long had doubts in his eyes as he quietly skimmed towards He Fengxian. Don't look at me, how would I know? He Fengxian was also not happy after noticing Lu Long's skeptical eyes. The 2 of them bickered for a while longer before gathering their emotions and continuing their mission. These bats are not very good at catching them in groups. It's better to find Mr. Tian first. Lu Long didn't dwell on capturing the imperial beasts at this time. He re-released the spirit-sniffing gopher, and as the gopher's actions continued to move deeper and deeper into the stalactite cave, the crowd also had to harden their hearts and quietly walk over underneath the black bats. Listen guys, there seems to be a sound of wind. Could it be that there is a passageway connected to the outside world in front of us? Lu Long's ears twitched as he quickly walked forward. If it was really a passageway to the outside world, then evacuating at that time might be able to make more than one exit. Thinking like this, Lu Long didn't walk for long and stopped. Because in front of him there is no so-called passage that connects to the outside world, but two black holes, unable to see the internal situation of the hole. Fork in the road? The sudden two holes momentarily made everyone freeze in place. The spirit-sniffing gopher wanted to continue to the right hole, but was stopped by Lu Long. There was no other reason, because the two holes in front of the crowd all had the word death written on them in scarlet. This bizarre scene directly subdued everyone present. How could there be words here? Could it really be the same as what Mr. Tian said? This space once had someone come down here. Fengxian was so surprised that her eyes glazed over, not daring to continue thinking about it. No, there's wind at both cave entrances, so it's logical that it shouldn't be a dead end. Lu Long's clever little brain spun a few times, then his eyes looked at Jiang Fan. Why don't you go ahead and scout the way? Lu Long, are you crazy? What kind of person explores the path with a living person? What's the difference between you and murder? Fengxian raised an eyebrow at the words and immediately spoke out to stop it. Jiang Fan's eyes also quietly narrowed without realizing it. He wasn't sure if Lu Long was just joking or speaking his inner thoughts in a joking manner. But no matter what, Jiang Fan cited the need to be wary of this guy. Hey, I was just joking, what are you excited about? Lu Long scratched his head and laughed, then directly threw out an imperial beast ball. A white ant the size of a dog with a horn on its head like a unicorn appeared on the ground. This is my second-rank imperial beast unicorn ant, I call it the Snow White Queen. The Snow White Queen's tentacles can sense the situation a kilometer away if it touches the wall of the cave. If there is danger, its tentacles will hang down and vice versa, nothing happens. Lu Long proudly said, then let his unicorn ant probe towards the stone wall extending out from one of the cave entrances. And just as the unicorn ant had touched the stone wall of the cave entrance on the left, its tentacles drooped down almost instantly. The cave entrance on the left is in danger. The three of them exclaimed out in shock at the same time after seeing it, while Jiang Fan quietly watched from the sidelines as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Good, since the left side is dangerous, then let's take the right side. Lu Long confidently prepared to put his Snow White Queen away. However, at that moment, Jiang Fan's unhurried voice could be heard quietly ringing out, probe the hole on the right as well, just in case. Jiang Fan's words came out of nowhere, causing Lu Long to freeze for a moment. He then reacted by skewering Jiang Fan and asked, you don't trust my Snow White Queen? No, just want to test both sides so I can see if both are in danger. Jiang Fan was somewhat speechless in his tone. Lu Long's question was somewhat inexplicable. Wasn't it normal to test both sides? At this point he was able to raise a bar. This was something Jiang Fan did not expect. Right, it's not like there's anything wrong with listening to Jiang Fan's probe. Fengxian persuaded from the side while Qianni also joined in the persuasion. There are only two cave entrances here. If it really is all a dead end, how did the other people who went to the middle level and to the lower level go down? The reason why Lu Long concluded that there must be a way out of the two cave entrances was because all the way over they had only found this one road, and the location was not too different from the map. In order to let the three see the accuracy of their judgment, Lu Long coldly grunted and let the Snow White Queen go to the right hole to try again. It doesn't matter if you don't try, once you try it, it directly makes the crowd fall through their glasses. After the Snow White Queen's horns touched the wall of the right cave entrance, the tentacles drooped down just as fast as earlier. How is this possible? Seeing this state, Lu Long stood in place with a dumbfounded look on his face. As for Jiang Fan, who was able to see the state of the Snow White Queen at this point, he already had the Snow White Queen's situation in his hands. Status, fear, curiosity. There were things present in both cave entrances that made the second-order unicorn ants feel fear. However, the thing in the cave entrance that makes the unicorn ant fearful doesn't seem to show aggression, and the unicorn ant is somewhat curious. Not showing aggression? That means there is no danger? Jiang Fan was just thinking, when suddenly a scream rang out from amongst the cave entrance on the left. Aha, bugs, so many bugs, don't come over, ah. The sudden sound shook the crowd physically and mentally. Fengxian was the first to speak out. That voice is Fong Fong. Jiang Fan was similarly very surprised at the sound. Wang Fongfong, the girl who had disappeared with Dr. Tian, was actually in the cave on the left. What had she gone through to let out such a scream? Just as the crowd was feeling stirred up by this sound, suddenly a pale and heavy voice with a strong cry of alarm rang out from inside the hole on the right. Don't scratch me, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I'm coming, I'm really coming, where are you? Don't scare me, I'm afraid of the dark. Whoops. The voice was choked, just like a child. But everyone was able to hear that it was none other than Dr. Tian's voice. Dr. Tian. Lu Long and Fengxian both froze when they heard two shouts, one from the left and one from the right. What in the world is going on? However, without giving anyone time to react, the voices inside the two holes on the left and right came to an abrupt end, Immediately after that, 2 streams of dark red, blood-stained liquid slowly flowed out, flowing to the feet of the 4 people. Aha! OMG, is this blood? Get out first, go rough first. 3 cries of alarm sounded at the same time. Lu Long was even so frightened that his voice trembled, and for a while, his mouth went straight to the floor. After seeing this scene, Lu Long, Hefeng Xian and Qianyi ran back to the original path without looking back. Jiang Fan, quickly go, this place is not right. Hefeng Xian glanced at Jiang Fan, thinking that he was scared silly, so she hurriedly reminded him. But to her surprise, Jiang Fan immediately replied back, and the words that came back were, "You guys go first, don't worry about me." Wanest, are you a crazy person? Can't you see that blood is gushing out? Qianyi, who hadn't said much, opened his mouth and said to Jiang Fan. Lu Long on the other hand picked up from behind, "What are you pretending for? Kids of your age just have this love of pretending. If you don't run, you're waiting to die." Lu Long Qianyi 2 people ran fast. Hefeng Xian hesitantly fell behind, watching the viscous scarlet liquid gushing towards her, finally stomping her feet fiercely and turning around to leave, leaving Jiang Fan alone. Jiang Fan had his own reasons for not leaving. From the time he checked the unicorn ants just now, he had already sensed that there didn't seem to be any danger in either of the 2 cave entrances. Moreover, just now, Lu Long's spirit-sniffing gopher had not hesitated to run towards the right hole. The spirit-sniffing gopher's sensitive senses that had evolved out of fear of death were very powerful. If it realized that there was danger ahead, it would definitely not move forward. To sum up, the word death above the hole was just a bluff. Moreover, the scarlet liquid gushing out was most likely not the blood of Wang Fangfang and Dr. Tian. After all, human blood couldn't be this much. Thinking of this, Jiang Fan grinned, borrowing Dr. Tian's words, perhaps this underground space could indeed only be conquered by true warriors. The Lu Long trio kept running the way they came, and they didn't know how long they had been running, waiting until they went back to look and realized that there was no movement behind them before gradually stopping. No, it's okay. Among the 3 of them, Qianyi is the one who was running the hardest. Lu Long and Hefeng Xian are both second-ranked Imperial Beast Masters. Their chi and blood are stronger than his. They naturally ran faster than him. What the hell is that thing? Lu Long's face had an uncertain look of amazement, and his mouth was still gasping for air. His appearance was very wretched. The blood plasma that gushed out just now almost scared the piss out of him. Although Lu Long was a second-order Royal Beast Master, he had been staying within the Jiling Royal Beast University since he was in school, and basically had not gone out to practice. Facing that kind of scene, not crying out was already very good. We have to go back and find Jiang Fan. Hefeng Xian fixed her mind. She recalled Jiang Fan's demeanor just now and vaguely sensed a hint of something wrong. Jiang Fan was too calm as a dead man. Could it be that he had met the situation just now before, or that he knew something? Still looking for him? Now that Guy Ancient has been eaten alive by something. Previously that director surnamed Lu even said that he was some kind of Imperial Beast Cultivation Master. I really haven't seen such a stupid Imperial Beast Cultivation Master. Lu Long disdainfully skimmed his mouth, not caring about Jiang Fan's life or death. How did that kid get mixed into our team? It's unbelievable that Dr. Tian agreed to that director letting him join. Qianyi also said from the side. Shut up, all of you, for all of your performances, you're not even comparable to a 17 or 18-year-old kid. Passing out twice in a row, you're really disgracing our Jiling Imperial Beast University. Hefeng Xian directly cursed angrily, and then without waiting for Lu Long and Qianyi's response, one person carefully traveled towards the location of the 2 cave entrances just now. The 2 people whose faces twitched twice when Hefeng Xian spoke of their pain, only recovering to normal after a while. Lu Long looked at the direction Hefeng Xian traveled to and said hatefully, "Let's go help that kid collect his corpse." Although he didn't know what was going on in that situation just now, Lu Long felt that Jiang Fan should be dead. Otherwise, how could it be possible that he hadn't heard a single movement for so long? The 3 of them went back and forth to the meeting. Lu Long very chicken thief fell in the last, so that when the time comes what changes can immediately pull legs to escape. However, the situation that several people expected Jiang Fan to die did not happen. On the contrary, when the 3 of them returned to the 2 forked holes, Jiang Fan had already found Wang Fangfang and Dr. Tian from somewhere. At this moment, Jiang Fan and the 3 of them were sitting around each other, and the red plasma that had gushed out earlier had also disappeared. Seeing this scene, the 3 of them, Lu Long, couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Mr. Tian. Fangfang. The 3 of them rushed over towards the lost and returned Dr. Tian one by one, revealing a touch of concern in their anxious expressions. Among them, Lu Long was the most attentive. After seeing Dr. Tian, he put on the jacket he was wearing outside for Dr. Tian without saying a word. Lu Long, I'm very happy that you have this intention, but I don't like the smell of your clothes, you'd better take it away. Even through the oxygen mask, Dr. Tian was able to feel the lingering smell on top of Lu Long's clothes and couldn't help but frown slightly. Sorry Mr. Tian. Oh right mister. Tian, we couldn't find you before, where have you been? Ryu asked Dr. Tian after awkwardly retrieving his clothes. I don't know. The geode spirit that sent me down seemed to be controlled by something. It disappeared after taking me and Wang Fangfang to a strange place. I walked together with classmate Wang Fangfang and used the spirit sniffing gopher to look for your traces, and then somehow we got separated. During that time, I encountered some odd things, and it was thanks to this little friend Jiang Fan who appeared in time to rescue me, otherwise I wouldn't have known what to do. Dr. Tian sighed softly, then habitually propped up the glasses on his face that had long ago fallen to nowhere. He rubbed his eyes and was quite emotional. Him? What can a small high school student help you with? After hearing Dr. Tian's words, Lu Long found it a bit unbelievable. Dr. Tian pursed his lips and smiled, then recounted what had just happened to him. Both he and Wang Fangfang encountered a weird kind of bugs. Those bugs were similar to centipedes, and when they saw the two of them, they started attacking like crazy. The two of them escaped separately, and then got separated and lost in the cave. Later on, they even experienced some kind of strange illusions, and were almost caused to have a mental breakdown. Fortunately, Jiang Fan appeared at this time and pulled the two of them back from the illusion before they were spared. Lu Long and the others also told Dr. Tian roughly about their experiences. Then what happened to the plasma that just gushed out from the cave entrance? Lu Long's face was a bit ugly as he thought of a certain possibility. Those were just hallucinations. Jiang Fan, who was leaning against the rock wall at this moment, slowly spoke. Damn it, it must be that imperial beast that you were able to compel people's hearts that did this. If I were to meet it, I would definitely capture it inside the imperial beast orb and properly temper it. Lu Long was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. Now that he thought about it carefully, the imperial beast egg that he and his people encountered before might also be the ghost of that imperial beast. Otherwise, how could the imperial beast egg disappear out of thin air? Without realizing it, he had been teased twice by the imperial beast. How could Lu Long accept this? Indeed, our current situation is like a puppet being manipulated by it. It's a pity that that night ghost is too cunning, and we can't find any trace of it at all. Dr. Tian shook his head, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Night ghost? You know the name of this imperial beast, Dr. Tian? He Fengxian looked at the wrinkled Dr. Tian with some surprise. Of course I know it, or else do you think that my 20 years of imperial beast research has been for nothing? The night ghost is a very peculiar creature. It's not quite like ordinary imperial beasts. The night ghost doesn't have an original body, or rather its original body is just an energy body that can be seen, but not touched. This peculiar imperial beast is hardly ever recorded in the current imperial beast encyclopedias. I went through imperial beast histories from the time of the Shan Heijing to recent times, as well as various folk wild histories, before finally finding a record of it in a book titled Gleanings from the Underground. The night ghost is only born under special circumstances, and its numbers are extremely small. Its degree of preciousness even exceeds that of the mutant imperial beasts as well as the glittering imperial beasts. Moreover, it is rumored that the places where night ghosts haunt are usually buried with great treasures. Whoever can capture and subdue a night ghost will reveal clues to the treasure. Dr. Tian told the information he knew one by one. Originally, everyone was listening to Dr. Tian's story with the mindset of listening to stories, but when Dr. Tian said the word treasure, the atmosphere around him instantly became hot. Dr. Tian said all sorts of legends that Jiang Fan did not know. The system was only able to provide Jiang Fan with the data information of the imperial beasts. The myths and legends derived from them were not listed. After hearing what Dr. Tian had said, Jiang Fan was also quite interested. This was because just after entering the two cave entrances respectively to find Dr. Tian and Wang Fangfang, Jiang Fan heard a system prompt in his ears. Ding, your performance has gained the favor of the night ghost, and the night ghost's intimacy has increased by 20 points. When the intimacy reaches 50 points, the night ghost will show its true form, and you can take this opportunity to capture it. Current affinity 40-50. Everything that his party had encountered along the way was all the work of the night ghost. It seemed to be very interested in catching and messing with people, while treating brave people quite favorably. Thanks to having a system, otherwise I might not even notice this matter of somehow raiding the imperial beasts. Jiang Fan pursed his lips and smiled. And just at this moment a cry of alarm sounded steeply. Lu Long, what happened to you? Lu Long, who was in high spirits a moment ago, was flushed red at this moment. He used both hands to pinch his neck and acted like he was in great pain. Fengxian was horrified while rushing forward to check, and it didn't take long for her to throw out a conclusion that surprised the crowd. How did the air pressure of Lu Long's oxygen tank turn to zero? This is a case of oxygen depletion. Quickly deliver a bit of oxygen to him. Dr. Tian's face changed drastically upon hearing this and immediately handed over his own oxygen tank. Fortunately, this oxygen tank is very cleverly designed, and even a 3-year-old child would know how to deliver oxygen. In a short while, Dr. Tian's oxygen was delivered to Lulong's bottle, and the latter finally recovered. Cough cough cough, what's going on? Isn't it a good deal that the oxygen bottle can be used for 3 days? How long has it been since then that my oxygen bottle is lacking in oxygen? Lulong's face was pale. Just now he was truly feeling what it was like to walk through the gates of a ghost. That feeling of being chilled all over his body was something he still didn't want to relive. The night ghost has an odd personality and likes to make mischief. It might have drained the oxygen inside your oxygen tank without even realizing it. Everyone checked to see how long the oxygen in their oxygen tanks will last. Dr. Tian frowned and commanded, and everyone immediately started checking. He Fengxian, mine is estimated to last another day and a half. Wang Fengfeng, I can only use it for a day. Chinny, my oxygen bottle is almost at the bottom. Which one of you will share some with me? Seeing that the group's oxygen reserves could still last for a day and a half, Chenny cried out. Yours is also gone? Dr. Tian sniffed and hurriedly distributed the oxygen in his own oxygen cylinder to Chenny. My oxygen storage is about the same as Feng Feng's, so I don't have much left to share with you too. Little friend Jiang Fan, how much is left in your oxygen cylinder? Jiang Fan glanced at his barometric pressure display. There was an amount in there that could last more than 2 days. Ha, Dr. Tian, just call me Xiao Jiang or Xiao Fan. My oxygen cylinder reserve is estimated to last more than 2 days. Jiang Fan didn't hide anything in this matter. Even if he deceived them, this kind of thing would be revealed sooner or later. By the time his teammates were dying of oxygen deprivation one by one but realized that he was still fine, wouldn't that be an instant reaction? At that time, the threat of death and the anger of being deceived swarmed together, and he could not help but become the target of Lulong and the others. Although Jiang Fan wasn't afraid, he still tried to avoid this kind of trouble. What? Why are you so much? Did you take advantage of the time when Qianyi and I were unconscious to steal our qi? Lulong jumped up immediately after hearing Jiang Fan's words. Along the way, Jiang Fan had behaved himself, not causing any trouble and at the same time not contributing anything to the team, which indirectly became the reason why Lulong targeted him. Because Jiang Fan was too useless, at least in Lulong's opinion, Jiang Fan was the most useless one in the team. He wasn't even as good as Wang Fengfeng and Qianyi. Both of them had the identity of students from Jiling Royal Beasts University, while Jiang Fan was just a high school student. That was why Lulong would intentionally or unintentionally take his anger out on Jiang Fan. Stealing your anger? If I really stole your gas, then I would have lasted more than just 2.5 days. If Jiang Fan's oxygen consumption was at a normal level, then according to Lulong's meaning, it meant that Jiang Fan had taken 2.5 days worth of oxygen from each of his and Qianyi's oxygen bottles. As long as the math wasn't taught by a gym teacher, one could basically figure out that the equation 5 plus 5 is equal to 2. 5 was not valid. Then you might as well have secretly released our gas. Quiet. Shut up. You just know how to make noise. You're still a student of my Tianheng thanks to you. What is the decency of this appearance? As Lulong blah 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 spoke, Dr. Tian was like a bomb that suddenly exploded, his voice almost roaring out. Dr. Tian's outburst surprisingly caused Lulong to freeze in place for a moment. The rest of the people also looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing why Dr. Tian suddenly lost his temper. Tian, teacher Tian. Lulong carefully looked towards Dr. Tian. Don't call me Mr. Tian, I don't have you as a student. Dr. Tian seemed to be very angry at Lulong's behavior. His chest rose and fell, and it took a long time before it gradually calmed down. For a while, everyone present didn't dare to speak loudly, and the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Come with me. There are not many oxygen reserves left, so after you finish the mission you leave here immediately. Dr. Tian sighed quietly, then walked towards the right side of the cave entrance before the crowd could react. The crowd who noticed Dr. Tian's movements followed in unison, leaving Jiang Fan alone behind. To follow, or not to follow? Jiang Fan's eyes flickered gently before he finally made up his mind. Follow over and take a look. Along the way, from the information he heard about Dr. Tian from He Feixian's mouth, to the person he now saw Dr. Tian with his own eyes, Jiang Fan always felt that the other party was a bit weird. It seemed to be hiding something. However, it was still just an inference now, so if he wanted to be further sure he would have to follow up and take a look. Under Dr. Tian's leadership, the crowd kept moving along the right side of the cave. During this time, nothing unusual appeared. Not long after, the traveling crowd came out of the cave entrance. The entire space opened up. What met the eyes of the crowd was an underground building similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum. However, this building was not attached to the ground, but rather floated in midair like a platform. The bottom of the platform was bottomless, like an open mouth ready to devour the life below. On the platform, augury lamps hung like divine platforms emitting endless light. A red-colored ladder with a hint of transparency spread from the edge of the platform all the way down to the feet of everyone. Teacher Tian, what is this thing? Everyone was dumbfounded, even Jiang Fan had completely not expected such a floating structure to exist underground.
Warrior Arena. Dr. Tian looked at the platform suspended high in front of him and murmured softly. Dr. Tian, how did you know?
He Fengxian heard Dr.
Tian speak with such certainty, and her heart vaguely speculated. Could it be that you've been here before? This was the only possibility He Fengxian could think of.
Well, I came here 20 years ago. As He Fengxian asked this, Dr.
Tian directly nodded his head in acknowledgement without even hesitating for a moment. Jiang Fan, sure enough. Dr. Tian, you said that you came here? How is that possible?
Lu Long sniffed with incredulity written all over his face. He walked in front of Dr.
Tian and pointed his finger towards the huge platform suspended high in the sky. You said you've been here before, so what is this thing? The Warrior Arena.
Legend has it that if you complete the challenges of the Warrior Arena, you will be able to obtain the Warrior Badge and obtain the Sacred King's treasure.
Dr.
Tian said word for word, his eyes looking towards the arena platform suspended in midair, inadvertently revealing a touch of pain that was difficult for ordinary people to detect.
Warrior Badge, Holy King's treasure? Is it the royal beast inheritance left behind by the 9 royal beast Saint Kings? After hearing Dr.
Tian's words, Lu Long's head dangled for a moment. The expression on his face went through various changes from the initial dismay, bewilderment to ecstasy.
If there really was a Saint King's treasure here, then wouldn't he be rich?
At that thought, Lu Long trembled, his gaze seemed to carry lightning as he looked at Dr.
Tian with a gaze filled with exhilaration. Dr.
Tian, tell me, how am I going to participate in the challenge? Looking at Lu Long, whose expression was uplifted and excited beyond words, Dr. Tian let out a soft sigh. I was just like you at first, full of enthusiasm.
But then fine, I won't stop you since you want the challenge. But I hope you understand one thing, this challenge requires you to gamble your life. Are you sure you're ready? Gamble your life? Dr.
Tian's words were like a pot of cold water poured over Lu Long's head. Only at this moment did he finally calm down.
Jiang Fan looked at Dr. Tian with a frown on his face. This Dr.
Tian was a pure riddler. Since he had been here and knew so much, how could he not covet that so-called Imperial Beast Saint King's treasure? The so-called Imperial Beast Saint King refers to the ancestor of the Imperial Beast Masters. The status is comparable to that of the 3 Qing in Taoism, which can be said to be too high to be true. Moreover, these 9 sacred kings of beasts are traceable. In various historical materials in the present world, we can find detailed records about them. If this was really the treasure burial site of one of the royal beast Saint Kings, I'm afraid that this small piece of land in Linhai would have to be trampled down.
Would this Dr. Tian not be moved? Would he selflessly tell others? Well, he would indeed. Because what Dr. Tian said next, Jiang Fan believed most of it.
20 years ago, Linhai City also experienced frequent earthquakes just like this period of time. At that time, I had just become a 5th-ranked Imperial Beast Master, and not long after I was promoted to the head of the Geological Research Institute of Jiangnan Province, I received orders from my superiors to come to Linhai to investigate the situation.
Dr. Tian fell into deep memories.
At that time, I had a successful career, my strength had risen greatly, and I was at a time of great vigor. I brought my Imperial Beasts with my men into this underground space.
At first, although our group was alert, we didn't take it too seriously and just treated the mission as an ordinary scientific research mission.
But ever since we fell into the Night Ghost's trap, everything changed. Just like what you guys experienced, our group was entering a stalactite cave when we were violently attacked by a group of black bats. We weren't in as good a position as you guys though. Inside the cave, we encountered a 7th-rank wild Imperial Beast, the Black Bat King. Hearing this, the hearts of the crowd tightened. 7th-ranked wild Imperial Beasts, their own group wasn't enough to give the other party a toothpick, and Dr. Teacher Tian was able to escape under a 7th-ranked Imperial Beast. This was too powerful.
Do you guys think I'm so powerful that I was able to escape under a 7th-ranked wild Imperial Beast? Yeah, Mr. Tian, you're too brave, aren't you? If it was me, I'd probably have died of fright a long time ago. I really can't see that you, Mr. Tian, who is so afraid of the darkness, also has a highlight moment.
Xian Yi and Wang Fangfang also give a thumbs up at the side. Dr.
Tian is awesome. Hearing the student's words, Dr. Tian smiles bitterly. Brave?
Quite the contrary, I am more timid than you guys think. The reason why I was able to escape under the sharp claws of the 7th-ranked Black Bat King in the first place was because I gave up my 5th-ranked Imperial Beast, the Silverback Wolf King. While the Silverback Wolf King was fighting the Black Bat King, I fled the battlefield like a coward. When these words came out, the entire room fell silent. The crowd's throats choked for a moment, and surprisingly, they didn't know what words to say to comfort Dr.
Tian.
The relationship between Imperial Beasts and Imperial Beast Masters was as close as family, and the crowd was not in a good position to judge Dr.
Tian for abandoning his own imperial beasts in order to stay alive. In front of life, there were many things that could not be treated with reason. After that, it was as if I had been retributed, and I fell into the night ghost's illusionary realm. Inside the phantasmagoria mapped out the scene from one of my field science expeditions back then. I was cornered by a fifth-order golden-furred dingo bear close to a cliff, and with the help of the shining flying eagle, I left my little goat Baba where it was to tangle with the dingo bear, while I myself left with the flying eagle on my own. My little goat, Baba, cooks for me every day, and even though it's terrible, after receiving my compliments, it would reveal a happy smile. But I actually. When Dr. Tian said this, tears could no longer stop flowing down his face. Jiang Fan was slightly stunned after hearing Dr. Tian's words. Why did this script feel so familiar? Familiar as it was, hearing Dr. Tian's words and seeing him sobbing like a bitch, Jiang Fan felt that he deserved to survive. After the illusion is 2 dead holes, already scared out of my wits I released 2 low-rank imperial beasts to explore the path. In the end both imperial beasts didn't come back. And at that time, the Black Bat King seemed to have resolved. My Silverback Wolf King was constantly approaching me. In desperation, I recklessly went headlong into the cave entrance on the right and ended up here. During that time, one by one, the men who came down with me had a change of heart. Someone's oxygen tank broke and started scrambling for the other's oxygen. Another broke one in the scramble and went for it again. All were driven mad. I left them and came here alone. At this point, Dr. Tian's tone paused. And after that, Mr. Tian? This feeling of coming to an abrupt end in the middle of a sentence was the most torturous. Fuxian's crowd felt like there were ants crawling on their bodies. Dr. Tian's pause was simply more terrifying than a dog author breaking off a chapter. Dr. Tian's face was cloudy, and inadvertently, he glanced towards the suspended platform before slowly spitting out a sentence. Unspeakable, unspeakable. He is watching. Dr. Tian seemed to shun this so-called warrior arena. Under his guidance, the crowd stepped onto the steps extending down from the platform. Dr. Tian, do we have to go up here? Fuxian, who had heard Dr. Tian's narration, didn't have much of a good feeling about this piece of space. Moreover, other than this one and only ladder, the only thing left below the crowd was the black, bottomless space. The deep darkness that came upon them gave Fuxian a feeling of suffocation. There's no hiding. When you guys came to me, your fate was already manipulated by the big hand above the high platform. In the end, it's me who has harmed you all. Dr. Tian sighed and shook his head. He seemed to know something but was reluctant to tell anyone more. A pure riddler. Jiang Fan followed the crowd all the way up the steps, and when he looked around he could always feel a pair of eyes watching him. It was the black bats. They were hidden on the stone wall above their heads, like dead-angle surveillance cameras, watching their group's every move. Finally, after climbing several steps one after another, Jiang Fan and the others arrived at the top of the platform. This circular platform was oddly large. Jiang Fan visually estimated its diameter to be around 800 meters. Such a platform with a diameter of 800 meters, quietly suspended in mid-air without any force, could be called one of the world's 10 most famous wonders. There was no guardrail around the platform, so if one fell down accidentally, it would be difficult for the gods to save him. A pillar burning with an indestructible flame above surrounds the whole platform, giving people a solemn feeling. On this wide platform, Jiang Fan's crowd could hear the echoes of their own footsteps if they walked a little louder. Mr. Tian, there seems to be nothing here. Fuxian replied as she looked around. And just as her words fell, those flames that were burning on the columns went out in an instant. The strong flashlights in the hands of the crowd also went out en masse. This short period of darkness the crowd had not yet reacted to. The next second a body radiating fire-red light, body type and a tank almost the size of the ellipsoid appeared in the crowd's head. As the giant ellipsoid appeared, the platform pillars lit up again, and a low muffled grunt came from nowhere. What is this thing? The arena cutter. Dr. Tian murmured softly as he looked at the oval, egg-like red giant ball. Welcome, warriors who have come from afar. Are you ready for the trial of courage? Who's talking? The voice came out of nowhere, surprisingly causing the crowd to fail to react for a moment. Don't panic, it's it talking. Dr. Tian stepped forward to one side of the crowd, then looked upwards. Lord Cutter, I have come as promised. Do you remember me? You're the coward who left his imperial beast to run away alone 20 years ago, aren't you? Of course I remember. The voice was illusory and indistinct, yet it was able to be heard very truly, completely unlike the intermittent synthesized voice that Jiang Fan had heard before. Hearing the voice speak like this, Dr. Tian suddenly froze without speaking. Fuxian took the opportunity to grab Dr. Tian's sleeve and asked in a low voice, Teacher Tian, what is this tailor you speak of? The tailor is the tailor, he's the watcher of the deep darkness, he's the spokesperson of the imperial beast Saint King, and he's the caretaker of the warrior badge. Crowd, Sigma, A, surprised. Jiang Fan, oh, confused. What the hell? Dr.
Tian's words were on point as he made a ring around his hands, then his palms again with 4 fingers together, nodding on both shoulders as well as his forehead. Lord Adjudicator, over the past 20 years, I have deeply repented of the sins I have committed. Today, I have come here to fulfill my promise. I, Tian Hung, am determined to pass your challenge. If I fail, I will leave my corpse here, at the mercy of Lord Judge. Dr. Tian spoke forcefully, not dragging his feet in the slightest. At this moment, his purpose was unmistakably revealed, to meet the challenge bestowed by this so-called Lord Ruler. Not bad, you have indeed grown a lot compared to 20 years ago. You have a determination that shakes even God. Good luck to you. A mysterious voice resounded in the red egg. Dr. Tian sniffed slightly. God? It's the Holy King of Imperial Beasts. What God? So, are you guys ready to accept the challenge? Dr. Tian's doubts had just risen when the voice immediately spoke out to interrupt and steer the conversation elsewhere. Dr. Tian, who deeply believed in this so-called adjudicator, might not feel anything, and the students of Jilin Imperial Beast University who believed in Dr. Tian might not feel anything, but Jiang Fan felt that there was a big problem. I am afraid that there is something fishy about this arbiter. Thinking of this, Jiang Fan tried to use the system to parse out the fiery red oval-shaped egg above his head. Originally, Jiang Fan didn't hold much hope for this, but who knew that after he scanned around the egg, he would actually gain something. Imperial Beast, Red Devil. Department, Spiritual Imperial Beast. Level 39, 3rd ranked Royal Beast. Characteristics, preferring to use its own unique spiritual skills to create an illusion for the enemy. Through the guidance of the illusion, the enemy's negative emotions will be stimulated and absorbed, and then strengthened. P.S. Special attention, the Red Devil likes to pretend to be a ghost, and loves to give multiple choice questions to prey caught in traps, and then let people fall into deep despair and fear. If you find yourself in a situation where you have to make a choice in the Red Devil's area of activity, please retreat immediately. If you find yourself in a situation where you have to make a choice in an area where the Red Devil is active, retreat immediately. Because you never know if the choice you are faced with is real or if the Red Devil is releasing its spirit to deliberately lure you in. Methods of conquest/elimination. The Red Devil and the Night Ghost are twins, and where the Red Devil appears there is usually a Night Ghost. After capturing the Night Ghost, you can perform the black and red fusion skill to merge the two beasts into one. This Red Devil is not the other Red Devil, it is not a game phone, but a treacherous and cunning Imperial Beast. After reading this information, Jiang Fan let out a heavy breath. Sentimentally, this thing that Dr. Tian had called the Cutter was actually an Imperial Beast in disguise, and the poor Dr. Tian had been deceived by it for 20 whole years? I have to say, it's really a sad story. So, the Courage Challenge begins now. As the adjudicator's voice fell, the crowd instantly felt a tingle in their scalps. Not a tingling of the scalp felt because of various horrifying emotions, but a tingling of the scalp in the true physical sense. Because just after the voice fell, hundreds of black bats directly attacked towards the 6 people present. The black bats were raging. Lu Long saw this and turned his head and ran towards the stairs he came from. His thoughts were very simple. With so many black bats, his own second-ranked Royal Beast Master was simply unable to defeat them. The most important thing was to escape. However, although Lu Long reacted very quickly, but the Warrior Arena's Cutter could not be unprepared. Lu Long stifled his head and ran away, but in the next second, he directly crashed into a transparent barrier, and his face was plastered with a mark on it. The barrier cast out by the judgmentalist rigidly blocked Lu Long's path forward. At the same time, that only ladder also looked like a tofu dregs project, falling apart in an instant. Humph, cowardly rats, simply insulting the prestige of the Warrior Arena. The voice of the judgmentalist was cold, and with a movement of its divine mind, countless black bats directly pounced and bit towards Lu Long. Amidst the pulling and confusion, Lu Long's Imperial Beast Orb fell to the ground. The one-horned ant that was previously called the Snow White Queen by Lu Long appeared in the arena. Before the dumbfounded Snow White Queen could react to what was happening, she saw several black bats charging towards her. In a hurry, the Snow White Queen directly spat out a solution from her mouth. The black bats that were hit by the solution instantly fell to the ground, their hissing sounds of agony resounding one after another, accompanied by wisps of white smoke coming out of their bodies, and finally lying on the ground without moving. To the Snow White Queen, use solution spray, finish them off. With his first taste of victory, Lu Long's emotions were conversely not as impatient as earlier. A bunch of wild beasts, let you know the power of Grandpa Lu Long, who was a royal beast master. Lu Long's confidence increased greatly, and he even pulled out a few bottles of blue restoring potion from inside his backpack, obviously preparing to enter a protracted battle stance. After all, the Snow White Queen was a second-rank Imperial Beast, and it was more than enough to deal with the black bats. However, as more and more black bats surged over to the Snow White Queen's side, even the Snow White Queen, who had drunk a few bottles of blue restoring potions, was a bit overwhelmed.
Similar to Lu Long's situation, Jiang Fan, Hefeng Xian and the others also had to face the attack from hundreds of black bats, and all of them seemed to be struggling. While everyone was tense against the enemy, a sudden cry of alarm rang out from the side. Looking around, one could only see Lu Long with an anxious look on his face, constantly using his own flesh and blood to break up the black bats in front of him. As for his imperial beast, the Snow White Queen, because of its exhaustion, its entire body was being grabbed up by several black bats with their claws and dragged to the periphery of the platform. As long as these black bats loosened their claws, the Snow White Queen would fall into the middle of the deep, bottomless, shadowy space and would never be able to recover. You guys let go of it. Lu Long was completely anxious after seeing this scene. He didn't know how much effort he had spent on cultivating the Snow White Queen. If the Snow White Queen died here like this, he would definitely be heartbroken to death. However, at this moment, Lu Long was so focused on looking at the Snow White Queen that he completely failed to realize how dangerous his situation was. Taking advantage of the fact that he no longer had much strength left, several black bats had grabbed Lu Long's body and dragged it to the outside of the platform just like they did with the Snow White Queen. Seeing the abyss underneath, Lu Long instantly became dizzy, a feeling of regurgitation and vomiting rose in the small of his back. At the same time, his crotch was hot, and he even unknowingly urinated. The timid and cowardly human fellow, I'm very disappointed in you. Now choose, do you want to live by yourself or let your Snow White Queen live? The voice of the adjudicator echoed in Lu Long's ears. Lu Long couldn't even hear what exactly the tailor was saying at this time. He only felt that his body was as soft as a puddle of spaghetti. I choose myself. Finally, after hearing the adjudicator's question clearly, Lu Long spat out a sentence without hesitation. As he uttered these words, he didn't even dare to look at his Snow White Queen. The Imperial Beast Masters had spirituality, and although the vast majority of them couldn't speak, they were able to understand all sorts of things. Now that Lu Long had spoken these words, the Snow White Queen's body violently trembled, unexpectedly breaking free from the black bat's restraints and falling down into the abyss below on her own. No! Lu Long watched the scene with his eyes wide open, choking on his mouth and unable to utter a single word. But at that moment, he saw a silhouette explode with astonishing speed and leap up from the platform, shouting a single word, "No!" under his breath before reaching out towards the falling Snow White Queen to catch her. Mr. Tian! Seeing that figure, Lu Long's eyes widened violently. Hefeng Xian and the others even exclaimed at the same time, Teacher Tian used the skill, Devil's Touch, during his quick run in Dr. Tian's direction. Jiang Fan released his Devil's Egg and commanded, Devil's Touch, a move that attacks with the Devil's Horn. Effect, while inflicting a large amount of damage on the enemy, 100% of the enemies whose rank is lower than your own will enter a state of fear for 30 seconds, and you can give commands to the fearful enemy during that time. The evolved Devil's Touch not only has the effect of making the Imperial Beasts fearful, but also has the ability to give commands to the Imperial Beasts during the period of fear. It was a good thing that the release of Devil's Touch wasn't effective on a single body, but on a group, otherwise, Jiang Fan himself wouldn't know what to do with it. As the blood-red tentacles of the demon egg rippled with a burst of red ripples, a blood-red eye snapped open in mid-air. The huge pressure directly shrouded towards a large swath of black bats. The black bats died and were injured. There was also a portion that was trembling in fear. During this time, Jiang Fan could clearly feel that he was connected to the fearful black bats, and all he needed to do was to convey a thought. At this moment, Dr. Tian, who was able to catch the Snow White Queen, was already falling. Just when he thought that he was basically dead, he suddenly heard a voice ringing in his ears, "Hold my hand." At those words, Dr. Tian instantly froze. The next second he reacted to the fact that Jiang Fan had actually jumped down with him in order to save him. Why was this necessary? Now there were more companions to bury. What the hell are you thinking about? Take my hand. Jiang Fan seldom said dirty words to others, but when he saw Dr. Tian was such a poser and unwilling to reach out, Jiang Fan got anxious. Being scolded by Jiang Fan like this, Dr. Tian didn't react for a moment and subconsciously reached his hand towards Jiang Fan. And just when their hands were about to touch each other, Jiang Fan's figure suddenly paused. F***CK. Dr. Tian only heard a foul language burst out from Jiang Fan, and then his arm was yanked by Jiang Fan's force, and a Thomas pirouette threw him directly on top of Jiang Fan. His strength, why is it so big? The first thing that rose in Dr. Tian's mind when he was pulled by Jiang Fan's force was this thought. He himself was once a royal beast master and knew very well that it was absolutely impossible for Jiang Fan to have this kind of strength at his age. Although his own weight, plus the weight of a second-order royal beast unicorn ant was not so heavy that it was exaggerated, if he wanted to pull such a weight up in a stagnant state, whether it was the strength, the angle of the force, or the way of applying the force, all of them were indispensable. At least, thinking about his own student, Lu Long, Hefeng Xian would definitely not be able to do this. Dr. Tian's thoughts only paused for a moment on this thought, and immediately after, he found that his body was actually pulled up by dozens of black bats,
and eventually landed smoothly back on the platform. And Jiang Fan, who had just saved himself and the Snow White Queen, had already disappeared into the bottomless abyss, with no one in sight and no body in sight. At this moment, the atmosphere of the entire venue instantly froze. Jiang Fan, in fact, just now he had the opportunity to return to the platform with Dr. Tian and the Snow White Queen. But when he had just reached out his hand and was about to pull Dr. Tian, the system's prompting voice in his ear suddenly rang out. Ding! Your performance has gained the favor of the Night Ghost, and the Night Ghost's affinity density has increased by 20 points. When the affinity reaches 50 points, the Night Ghost will show its true form, and you can take this opportunity to capture it. Current affinity 60-50. Ding! The Night Ghost's intimacy with you has reached 60 points. The Night Ghost will show up. Don't miss the chance to capture it. Counting down for 3 seconds, you will be pulled to the interdimensional space by the Night Ghost. 3, 2, 1. Jiang Fan only heard a whoosh and a strong pulling sensation came from his body. When he was about to be pulled into the inexplicable space, Jiang Fan's eyes glanced over and realized that his demonic egg had also jumped down with him. How the devil's egg acted Jiang Fan didn't know, but was able to roughly guess. Apart from using its tail to prop it up this way bit by bit, what other way could there be? At that thought, Jiang Fan's eyes went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he had already appeared in the middle of a dense jungle. The devil's egg also appeared at his feet. Is this an illusion? Jiang Fan was a little unsure. After going through the first few trials, he already didn't trust his eyes very much. The jungle was dense and deep and silent. No one told Jiang Fan what to do. Just as Jiang Fan was puzzled, a head suddenly sprang out of a bush. That head was furry, like the head of an alpaca. No, that was the head of an alpaca. An alpaca had sprung out of a low bush. Jiang Fan was startled and hurriedly used the system to check the information of this alpaca. Imperial Beast, Green Alpaca. Category, Grass Imperial Beast. Level 35, 3rd Stage Imperial Beasts. Characteristics, stubborn and unyielding. Loves to learn how to cook from humans, but every time it makes a meal it's dark cuisine. This can't be the one from Dr. Tian, right? Jiang Fan was slightly stunned after seeing this alpaca. But according to what Dr. Tian said, wasn't this alpaca dead? How could it appear in front of him? Surely everything in front of him was an illusion. Jiang Fan continued to observe the alpaca with doubts. The alpaca also realized that someone was watching him, and after turning his head to see that it was Jiang Fan, he broke through the bushes and ran over. Bah! Jiang Fan, bah, what are you doing here? Have you ever seen a blackened imperial beast? The alpaca's attitude towards Jiang Fan was very friendly, so Jiang Fan was happy to patiently communicate with it. The alpaca seemed to have understood Jiang Fan's words as it arched towards Jiang Fan's pants leg and then pulled Jiang Fan towards the depths of the dense forest with its mouth on Jiang Fan's pants leg. Is it for me to walk with you? This imperial beast seemed to be full of spirituality, and it nodded its head after Jiang Fan asked. Good, then you lead the way in front. Since he didn't know what was going on right now, he might as well go with the alpaca and see for himself. He might be able to discover something. With this idea in mind, Jiang Fan went deeper and deeper with the alpaca. Finally, after walking for an unknown amount of time, the one alpaca and one man stopped at a clearing on one side of the dense forest. There was a stream slowly flowing through this clearing, and Jiang Fan even saw a stove for making fire here, as well as all sorts of strange knives. Could there be someone here? Wife, you're back? As Jiang Fan was wondering, he only saw that not far away, amongst a tree hole, there was actually a golden-haired bear standing on 2 feet, with a toothpick in its mouth, walking out. Seeing this scene, Jiang Fan's entire 3 views almost cracked. He even felt as if he had mistakenly entered the Dog-Bear Ridge. And looking at this bear's selling appearance, wasn't it properly the one that forced himself onto the cliff in the middle of that illusion? Who are you? After the golden-haired dingo bear saw Jiang Fan, a look of surprise appeared on its face. At this time, that alpaca didn't know where to find an apron and tied it around his waist. Holding a knife in his hand, he said to the golden-haired dingo, he's Lord Knight's guest. Jiang Fan? The hell you can talk to? And what is it with you two, interracial love? Oh yeah, so he's here to find Lord Knight. I'll take you there now. The golden-furred dingo bear was very simple, and after hearing his alpaca wife's words he immediately walked over to pat Jiang Fan's shoulder. It's rare for Lord Knight to have a guest. What's your name, little brother? Jiang Fan. Hesitating again and again, Jiang Fan still said his name. Following the golden-haired red bear all the way into the dense forest, Jiang Fan learned a lot of information in his conversation with the golden-haired red bear. The Night Lord that the golden-haired red bear spoke of was definitely the Night Ghost. After all, it comes and goes without a trace, and there is no entity. Every time it appears, it is a cloud of black gas plus 2 big eyes, which are the characteristics of night ghosts. During this time, Jiang Fan also learned from the golden-haired red bear's mouth about his experience of meeting and getting to know his alpaca wife. This is where my wife and I met, back when she was still an imperial beast in a human imperial beast master's family. Their family was out for a picnic that day, and then we met for the first time. That human imperial beast master made things difficult for my wife, going so far as to even spoil the food my wife made. My wife decided to leave that human imperialist at my urging. My wife was reluctant and bet me that human imperialist wouldn't abandon her. So I invited my good friend Flying Eagle to put on a show inside the jungle. When he heard this, Jiang Fan's head was filled with black lines. Wait, brother bear, let me run through it. This intricate and complicated dog blood plot is actually happening by his side? And it's a heavy drama of man and beast competing for favor? Poor Dr. Tian became a victim of the love between Brother Bear and Miss Alpaca. He was cuckolded and still didn't even know it, and even felt guilty for years because of it? Something's not right, this world isn't right. Got to find the night ghost, it must have made this up. Nothing unexpected happened during this time. Jiang Fan saw a pile of black vapor as expected. A black shadow the size of a window in the front gave off a feeling of emptiness. Only the two red eyes in the center allowed one to feel a hint of life. Jiang Fan's fists clenched. Although the system said that he had a chance to capture the night ghost, he didn't know where to start. Moreover, he only had a third-ranked Imperial Beast Orb in his hands right now. This Imperial Beast Orb originally belonged to the Devil's Egg, but it was temporarily commandeered by Jiang Fan at this critical moment. The golden-furred dread bear that brought Jiang Fan over didn't stay for too long and left early. Now only Jiang Fan himself and the night ghost were left looking at each other. The scene was inevitably a little awkward. However, the awkwardness was broken not long afterward. In the midair where Jiang Fan and the night ghost were facing each other, a blue screen suddenly appeared. Night Ghost initiated a battle invitation to you. Do you accept? Accept. Ding, the challenge begins. Successfully beating the Night Ghost to the state of Nearblood can capture the Night Ghost. This blue shadow Jiang Fan didn't know where it came from, but was roughly able to guess that it was related to the Night Ghost. When the mechanically synthesized voice announced the start of the challenge, the Night Ghost that had been confronting Jiang Fan changed its shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few blinks of an eye, it even transformed into a humanoid figure that appeared directly in front of Jiang Fan. This humanoid was very tall. Jiang Fan visually measured it to be about 1 meter 9 in height, and from the black humanoid's facial contours it could be clearly seen that it was a man. Why did the Night Ghost change into a man's appearance? Jiang Fan was puzzled in his heart, and just at this time, the black shadow in human form quietly spoke. This underground world is suddenly bustling with activity, finally giving me some hope. You are the second person in over 100 years to be able to stand in front of me. I hope you won't let me down. The second, then who was the first? Jiang Fan was already not surprised by black shadows that could talk. After all, Miss Alpaca and Big Brother Bear could talk, and it was nothing unusual for a night ghost to be able to speak 2 sentences. The first person was a girl, about your age, but she failed. A girl? Jiang Fan frowned. For some reason he actually thought of Song Yunqi, who was plunged into the underground without a trace. Let's cut the small talk short. If you want to get the night ghost, use your courage to prove that you have the qualifications. The moment after the black shadow uttered his voice, he unexpectedly threw out a round Imperial Beast ball from his hand like an Imperial Beast master. The Imperial Beast orb split into 2, and a large deep black bear appeared in front of Jiang Fan. This bear was exactly the same as the golden-haired dread bear that brought Jiang Fan here just now. Jiang Fan used his system to parse the other party's data, and without seeing it, he froze in place directly after seeing it. This bear, unexpectedly, has a full 80 levels, is a real 8th order Imperial Beast, their own had to fight with him. No wonder the first challenger before would lose. This is simply not want to let people pass. Use your full strength to defend. I will only make one move. If you don't fall down it will be considered a success. One move? Oh, then you will immediately wait to be in my pocket. Jiang Fan had originally been desperate, but after hearing the black shadow say these words, his face then revealed a smile if nothing else. You are very confident, but blind confidence can only be called arrogance. The black shadow spoke faintly. In his opinion Jiang Fan was nothing more than an ordinary person with no power in his hands. Even with the tiny Imperial Beast egg by his side, he was not able to pose half a threat to himself. The woman I met earlier still had the strength of a third-ranked Imperial Beast Master, but now this is a quasi-Imperial Beast Master that hasn't even hatched out of an egg yet. It seems like there's still a long way to go to find suitable new masters for the two of you, and I don't know if I'll be able to hold out until then. Just as well, hurry up and finish off this brat, spoil the fun. Jiang Fan was facing the black shadow in a strict stance, but he didn't know that the other party was even thinking this way at this moment. I'm going to start. The black shadow grinned. Little knight, release, shadow shock. The black silhouette gave an order, and immediately afterward, he saw the mouth of the level 80 giant bear that he had manifested open, spitting out a black pillar-shaped shockwave that 3 or 4 people holding hands had no way to embrace. The power contained in this shockwave made people shudder, and the earth was dragged out of a several-meter-deep gully under the influence of the energy overflowing from the shockwave. This terrain-altering strike directly dumbfounded Jiang Fan.
The top royal beast masters that he had learned about were only the Twisted Vine, Jack Horse, and others, and these bigwigs were all 7th-ranked royal beast masters without exception, and their royal beasts were naturally all 7th-ranked royal beasts as well. Now that he was facing the attack of this 8th-order imperial beast, Jiang Fan felt that the pressure was even greater than facing Sesame Vine and the others. However, he didn't panic because he had a certainty of victory that belonged to him. Rely on you. Use the skill, Dragon's Claw. Skill, Dragon's Claw. Skill description, exerts the power of the dragon god to deliver a powerful blow to the enemy and descends the light of the dragon god to bless itself. Effect, the worse one state is, the higher the damage is. When releasing Dragon's Claw, if one receives a fatal attack it will be cancelled out. This was Jiang Fan's reliance on the ascending skill that could immunize against death. The moment the skill was released, Jiang Fan felt himself wrapped in golden light. According to the description of the skill, this golden light was the blessing belonging to the dragon god. Jiang Fan and the Devil's Egg were wrapped in golden light at the same time, and this also caught the black figure's attention. However, he didn't care about it, because even if Jiang Fan's methods were no matter how powerful, he was ultimately just a quasi-imperial beast master who hadn't even hatched out of the imperial beast egg. Courage is the driving force that supports the growth of an imperial beast master, but being brave all the time doesn't count as courage. Bravery that is supported by faith, strength and knowledge can only be called true courage. You're not mature enough for me to hand Seo over to you, even more so, I can't hand over the badge of courage to you. Wait until the next time when you are ready. The dark shadow shook his head inside. Although he didn't say much, the key information revealed among the words but was not at all small. What are you thinking about? Don't look down on people, only talking to yourself and shaking your head. Those who don't know would think that you have a big mouth and neck. A huge energy shockwave instantly rushed towards Jiang Fan's body. Although the Devil's Eggs, Dragon's Claw, had the effect of avoiding death, the pain of the shockwave hitting his body and separating his flesh from his bones was real. Jiang Fan grimaced in pain, and couldn't help but to curse at the black shadow that was pointing at the side as a way to alleviate his pain. You, how come you're still alive? Jiang Fan's sudden voice made the black shadow freeze. Time dialed back to 10 minutes ago. After Jiang Fan sacrificed his life to save Dr. Tian, the crowd standing in the warrior arena fell into a heavy grief. However, Lu Long, who was the cause of all this, was different from the others. The moment the Snow White Queen was given up to him, the talking cutter threw him back onto the platform. Just as his feet landed on the platform, Lu Long's feet trembled with excitement. He panicked and ran to Dr. Tian's side to snatch the Snow White Queen from Dr. Tian's hands. Snow White Queen, it's really great that you're okay, Lu Long said while trying to stroke the Snow White Queen's head with his own palm, but unexpectedly the Snow White Queen broke away from his embrace and ran behind Dr. Tian to hide. Snow White Queen, are you blaming me? I also had no choice. If you were to make a choice in that situation, you would definitely make the same choice as me. Lu Long's voice was a little hoarse, and that sense of unappreciated aggression came through his words, looking pitiful to the extreme. Heh, ridiculous human. You didn't even hesitate when faced with the choice of death. Your character really can't be called courageous, and that really disappoints me. As a punishment, I will take a piece of your soul. Come back in 20 years, and if you are still as incompetent as this, be prepared to die. When the judge said that, a thread of silk unexpectedly stretched out from the fiery red egg and wrapped around Lu Long's body. The thread passed through Lu Long's nose, eye sockets, ears, and mouth, and after some stirring, a black and red substance was extracted from Lu Long's body. That substance was combined together, but it vaguely revealed Lu Long's appearance. Seeing this scene, Lu Long was directly stunned. He kept murmuring under his breath, don't, I won't dare anymore. The appearance looked pitiful and helpless, but no one helped him. You still have 2 hours of oxygen left in your oxygen tank. I hope you can get out of here alive. The judge kindly reminded Lu Long, but the latter was like a frightened monkey in no time, stumbling and fleeing without caring about his head. When Lu Long left, the steps disappeared once again, and the black bats on the warrior arena stopped attacking. Tian Hong, I'm very satisfied with your valor. As a commendation to you, I've decided to give you a chance for redemption. The adjudicator's voice fell, and immediately after that, Dr. Tian heard the horrified cries of the students around him. When he looked sideways, he actually found He Fengxian and the others being entangled and carried into the air by the red threads spreading out from the giant egg. Dr. Tian, help me. Dr. Tian, help. The students' cries for help echoed in Dr. Tian's ears. He roared at the cutter in a surprised yet angry voice. What kind of commendation is this? There is no need to rush. As long as you pass my test of courage, I will put them down. Not only that, I will also give you the badge of courage that relates to the sacred king of the imperial beast's treasure. Are you ready for that? The voice of the judgmentalist was ancient. He seemed to have held Dr. Tian to death for a long time, and was able to quickly say something in response to Dr. Tian's various reactions. You're going to do this? Dr. Tian's body trembled a little, he was alarmed, terrified, and even felt a sense of fear. That sense of bondage where another's life was tied to his own, the sense of responsibility took his breath away. You'll see in a moment. Until then, I'll make some preparations, and may peace be with you. As soon as the voice of the adjudicator fell, in an instant all of the firelight in the entire warrior arena disappeared, and an entire space was plunged into an infinite depth of darkness. Everything around him was terrifyingly quiet, and Dr. Tian could feel his own nervous and heavy breathing with a hint of trembling. Not only the sound of breathing, his entire body was trembling now. The silent darkness was like a devouring beast that kept attacking Dr. Tian, constantly hitting his psychological defenses. This silent darkness was the most simmering. Dr. Tian stood still and did not dare to move a muscle as he slowly spat out a few words from his dry throat. Xiaoyi? Student Qian Yi? Fellow student Wang Fongfong? Are you guys there? Say something to me dash. Lord Adjudicator? Dr. Tian's voice was getting lower and lower. His mental defenses were just like this voice, constantly crumbling. I don't know how long it took, but Dr. Tian held his head in his hands and crouched on the ground, sobbing. He was afraid of the dark, he was extremely afraid of the dark. The darkness was like a scary beast to him. Whenever he faced the darkness, he would always think of the imperial beasts who had lost their lives because of his cowardice. That kind of heart-wrenching self-reproach and the feeling of powerlessness of not being able to respond to expectations constantly tormented his body and mind. The silent darkness lasted for an unknown period of time, when suddenly, Dr. Tian only felt a bright light rise around him. He tentatively raised his deeply buried head, and indeed found that the bright light had returned. However, before he had time to be happy, the scene in front of him was completely dumbfounded. Only to see that the Snow-White Queen he had just saved was now being tied by a red thread and hung to the outside of the platform. On the other side, his 3 students were similarly hoisted up and dragged to the outside of the platform. Underneath them was a bottomless abyss, and as soon as the red thread was loosened, all of them and the imperial beast would fall down, and then with a loud bang, they would be reduced to a pile of rotten meat. Tian Han, make your choice. Do you want to save the beast or your 3 students? This adjudicator was extremely vicious, giving out options that were unacceptable to Dr. Tian no matter which one. You. Dr. Tian's teeth couldn't stop chattering. This wasn't a trial of courage, it was clearly a Shura that constantly tortured him. Choice, did he have a choice? Did he dare to choose? I don't choose, you let them go. Dr. Tian shouted in a hoarse voice. No, you must choose. The voice of the adjudicator drifted out, not giving Dr. Tian a way back at all. Dr. Tian's face froze, his mouth was like a strong sealant had been applied, he couldn't open it. Choice? There was no choice at all. No matter which side he chose, he could not make a decision. At this moment, Dr. Tian remembered Jiang Fan, who had died to save himself and the Snow-White Queen, and couldn't help but envy him in his heart. To be able to die in such a way was not a lucky thing. Thinking so, Dr. Tian's mind moved. Everything was caused by himself, as long as he died, everything would be over. And he didn't have to carry all these responsibilities anymore, everything would just end like this. What are you thinking? Just as Dr. Tian was ready to jump down from the thought of death, an extremely hazy voice suddenly rang in his ears. He could only hear the first half of the sentence clearly, but Dr. Tian couldn't hear the rest of the words. However, with just this half sentence, Dr. Tian was able to tell whose voice it was. Wasn't it exactly Jiang Fan's? When he fell off the platform just now, he had also said something similar to this. For a moment, Dr. Tian directly froze. Could it be that Jiang Fan's spirit had manifested itself? Yes, it must be so. Other than this explanation, Dr. Tian could not think of any other possibility. After all, Jiang Fan had already fallen, and now even if he hadn't fallen into a mess, he was on his way to becoming a mess, and it was simply impossible for him to send a message to himself. Dr. Tian grinned bitterly. Jiang Fan's voice suddenly appeared but woke him up. Yes, what are you thinking about? A death. This is the most cowardly way to die. He has prepared for 20 years to come here again, is it just want to die in such a weak way? No, never. At this thought, Dr. Tian's cloudy eyes shot out a brilliant light. He straightened his back and raised his head to look at the giant fire-red egg in the sky above the arena. The tailor, who was still sucking in Dr. Tian's various negative emotions, froze and thought to himself, what is this old man up to? Quickly cry out in pain and beg for forgiveness in front of the desperate choices he has laid out, so that he can taste all sorts of delicacies. On top of Dr. Tian's head, a thread that was like a silk thread was continuously feeding the black substance to the giant egg. But at this moment, Dr. Tian's eyes burst out with unprecedented light. He looked straight at the giant egg and spoke word by word, Cutter, show your true body, I want to challenge you. Dr. Tian was no longer a 5th-ranked imperial beast master,
but the words he uttered at this moment were many times more confident than 20 years ago. This kind of strong bravery in the mind might be as useless as poisonous chicken soup in many cases, but it worked wonders at this critical moment now. The thread connecting Dr. Tian's head was originally only transporting black material, but suddenly, a fiery red, warm flame-like material was sent into the egg along with the thread and the black material. The judge was still a bit confused when he heard Dr. Tian's words. After he reacted, he was about to reprimand Dr. Tian for not knowing the heights of heaven and earth, but his voice stopped as if it was jammed. You what is that thing you gave me to eat? Ah! The tailor's heartbreaking shouts resounded in the large space. Dr. Tian, who was standing in the arena, was confused at this. Why is Lord Taylor screaming? Did I defeat him with my own courage? Such a thought had just risen in Dr. Tian's heart, when the next second he felt a violent shaking arising under his feet. The warrior arena was cracking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The platform with a diameter of 800 meters fell apart in just 10 breaths of effort. The Snow White Queen and He Fengxian, who were entangled in the red threads, fell into the bottomless abyss. Dr. Tian was no exception, as he fell slowly under the effect of gravitational acceleration, along with large chunks of debris. Before his consciousness dissipated, Dr. Tian only had one thought left in his mind. Damn, I still have to die. Little friend Jiang Fan, I've come to accompany you. I don't know how long it took, but Dr. Tian felt that he had landed on a patch of water. The expected pain and the gurgling bubbles from falling into the water did not appear. Dr. Tian could even feel that his body had been salvaged and placed in a warm place to dry. Wait, this is not an illusion. Dr. Tian stood up with a carp, and looked around with confused eyes. Xiaoyi, Qianyi, Wang Fengfeng. One person, two people, three people. Many, many people. How could there be so many people? Did I return to the ground? Dr. Tian muttered. Dr. Tian, we are still underground. This is the lowest level of the underground world. My name is Yi Chang. This is a member of our squad, Jiang Weiman Director Zhang. Other than Dr. Tian, who was awake later, He Fengxian and the others had already come to their senses long ago. It was through He Fengxian's narration that Yi Chang knew Dr. Tian's identity. What the hell is this situation now? Dr. Tian's memory was still stuck in the time when the warrior arena was falling apart, and nothing more was known. Dr. Tian, let me tell you. Yi Chang did not have any oxygen equipment with him, and his clothes and hair were in disarray, but he was able to remain calm and collected. Immediately, Yi Chang told a detailed account of what had happened to him and the others along with what had happened under the ground. Are you saying that there is a dead man underneath this ground, and the reason why Linhai City is shaking is caused by this dead man's imperial beast digging and building a grave for him? After hearing this information, Dr. Tian's entire body was in a state of confusion. This kind of thing was just too appalling. For a royal beast to be able to cause the earth's surface to shake, how strong should its level be? And that dead person's royal beast master rank was even more of an unsolved mystery. Have you guys seen that imperial beast? No, we are not qualified. Yi Chang shook his head, a look of shame on his face. Other than Song Yunqi, all of us are trapped here. Jiang Weiman, who was on the side, added. Student Song, she's fine? Dr. Tian revealed a dumbfounded look at his words. Song Yunqi was a popular figure who had jumped 3 levels in a row within a year at the Jinling Imperial Beast University, and even Dr. Tian, who stayed inside his lab all day long to research imperial beasts, had heard of her name. Before departing from the school, Dr. Tian had heard about Song Yunqi's distress. He heard that because of this incident, the principal of the Jinling Imperial Beast University had almost killed the dean of the faculty who had assigned Song Yunqi the task. One could only imagine how big the matter had gotten. Now that he heard the news that Song Yunqi was still alive, Dr. Tian sighed in relief for his beaten colleague. What the hell is going on? Where is MS Song now? She's accepting the challenge from that imperial beast that can compel people's hearts. Everything about this place was told to us by that imperial beast. If Song Yunqi succeeds we can leave, if she fails. Yi Cheng's words came to an abrupt end. The consequence of failure was clear to all, it was death. Ah, unexpectedly? Dr. Tian did not expect Song Yunqi to end up in the same situation as himself, and could not help but feel sorry for him. We can't help much here. If little friend Jiang Fan was here, I wonder what he would do. Dr. Tian inadvertently remembered Jiang Fan, who had invisibly brought strength to himself, and his expression sighed quietly. What, Mr. Jiang is also here? Hearing Jiang Fan's name, Yi Chang was instantly jolted. Although there were many people called Jiang Fan in this world, Yi Chang was almost certain that the Jiang Fan that came out of Dr. Tian's mouth was the Jiang Fan he knew. If it's Mr. Jiang, there might be a way to help Song Yunqi resolve her current predicament. Yi Chang thought as such. After all, in his mind, Jiang Fan was the most knowledgeable imperial beast breeding master he knew about imperial beasts. Jiang Fan didn't know how many times better than those imperial beast hospitals and imperial beast research centers.
Mr. Jiang? You mean little friend Jiang Fan? It's me who's sorry for him.
If it wasn't for saving me, he wouldn't have lost his life.
Dr. Tian shook his head bitterly, and his eyes couldn't help but turn a little red and swollen.
When he thought that Jiang Fan was still encouraging himself in Tian Shan after his death, helping him through his difficulties, Dr.
Tian's voice couldn't help but choke up. What? Mr. Jiang died?
Yi Cheng's eyes glazed over at the words, and then he looked at Yi Fengxian and the others for an answer.
Is Mr. Yi talking about that Mr. Jiang Fan Jiang who was in middle school?
Yi Fengxian asked after a moment of hesitation. She was worried that Yi Cheng had accidentally cried in the wrong grave. That's right. Yi Cheng nodded his head frantically. Seeing this scene, Yi Fengxian inwardly actually cried and laughed a little, plus was vaguely curious. What exactly was the skill of this Jiang Fan that made a third-order imperial beast master address him in such a respectful tone? Moreover, after going down to the ground, his performance all the way was also very stable and calm. At a glance, he didn't look like a middle school student. Couldn't it be that he still had other identities? Yi Fengxian didn't know, but now that the person was dead, there was no point in probing further.
Mr. Yi is sorry to tell you that yes, Jiang Fan died to save Mr.
Tian and the Snow White Queen, and I indirectly survived because of him. If I still have a chance to get out alive, I will compensate his family for his death according to the highest national standards.
Me too, Dr. Tian hurriedly spoke. Jenny and also Wang Fengfeng, two people did not make a sound.
They really didn't have much money, and imperial beast breeding also cost a lot of money. Although Jiang Fan had helped them, it wasn't enough for them to empty out their family's wealth to compensate him.
How is this possible?
Yi Cheng was the first to disbelieve when he heard this bolt from the blue.
Like in Dr. Tian's group, what if Jenny, Wang Fengfeng died? Yi Cheng would not feel anything.
But only Jiang Fan, who knew so much about the imperial beasts, died like this. Yi Cheng could not believe it. But even if he didn't believe it, the fact was so.
Dr. Tian and others saw Jiang Fan fall off the platform with their own eyes, and now there is no figure of him down here. What is it if he is not dead?
It was estimated that Jiang Fan's body was now hanging on a protruding rock. The sharp rock had cut his belly, stirred up his internal organs. Until the end of Jiang Fan's breath, he had spent his time in torment and pain. The more he thought about this, the more Yi Cheng's hands and feet turned cold.
Jiang Fan is dead? Then what do we do now? Song Yunqi can't deal with that guy at all.
As Yi Cheng froze, the voice of Zhang Weiman, who had not spoken, was heavy. Jiang Fan was the one he had asked Lu Tianfeng of the police bureau to call, and now that the other party was dead, he himself would have to be partially implicated in the responsibility.
Of course, this was not Zhang Weiman's concern right now.
He asked Lu Tianfeng to invite Jiang Fan to come here. Purpose is naturally to run to Jiang Fan on the imperial beast. Understanding of this ability, now Jiang Fan died, is like a basket of water is empty. Even his own people, I'm afraid they will be buried here.
What exactly is the situation now?
Jiang Fan's death made the crowd feel emotional, but now was not the time to be concerned about this. The most important thing was to survive as a matter of urgency.
Dr.
Tian did not understand the current situation, so he opened his mouth to ask Zhang Weiman. Zhang Weiman did not hide anything. After all, everyone present in this underground matter was very clear. Immediately, he told all about what had happened to his people.
After hearing Zhang Weiman's words, Dr. Tian frowned slightly.
Immediately, he took out a folded map from his shirt pocket.
The map's paper was yellowish and looked a bit old. After Dr. Tian spread out the map, the crowd all gathered around with their heads poking out. Dr. Tian, what is this? Zhang Weiman asked suspiciously. However, Dr.
Tian didn't say anything. Instead, based on what he had encountered as well as Zhang Weiman and the others, and combining it with his own research on various imperial beasts and imperial beast legends over the years, he kept on scribbling and drawing on the paper.
After about half a bell, Dr. Tian, who had been frowning down in contemplation, finally exhaled a heavy breath of turbid air. I think I know what this place is. Dr. Tian murmured softly with a deep gaze.
Rumor has it that when the first-generation imperial beast Sacred King was dying, he once sent someone to choose a treasure land with unique feng shui to bury his body and treasure. In order to prevent people from knowing that his tomb was easily probed, the imperial beast Saint King had his men and imperial beasts dig and build tombs of various sizes in various places. These tombs contain the royal beasts that rode the sands with the holy king of the royal beasts back then, as well as his most trusted henchmen. For thousands of years, no one knew exactly where the royal beast Saint King's tomb was. A large tomb that was once unearthed in Shannon was suspected to be the tomb of the royal beast Saint King, but it was later confirmed to be nothing more than the tomb of one of the royal beast Saint King's sitting guardians. This tomb we are in now might be one of the tombs that the royal beast Saint King sent people to dig back then.
The more Dr. Tian said, the more alarmed the crowd became.
Jiang Weiman, as an insider of the system, obviously had a deeper understanding of what Dr.
Tian had said. Dr. Tian, according to what you said, this tomb could be the tomb of a royal beast Sing King? Then what exactly is that imperial beast Sing King's? The Blackheart Sing King.
Looking at all the encounters of all of you, I think that other than the Blackheart Sing King and his underling protectors, other Sing Kings would never be able to do such a thing.
Dr. Tian said word for word. The Blackheart Sacred King has a radical and reckless personality. He hates treacherous villains and admires loyal and brave warriors. It's his favorite to descend all sorts of tests to test others. The adjudicator I encountered before should be his henchman, or an incarnation of his own will. Countless things continued to be strung together into a thread under Dr.
Tian's thoughts, and implicated at the end of this thread was a figure capable of making the entire world go crazy.
The Imperial Beast Sing King, the treasure of the Imperial Beast Sing King.
One word alone could make one's blood boil. If something related to the Blackheart Sing King really existed in this underground space, the entire city of Linhai would probably undergo a drastic change.
Dr. Tian's breathing became a bit rapid. Dr. Tian, since you know that it's the tomb of the Blackheart Sacred King, do you have any way to solve the test for Song Yunshi? After hearing Dr. Tian's various professional answers, a wave of confidence rose in the hearts of the crowd. After all, Dr.
Tian was no longer a royal beast researcher who had been studying royal beasts for 20 years, and besides, he was also a 5th-ranked royal beast master before, so he definitely knew more than these people of their own.
However, the crowd obviously thought too much. Only Dr. Tian sighed and shook his head. There is nothing I can do.
No matter which royal beast master or which royal beast researcher stands here to give the answer, it's all the same. The royal beast sacred kings are too mysterious. I originally thought that they were just recorded in history, but I never thought that I would have the opportunity to come into contact with a royal beast sacred king this close. The Blackheart Sing King's methods are relatively brutal amongst the Sing Kings. If student Song is participating in the Blackheart Sing King's trial, I'm afraid that he must be prepared to die before he can do so.
Dr.
Tian's words caused the hearts of the crowd to sink. After all of them were now pinning their hopes on Song Yunshi. If Song Yunshi couldn't do it either, then these people of their own wouldn't be far from death. While the people were talking, the stone wall around them shook violently, as if someone was constantly drilling holes into the wall with a large impact drill. At this, Yi Cheng and the others were already accustomed to it, but Dr.
Tian was a bit strange. What is this vibration? This is the aftermath of the battle between Song and that compelling imperial beast.
They are right next door, separated from us by only a stone wall. Right now, we're still able to see Song Yunshi fighting that imperial beast from inside the gap. As soon as Jiang Weiman's words fell, one of the squad members who had been peeking over the gap in the stone wall spoke up in panic. It's bad, Miss Song is vomiting blood. At these words, everyone instantly couldn't sit still and swarmed up to try to observe the opposite situation through the gap. Although Dr. Tian was in a sorry state in the warrior arena, his image in front of Yi Cheng and Jiang Weiman was very bright. As soon as he asked the people surrounding the gap to get out of the way, the crowd immediately made a way for Dr.
Tian.
Through the gap in the stone wall, Dr. Tian curiously surveyed the situation on the other side. With just one glance, he saw Song Yunshi lying on the ground. Song Yunshi's situation was very bad, and there were already 2 lusterless imperial beast orbs scattered around her. The lack of luster on the imperial beast balls also meant that the energy inside the balls was depleted, and the imperial beasts were unable to return to the balls to recuperate. If Song Yunshi's imperial beasts were to receive another fatal attack at this moment, they would die on the spot. The situation had reached such a critical point that Dr.
Tian couldn't help but break into a sweat.
It wasn't long before he turned his attention to the imperial beast opposite Song Yunshi. Instead of an imperial beast, it was more like a red man's figure with a wolf-looking imperial beast. When he first saw this combination, Dr.
Tian had a surprisingly familiar feeling rise for a moment.
This scene seemed like he had seen it somewhere before, and that wolf-shaped imperial beast seemed a bit similar to his own silverback wolf king.
Where exactly have I seen it before? Dr. Tian furrowed his brows and thought. After really not being able to think of any clues, he took out a reader from inside his backpack. This reader had all sorts of information and ebooks stored by Dr. Tian.
After searching out the keyword Blackheart Sacred King, Dr. Tian found a book called Blackheart Sacred King's Chronicle and read it. Oftentimes, books are used for searching rather than reading.
The human head simply couldn't memorize so many things. Sure enough, after searching through it, Dr. Tian finally found useful information. Red Devil and Night Ghost? Dr. Tian let out a light eep, then read on.
Just the more he read on, the more surprised and appalled he felt. This was a record that he had forgotten about, and what was recorded on it was not only the relationship between the Night Ghost and the Red Devil, but even when they first appeared was clearly written out.
Sure enough it's related to the Blackheart Sing King. The imperial beast that fought against Song Yunchi was the Red Devil, and the Red Devil is the peculiar imperial beast that compels the hearts of the people in the depths of the earth. Dr. Tian uttered in surprise. He then turned his gaze to Yi Chang and Zhang Weiman. Do you guys know the strength of the imperial beast that fought against student Song? The other party itself revealed that it seems to be level 80, reaching the 8th rank level. And it also said that Song Yunchi was definitely not its opponent. Zhang Weiman recalled what Yi Chang then said. Level 80, Blackheart Sacred King's Catacombs. I know, that Red Devil is definitely a primordial Red Devil. There was once a record in the Blackheart Sacred King's Benji that amongst the Blackheart Sacred King's many imperial beasts there was a twin imperial beast named Red and Black. Red was the Red Devil and Black was the Night Ghost. If you want to defeat the Red Demon, you must find and subdue the Night Ghost, and then use the skill, Black and Red Fusion, to merge the two imperial beasts into one. Dr. Tian became more and more excited as he spoke. But the crowd's reaction didn't have much of a ripple. Dr. Tian, Song Yunchi was almost killed by this red demon you're talking about, and now that we're stuck here, where are we going to find that night what's-his-name ghost you're talking about? Zhang Weiman was speechless. Right now, the crowd was knowing that the methods were useless and could only watch Song Yunchi being abused alive. That feeling of following Song Yunchi in the countdown of her life was not a wonderful feeling. Yes. Dr. Tian couldn't help but look grim as he sniffed. Right at this moment, the squad member observing the battle said in a wailing tone, Miss Song's last imperial beast has fallen. Hearing this, in an instant, everyone's heads went straight down as if they had been hit by 5 thunderbolts. And at this moment, in the arena on the other side of the stone wall, Song Yunchi struggled to support herself and climbed up. She wiped the bloodstains from the corners of her mouth, barely revealing a smile as she looked across the room. Your character is really nasty. You can obviously finish me off in one move, but you want to fool me like a cat playing with a mouse. The red figure opposite Song Yunchi couldn't help but frown slightly when it saw that Song Yunchi could still stand up. You're about to die, why aren't you afraid? There was a huff in its voice. The stubbornness of Song Yunchi's made it very uncomfortable. Red devils were supposed to suck up negative emotions for fun, but on Song Yunchi, it hadn't absorbed a single bit of negative energy, which made it very difficult for the red devil. Injured by that little snake, don't you have a single bit of resentment towards it? Red devil pointed at the wind spirit snake with 2 tiny wings that had fallen to the ground. TCH, it seems like you are completely ignorant. But I'm too lazy to say more to you. Now that I have no power to fight back, give me a hard time. Song Yunchi stood up trembling, the corners of his mouth always carrying a smile if nothing else. Seek death. The red silhouette bellowed, and just as it was about to prepare to attack Song Yunchi, suddenly only a voice could be heard resounding in mid-air. Little Black, use the skill, Black and Red Fusion. What? In the next second after that voice rang out, the red devil on the field snapped his head up. At that moment, he only saw a figure and a royal beast egg with a tail and wings fall from the sky, coincidentally smashing directly onto the red figure. With a bang, the silhouette was thrown down by the winged imperial beast egg, which passed through the red silhouette's body and smashed heavily on the ground. Hiss! A heavy huffing sound rang out, so one could imagine just how painful this fall was. You! The red silhouette had just spat out a word when it suddenly felt an irresistible attraction climbing towards its body. It looked up and saw that an imperial beast similar to a black curtain with 2 large red eyes in the center was emitting an earth-colored glow, and the irresistible suction force on its own body was coming from this black cloth. It's you, how is it possible? Ah! The red figure had just screamed twice, and his entire body, along with the illusory imperial beast, was directly sucked away. The scene instantly quieted down. Jiang Fan? Song Yunchi, who had already made up her mind to die, froze after seeing the scene in front of her. How could Jiang Fan be here? And unlike her reaction, over there, separated by a wall, a portion of the people's figures trembled violently when they heard Song Yunchi say Jiang Fan's name. Where did this Jiang Fan come from? What means did he use to actually directly resolve that silhouette that Nemes Song couldn't hold for a long time? The squad members observing the situation revealed puzzled looks. Jiang Fan little friend him, isn't he dead? Quickly get out of the way for me to see if he's returned from a borrowed corpse. Dr. Tian forcefully peeled away the person occupying the gap. After seeing Jiang Fan's appearance, he completely froze. It's really him, he's not dead? Get up, let me take a look. Yi Chang was also excited at his words and directly peeled away Dr. Tian. After seeing Jiang Fan's appearance, a rare smile appeared on his face, followed by a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, I knew that Mr. Jiang was blessed with a great life. There is no way he could die so easily. And if he dies, who will my little bean sprouts find to see if they have problems again? On the side when he heard the news that Jiang Fan didn't die, Zhang Weiman also heaved a sigh of relief. A smile as well as celebration appeared on his serious expression. He smiled because Jiang Fan didn't die and he didn't have to take the blame. He was happy because he had let Lu Tianfeng call on Jiang Fan. If it wasn't for Jiang Fan's power to save the day just now, his own people would probably be dead by now. The others, not to mention, were all in a daze. When Fengxian heard that Jiang Fan didn't die, she took a long breath, and at the same time, she looked at Chen Yi and Wang Fangfang, the two younger siblings next to her. They were just about the same age as Jiang Fan. How could their abilities be so much different? Fengxian subconsciously skipped himself. The reason is very sufficient, old and young people. Jiang Fan, why are you here? Song Yunqi had a battle-damaged look at this time. Her legs were trembling as she walked. Jiang Fan gave her a funny look and said, I must have a mission to come here. If it wasn't for saving you, senior sister, I had wasted a lot of effort. What you did that day to drive me out the door was really a bit unkind. Jiang Fan smiled back, but in Song Yunqi's opinion, half of his words were good enough to be believed. He might know that he was caught in a trap, but to say that Jiang Fan would be kind enough to come to his rescue, Song Yunqi did not believe it. Don't be poor, where did you get that guy just now? Nua, it's here. Jiang Fan pointed to the sky, and in the next second a third-order Imperial Beast Ball fell from the sky, landing right in Jiang Fan's hand. You subdued that Imperial Beast just now? Seeing this scene, Song Yunqi was surprisingly a bit dumbfounded for a moment, unable to speak. Sort of. Jiang Fan shrugged his shoulders. He did not want to explain anything more to Song Yunqi. Then what? How should we leave this hellish place now? Jiang Fan asked Song Yunqi as he glanced around. His trip to the underground had been completed, so naturally, he didn't want to continue staying in this ghost place. Wait, don't move, there's movement underground. Jiang Fan had just opened his mouth when Song Yunqi stopped his words. Almost at the same time as Song Yunqi, Jiang Fan also sensed something strange. This ground felt as if it wasn't too solid. No, it's not a feeling, it is. Jiang Fan's doubt had just risen, and in the next second, he only felt his feet loosening, and the entire arena platform unexpectedly collapsed directly like tofu dregs. Pull me. Jiang Fan had a jolt of excitement and made the devil's egg, which had already sprouted wings, fly over. However, the ideal was plump, but the reality was bone dry. In the instant the platform collapsed, in addition to gravity doing work on his body, there was also a pulling force so huge that it could collapse a building, pulling him downward. The two men, one egg, and Song Yunqi's imperial beasts that were lying on their backs all fell down in response. The sudden scene caused Ji Chang, who was watching from the other side of the stone wall, to freeze and bustle. After escaping from the warrior arena, Lu Long ran in the direction of the exit following the memory of his arrival. During this period, he was attacked by black bats and fell to the ground full of black bats. Reply and shoot hard, and went in the wrong direction twice and almost angered other wild imperial beasts. However, fortunately, his physical quality as a second-rank imperial beast master was still there, so he didn't have much difficulty in escaping. After stumbling around for almost 2 hours, Lu Long finally returned to the location where the rock spirit sent him down from the very beginning. With tears streaming down his face, he opened his bracelet and fired a signal towards the ground. Not long after, the cone-like goblin floated down to pick him up. On the ground, Lu Tianfeng stood at the entrance of the cave with all the people from the police force, watching the people who were about to come up. Lu Longman arrived before the smell, and the strong stench of the reply directly scared the crowd of onlookers back more than 10 meters away. Lu Tianfeng held on to the smell and waited for Lu Long to come up. Just after seeing Lu Long, Lu Tianfeng couldn't wait to ask, "Where are the other vomit people? How come they didn't come vomit up with you vomit?" Lu Tianfeng said while dry heaving. "What kind of stale answer is this damned? Why is the flavor so irritating vomit?" As soon as he saw Lu Tianfeng, Lu Long almost directly pounced on Lu Tianfeng and hugged him. If it wasn't for Lu Tianfeng dodging in time, I'm afraid he would have already suffered. After Lu Tianfeng asked the question, Lu Long cried and said word by word, They all died. I'm the only one who came out alive." "What? How is that possible?" Hearing Lu Long's words, Lu Tianfeng's first reaction was disbelief. So far, none of the people who went down to the bottom of the earth and managed to come up had their lives in danger. And the ones who didn't come up are not confirmed to be dead at the moment. Lu Long couldn't help but make Lu Tianfeng's brows tighten as he spoke these words. "Tell me, what did you guys encounter down there?" Lu Long was now scared out of his wits, and without any hesitation at all, he told everything that had happened underground before. Starting from the disappearance of Dr. Tian when he went down to the underground, and then the subsequent encounter in the warrior arena, Lu Long recounted it all in its original form. Of course, those mistakes he made during that time were naturally not mentioned at all. Anyway, now that everyone was dead and no one knew the specifics except for himself, it wasn't like he could say whatever he wanted. Black Bat Cave? The fork in the road? Warrior arena? Lu Tianfeng couldn't help but wonder after repeating what happened to Lu Long. From the intelligence we got from the previous exploration team that went down there, we didn't discover any of these places. Didn't you guys follow the route planned on the map? Yes. At that time, Dr. Tian disappeared. We decided to find Dr. Tian before continuing the mission. After that it just got deeper and deeper, veering off the intended trajectory. Lu Long nodded. They had followed the spirit-sniffing gopher all the way, and he had also taken the map that Dr. Tian had given him, which was slightly different from the exploration map that Lu Tianfeng had given him. Changing Dr. Tian's meaning was that Lu Tianfeng's map was not as fine as his. Phew, if this matter is really related to the royal beast Saint King's treasure, the things involved are definitely not small. Since you are the only one who came out alive, please cooperate with us in the investigation. Lu Tianfeng's voice was a bit gloomy. After hearing Lu Long say that Jiang Fan had fallen down the abyss, he also understood that it was impossible for Jiang Fan to remain alive. Know it all, say it all. A long time after going up to the ground, Lu Long's emotions had finally calmed down a little. Lu Tianfeng's reminder made him perceive a glimmer of opportunity. He was the only one who came out alive from below, and the only one who knew how that road went. If he operated from it with this, he might be able to rake in a lot of tickets. This would just redeem himself for losing the Snow White Queen. Underground space, the lower level of the lower level. Jiang Fan, who had fallen down from the platform, and Song Yunqi woke up at almost the same time. This piece of stone cave space they were in wasn't big, it was about the size of an ordinary bedroom. However, there were two things that attracted attention in this bedroom-sized stone cave space. One was a coffin and the other was a closed stone door. Jiang Fan first looked around after waking up, and was slightly relieved when he realized that there was nothing unusual. Song Yunqi was the same. She looked like a woman, like she was made of water, but her body was very resistant to falls. Even when she fell down with Jiang Fan, she didn't show a picture of dying. Are you alright? You still have time to care about others now? Jiang Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at the abrasions on her face and the blood bruises congealing on her body. I care about you because you saved my life, you little brat. Do you really think I care about you? While the two of them were talking, suddenly a rattling sound came from the ground once again. Jiang Fan and Song Yunqi looked at each other, and both of them turned green at the same time. No way! This kind of ground vibration was clearly a sign of collapse. The two of them didn't even have a lagging point now, so if it really collapsed again, they would have to fall down. However, what was expected didn't happen. The ground shook at the same time, the center part vaguely cracked a gap. Under the eyes of the two people, a round piece of stone with the size of a fist was slowly rising through an inexplicable force. To be more precise, this was not a stone piece, but more like a badge. Could this be the badge of courage that Dr. Tian was talking about? Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. He didn't touch the badge right away, instead choosing to watch it quietly just like Song Yunqi. The badge rose out of thin air and finally slowly fit onto the groove of the stone door. The entire stone door diffused a golden light, and then it slowly rose up under the astonished gazes of the two. What does this mean? Song Yunqi was a little unsure. Although she was a third-ranked Imperial Beast Master, she was only a year older than Jiang Fan, and her experience was not much richer. Behind the stone door, a fine breeze blew towards the two. The Imperial Beast orb in Jiang Fan's bag then trembled a little, but it was directly activated. The Night Ghost and Red Devil, two Imperial Beasts, drilled out from the Imperial Beast ball at the same time. More accurately, they were actually a royal beast. It looked like a dark curtain, half red and half black, and even its two eyes were opposite. Jiang Fan didn't know why this guy suddenly drilled out. He thought that he hadn't completely subdued the other party, so he took a wary look. He only saw the Night Ghost fusing with the Red Devil to form the Imperial Beast, changing in the air, and finally manifesting the form of a man. This figure was exactly the same as the one Jiang Fan had encountered, and the one Song Yunqi had encountered, with only a slight difference in color. As soon as she saw this man's figure, Song Yunqi took 2 steps back in vigilance. But the figure just smiled and didn't care. He drifted to the front of the sarcophagus and gently pushed with both hands. A corpse that had long since decayed to the point where only bones were left lay within the sarcophagus. It's hard to imagine that this seat would lose to a kid who hasn't even become a royal beast master yet. The figure sighed softly, and his gaze inadvertently landed on the demonic egg next to Jiang Fan. This Imperial Beast of yours is not ordinary. Even this seat doesn't know where it came from. Who are you? This question had been lingering in Jiang Fan's mind. Although he had some guesses, he didn't dare to jump to conclusions. After all, this guess of his own was, in itself, outrageous. Who do you think this seat is? The Imperial Beast Saint King? Oomph, interesting. There's no telling how many springs and autumns have passed on the ground, and if even you guys think so, doesn't it mean that Lord Saint King has concealed himself from everyone? I really don't know how he did it. Jiang Fan frowned, listening to this tone. This guy was not the royal beast Saint King he had guessed. Then who could he be? No need to guess, this seat is indeed not Lord Saint King. This seat is nothing more than a protector under him, a man of the watch buried by time and the yellow soil. You may address this seat as the black-faced protector. Tell us where you come from. It's been a long time since I've heard a story. You are the ones who passed the test. I will listen carefully to the end. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan and Song Yunqi glanced at each other. This person in front of him was not sure if there was any danger for the time being, but so far he was quite easygoing. Anyway, his purpose was not a secret, so there was no harm in telling him. Jiang Fan began to talk about the reason why he had gone all the way deep underground. When Jiang Fan finished speaking, the black-faced protector who hadn't moved much for a long time gently nodded his head. The strange movements in the underground can be determined to be caused by that old fellow of this seat. Pity that old fellow, it has wasted a lot of effort in order to dig a more decent grave for this seat. But you guys don't have to worry too much about this matter. That old fellow probably won't be able to toss and turn for a few more days. It took an interval of 20 years for the ground-shaking situation to occur again, and his power is probably already depleted as well. The black-faced protector sighed quietly. Are you talking about your imperial beast? Song Yunshi asked in a small voice. Yes and no. It's probably just like me now, just a shell with a trace of obsession left behind. Otherwise this part of the sky on the ground would be stirred up by him. Saying so, the black-faced protector's gaze leisurely looked at Jiang Fan. Little Black and Little Red are the two imperial beasts that Lord Saint King gave to this seat in the beginning. They don't have any bad intentions. This kind of pure energy body imperial beasts are not similar to ordinary imperial beasts, and they will have all sorts of changes due to the influence of their environment, anger, and evil. This seat has gotten rid of all the negative energies in both of them, which has resulted in their powers basically disappearing to nothing. After the last trace of this seat's consciousness disappears, they will truly be yours. You can train them as second generation. Jiang Fan nodded his head after listening to the black-faced protector's words. The other party's meaning was already obvious. The night ghosts that he had acquired were equivalent to the red devils as new life forms. Even their rank strength was completely from scratch. The night ghost, red devil, and the black and red silhouettes that he had encountered before were actually equivalent to the doppelgangers of the primordial generation. The first generation was owned by the black-faced protector, and now that everything about the first generation had all but disappeared, the second generation was a new beginning. Don't underestimate the two of them. Even in my seat's time they were among the extremely rare imperial beasts. The two talking imperial beasts you saw before were made by Blackie. Isn't that amazing? The black-faced protector did not forget to praise his former partner twice. This seat is just a dead man. There's nothing I can give you. Behind that stone door is all the savings I left behind in my life. You can take it all. There is also this badge of courage. Keep it safe. It is the key to unlocking Lord Saint King's treasure. Although I don't know what's on the ground, if you have the chance, you can go to Ingtian to take a look. Underneath that land is the tomb of Lord Saint King. If you take the badge of courage and knock on the door, Lord Saint King's attendants will be happy to open the door for you. The black-faced protector kept talking about things, not giving Jiang Fan and Song Yunshi a chance to interrupt at all, like a dying old man who was explaining his afterlife. Jiang Fan didn't know what to say. He hadn't had many interactions with this black-faced protector, but now that he had received these two imperial beasts from the other party's hands, he should call the other party a senior in all reason. Senior, do you have any unfinished wishes? Perhaps I can help you fulfill it. Jiang Fan was just about to open his mouth to speak when Song Yunshi beside him immediately spoke up. This woman was very shrewd and had sharp eyes, speaking sincerely yet giving Jiang Fan the feeling that a player was taking a quest from an NPC. There is no special wish. Even if there is, with your strength it is impossible to help this seat. After you pass through that stone door and keep going, you'll be able to go out from here. You'll pass through a stone cave in the middle of the way. If you want to do something to help this seat, go into the cave and look at the body of that old buddy of ours, and light a piece of incense for it or something. You guys don't have to bury it, and you can't. Good, Senior will definitely do as I say. Song Yunshi nodded with a solemn face. After saying these words, the black-faced protector's figure began to crumble, transforming back into the original appearance of the imperial beast. The fusion of the two imperial beasts entered the imperial beast orb, which gradually returned to calm after a flutter. The badge of courage naturally belonged to Jiang Fan, and Song Yunshi didn't have any opinions about it. Entering the stone door was a stone room. The expected gold and silver jewelry was not found. The entire stone room was empty, as if it had been emptied. This made Jiang Fan, who was originally rubbing his little hands together and was excited in his heart, feel a little empty, plus it was hard to accept. How come there's nothing? Song Yunshi was also confused. Essentially, she and Jiang Fan were on the same path, and what Jiang Fan was thinking inside was actually similar to Song Yunshi. Now that the two of them saw such an empty stone room, they looked at each other and were actually speechless. Let's go, there's nothing worth staying in this place. Jiang Fan felt like he had been cheated. Song Yunshi nodded without saying anything more. The two of them left from the exit that the black-faced protector had mentioned one after the other, and after walking for an unknown period of time, they finally found the stone cave that the black-faced protector had mentioned. Song Yunshi stopped and gestured to Jiang Fan, go in and take a look? What's there to see? The two of them slowly walked into the cave along the stone wall. Hey, let's make a deal. I'll go in with you, and you have to tell me your secret to hatching eggs quickly. Jiang Fan had coveted Song Yunshi's fast egg hatching method for a long time.
When Song Yunchi had just bought the wind spirit snake's egg at the black market, it hatched in the next second, and this matter was still fresh in Jiang Fan's mind. Didn't you say before that it's not good to hatch eggs like this? That was for you. I don't have so many worries. I have ways to solve the aftermath, just like the last time I helped you out. What are you doing? Jiang Fan touched his head that had been knocked by Song Yunchi and said with a displeased face, "Don't mention that matter again." Song Yunchi's voice huffed. It was obvious that she was still a little angry. Jiang Fan was too lazy to bother with this temperamental woman. The two of them kept walking along the stone wall all the way inside, and finally, they unexpectedly saw a glimmer of light in front of them. In a flash, the two of them quickened their pace. Just as Jiang Fan and Song Yunchi rushed out of the cave, the narrow space of the stone cave suddenly opened up. It was rather like a scene of a fisherman's first sight of the peach blossom garden. The space at the end of the cave entrance was extremely open, the same size as a basketball court in the World Cup. Jiang Fan's eyes looked down to a depth of nearly 10 meters. In the middle of this deep pit that was the same size as a soccer field, there was actually a giant beast corpse that was 100 meters in size. The corpse looked like a four-legged lizard. Of course it wasn't a lizard, it was just a metaphor. Jiang Fan was completely stunned by the skeleton in front of him. The old fellow that the black-faced protector was talking about couldn't be this thing, right? He had become a bone, but he was still able to stir up the chickens and dogs of Linhai City? It's a pity that we don't have anything on hand to offer up. Let's go. Jiang Fan didn't continue to think much after seeing this scene and said to Song Yunchi with a sideways glance. However, the latter did not move at this moment, standing as if she was a statue. Jiang Fan, let's bury its corpse. Jiang Fan? 5 days later. At noon, Building 601, No. 10 of the Ma Chao Jiang neighborhood. The originally calm Ma Chao Jiang neighborhood seemed exceptionally lively today. Many of the surrounding residents were gathered downstairs in Building 10, discussing a lot. Especially with the neighborhood inside the famous Big Mouth Auntie Li is the most excited. How this 3 days twice a police bureau to come to Xiao Fan's house is not something wrong? Someone just asked in doubt, then heard the Big Mouth Auntie Li said, I think it's the upstairs living that's surnamed Tang's sexuality. Go out to sit level by the police force bureau of the people found. Now the police force bureau of the people are here to lock her into the prison. Auntie Li, can you speak through the brain? People, but the police bureau chief Lu Tianfeng personally door. When did you ever use the chief of the police force to sweep pornography? People's chiefs are usually swept. Some of the surrounding young people were not happy. Tang Ro was a goddess-like existence in their eyes. How could they allow Auntie Li to splash dirty water? Hey, if it wasn't for what I said, what else could it be? Did that fatherless child die or did he stab someone? Auntie Li not only had a big mouth, but was also known for her venom. Whenever someone dared to be stubborn with her, she would absolutely dislike them without hesitation, regardless of whether or not there was any truth to it. Getting impatient when you can't say no? Uncle Hui, you drove a car for the mayor before, you must know these things very well. Tell me why this police chief is looking for the Jiang family of 601. Uncle Hui was an old man who was already 60 years old. He used to drive a car for the mayor when he was young, and later on, he also used this layer of identity to purchase a property for himself in the Ma Chao Jiang neighborhood. Uncle Hui retired, but his stories have not faded. Neighbors would consult with Uncle Hui whenever they had anything to do with the government. Over time, Uncle Fai became the authority in the Ma Chao Jiang neighborhood. Now that the chief of the police bureau had approached the Jiang family, Uncle Hui must know more than the rest of them, so everyone was eagerly awaiting Uncle Hui to solve their problems. Sitting on the recliner, Uncle Hui cleared his throat and said quietly, in fact, under normal circumstances, the director of the Police Reserve Bureau will not directly intervene in what prostitution, robbery, theft, such cases. Just in accordance with our Linhai City's policy, there are two possible situations in which the director of the Police Reserve Bureau would come to the door. 1. The Jiang family has a human life, and it involves a criminal case, so the bureau takes it very seriously. 2. The Jiang family has produced a royal beast master, so the police bureau chief ran his ass off to flatter him. However, based on my understanding of the Jiang family, the possibility of the second reason is not very high. Instead, the possibility of the first reason is very high. Have you guys noticed that Xiao Fan hasn't been in or out of the neighborhood for a few days now? Usually, he would come back in the afternoon, and even watch the old man play chess when he had something to do. Why has he disappeared in the past few days? Uncle Hui spoke out of turn, and for a moment the people around the neighborhood were surprisingly too surprised to speak. It must be that woman Tang Ro who killed Xiao Fan. This woman is a snake and scorpion. I guess she has long been scheming for Xiao Fan's house. Aunt Li said indignantly. It was obvious that she had a strong opinion of Tang Ro. In a few days we should be able to receive news of Xiao Fan's death. What a good kid, just so inexplicable. Uncle Hui hadn't finished speaking when he heard a young guy yell from the side, Uncle Hui, there's another convoy coming into our neighborhood. Why is the lead car of this caravan still a white license plate? What does this mean? What?
Hearing this, Uncle Hui stood up with a jerk. He had learned from the mayor's conversation with other people that there was a mysterious organization called the Special Office in Linhai. This special office is responsible for dealing with matters related to imperial beasts. The directors of the special office are all second-order imperial beast masters, and the license plate of this mysterious special office is white. But why would the people from the special office come here? Is there anything here worth their thoughts? Hey uncle, I would like to ask if there is a resident above 601 on the 10th floor called Tang Ro, and she has a daughter called Tang Xiao Xiao? What? Looking for the Jiang family again? What's going on today? The chief of police is not enough, but even someone from the special office is looking for the Jiang family? What kind of wind are they pulling? Aha! Uncle Hui nodded stiffly. Hey, thanks a lot uncle. The person inquiring turned around after receiving an affirmative answer. Director Zhang, no mistake, this is Jiang Fan's house. Jiang, Commissioner Zhang? Hearing these words, Uncle Huey's expression stagnated. It was the head of the special office, a second-rank imperial beast master, and even he had come to look for the Jiang family? Uncle Hui stood woodenly as if he had been struck by lightning. The crowd shook him awake and asked questions. Uncle FAI, just now how did I hear that man being shouted as the director? How big of an official is this? The residents were curious, and at this time, Uncle Hui gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His tone was ghostly and told the residents about the things he knew sporadically. At that moment, the people present all sucked in a breath of cold air. Uncle Hui, is this Jiang Fan not doing something great? It's like catching a criminal not too long ago? Those who were interested couldn't help but get curious. At this moment, Uncle Hui calmed his excitement by slowing down from the shock. It seems that my guess was wrong, little Fan might not be dead. Rather, he may have hatched a royal beast being valued and protected by the relevant departments in Linhai. Ah, isn't Jiang Fan still not attending the Imperial Beast University? Hatching an Imperial Beast egg without attending the Imperial Beast University is what makes it seem like an extraordinary talent. Otherwise, why do you think these big shots would run to flatter little Fan? As far as I know, the only ones in the entire Linhai who can hatch Imperial Beasts before the college entrance exams are Imperial Beast families with a long heritage like the Yi family. The Yi family's oldest master, Yi Chang, is a third-order Imperial Beast master and has seen a lot of the world, so he won't be as windy and sloppy as the chief of the police bureau or the director of the special office, who would degrade himself. Just as Uncle Hui finished his words, a voice was heard again. Uncle FAI, a Rolls-Royce has driven into our neighborhood, look. Uncle FAI, the people in the car are coming down. Can you see what kind of big shot it is? Uncle FAI gently turned his head at the words, and in the next second, his whole body stiffened in place as if he was struck by lightning. The person who came down from the car, he recognized. Even though the other party had matured a lot compared to before, Uncle Hui was still able to recognize at a glance that that person was none other than the current head of the Yi family, Yi Chang. Crazy, all crazy. Why are all these big shots appearing one after another today like a runway show? He wouldn't be here to find the Jiang family as well, right? Mr. Jiang's house is on the 10th floor, 601, please. Ms. Tang, I'm sorry that this happened. Jiang Fan has taken great credit in this operation. I will report this to the Jinling Police Bureau and will never chill the hearts of Jiang Fan's friends and family. In the middle of room 601, Lu Tianfeng and the two police officers were sitting down. However, there was no one in front of them, only a cell phone that showed the call was connected. After a while, Lu Tianfeng and a few police officers exchanged glances. Immediately, one of them stood up and walked to Tang Ro's room door to knock. Ms. Tang, are you asleep? After 3 consecutive questions, no response came from inside the room. Lu Tianfeng also walked over at this time. Compared to a police officer who was just an ordinary person, his sense of smell and other aspects were many times stronger. Just as he approached the door of the room, Lu Tianfeng sensed a hint of something wrong. There seemed to be a bloody odor wafting out from inside the room. Noticing this, Lu Tianfeng raised an eyebrow and immediately shouted out anxiously, "Break the door down!" Bang bang bang. Under the combined efforts of Lu Tianfeng and the other police officers, the door was directly broken open like a piece of cardboard. When the crowd saw the scene inside the room, their hearts instantly tightened. At this moment, Tang Ro was holding a paper cutter to her wrist. Dark red blood was already flowing down her entire snow-white arm. Even though she had cut her veins, Tang Ro was still unsatisfied and seemed to be looking for a major artery to prepare to cut down. Stop! Lu Tianfeng dashed to Tang Ro without hesitation, knocking the paper cutter off the latter's hand. Quickly call an ambulance. Lu Tianfeng was in a hurry. If he was a little late in realizing the situation, he might have made a big mistake. Tang Ro's consciousness was still awake at this time. Looking at the several people who had broken into the house, her face was calm and unperturbed. Usually, even if her fingers were cut, she would cry out in pain, but she was surprisingly quiet. Ms. Tang, don't be impulsive. We haven't found Mr. Jiang's body yet. Maybe he hasn't had an accident yet and is just trapped underground. We will immediately send people down to explore and rescue him. Lu Tianfeng somewhat regretted telling Tang Rou about this. He hadn't expected this woman to be so paranoid. After hearing Lu Tianfeng's words, Tang Rou's originally dull and lifeless complexion gradually gained a trace of luster. She prayed to Lu Tianfeng in a hoarse voice. Please, you guys get little Fan back, get little Fan back. Don't worry Ms. Tang, we will find Mr. Jiang no matter what. Lu Tianfeng said this on his lips, but he actually knew in his own heart that it was almost impossible. It was already not easy to be able to find Yi Cheng and the others, not to mention the fact that the place where Jiang Fan and Song Yunqi had fallen was deep and bottomless. With the current strength of the Police Force Bureau, it is impossible to search for them. Even if they send people from Jinling, they may not be able to find them. That piece of underground space had a complicated structure and was very odd. Lu Tianfeng, what's going on? Lu Tianfeng was pondering how to deal with Tang Rou's matter when he suddenly heard a voice from behind him. He had just turned back to go over when he received a big slap on his face. Jiang, Director Jiang, what are you doing? Doing what? This kind of thing happened under your nose. Why are you asking me what to do? If something happens to Ms. Tang, you won't be able to work in the police bureau in the future. Jiang Weiman was very angry. Jiang Fan was his savior, and now that Jiang Fan was dead, if anything happened to Tang Rou, then how could he stand up to Jiang Fan's spirit in heaven? It's not just that you can't stay in the police bureau. If anything happens to Ms. Tang today, you won't have to mix in Linhai anymore. Yi Cheng's heavy voice sounded from behind Jiang Weiman. Seeing these two people, Lu Tianfeng was crying without tears. Who had he incurred and who had he pissed off? Why should he be treated like this? However, even though he was indignant in his heart, there was nothing he could do at this time. After all, Yi Cheng and Jiang Weiman's royal beast master rank was higher than his. Even their connections were more complicated than his. The two of them wanting to pinch themselves to death was as simple as pinching an ant. Our Yi family has a professional medical team. First bring Ms. Tang to our Yi family to recuperate. I'll have my daughter personally take care of her. Ms. Tang, what do you think? He said this while also asking Tang Rou's opinion. However, by the time the crowd's gazes all looked towards Tang Rou, they realized that the latter was already unconscious. Quickly save the people. Harder, harder go and harder. You slow down, I can't take it No, can you scream without being so soulful? In the middle of a certain underground tunnel, Jiang Fan pushed and shoved Song Yunqi, who had half of her body stuck in the hole, and couldn't help but spit. Did you push or not? How come I can't feel you using your strength? Didn't eat? We'll be able to get out after we pass this hole, so hurry up and use some strength. Song Yunqi's voice seemed a little muffled through the stone wall. At this moment, half of her body was stuck on the stone wall, the upper half of her body was already sticking out of the hole and could breathe fresh air, but the lower half of her body was stuck inside, her 2 feet moving around, shaking Jiang Fan's eyes. Why didn't I push? The old man's wheelbarrow isn't even as vigorous as I am. It's you who are too fat and have such a big ass. Jiang Fan skimmed his mouth. You're the one who's fat. I'm telling you, if you don't push me out, you don't want to go out either. Song Yunqi gritted her teeth and said hatefully. Then I'll go back in a big way. Jiang Fan shrugged his shoulders in a gesture to leave. After waiting for a while, Song Yunqi, who realized that there was no movement behind her, panicked a little. Jiang Fan, you bastard dared to leave me here. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Song Yunqi almost cried out. From the time she came into contact with Imperial Beasts a year ago to now becoming a third-order Imperial Beast Master, how had she ever suffered this kind of humiliation? Jiang Fan, you wait for me. When I slim down and go out and return, I will definitely not let you go. Song Yunqi roared like a lioness. Got it. If you want to go out, tighten your 2 legs. I shouldn't mind if I push your ass, right? Song Yunqi, no. Jiang Fan, huh? Fine, I'll tolerate it for the sake of you helping me bury the dragon corpse, but don't think you'll have a next time. Song Yunqi clenched her silver teeth. Jiang Fan could even hear her teeth creaking. Wouldn't that have been the end of it? As if it's really rare for someone to touch your ass. Jiang Fan said disdainfully, casually stretching out his own dragon-grasping hand. Soft jade entered his hand. The wonderful touch almost made Jiang Fan's hand sink in. What are you doing? Hurry up. The moment she was touched by Jiang Fan, Song Yunqi's body tightened. Jiang Fan subconsciously pushed forward, and at that instant, a soft grunting sound from Song Yunqi was transmitted into his ears, like an aftertaste that lingered for a long time. Why are you pushing so hard? It's almost rotten. Somewhere underneath a sea-facing cliff near the coast, a woman with a plump figure was rubbing her leather drum with a grumbling face. Sister Song, look at how fat you eat. Can I push you out if I don't use some strength? Jiang Fan was speechless. Song Yunqi's pretty face reddened. Do you think it's because I want to? It's not because of this egg. Saying this, Song Yunchi took out an earth-colored egg from her imperial beast orb. This egg was something she found when she was burying that huge skeleton. When she just touched this egg, Song Yunchi felt an unspeakable attraction on it. In terms of the imperial beast theory, it meant that she was a perfect match for this earth-colored egg. My body seems to have changed after signing a contract with this egg. Normally that kind of hole is something I can go in and out of at will. Song Yunchi pouted her lips, rarely revealing a little girl-like emotion. Drill however you want. That said, where are we now? I feel like we didn't go far all the way out. We should still be in Linhai City, right? Jiang Fan glanced toward the beach in the distance. The turquoise blue sea water was connected to the golden-colored sandy beach. In the distance was a small lighthouse, and quite a few fishing boats were hidden in the sea. This is the eastern harbor of Linhai City. With a slight recollection, Jiang Fan remembered the place in front of him. He had often gone to this side with his classmates to collect shells when he was small back then. I'll go back first if there's nothing else. Since the exit was within Linhai City, Jiang Fan planned to run to the harbor highway to stop a car to go back to the city. Wait, you're leaving now? I still have something to say to you. Seeing Jiang Fan making a move to leave, Song Yunchi immediately stopped him. Did you pay attention to the location of the Blackheart's sacred king's tomb that black-faced protector said before? There was no need for Song Yunchi to remind him of this kind of thing. Jiang Fan would naturally keep it in mind. After all, it was about the royal beast Saint King's treasure, and he wasn't so foolish as to leave it out of his mind. About Yingtian, I know some clues. During the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang led his troops to break through the Jixing Road, which was later renamed Yingtian Province, which is today's Jinling. When Song Yunchi said this, her beautiful eyes scanned Jiang Fan. Are you saying that the Yingtian mentioned by the black-faced protector is the meaning of Yingtian Prefecture? Both are place names. The correlation must be great. It just so happens that after this incident I'm going to go back to Jinling, so I'll keep an eye out for you at that time, and I'll notify you right away if there's any news. Song Yunchi spoke very solemnly. You want to go with me in a group? Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows. The matter of the badge of courage being on his body was known only to himself and Song Yunchi. If this woman didn't have any thoughts about the royal beast Saint King's treasure, Jiang Fan couldn't believe it. Nonsense, why else would I help you find it? But you don't have to worry about me coveting your things. Just share some soup with me when the time comes. I don't. Jiang Fan shook his head and refused. I'm a third-order imperial beast master. Isn't it more than enough to be your partner? If I know that you find someone else to cooperate with and don't come to me, Song Yunchi clenched her pink fists. The meaning of her words was self-evident. Pu xin female, steamed shrimp head. Whatever you say. Oh yeah, that method of quickly hatching imperial beasts will be emailed to you when I go back to school. And then if there's anything else, just wait until I think of it. Song Yunchi looked around at her dirty clothes and frowned slightly. Let's go back to the city. I need to take a good shower before I do that. Jiang Fan, I'll walk by myself. Don't go by yourself. We two can still save some money by carpooling. Song Yunchi directly dragged Jiang Fan's arm towards the highway not far away without saying anything. While Jiang Fan and Song Yunchi were riding towards the city, on the other side, the entrance to the underground space. Ever since Yi Chang, Zhang Weiman and the others were rescued, the police force hadn't sent any more powerful forces down to explore. But today was different. It was because the results of the 5 schools joint examination had already come out. In the 5-school joint examination without Jiang Fan, Linhai Middle School had unsurprisingly fallen to last place. Originally, Principal Zhou Youfu and Director Wang were still counting on Ji Xianchuan. However, since the last time he kicked the tutelage at the Royal Spirit Academy and was severely taught a lesson, Ji Xianchuan had disappeared into obscurity. Ji Xianchuan's housekeeper came to Linhai Middle School to handle the transfer procedures. Zhou Youfu and Director Wang had heard that Ji Xianchuan had run away to a high school in the countryside. The purpose, needless to say, was for a place on the Imperial Beast's high school examination. Ji Xianchen transferred to a different school. Jiang Fan was called away by the police station. Zhou Youfu and Director Wang, who had lost 2 major helpers, were directly dumbfounded. Today the sun is bright and breezy. As a punishment for Linhai Middle School's substandard teaching quality, Zhou Youfu and Director Wang had been sent to the underground entrance at this time. Their next task was only one. Go down the cave and find Jiang Fan and Song Yunchi. Director Zhang, so many elites have gone down there and failed to find any traces. We too are only first-ranked beast masters, going down there won't help. Zhou Youfu looked blearily at Zhang Weiman, who was standing beside him, with a tone of helplessness and begging for mercy. The above has already instructed that we must meet people in life and see corpses in death. And letting you guys go down is also the arrangement of the Education Bureau. It has nothing to do with me, and I can't make the decision. You guys might as well go down in peace. Blah blah blah. What do you mean go down in peace? How unlucky. Since it's arranged by the Teaching and Learning Bureau, I guess there's no way for the 2 of us to refuse. Zhou Youfu let out a bitter smile. He was a middle school principal, but he didn't think that he would be mixed up as a laborer. Jiang Fan, you say you do not do well, have to go to this trip lively, obediently stay in the school for the school glory, for the teacher glory is not good? Now well, get a whereabouts of the end of the unknown, to no one's benefit. Thinking about this, Zhou Youfu cannot help but feel a little aggrieved. He gave Jiang Fan and the school students so many resources, did not expect to end up in this situation. This whole even a character like Yi Chang Zhang Weiman almost died down there, how could he and Director Wang still end up in this situation? Don't worry, I have equipped you with a guide. With him there you shouldn't have any accidents. Someone, bring Lu Long up. While Zhou Youfu was about to cry, he saw a man being pulled over as if he was being escorted to the execution ground. The man was still yelling as he walked, don't I don't want to go down, I know I'm wrong, I'll never spread false information again. Put an end to rumors, start with you and me. Don't be the spreader of rumors, only be the teller of the truth. Raise the blue whirlwind of righteousness, return the society to a clear sky. And this? Seeing the somewhat crazy-looking Lu Long, Zhou Youfu asked with anxiety. Seeing Zhou Youfu inquiring, Zhang Weiman did not hide it and directly told him about Lu Long's deeds. Even if you abandon your own imperial beast, when you return to the ground, you keep spreading rumors that everyone who goes down there is dead? That's that kind of graduate student. Lack of heart is more like it. Zhou Youfu felt unreliable as soon as he heard about Lu Long's deeds. That can Director Wang and I not be with this guy, I'm afraid of accidentally being backstabbed by him. Zhou Youfu shrunk his neck. If there was an 80% chance that he would not return from this trip down to the bottom of the earth, plus this unreliable thing would have to reach 100%, Zhou Youfu would not want to bring this drag queen with him, lack of heart. No, he also has his own mission. Zhou Youfu stopped talking. How could he be so virtuous as to be able to act with such a crouching dragon and phoenix child? Maybe the disappearance of Jiang Fan and Song Yunqi had a lot to do with this kid. Thinking of this, Zhou Youfu couldn't help but sigh, never mind. It's enough to live for so many years. When the wind is rusty and the water is cold, the strongest man will never return. Once gone, never return, then never return. Zhou Youfu was singing along, when suddenly Zhang Weiman's phone rang. Hello. What, back? Oh. Zhou Youfu don't read. You guys don't have to go down. Zhang Weiman glanced at Zhou Youfu who was showing signs of madness and finished. It's rare to have a few autumns in life, so I won't stop until I'm drunk. What's the situation? Zhou Youfu, who had just gathered his courage, couldn't help but freeze when he heard this. Jiang Fan and Song Yunqi, the two of them came back by themselves. Zhou Youfu, Director Wang, and Lu Long? Oh. Should I say no? It did feel good to be home. At least for Jiang Fan, a person who had drifted outside, home gave him an unusually warm feeling. Apart from the fact that he didn't see Aunt Tang and only saw Lu Tianfeng who was heckling at him, which Jiang Fan was not satisfied with, everything else was good. Director Lu, why did you come to my home? Jiang Fan was puzzled. Mr. Jiang, you are finally back. We were all anxious and crazy during these days of your disappearance. At that moment, Lu Tianfeng told all the things that happened in the past few days that Jiang Fan and Song Yunqi were missing. After hearing Lu Tianfeng say that Aunt Tang had almost committed suicide by slitting her wrists, his whole brain buzzed and almost exploded. Thanks to Jiang Fan's 2 lifetimes of experience, his emotions were not as impetuous as ordinary people. Otherwise, Jiang Fan would have already rushed up and choked Lu Tianfeng's neck to inquire about the situation. What's going on? Where is Aunt Tang now? Jiang Fan asked in a deep voice. Seeing that Jiang Fan was surprisingly more composed than expected, Lu Tianfeng couldn't help but lament. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Fan was currently in high school and the age on his ID card was 18, Lu Tianfeng would have thought that the person sitting in front of him was an old demon who had lived for decades. Ms. Tang has been sent to Linhai Hospital for treatment. She is currently in good condition and her life is not in danger. Hearing this, Jiang Fan sighed in relief. Such an ending was for the best. It did not occur to him that he had delayed with Song Yunqi for a few days, but such a situation would occur. Jiang Fan naturally couldn't blame Song Yunqi in this matter. If he did, he could only blame himself for being too careless and not considering Aunt Tang's feelings. It seems like a scolding is going to be unavoidable. Saying so, Jiang Fan picked up his cell phone and prepared to make a call. The cell phone screen just lit up and Jiang Fan saw his 99 plus QQ Wizards messages plus SMS communication calls. Half of them were sent over by Tang Rou. The other half was Chen Sisi and Su Jiwei. They were probably worried about themselves during the time they had no news. Jiang Fan did not immediately reply one by one, but first found Tang Rou's phone and dialed it. However, the phone showed no answer on the other end, so it was thought that Aunt Tang should be taking a nap. It's good that you're back, Mr. Jiang. I won't bother you then, have a good rest. Alright, I've already applied to the top for the guaranteed place I promised Mr. Jiang earlier. It will be able to come down soon. Alright, thank you Director Lu.
After sending Director Lu away with a few pleasantries, Jiang Fan was not in a hurry to run to the hospital to be scolded, but opened the system to take stock of the harvest from this trip to the underground. There were 3 harvests. The first one is that his demon egg has successfully increased from 25% hatching progress to 75% hatching progress. During this time, he also obtained the skills, Dragon's Claw, and Demon Dance, in addition to Demon's Touch, which is invincible at the same level. There was no need to mention the famous sword effect of Dragon's Claw. It was worth mentioning this, Demon Dance. This skill was gained by Jiang Fan when he defeated the Night Ghost incarnation of the Black Mask Protector. At that time, after winning against the Black-Faced Protector, he heard the system prompting the sound of the Devil's Eggs hatching progress increasing. Immediately afterward, the Devil's Egg grew a pair of small demonic wings from its shell. Devil's Dance is what comes with the little wings that grew out, and the effect is very powerful.
Devil's Dance, a dance from the devil. Effect, 2 more pairs of wings will grow from the back during Dance of the Demon.
The beast will take on the form of a 6-winged blazing angel and rain down heavenly punishment on the enemy target. Enemies attacked by Devil's Dance are weakened by 100%.
The enemy will be suppressed by divine light for 30 seconds, determined by enemy level.
The effect will decrease when facing enemies of higher levels. This was a proper auxiliary skill, and the effect was visible. Previously, Jiang Fan had asked how many seconds a 3rd-rank Imperial Beast Master like her could normally control the enemy with her Imperial Beast Control skill. And at that time, Song Yunqi faintly extended 5 fingers. Jiang Fan had thought that it was 5 seconds, but who knew that Song Yunqi's next words stunned him? It's 0. 5 seconds. If you add items like control props, the control can generally be extended to about 3 seconds. Hearing this, Jiang Fan no longer made a sound. At this moment, he realized more deeply that this devil's egg of his was a big treasure. After looking at the devil's egg, Jiang Fan went on to look at his second harvest, the special energy body Imperial Beast, Night Demon. This name was chosen by Jiang Fan himself, combining one of the characters of Night Demon and Red Demon. The Night Demon was only level 1, but its skill Penguin was quite interesting.
Skill, Choice Punishment.
Effect, as a special energy body Imperial Beast, the Night Demon can invade the minds of other Imperial Beasts or people, and then throw questions to people.
The person answering only needs to answer yes or no.
If the answer goes against the truth or reality, the Night Demon will attack you mentally. On the contrary, he will be safe and sound. This skill was a bit strange. Jiang Fan felt the need to find someone to try it out. It was only a pity that Lu Tianfeng had left just now, otherwise he would definitely be a good choice. The third harvest was, needless to say, the badge of courage that concerned the Blackheart Sage King's treasure.
Jiang Fan's next objective was to start searching for the Blackheart Sacred King's tomb. Dum.
While Jiang Fan was thinking about things, the door of his home was knocked heavily.
Who is it?
Jiang Fan walked away while searching if Lu Tianfeng had left something behind and forgotten to take it. It was just as well that he turned around and came back so that he could cooperate a bit to put Night Demon's choice punishment to the test. For this reason, Jiang Fan even specially released the Night Demon. With a creak, the door to the room opened. Jiang Fan was just about to open his mouth when he realized that it was not Lu Tianfeng standing in the doorway, but someone that he had not expected.
Lord Class President, why are you here? Isn't it still class time?
The person standing in room 601 at this moment was no other than Chen Sisi. The reason why Jiang Fan was so surprised was entirely because he couldn't imagine that Chen Sisi, who had always abided by the school rules and disciplined herself, would miss class. Of course, it could be a leave of absence, but it was also extremely rare for Chen Sisi to take a leave of absence for nothing. At least Jiang Fan had never seen it.
Jiang Fan, I've called you so many times, why don't you answer? Today's Chen Sisi was dressed much cooler compared to usual.
A light blue dress covered her still developing body, but the size of those two small, bulging mounds were visible. Jiang Fan searched for a moment. It is estimated that it is about the same as a steamed bun. Compared to the previous life is not a little bit worse. Comrade Xiaochen still need to work hard.
Speak dumb? Don't think you don't say I don't know. Are you running off to some underground with that Song Yunqi?
Chen Sisi had a puffed up look on her face, like she had a big steamed bun stuffed inside her little cherry mouth.
Come in and sit down first.
Jiang Fan didn't know why Chen Sisi knew about this matter, so he let her come in and sit down before learning about the situation.
Is Auntie Tang not at home? Chen Sisi asked as she looked around after coming in.
Oh, Auntie Tang went to the hospital to see a doctor. Then again, how did you know about my situation these days, Lord Class Leader? It was reasonable to say that this kind of mission Lu Tianfeng would definitely not tell ordinary people. At most, he would just inform the school side. Jiang Fan was really a bit curious about where Chen Sisi heard about it.
You think you can hide it from me?
I went to ask Principal Zhou about it, and he told me right away. Chen Sisi was quite proud of herself, almost writing the words "I'm great, aren't I?" praise me on her face. Once he heard this, Jiang Fan probably understood what was going on. According to Chen Cici's stubborn and serious nature, after realizing that she hadn't contacted him for a few days, she would definitely try to find a way to inquire about her situation. If she couldn't find out from Old Man Lu, she would go to the principal and principal to ask. This was not a problem for her. It was just that she didn't know why Principal Zhou would tell her the truth. At this, Jiang Fan didn't wonder for long. He looked towards Chen Cici's little face, which was red from the sun, and grinned lightly. What, is Class President Sama worried about me? Chen Cici herself was a very serious person. Where could she stand this kind of verbal teasing from Jiang Fan? Who's worried about you? I just came over to see you on behalf of my classmates in Class 10, and by the way, I also saw how well my ice flower civet cat egg hatched. Chen Cici waved her hands in denial, as if she would suffer a great loss if she admitted it. Took time off to see me, or did you sneak out on your own? Seeing the shy look on her face, Jiang Fan immediately rode the wave of victory. I've said that I didn't come specifically to see you. Chen Cici's words had just fallen, when a voice suddenly rang in her ears. Night Demon has unleashed the skill, Choice Punishment. Question, did you come over to visit because you were worried about Jiang Fan? Option 1, yes. Option 2, no. What is this? Chen Cici was instantly in a daze. How could there be a voice coming out of her ears? She wanted to open her mouth, but the voice in the middle of her mind resounded once again. Please choose. No. Of course not. Even though the words weren't addressed to Jiang Fan, Chen Cici still denied it. She was very good at keeping her emotions in check and didn't let people get close to her easily. Ding dong, your answer was not sincere, and the Night Demon is very dissatisfied. You will be attacked by the Night Demon's spirit. Within 5 minutes during this period, you will honestly speak your true thoughts in the face of any answer. As the voice fell, a stabbing pain flashed through Chen Cici's mind, and in the next second she collapsed towards Jiang Fan's body with a grunt. The sudden situation made Jiang Fan a little confused. Subconsciously, Jiang Fan then wrapped his arms around Chen Cici's slender waist. Class President, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? It's fine, let me lean for a while. The smell of your body is so fragrant, let me smell it again. Between murmuring in a low voice, Chen Cici's 2 lotus root arms directly wrapped around Jiang Fan's neck. She was like a little bitch, her nose kept sniffing at Jiang Fan's neck, his arms, and even his creaky nest, just like an obsessed woman. Jiang Fan has never seen this kind of situation before. It's hard to believe that Chen Cici still has some kind of special attribute hidden deep inside her heart. Jiang Fan straightened his body and tried to pull Chen Cici away, but the latter was like a piece of craft candy sticking to his body. For a while, Jiang Fan was in tears. He said that he was going to raid his former girlfriend, but it looks like he is going to be pushed against his will. No, just now the system seems to suggest that the Night Demon unleashed the skill, Choice Punishment. Now Chen Cici, this situation is caused by the Choice Punishment? Jiang Fan finally reacted. Chen Cici, this appearance, I'm afraid that she has been subjected to a spiritual attack from the Night Demon. Don't move, I'll smell it properly again. Giggle, it smells so good. How is it that apart from your body odor, your hands smell of other women? Who is that woman? Is it Song Yunqi? Isn't she just 1 year older than me, except for her chest being a bit fuller, her ass being a bit perkier, her looks being a bit prettier, and her strength being a bit stronger? Where does she compare to me? Since you're here to hook up with me, you can't find another woman, got it? Otherwise I'll tell Auntie Tang that you're a complete scum. Jiang Fan. No matter what Chen Cici said, Jiang Fan just thought she was drunk and babbling. Finally, after 5 long minutes of posting, Chen Cici, who was originally somewhat mentally disturbed, finally regained her clarity. Her entire body was now hanging on Jiang Fan like a wombat. The 2 snow-white long legs were separated and casually rested on the sofa. The mysterious place was defenseless against Jiang Fan. Her legs could easily encircle Jiang Fan's waist if she wanted to. One could imagine how bad and ambiguous the 2 people's posture was. Just after reacting, Chen Cici realized that she seemed to be held up by something. When she waited to look down, her entire little face instantly turned red, and a red sheen rose on her fair skin. Hee, this is a normal physiological phenomenon. Wait, you don't stand up directly, step on it, hiss. Another 5 minutes later. Room 601, on the sofa. Jiang Fan was at this time covering his baby and constantly inhaling. Next to him, when Chen Cici saw him in this state, her expression looked a little rushed. Jiang Fan, are you still in pain? Between questions, Chen Cici even purposely pointed her finger at Jiang Fan's place. Nonsense, if this thing grows on you, I'll give you a kick to try. My poor baby, the happiness of the rest of my life was ruined by such a kick from you. Jiang Fan choked out a sob while wudong. Chen Cici, who was still waiting for when Jiang Fan would be able to recover, was dumbfounded after hearing these words. She was also a silly girl who believed whatever Jiang Fan said. After hearing Jiang Fan say that she had cut off Jiang Fan's sexual happiness with 1 kick, Chen Cici almost cried in a hurry. What to do? Is there any bleeding? Take off your pants and I'll take a look. Chen Cici panicked and tried to peel off Jiang Fan's pants.
However, at this time, Jiang Fan's voice could be heard coming leisurely. I did think of a solution. It was taught to me by the old Chinese doctor in our jail home. Originally I thought it wouldn't be useful, but I didn't think it would be. Today. What solution you quickly say? I will help you cover it, you see what to prepare. Chen Cici already can't care so much, anxious and not much different from the people who are in a hurry. You bring your ears over, I'll tell you. Jiang Fan's expression was pained, his voice hoarse. Chen Cici, on the other hand, obediently listened to him and sidled her ear to Jiang Fan's mouth. Jiang Fan, asterisk 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 asterisk. After Jiang Fan finished talking about the treatment method, Chen Cici's entire body froze in place with direct stiffness. Seeing her hesitation, Jiang Fan gave a timely "you" and let out a squeal like killing a pig. It hurts, the rest of my life. Alright, I know. Bear with me, I'll help you out immediately. Chen Cici felt a bad conscience as soon as she heard Jiang Fan screaming miserably. With a red face, she said to Jiang Fan in a seemingly angry manner, just this once. If it doesn't get better I'll just bite it off, so that I don't have to continue to be a demon in the future. Well, just this time. If I didn't have to, I definitely wouldn't let you do that, class president. By the way, class president adult, you're not 18 yet. The old Chinese medicine doctor in my hometown said that it's not possible to use this method until you're 18 years old. Oomph, I can be 2 months older than you. Chen Cici blankly glanced at Jiang Fan, then she squirmed closer to Jiang Fan and squatted down. Cough cough cough, it went inside the throat. Chen Cici closed her red lips tightly, and her hands touched towards the trash can haphazardly, then she dry-heaved. On the contrary, Jiang Fan, at this moment, was full of light and smiling. Ding, devil egg hatching progress reaches 85%. Jiang Fan? No, how did the hatching progress suddenly increase? Jiang Fan was a bit confused, and after looking around he surprisingly found that at the corner of the living room and the room's corridor, a small tail was waving and waving there. For a moment, Jiang Fan looked as if he had thought of something, and an incredulous look appeared on his face. Shortly after, Chen Cici came out from the washroom. Her face was as red as a ripe apple, making people unable to resist wanting to come up and take a bite. With 4 eyes facing each other, the atmosphere was scorched to the extreme for a moment. Only after a long time did Chen Cici take the lead and say, are you done? Alright, with the loving healing of the class president, I'm sure I'm all better. Jiang Fan directly stood up without even lifting his pants. His Tyrannosaurus Rex immediately scared Chen Cici into covering her ears. Do you still want to call me class president? Jiang Fan was stunned at his words, and then he reacted. Chen Cici's character was very strong and serious, and since she was willing to do this today, her attitude was already self-evident. Jiang Fan walked over to her and wanted to hug her, but was pushed away by her. In school you still call me class president, privately. Privately how you like to call it, whatever you want. Chen Cici brushed her head away and walked into the kitchen, where her ice flower civet eggs were. Jiang Fan couldn't help but smile at the words. Chen Cici was like this, straight for a while, then she started to be shy again. The ice flower civet cat egg had been taken care of by Tang Ro, and Chen Cici would run over to take a look at it every day after school, and gradually became acquainted with Tang Ro. Today another police car and ambulance came here. I was a bit relieved to see Auntie Tang, so I came over to take a look. Chen Cici explained the reason she came over during class time. You're taking classes and still know about my neighborhood? Jiang Fan was a bit disbelieving. It was Uncle Hui downstairs who told me. You still know Uncle Hui? Uncle Hui, that was a character who drove a car for the mayor, the authority of the entire Machaojiang neighborhood. My dad and Uncle Fai served in the army together when they were young, and our 2 families are close by, so it's kind of a bit of a crossroads. So you let Uncle Hui spy on me? Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, Go, who cares to watch you? It was the last time I came here and was seen by Uncle Hui. He had to pull me into your neighborhood's group, saying something about helping me find a man or something like that. Speaking later, Chen Cici's voice was much lower. She even glanced at Jiang Fan to see the latter's reaction. Unfortunately, Jiang Fan's face was expressionless, which couldn't help but make Chen Cici a bit lost. You're my wife. If Uncle Hui, that old bastard, dares to introduce you to someone, I'll talk to his wife about his going to wash his feet all these years, so that he'll know how horrible it is to dig up my Jiang Fan's corner. Jiang Fan hugged Chen Cici, but was pushed away by the latter. Who is your wife? Shameless. Don't say this matter again until you go to college. Saying so, but in a place Jiang Fan couldn't see, the corner of her mouth went up in an arc, and her face was even sweeter. Look, my ice flower civet cat egg's eggshell seems to have dropped some at. Chen Cici pointed at the crumbs of eggshells inside the boiler and let out an exclamation. Well, it will be able to hatch out in another day's time. Jiang Fan looked at the ice blossom civet cat egg inside the boiler, and his eyes swept around Chen Cici's body again. Your chi and blood value, why does it feel higher than when I saw you before? The mutation effect of the ice flower civet cat egg has already manifested on you? Yeah, my current chi and blood value has reached 119 points. Apart from Ji Shen who has already transferred to another school, I'm already the number 1 in the whole school. Even Principal Zhou Youfu has to look at my face. Awesome, right? Chen Sisi said to Jiang Fan as if she was inviting credit. Originally, she had given the ice flower civet cat egg to Jiang Fan out of her trust in him. Although Jiang Fan had sworn to assure herself that there would be no problems, Chen Sisi was still a bit uneasy. After all, the Imperial Beast Egg was like a family member for an Imperial Beast Master. If a family member was handed over to Jiang Fan's disposal, Chen Sisi would inevitably feel torn and apprehensive. However, the good thing is that this kind of nagging did not last too long, as her blood value continued to rise, exceeding Su Jiwei, exceeding Zhou Ping, exceeding a number of students who had participated in the seed program. Chen Sisi knew that the trust she had given to Jiang Fan was worth it, and it is also touched by Jiang Fan actually selfless to tell himself such a good way. So just now when Jiang Fan put forward the request, Chen Sisi did not refuse. During this period of time, Chen Sisi vaguely felt that she seemed to be relying on Jiang Fan more and more. As long as he disappeared for a day, she would be restless and suffer. However, this kind of feeling of being trapped by Jiang Fan didn't seem to be bad. These thoughts Chen Sisi decided to rot inside her stomach and never say anything to Jiang Fan for the rest of her life. Otherwise, it would make this kid too complacent. Chen Sisi thought so. The two of them were sticking inside the kitchen when suddenly the door of the room clicked and was opened. Mom, are you at home? I heard that something happened to you and specially ran back to see you. How is a fishy smell inside the living room? Mom, you ate fish with Jiang Fan? This voice Jiang Fan didn't need to think to know who it was. The one who could come in and out of the house with ease and at will. Besides Tang Xiao, who else could it be? Xiao, shouldn't you be in class right now? Why did you suddenly run back? Jiang Fan frowned as he walked out from inside the kitchen. Jiang Fan, you didn't go to school? Tang Xiao was stunned when she saw Jiang Fan, and then she opened her mouth to explain. I saw someone say that something happened at home in our neighborhood's group, so that's why I ran back in a hurry. Tang Xiao spat out her tongue, seeing that Jiang Fan was at home. Her mood was not as tense as when she came back before. Well, did Aunt Tang buy you a cell phone? Jiang Fan's focus was clear, just like a real parent. No, I used my classmate's cell phone to watch. Tang Xiao waved her hand. Oh, so But then again you usually don't bring your keys. Why did you remember to bring them today? Am I the kind of person who loses things in your eyes? Tang Xiao sniffed and pouted angrily. She kicked one hand in her pocket to hold a key. Not long after, that key shifted and turned into a palm-sized lizard. What was this lizard if not the camouflaged lizard? Hello. Jiang Fan and Tang Xiao were talking when Chen Sisi walked out from inside the kitchen. She had heard Jiang Fan say that she had a sister before, but she had never met her. Now the two of them were meeting for the first time. As soon as she saw Chen Sisi, Tang Xiao's eyes grew wide. Jiang Fan, you're good. You even brought a woman to your home. Last time with you ambiguous, is not this right? You scum, I'm going to find my mom to sue. Tang Xiao did not finish her sentence before Jiang Fan covered her mouth. Oh, children do not know what to say. Jiang Fan glanced at Chen Sisi, and was a bit headstrong. Chen Sisi's jealous character Jiang Fan knew better than that. Now Tang Xiao even said this kind of words. I'm afraid I'm jumping into the yellow river can't be washed away. Sure enough, just as Jiang Fan expected, Chen Sisi's face changed after hearing Tang Xiao's words. She looked at Tang Xiao with a smile on her face and softly asked, Sister Tang, who was the girl you saw following your brother last time? It was the sister in the next building. I seem to remember that she was called Song Yunxi. Tang Xiao said to Chen Sisi with an innocent face. With that look, whoever saw it would unconsciously believe what she said. Only where no one noticed, a hint of cunning flashed through Tang Xiao's eyes. Poof. Jiang Fan, since you don't have anything to do then go back to school. I'll mark you absent from class if you don't come tomorrow. Chen Sisi tossed her head and didn't care what Jiang Fan's reaction was. Directly picked up the small bag she had placed in the living room and left. Only after Chen Sisi left did Jiang Fan look at Tang Xiao with hatred and said, You definitely did it on purpose. Who let you dabble with women outside and cheat girls of their feelings? Slightly. Tang Xiao gave Jiang Fan a ghost face and went from room to room to find her mom. Later in the evening, Jiang Fan accompanied Tang Xiao to visit Tang Rou. Tang Rou's body wasn't in any serious trouble and didn't need to be hospitalized, so Jiang Fan took a taxi to bring her back home. Before, there were many people in the hospital and it was inconvenient to talk about many things. When she entered the house, Tang Rou tearfully hugged Jiang Fan and didn't speak. Her tears soaked Jiang Fan's lapel. Tang Xiao looked on the side and was somewhat speechless. In my opinion, if I die mom you definitely can't cry so sadly. Shut up. Don't talk like that. Tang Xiao just said a sentence. Tang Rou and Jiang Fan's voices came one after the other. This scene was like when you were a kid joking around, but your words accidentally violated your elders' taboos. The atmosphere didn't liven up, but instead drew a scolding. Fortunately, Tang Xiaoxiao's mental ability is strong, and her position is very clear. Seeing her mom is holding Jiang Fan buried in pain, she simply shrugged her shoulders and ran back to the room, just to fall into a quiet. After Tang Rou had cried enough, Jiang Fan wanted to assure her that he would never risk his life again. But Tang Rou was like a scared little rabbit hiding back inside the room, and then there was no movement. This situation made Jiang Fan a bit puzzled. There was no one to cook, so Jiang Fan simply cooked a table of food himself. A large and a small group of two cravings were seduced by the smell in no time. "Aunt Tang, you are injured, don't eat so much meat and fish, try the chicken soup I specially made for you, and replenish your body properly. There's also this lotus seed soup, eating it can nourish your body and is good for your skin." Jiang Fan said while on the other side, Tang Rou was already about to bury her head in the bowl. "Jiang Fan, I want it too." Tang Xiaoxiao reached her bowl over, but was knocked back by Jiang Fan's merciless iron chopsticks. "This fish is all yours, didn't you just clamor for fish?" Jiang Fan gave her a large piece of fish. "It's really strange, I didn't see any live fish or fish bones at home just now. Where did that fishy smell come from before?" Tang Xiaoxiao nibbled on the fish and pondered. "Cough cough cough, eat." After 3 rounds of wine and a shower, Jiang Fan shook all relaxed on his bed. Inside the few days in the underground, he had been helping Song Yunqi bury her bones, but he was tired enough, so today he could finally rest for a while. Thinking, Jiang Fan squinted his eyes, his consciousness gradually blurred. At this moment, a figure gently pushed open the door, tiptoed up to his bed, and buried Jiang Fan's head into her vast chest. The next morning, Jiang Fan gently opened his eyes. The blinding sunlight shone in through the window. Jiang Fan squeezed his 2 palms. Last night in his dream he had grabbed 2 huge QQ candies as huge as watermelons, and that extreme touch that returned with elasticity as soon as he pinched it and was like soft meat made Jiang Fan a bit oblivious. "Tonight if I can do this dream again is good." Jiang Fan murmured a couple sentences and got up to wash up and prepare for school. The only thing left for him at this stage was to wait for the Imperial Beast examination. After not going to school for a few days, Jiang Fan just stepped into the school gates and realized that the atmosphere was not quite right. After looking for someone to ask some, Jiang Fan realized that the original is 5 schools joint examination Linhai Middle School examination failure caused. For this reason, the whole school also strengthened the school discipline rectification. Students participating in the Imperial Beast examination will be criticized by the school if they are late or leave early. The punishment sounded scary, but Jiang Fan felt that it wasn't useful. If one could make students' grades improve just by relying on school rules and discipline, then it would be okay for so many middle schools and universities to directly change into military schools. "Jiang Fan, where did you kid go in the past few days? How come I haven't been able to find you?" Jiang Fan had just entered the school gate when someone tapped his shoulder behind him and said, "Su Jiwei, has your chi blood value increased some more?" Jiang Fan's senses were quite sharp, and in just a moment, he could tell that the person behind him was none other than Su Jiwei. "Hee, what's the point of raising it? I guess I'm out of luck for this year's Imperial Beast examination." Su Jiwei walked side by side with Jiang Fan and then said helplessly, "Why is that so? Your chi and blood value shouldn't be considered low, right? It's useless. You think that your chi blood value will directly soar up in a whoosh like you and the class president? I've already planned it out. If I can't go to the top 10 Imperial Beast universities, I'll study at Master Jack Ma's newly opened Imperial Beast University. My chi and blood values are just right for their school's requirements." Jack Ma's Imperial Beast University? What does that mean? Jiang Fan was a bit confused by what he heard. You wouldn't be unaware of it. Master Jack Ma held a conference 2 days ago saying that the Ace University under the auspices of Ant Group that specializes in cultivating Imperial Beast Masters will be the same as the Imperial Beast High School entrance examination, and will simultaneously enroll all the major high schools. In addition to a tuition fee of several $100,000, the enrollment requirement is that the chi and blood value should reach a certain value. This enrollment regulations of the blood value peak it, sandwiched between the top 10 Imperial Beast University and ordinary 1 Imperial Beast University. There are other faculty strength and so on. Jiang Fan understood after Su Jiwei explained a little. Master Jack Ma is intended to create the 11th domestic famous university. For this reason also from the major universities net talent can be said to be well-intentioned. Isn't this Master Jack Horse's action a bit much lately? First, he donated materials to Linhai, then to that inexplicable Ant Guardian program, and now to the university enrollment program. It feels like he's stepping a bit too big. Jiang Fan realized that Jack Ma's activities were very frequent when he thought about it carefully, far more so than Twisted Vine's appearances. Could it be that he would be just as scenic as his last life for a while, and then finally disappear darkly into the limelight? Hey, why do you care so much? This kind of big shot does things us commoners don't follow and worry blindly. Su Jiwei shrugged his shoulders. The two chatted back to the classroom, and by the time Jiang Fan walked through the door, some people were looking at themselves with a wave of strange gazes. When you disappeared during the 5-school joint exam, So many people blamed you for the school's failure in the 5-school joint exam, just don't pay attention to them. Su Jiwei said softly in Jiang Fan's ear. Heh, this pot is also on me? Jiang Fan couldn't help but feel a little funny in his heart, but he didn't think much about it. Instead, he directly walked over to sit next to Chen Sisi. Chen Sisi's face was ancient, as if yesterday's events had not happened at all. She didn't even bother to look at the former when Jiang Fan made it down. Jiang Fan knew her character and simply let her be like this. The next morning, the relationship between the two was restored as before. After all, Chen Sisi's iceflower civet cat egg was still placed in Jiang Fan's house as an egg mass, so it was impossible for Chen Sisi to be at loggerheads with Jiang Fan for so long. Chen Sisi's iceflower civet cat egg successfully hatched out according to Jiang Fan's expectations. The result was obvious, the iceflower civet cat egg had indeed mutated. The original ordinary beast egg had actually hatched a mutated iceflower civet cat, and all of the schools in Linhai City had immediately heard of Cecilia Chen's great name. For a while, Chen Sisi became a hot figure in Linhai Middle School, and even the school leaders personally invited her to their offices to discuss various matters. However, Chen Sisi didn't seem to realize that she had gone from being an inconspicuous class president of an ordinary class to an enviable prospective top 10 Imperial Beast University student. Every day, in addition to brushing up and listening to the lectures, she was letting Jiang Fan brush up and listen to the lectures. After being free of a whole bunch of messy things, Jiang Fan's life returned to peace. This kind of day lasted for nearly a month and a half. For a month and a half, the entire school, or rather the entire Linhai City's atmosphere in recent days had remained tense. One was because of the matter of the previous ground movement, and the other was because the days of the Imperial Beast examination were getting closer and closer. When there was still a week to go before the Imperial Beast examination, Jiang Fan, who was in class, received a call from Song Yunqi. Previously, Song Yunqi had promised to send Jiang Fan the fast egg hatching method via email, but after so long Jiang Fan hadn't even seen it. During this time, Jiang Fan had called many times to ask Song Yunqi what was going on, but the other party's phone had been turned off. This made Jiang Fan suspect that he had become a clown being teased by Song Yunqi. After seeing Song Yunqi's phone call, Jiang Fan directly hung up. Only when there was an opening in the break from class did Jiang Fan find a place with fewer people to dial back. You were just in class? Aha. That's fine, find a place where no one is around and don't let anyone hear, I have a heavy discovery. Song Yunqi was secretive, Jiang Fan was a bit speechless while changing another place, directly to the rooftop of the teaching building. So long won't phone, secretive, don't know thought you ran to where is undercover. Jiang Fan's tone was slightly dissatisfied. I'm sorry, I also had no choice. But now is not the time to count on this. These days, I have been busy searching around Jiling for clues related to the badge of courage in your hand. You don't say, it really let me find it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan was not sleepy. Tell me about it. I first explored around the various places of interest in Jiling. Song Yunqi blah 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 said a bunch of things, describing how grueling her exploration had been, before the last few sentences were considered to be to the point. I searched for so many days, and I never found anything. Just when I decided to drop the matter for now and go back to school, a stone caught my attention. It was a 2-meter-high stone placed in the school museum, and it was pitted and looked plain, but I found a pit on it that was the same size and shape as the badge of courage in your hand. Is it possible that it's just a coincidence? Jiang Fan wasn't convinced. It's absolutely impossible. That stone isn't an ordinary stone, but a stone that can raise the Imperial Beast Master's chi and blood value and spiritual power. That stone even the principal doesn't know its origin, and the Master has been standing there for a long time. In connection with the badge of courage in your hand, I can be 100% sure that that stone is what you're looking for. Song Yunqi's tone was very certain, afraid that Jiang Fan would not believe it. Is there a picture? I found a few from the school's history, and I'm sending them to you now. This stone has a strange efficacy and cannot be approached by students who are not from our Jinling Imperial Beast University. And even if it's a student of our school, one has to obtain the qualification to be able to get close to it. After all, it's a magical stone that can make one's chi and blood value and spiritual power increase. Jiang Fan nodded his head upon hearing this, which was understandable. After all, in this world, props that could raise one's chi and blood value or spiritual power were extremely scarce, and it was normal for the Jinling Imperial Beast University to be so interested in that stone. Jiang Fan opened the picture that Song Yunqi had sent to him, and a stone that looked like it had been dug out from the surface of the moon and was as high as 2 meters came into view. The stone stood there like a statue. Jiang Fan saw the small pit similar in shape to the badge of courage that Song Yunqi had mentioned just by scanning it twice. After a slight comparison, Jiang Fan could already determine that the pit mark on that stone was exactly the same as the badge of courage he was holding. Students who aren't from this school are not allowed to approach. Doesn't that mean I have to go to Jiling Imperial Beast University? Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows. He estimated that with this chi and blood value, he would have no problem trying to go to the two top Imperial Beasts universities in Kyoto, and only the cultural courses still needed to be looked at again. Jinling Imperial Beast University isn't bad, even among the top 10 Imperial Beast universities, it's also able to rank in the top 5. How come it sounds like you're still very reluctant? Song Yunchi was a bit speechless, even she had been excited for a while about getting into the Jinling Imperial Beast University back then. You're not weak. What school you get into is up to you. My suggestion is for you to enroll in the Jinling Imperial Beast University. I'm currently the vice president of the school's Imperial Beast Association, and I can give you the green light in many places. Your foundation is weak, and like me, you don't have much of a background. In a place like Kyoto, there are hidden tigers and dragons, so if you're not careful, you might get into trouble, and it'll be hard to deal with it then. And most importantly, I want you to understand that the Imperial Beast Saint King's treasure is definitely worth more than going to any school in the world. Song Yunchi's words reached this point, her attitude couldn't be clearer, and she was close to tugging on Jiang Fan's ear and saying to him, you should choose the Jinling Imperial Beast University. I'll think about it. Song Yunchi's words were very reasonable, but Jiang Fan did not rush to answer. This kind of question of which university to go to had to take into account all the circumstances before making a decision. It was impossible to do whatever Song Yunchi said just because Song Yunchi said so. Alright, think it over yourself. Contact me again after anything else. The class bell rang after Song Yunchi hung up the phone. At this stage, the teachers didn't lecture much anymore, relying on the students to review, summarize, digest, and absorb on their own. After returning home that night, Jiang Fan received an email from Song Yunchi. The words Imperial Beast Egg Hatching Advanced Edition came to his eyes, and Jiang Fan curiously opened it and read it. After spending an entire night, Jiang Fan finished reading all of this advanced edition. Until the end, his expression was all sightless. Because this so-called advanced version can be completely summarized in one sentence, fast egg hatching with money on the line. That's right, just have money, that's the same as inside the game, recharge to be able to unlock the hatching progress. The reason why Song Yunchi was able to hatch an Imperial Beast Egg in the blink of an eye was entirely due to the use of an expensive Imperial Beast Egg catalyzing potion. This kind of potion was very expensive, the most common bottle needed $3 million, the more advanced ones could even reach tens of millions, thousands of kings and even hundreds of millions. Moreover, this kind of catalyzing potion was still imported, priced without a market, and in short supply, the general public did not have channels, and more money could not be bought. This is also a good explanation as to why the public is unaware of the existence of this catalytic potion. The Royal Beast Egg Catalytic Potion is simply customized for the rich. And this Imperial Beast Egg Hatching Advanced Edition ebook that Song Yunchi had sent over mainly introduced the advantages and disadvantages of the various Imperial Beast Egg catalyzing potions, their prices, as well as precautions and so on. No matter which world, no money just won't do. Jiang Fan was more or less helpless. The assets he had on hand added up to $6 to $7 million in total, and that money was only able to buy 2 bottles of ordinary catalyzing potion. Being cheated by this woman. After helping her bury her bones for a few days, all I got was this kind of result. Jiang Fan cried and laughed at this. The next time he worked with that woman, he would definitely have to pay before doing anything. The night was silent, and after getting up in the morning, Jiang Fan went to school as usual. After such repetitive days continued until 3 days before the Imperial Beast's college entrance exam, a big news that sensationalized the entire Linhai city happened. At 10 o'clock that morning, a group of masked thugs armed with guns passed into the Linhai City Police Bureau and fired indiscriminately at the bureau's personnel, resulting in at least 10 casualties. Even the chief of the police bureau was seriously injured and was being rescued in the hospital. During the same time period, this group of masked thugs attacked a construction site in Linhai City. Fortunately, the construction site was shut down at the time, so the attack did not affect ordinary people. However, an employee of the police force on duty at the construction site was shot dead on the spot, killing more than 5 people. Then there was the explosion in a residential building in the Ma Chaojiang district, in which the staircase collapsed, resulting in the burial of more than 30 people, with unknown casualties. These 3 incidents happened almost at the same time on the same day. The entire city of Linhai was in a deep state of fear as alarms sounded continuously. After hearing about the accident in Ma Chaojiang neighborhood, Jiang Fan couldn't even bother to attend class and ran home in a panic. Tang Ro did not go to work today. Her supervisor gave her a month-long vacation to recuperate. Damn. Jiang Fan repeated these words in his mouth as he rushed inside his home. The peace and quiet of recent days had caused him to let his guard down. The strange movements in the city of Linhai would definitely attract many unwanted guests. Moreover, he and Song Yunchi were not the only ones who knew about the matter that the underground subterranean space might be burying the treasure about the royal beast Saint King. Those few people from the Jinling Imperial Beast University were also in the know. The police station and that construction site being attacked was already very telling. Just why would their own neighborhood be as well? Could it be that it was coming at him? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy Jiang Fan's heart became. If anything happened to Aunt Tang, his conscience would not be at ease. Fortunately, the expected tragedy did not happen. Just after arriving at the entrance of the neighborhood, Jiang Fan saw Building 10 quietly standing there. As for the one that was blown up, it was the building opposite of Building 10, where Song Yunqi's house was located. Jiang Fan didn't know whether it had anything to do with Song Yunqi or not. His priority now was to check on Tang Rou's situation and move out of here as soon as possible. When Jiang Fan ran towards his home in a hurry, he saw Tang Rou downstairs carrying 4 suitcases. "Auntie Tang, what are you doing?" Jiang Fan looked over towards Tang Rou in surprise. He couldn't imagine how Auntie Tang, who looked so soft and weak, was able to carry 4 traveling suitcases. "Little Fan." Tang Rou was also surprised for a moment after seeing Jiang Fan, but her surprise didn't last long, and her face instantly revealed a flash of anxiety. "There are still a lot of things at home that we haven't moved. Xiaoxia's 2 big boxes of clothes are still upstairs. We have to move them down quickly. Maybe the explosion will blow up to our side later." Just buy more clothes and stuff when they're gone. It's just that Auntie Tang, your body has recovered so well, to be able to carry so many boxes? Tang Rou was a bit puzzled by what she heard, and when she reacted and looked at what she was carrying in her hands, she also revealed a shocked look. I just heard a voice asking me whether to take 2 or 4. I ghostly lifted it after I said 4. Hearing this, Jiang Fan already understood. It was Quasi the Night Demon who was up to no good. He only had a 3rd order Imperial Beast Orb, which was used to contain demon eggs this morning, so the Night Demon was put up inside the home. Letting people make choices about various tangled things was the characteristic of the Night Demon. "Alright, I'll help you pack up. Later we'll directly buy a house and move in. This place isn't too safe." While Jiang Fan and Tang Rou were packing up their luggage, an honored guest came to the Linhai City Education Bureau. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Chen Hongwei, the director of the teaching bureau, was sitting in his office watching the news, when suddenly a knock sounded on the door, and immediately afterward, he saw a woman wearing a long black lace dress with her face half covered by a black veil walk in. "Yo, Ms. Asada Miko, what brings you here?" Seeing this woman, the head of the teaching bureau had a wide smile on his face. Asada Miko, a native of Sakura country. Currently the chairman of the Ant Group's branch group in Linhai. Previously, the various resources provided to Linhai City by Master Jackma in question were all taken care of by this chairwoman. The other party had made an extremely great contribution to the development of Linhai City's education cause. Not only that, but Chen Hongwei, as the head of the teaching bureau, had gotten quite a lot of benefits from it as well, so naturally, he was polite to this Ms. Asada Miko. "Chen Sang, you've seen everything that happened in Linhai City today, right?" Asada Miko was very self-conscious as she headed to sit down on the sofa, her tone flat and ancient. "Ms. Asada Miko, what do you mean by that? Linhai's law and order is not working. If we had promoted our Ant Group's Ant Guardian program earlier, we wouldn't have gotten into this situation now. The chaos in Linhai City has a lot to do with you, Chen Sang. I've already had people notify the various middle schools. Isn't it up to your Ant Group's own ability to recruit as many people as you can? What does this have to do with me?" Chen Hongwei was at least the director of the Linhai City Teaching Bureau. How could he allow Asada Miko to discredit herself at will? The notice went down? We proposed this plan 4 years ago. Apart from Linhai City, Luo City and Yang City are all doing very well, and this year, there are even outstanding graduates who have already taken up positions in the Ant Group and even the National Security Center. But Linhai City has half a splash. Don't you feel ashamed, Chen Sang? Chen Hongwei's face twitched slightly at the words. Indeed, just as Miko Asada had said, the Ant Guardian program had been launched 4 years ago. It was only that the Linhai City side was stopped by itself, so there was a delay in progress. At first, Chen Hongwei's idea was that he couldn't let a capitalist group like the Ant Group corrode Linhai City's educational endeavors, so he called it off. But this year, after seeing the excellent graduates cultivated by the Ant Guardian program, Chen Hongwei regretted it. It was also for this reason that he turned over the matter that had been on hold for 4 years to notify down to the various middle schools in Linhai City. Ms. Asada Miko, if you came over today just to mock me, I can tell you quite frankly that I regret it. Do you still have things to do now? You can leave if you're fine. Chen Hongwei's face darkened to an ugly color. Chen Sang, when I came over with the money before, you didn't speak with this kind of attitude. Asada Miko's black hand veil covered her mouth as she gently smiled, followed by stretching out 5 slender fingers in a graceful manner. As long as you can get 5 people with a chi blood value of 120 points or more to participate in our Ant Guardian program and attend our Ant Group's newly opened Shitsi River Imperial Beasts University, I can do the honors and give you this amount. Do you think that students with 120 points of chi blood value are everywhere? Chen Hongwei's face sank. Of course, this is not a necessary condition. I heard that in our Linhai City this year, there was a student with a chi blood value of 139 points, who seems to be called Jiang Fan. That's right. If Chen Sang can get him to join our Shitsi River Imperial Beast University, the price just now will remain unchanged. Asada Miko carried a smile in her eyes that Chun Hongwei could not detect. Ridiculous, the other student's chi and blood value of 139 points is almost similar to last year's Song Yunshi. He is perfectly capable of attending any of the top 10 Imperial Beast Universities. Why should he go to you? We have money, isn't that reason enough? And Chen Sang, you don't want those impure behaviors of yours before to be known by the people above you, right? Asada Miko pursed her red lips slightly, the corners of her mouth unconsciously revealing a smile. You! Chen Hongwei's face was cloudy, then he thought of something and gradually eased his emotions. Helping out is fine, add another 20%. Deal, Chen Sang is really painfully fast. Asada Miko clapped her hands and stood up. I want to hear what Chen Sang wants to do. My Imperial Beast Green Mango Jelly has a stealthy 30 seconds skill. When that Jiang Fan from the Imperial Beast High School conducts his chi and blood test, I'll have Green Mango Jelly tamper with the machine. At that time, his tested chi and blood value will be 50 points lower than the real value. It's impossible for the top 10 Imperial Beasts University to want him with this number of points. At that time, if you extend an olive branch to him, he definitely won't reject it and will even be grateful to you. Chen Hongwei closed his eyes after he finished speaking. In order to prevent capital from corrupting Linhai City, I firmly stood up to fight against capital. I think student Jiang Fan is able to understand my good intentions. Chen Hongwei reassured himself in his mind. Haha, Chen Sang is really a good tactic. Then 3 days later I'll go directly to the entrance of the school to wait for our outstanding students from Shitsi River Imperial Beast University. Since the last serious terrorist attack case happened in Linhai City, Jiang Fan spent $3 million on that day to buy a hardcover house to move into his new home. The house was the one that looked at the Guihuafu neighborhood in the first place, but instead of a pigeonhole, Jiang Fan bought a single villa. In a small place like Linhai City, $3 million to buy a small villa was still more than enough. After simply carrying the things to Guihuafu neighborhood with Tang Ro, Jiang Fan received a phone call. The call was from the Linhai Police Bureau, and the other party claimed to be the deputy director of the police bureau, Ma Bowen. The call came for the thing that Lu Tianfeng had promised Jiang Fan earlier. Hello, Mr. Jiang, your outstanding performance in the underground space has been reported to Jinling. In order to recognize your outstanding contribution, Jinling has decided to give you a commendation. You can choose one of the two rewards, $10 million in cash and a guaranteed place at the Jinling Imperial Beast University. After you have chosen, come to the police station as soon as possible to pick up the documents and submit them to the Education Bureau, so that you can ensure that the process is completed as soon as possible. This guaranteed place is only for this year? The quota is valid until 2018, which means there are 5 years. This is what the Jinling Imperial Beast University side ordered. Ma Bowen was on the phone with Jiang Fan, and he couldn't help but feel envious in his heart. This quota was originally only able to be used up this year, and I don't know if this Jiang Fan knew someone at the Jinling Imperial Beast University, but he was able to extend the period to 5 years, which was a proper green light. Before there is a billion-dollar boss to Jinling Royal Beasts University, donations of tens of millions of dollars cannot send their own son into the door. It can be seen, Jiang Fan's power horror is such. Secretly, Ma Bowen put Jiang Fan on the list of those who can't be offended in Linhai. Okay, I'll take that spot. Oh yeah, how is your director Lu doing? Jiang Fan knew about Lu Tianfeng. Listening to the news that Lu Tianfeng was in the office when the police bureau was in trouble, if it wasn't for the fact that he was protected by the Imperial Beast, he would probably have died just like the others. Director Lu is out of life-threatening condition. Oh right, Mr. Jiang, if you find any suspicious characters around you lately, please make sure to keep a careful eye out. Linhai City is not peaceful these days. I know, I'll hang up first if there's nothing else. Jiang Fan hung up the phone. Coincidentally at this time, Tang Ro also walked over. Is there anything important? Nothing. Recently Linhai City is not peaceful. Auntie Tang, you need to be more careful when you go out. When the college entrance exam is over, I'll buy you a car. When Xiaoxia goes to high school to go to school, it will be easier for you to pick her up and drop her off. Well, buying an electric car is indeed a bit more convenient. In the past, the security in the neighborhood was poor, so I haven't dared to buy one for fear that the battery would be stolen. Tang Ro nodded fervently after hearing Jiang Fan's words. This time she unprecedentedly didn't stop Jiang Fan from spending money on her. This electric car thing Tang Ro had been thinking about for a long time. Aunt Tang, I'm talking about a small car. Jiang Fan rolled his eyes. No. Just bought a house. Where do you still have so much money? Besides letting me live in such a big house, I'm already content. What more car? Tang Ro wanted to continue, but Jiang Fan raised his hand to block his mouth. It's not much money. I have the final say in this matter. Don't argue with me. Upon hearing this, Tang Ro's face slightly reddened, and her voice was like a mosquito's. Jiang Fan bought this 2-story villa with a special garage and garden.
Just as he and Tang Ro rolled up their sleeves and prepared to clean the house and outside, a car stopped at the entrance of the villa. At this time, it was already 6 or 7 o'clock in the afternoon, and although the sky was not yet dark, it was already sunset and the sky was full of orange and red. Just when Jiang Fan was curious about who the visitor was, a woman wearing a long black lace dress came down from the car in style. This woman had a black veil covering her face, and although only half of her face was revealed, she was able to see how delicate her face was under the black veil.
"You're Jiang Fan's classmate?"
The woman lightly opened her vermilion lips and faintly asked.
Who are you and what are you doing here? This is Ms.
Asatamiko, the chairman of the Ant Group's branch in Linhai. Boy, you're in luck. Jiang Fan had just finished his question when he saw a man in a suit get down from the passenger side of the car and said to Jiang Fan with a bratty face. The man didn't look very old, and the sharp edges in his eyes looked straight at Jiang Fan. It made Jiang Fan unable to help but feel a little puzzled.
"Student Jiang Fan, can we go in and have a chat, please?"
Although he didn't know the other party's intentions, Jiang Fan still invited them inside the house. Tang Ro hurriedly put down her work and ran to make tea after seeing a guest. The tea was the black tea that was brought over from Ma Chaozhang's neighborhood, a specialty of Tang Ro's rural hometown, and Jiang Fan had always drank this kind of tea. After putting the tea on the table, Tang Ro sat next to Jiang Fan. Although she didn't know what Jiang Fan wanted to say to these two people, but Tang Ro felt that the other party was not good. Especially that man, that touch of arrogance and frivolity when he looked at himself made her very uncomfortable.
"Yuck, bitter and hot, what kind of crap tea is this? I pick a leaf from the roadside to brew it better than this. And the tea is also badly brewed, the tea leaves are all rotten." The man just took a sip of tea and cursed. Tang Ro's face was a bit ugly when she heard this. Her small white jade hand clutched the hem of her skirt and didn't say anything. "Drink or get the hell out of here."
Jiang Fan directly lifted the teapot and splashed all the tea on the man's face. The boiling hot tea instantly stung the man's skin and even spared his eyes, causing him to scream.
"Aha, asshole, you bastard."
The man cursed while covering his eyes, and beside him, Asatamiko, who hadn't said anything, finally spoke at this time. "Ma Tianxiang, shut up."
This woman's aura was extremely strong, and when she spoke, Ma Tianxiang instantly didn't dare to open his mouth.
However, he still looked at Jiang Fan with a resentful gaze, his emotions undisguised. "Student Jiang Fan, I'm really sorry that my men don't know the rules. Well, as long as it wasn't you who intentionally condoned it, or else I can't guarantee that my hand will slip and throw a pot in your face as well."
Jiang Fan student is really good at joking. So let's get to the point now? Asatamiko snorted to bring over what had just happened. Jiang Fan did not say anything.
Seeing this, she settled in her heart and immediately began to introduce this Ma Tianxiang who had been splashed all over Jiang Fan.
"Mr. Ma Tianxiang is the outstanding backbone of our ant group.
He graduated from Luochang Middle School last year, but unfortunately, his luck was not good enough to get into the Imperial Beast University. However, student Jiang Fan, you must not underestimate him. Ma Tianxiang is now a veritable first-rank Imperial Beast Master." After Ma Tianxiang finished speaking, Ma Tianxiang took out a small book from the pocket of his suit and spread it out on the desktop. The 5 big words "First-ranked Imperial Beast Master" stamped in gold on it appeared brightly in front of Jiang Fan.
Ma Tianxiang looked at Jiang Fan with a teasing face. "This is my first-order Royal Beast Master certification."
"Oh, and then?" Jiang Fan did not change his face at this. On the contrary, Tang Ro's face changed after hearing that the other party was a first-order Royal Beast Master, and her hand grabbed the corner of Jiang Fan's coat, fearing that Jiang Fan would offend this Royal Beast Master again. Offending a Royal Beast Master was very unwise. Tang Ro would rather suffer a bit of aggravation herself than want Jiang Fan to act out of his will.
"Take your things back."
Asatamiko's face flushed and she looked angry, like a parent who was educating an unintelligent child.
"Mr.
Jiang Fan, in fact, the purpose of my coming over this time is that I have something to discuss with you about your college entrance examination volunteering." At that moment, Asatamiko put on the table her goal of soliciting Jiang Fan to attend Shizi University. After hearing her words, Jiang Fan just smiled gently. "I'm sorry, Miss Asatamiko, Shizi University is not in my scope of consideration, so I've made you come all the way here for nothing."
Jiang Fan only had 2 choices right now, one was Kyoto and the other was Jinling.
The others he wouldn't even look squarely at, not because he didn't care, but because the other schools didn't have anything that could attract Jiang Fan.
"There is a $3 million scholarship for enrollment, is Jiang Fan sure he doesn't want to consider it?" Asatamiko didn't give up and continued to test the waters.
"There's no need to consider it, I have my reasons for not choosing Shitsi River Imperial Beast University. Go back from wherever you came from." Jiang Fan stood up with this look as if he wanted to send off his guests.
"Mr.
Jiang Fan, if you come back to negotiate with me after the college entrance exams, the scholarship will be gone. This is something I hope you think about clearly."
Asatamiko's face did not change, as if everything was planned.
Jiang Fan smiled in his heart, his 200 points of blood value. Even if he subtracted 80 points, he still had 120 points left. 120 points would be more than enough to attend the top 10 Imperial Beast universities. Talk about regrets. I said I don't need it. Our ant group has the ability to cultivate Imperial Beast Masters just like other Imperial Beast universities. Ma Tianxiang entered the ant group as an intern after failing the college entrance exam last year, and became a first-rank Imperial Beast Master in just the past year. And his brother Ma Tianyu, 4 years ago, he participated in our ant group's Ant Guardian program in L.A. City, and has now successfully graduated and joined the L.A. City Police Bureau. This year's Imperial Beast High School exam questions, as well as the Imperial Beast High School exam testing instruments, were escorted by his temporary team. In this way, does student Jiang Fan still not recognize the strength of our ant group? Seeing that the monetary lure failed, Asada Miko showed Jiang Fan the excellent talents that ant group had cultivated. In her opinion, money, future, there is always one that men look for, not to mention Jiang Fanfai is still just a child from an ordinary family. It's not that I don't recognize it, it's just that I don't want to go. Jiang Fan shook his head. Seeing Jiang Fan still shaking his head, Asada Miko's originally calm heart slightly gave birth to a trace of anger. Your arrogance is completely contrary to Dahua's humble and low-key spirit. 3 days later I will wait for you outside the college entrance exam venue. You still have one more chance to choose. Ma Tianxiang, let's go. After saying that, Asada Miko directly got up and left. After traveling to the outside of the villa and getting into the car, Ma Tianxiang finally couldn't help but ask, Chairman, why must we pull that kid to join our Shitsi River Imperial Beasts University? Look at his frog at the bottom of the well. I'm afraid that in addition to the top 10 Royal Beasts University has never seen a broader world. I think it's better to pull in other people in Linhai City than this kid. Ma Tianxiang had a deep grudge against Jiang Fan. However, when Miko Asada heard his words, she shouted, Shut up, he is a genius with a chi and blood value of 139 points. What are you? Until today, his blood value has only just broken through to 130 points. How dare you teach me to do things? After returning to the car, Asada Miko was no longer as calm as before. When Ma Tianxiang was scolded by her, he didn't dare to say anything. Asada Miko clenched the black gauze cover on her jade hand, her gaze ghostly. Ant Group has branches all over the country. Not long ago, the headquarters gave an order to the chairman of the branches to do their best to gather high-quality students to attend the Shitsi River Imperial Beast University. Along with the order came mission targets. If they failed to meet the targets, they would be removed from their positions and demoted. This was something that Miko Asada could not accept no matter what. She herself was a second-order Imperial Beast Master, and at this time, she was at the critical moment of impacting a third-order Imperial Beast Master. The resources could not be reduced at all, and apart from the position of chairman of the Ant Group branch, she simply had no other channel for remitting funds. So at this stage, Asada Miko had to fulfill this mission target even if she tried everything. But how difficult was this mission indicator? To have to recruit 5 students with a chi and blood value of 120 points or more to fill out the Stone River University. 120 points of chi blood value, that was the level of a proper top 10 Imperial Beast University. Even in Linhai City, not counting private aristocratic schools like the Royal Spirit Academy, the number of people who had gotten into the top 10 Imperial Beast Universities in the last 5 years was only 10. 5, is that so easy to recruit? After searching for so many days, he had only found Zhou Ping, Zhou Hao, and these goods with blood values fluctuating above and below 115. 5 people with a blood value of 120 points. Asada Miko didn't dare to think about it. But Jiang Fan, who has a blood value of 139 points, can be watched. Think about last year's 140-point blood value into the Jinling Imperial Beast University Song Yunshi, just 1 year into the Third Order Imperial Beast Master. It is not possible to guarantee that the 139-point blood value of Jiang Fan will be able to replicate her miracle. How could Asada Miko not be moved? Jiang Fan, you won't be able to escape me. I'll see you again in 3 days. I want to see your face begging me. Asada Miko pursed her lips gently before slowly closing her eyes. The night before the Imperial Beast's college entrance exam, Tang Xiaoxiao went home on vacation. She went back to the Ma Chaojiang neighborhood, and when she returned, she found the building empty. Tang Xiaoxiao, who thought she was a thief, hurriedly called Tang Rou to confirm her mom's safety. However, after learning that her mom and Jiang Fan had moved into a large villa without her knowledge, both sides of her little face immediately bulged. After finding her new home according to the address Tang Rou gave her, Tang Xiaoxiao originally wanted to protest with her angry face. But after she saw that chic little 2-story villa, her entire being was dumbfounded. Having just been let in by Tang Rou and seeing Jiang Fan sitting on the oversized living room, Tang Xiaoxiao immediately fawned and ran over to rub Jiang Fan's leg and stomach. Little brother Fan, are you tired? Do you want some water? And which one is my room?
Tang Xiaoxiao's appearance couldn't help but make Tang Rou feel a little funny. Just now when she saw her she was still a picture of a dying man, but in a flash she became like this. It was really weird. Your room is on the second floor, and Auntie Tang and I's room is on the first floor. This villa that Jiang Fan bought was a 1 kitchen, 3 halls, 3 bathrooms and 5 rooms duplex villa. There were exactly 2 rooms on the first floor, a master bedroom and a second bedroom. Ah, why am I sleeping on the second floor by myself? Separated by a floor, it feels like I'm far away from little brother Fan's heart. You just know how to be poor. It's fine if you don't sleep in the master bedroom on the second floor. I'll take the second bedroom on the first floor and exchange it with you. Jiang Fan patted her little brain and said in a good-natured manner. He didn't have much requirement on what room to live in, so he simply let Tang Rou sleep in the master bedroom on the first floor. As for the master bedroom on the second floor, at first Jiang Fan wanted to sleep by himself, but he was worried that sometimes he would make a noise at night when he was drumming up the imperial beast eggs, so he thought about it. After hearing that his room was the master bedroom, Tang Xiaoxiao jumped 3 feet high and kept yelling, "Long live little brother Fan," and other words. For dinner, Tang Rou made a large table of dishes, and as far as the eye could see, all of them were great tonic. I heard our manager say that eating more tonic the day before the imperial beast examination will help boost your chi and blood performance. Little Fan, you eat more. Come and drink the old hen soup first. Drink another bowl later after you take a bath and before you go to bed. Jiang Fan. Aunt Tang, don't listen to some people's nonsense. I know my own situation well. Speaking here, Jiang Fan turned his words around. Right, Auntie Tang. I'll discuss something with you. It's related to Xiaoxia. What? Ah. Hearing that it was related to herself, Tang Xiaoxiao, who was drinking soup with her head down, also perked up her ears. Isn't Xiaoxiao graduating from her junior year this semester? It just so happens that next semester, I'll let her study at the Royal Spirit Academy, just do a walk-in program. There's also the fact that I'm planning to have her prepare for the Imperial Beast examination from now on. A normal person's chi and blood value will peak at the age of 18, at that time, I will let Xiaoxia contract a royal beast egg. Jiang Fan's description of the call came down, and Tang Xiaoxiao was mesmerized by it. At this age, there wasn't a single child who didn't want to become an Imperial Beast Master. However, due to family circumstances, physical condition, and other reasons, most of them had to give up. Tang Xiaoxiao had never thought about it. But although she wanted to, she never opened her mouth to Tang Rou. Her family's situation prevented her from doing so. Well, good. Tang Rou nodded at her words. She actually knew that Tang Xiaoxiao wanted to participate in the Imperial Beast examination. However, because Jiang Fan had basically spent all of his savings on purchasing Imperial Beast eggs and so on, Tang Rou was unable to open up and discuss this matter with Tang Xiaoxiao. Now that Jiang Fan doesn't need her to worry, Tang Rou also wants to make up for her daughter as much as possible. Money is certainly not to have to ask for Xiao Fan, the big deal is to go borrow a little bit of their own, hold out on the past. Tang Rou thought like this, but Jiang Fan seemed to have penetrated her thoughts at a glance. Auntie Tang, you don't need to worry about letting Xiaoxiao take the Imperial Beast's college entrance examination. I'll take care of it. I've got a lot of experience in preparing for exams. Will the Imperial Beast college entrance exam be difficult? I heard that the acceptance rate is less than 1%, and there aren't many people in the entire Linhai city who can get into the top 10 Imperial Beast universities. When it came to the Imperial Beast college entrance examination, almost everyone defaulted to the top 10 Imperial Beast universities. Apart from the top 10 Imperial Beast universities, most of the rest of the Imperial Beast University students might not be able to hatch an Imperial Beast from their freshman year to their senior year, and they could not be generalized with the top 10 Imperial Beast universities at all. Yeah, I heard my classmate say that his brother failed the exam twice, and has already exceeded the age to apply for the exam and won't be given the exam. There's another student in the class whose family even sold their house in order for his sister to be able to pass the Imperial Beast college entrance exam, and as a result, she didn't get in either. Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive in her heart as she spoke. She wasn't sure if she would be able to pass the exam. The teachers at school all said that the road of the Imperial Beast examination was paved with countless mountains of corpses and bones, and that those who were able to reach the end of the road were less than 1 in 10,000. Tang Rou had the same concern, but for the sake of her daughter's future she felt she could give it a try. Seeing the mother and daughter's worried looks, Jiang Fan couldn't help but smile. I'll show you a good thing. Jiang Fan mysteriously ran back to his room, and in a short while came out from inside the room holding a square box. He handed the box to Tang Xiaoxiao. Open it and take a look. Tang Xiaoxiao had been living in school and was not sure what Jiang Fan had done recently. However, she knew that Jiang Fan was not what he used to be, so the things he gave himself should not be too shabby. After opening the box with an expectant gaze, Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes snapped shut, only to see a thick, gold-stamped book lying inside the square box. On it were the words, Jinling Imperial Beast University. Tang Xiaoxiao took the book out with a trembling hand, and after realizing that she could turn it over, she carefully turned it over. At the same time she flipped it open, the folded paper inside the book also opened up, and a three-dimensional door of the Jinling Imperial Beast University was displayed in front of Tang Xiaoxiao. Jinling Imperial Beast University Acceptance Notice, Bailout. Tang Xiaoxiao silently recited a sentence, her brain only feeling like it was going to explode. This door, this handwriting, this big red official seal, all clearly told Tang Xiaoxiao that what she had in her hand now was the acceptance letter from the Jinling Imperial Beasts University, and it was also of the guaranteed transfer kind. She shifted her gaze to the name column, but found it empty. How come there's no name? Tang Xiaoxiao looked up to Jiang Fan and asked. When the time comes, I'll have someone write it up for you and you'll have it. Jiang Fan laughed. Tang Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, froze all of a sudden. Only after a long time did she open her mouth quietly and asked carefully, Brother Little Fan, this is for me? Who is it for if not for you? Is it hard to make Aunt Tang go to college again? Ah. Tang Xiaoxiao was startled, and then she swooped over and pecked Jiang Fan on the cheek. Little brother Fan, I love you to death. It's a guaranteed place from the Jinling Imperial Beast University, right? For I saw a blogger unboxing it online before, it's exactly the same. Tang Xiaoxiao's body was almost directly hanging on Jiang Fan. The extreme excitement made her white skin reveal a reddish sheen. Jiang Fan gently nodded his head after hearing her words, and immediately pushed her away. Men and women are not related. What's it like to be next to me when you're such a big person? I just don't. Tang Xiaoxiao was like a kitten. Not only did she not let go of Jiang Fan, but instead she rubbed herself into his arms again. Tang Rou, who had been watching from the side, realized afterward that Xiao Fan seemed to have given his daughter a guaranteed place at the Jinling Imperial Beast University. This is too valuable. Keep it for yourself, little Fan. Xiao, return the item to Xiao Fan. Tang Rou hurriedly asked Tang Xiaoxiao to hand back the Jinling Imperial Beast University guaranteed acceptance letter to Jiang Fan after figuring out what was happening in front of her. The preciousness of this thing was unimaginable to Tang Rou, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that getting it was a step to heaven. She couldn't hold up Jiang Fan's future for the sake of her daughter. Tang Xiaoxiao's originally smiling face immediately collapsed after hearing Tang Rou's words. Her face was torn, but in the end, she still obeyed her mom's command to give the thing back to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, I don't care about this thing of yours, without it I'll be able to get into Jinling Imperial Beasts University just the same, said she, then skimmed the thing directly into Jiang Fan's hands. Facing Tang Xiaoxiao's sudden change in expression, Jiang Fan just smiled. Aunt Tang, I got a guaranteed place when I went on a mission with the police force before. This one is extra. If you don't believe me, I'll call Director Lu later and let him tell you. For Tang Rou's character, Jiang Fan was quite a bit helpless. If he didn't come up with some reasons that could be convincing, Auntie Tang definitely wouldn't let Xiaoxiao accept this gift. Really? Tang Rou was a bit skeptical, but when she thought that Jiang Fan did help the police bureau a few times before, she thought it was possible. Of course, if you don't let Xiaoxiao accept this guaranteed place, then I'll have no choice but to burn it. No way. When Tang Xiaoxiao heard Jiang Fan's words, she immediately held the thing she had just discarded in her arms as if she was protecting her calf, fearing that Jiang Fan would really move on this idea. The three were eating and talking when suddenly the doorbell outside the villa rang. I'll go take a look. Jiang Fan got up and walked towards the outside, and just as he opened the door, he saw a courier boy handing an urn-sized package to Jiang Fan. Sir, this is a package sent from Jinling's side, please sign for it. Jinling? Jiang Fan was a bit puzzled. Who would send something to himself? Although there was some doubt in his heart, Jiang Fan still signed for the package. However, what made him a little speechless was that this thing was a pay-as-you-go parcel, and he spent 50 oceans before he managed to take it. Just after signing for the package and not waiting to see what was inside, Jiang Fan's cell phone on the dining table vibrated. Brother Little Fan, it's a bitch called Sister Song calling. Hearing Tang Xiaoxiao's words, Jiang Fan picked up his cell phone and answered it. Hello, did you receive the package I sent you? Song Yunqi's voice filled with spirituality rang inside the receiver. Received it. What did you send me? Jiang Fan guessed that she even had to pay for the postage herself, so she thought that the things inside must not be anything valuable. What's inside there is a big treasure. I'm sending it to you because I can't use it for the time being, it's precious. You should open it tonight and use it, don't forget. Also, which school are you going to apply for, have you thought it over? No, I'll see what I can do. I happen to be eating nothing, so I'll hang up first. After saying that, Jiang Fan directly hung up the phone, paying no attention to Song Yunqi, who seemed to still have something to say. Who is this Sister Song? Is it Song Yunqi? Is it? Tang Xiaoxiao was excited. She had seen Jiang Fan catfighting with Song Yunqi in the opposite building before. Now that she saw a phone call, the fire of gossip was burning, and she couldn't suppress it at all. Eat your rice. Jiang Fan snapped his fingers and flicked Tang Xiaoxiao's head. The latter instantly babbled and yelled. After having a full meal and watching some Linhai news in the living room, Jiang Fan returned to his room. Song Yunchi was being secretive, and didn't say what it was that she had sent over. Jiang Fan is also a little curious about this. After 3 or 2 times to tear open the package will be inside the things out. At first glance, it was a 4-square glass bottle. The bottle was filled with dark blue liquid. Jiang Fan found a manual from the package and read it. After reading it carefully his eyes widened. What Song Yunchi had handed to him was clearly a bottle of royal beast egg catalyzing potion. Moreover, this bottle of dark blue catalyzing potion was worth $5 million. It couldn't be said to be expensive, but it definitely wasn't cheap. Where did this guy get so much money? Is it possible that she wants to use this to buy me off? The only possibility Jiang Fan could think of was that Song Yunchi had taken a liking to the courage badge in his hand and wanted to share a piece of it with him. That was why she was willing to spend such a large amount of money to give this bottle of over $5 million to herself. The cooked duck has been delivered to my mouth, so it's not worth not wanting it. Anyway, she didn't make any conditions with me. If she brings up this matter in the future, just pretend to forget about it. Jiang Fan's thick skin had already been cultivated to a certain level, and he was able to face a gift worth $5 million with an open mind. According to the instructions, just drop the catalyzing potion on the surface of the Imperial Beast egg. Jiang Fan released the devil's egg from the Imperial Beast orb. Just after it appeared, the devil's egg fluttered its wings wanting to have an affectionate embrace with Jiang Fan. This was its favorite thing to do since it grew wings. Alright, don't make a fuss, stand obediently. Jiang Fan pressed its horns, and immediately opened the cap of the bottle of catalyzing potion with his other hand. However, without saying a word, he poured the potion all over it. Originally, Jiang Fan didn't have a strong reliance on this so-called potion. He had a system that could see all aspects of the imperial beasts and cultivate them in the most reasonable way. However, he had observed the devil's egg several times in the past few days, and its hatching progress had been stuck at 85%. Moreover, the column of cultivation direction was also blank, which made Jiang Fan couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. Song Yunchi sent this catalytic potion over, so Jiang Fan tried the effect. It had to be said that this catalytic potion was something. After Jiang Fan dropped a whole bottle of the potion, he immediately heard the system's prompting sound in his ears. Hatching progress plus 1%. Incubation progress plus 1%. Hatching progress plus 1%. Hatching progress, 100%, hatching progress, 100%, hatching progress, 100%, hatching progress, 100%. Ding, the beast's egg has hatched successfully. Ding, the beast's egg has hatched successfully. Ding, the beast has learned a new skill, nightmare. Ding, the beast has learned a new skill, nightmare. Nightmare, during its execution, the beast will explode its own bloodline to oppress its enemies. It can oppress enemies up to 3 levels higher than itself. The duration of the oppression decreases with the strength of the enemy. Ding, due to the fact that your blood value and mental strength have reached the peak of your current rank, you can choose to add system points to the endoskeleton or exoskeleton. Please raise the level of the Imperial Beast to level 10 for evolution as soon as possible, so as to unlock the corresponding evolutionary forms, evolutionary abilities, etc. The system's voice continued to ring in Jiang Fan's ears, while Jiang Fan's gaze kept falling on the demonic egg whose shell kept peeling off. Tonight, the first Imperial Beast hatched by himself would be born. The next morning, Jiang Fan woke up with a dark circle under his eyes. Today was the day of the Imperial Beast's college entrance exam, and Tang Rou and Tang Xiaoxiao also got up early to prepare to go to Linhai Middle School to cheer Jiang Fan on. The former is of course voluntary, but the latter's muttering little face looks like she was dragged out of bed by Tang Rou, and now she still has a belly full of waking up anger. Xiao Fan, remember to take your pass. And refills, remember to try to see if you can write 2B pencil to see if it's genuine, don't be fooled by those fake 28 pencils on the market. Tang Rou nagged while making breakfast. That matter-of-fact look without knowing it would have thought that she was going to take the college entrance exams. Hey Jiang Fan, you didn't sleep well yesterday, why are you wearing 2 big black circles under your eyes? Tang Xiaoxiao's name for Jiang Fan switched back and forth between little brother Fan and Jiang Fan, and she had already gotten used to it. Hee, I would like to sleep. Jiang Fan was a bit hopeless. According to his chi and blood value, even if he didn't sleep for 3 nights, this wouldn't happen. The reason why he had become like this now was entirely because of the Imperial Beast that he had hatched. After last night, Jiang Fan realized that what he had hatched was not an Imperial Beast, but simply an ancestor. It's normal to be nervous before the exam, I'll just give you a massage after breakfast later. Tang Rou said casually to Jiang Fan as she put a pot of steaming porridge on the table with 2 felt gloves on. Trouble you, Auntie Tang. The 3 of them left the house after having breakfast and rushed towards the school. Tang Rou, who had been very thrifty today, unprecedentedly called a cab. By the time the 3 of them arrived at the entrance of Linhai Middle School, it was already a sea of traffic and people. After getting off the car with great difficulty, Tang Rou and Tang Xiaoxiao originally wanted to send Jiang Fan to the entrance, but they were refused by Jiang Fan. Auntie Tang, you guys find a place to eat or stay nearby and wait for me, Don't be reluctant to spend $100 or so. After commanding a sentence, Jiang Fan squeezed into the sea of people. In addition to the road in front of the school is a little congested, Linhai Middle School door because of the existence of a cordon is much more spacious. Jiang Fan was just about to enter the school when suddenly his shoulder was heavily tapped. Jiang Fan. Su Jiwei, you're here too? Jiang Fan turned his head back and saw Su Jiwei at a glance. But this time, he wasn't alone, he was followed by his parents. Little Fan, hello. I'm Jiwei's dad, he often mentions you to me at home. Su Jiwei's dad was called Su Bin and was in his 40s. Jiang Fan had seen him before but hadn't spoken to each other. Hello uncle. Holding a polite mind, Jiang Fan replied with a sentence. However, just when Jiang Fan thought that it was just a few simple pleasantries, Su Bin's words changed. Little Fan, have you been to the Blackwater Town Black Market before? There was. At that time, I went with Su Jiwei and Zhang Biao. Jiang Fan didn't know why the other party would ask such a question. No, I'm not talking about that time, but the second time. At that time, didn't you encounter a big dog that went berserk when you went to the black market? Su Bin looked at Jiang Fan with a smile on his face, as if he wanted to get some sort of answer from the latter. Hearing Su Bin's words, Jiang Fan could not help but freeze for a moment. This matter had already passed a long time ago, and now that he suddenly heard Su Bin mention it he couldn't help but feel a little strange. However, Jiang Fan had nothing to hide about going to the black market, so he admitted it with a big smile. I went there once afterward. What happened? It's really you. Upon hearing this, Su Bin's face was a little agitated. However, after seeing his son in Jiang Fan's puzzled gaze, he hurriedly collected his smile and affectionately patted Jiang Fan's shoulder. Little Fan, let's take a step to talk. Coming to a corner with fewer people, Su Bin's face was bitter. Little Fan, uncle has something he wants to ask you. Do you have time after the college entrance exam? Something? What is it? Jiang Fan couldn't help but be on guard. Although the person in front of him was his classmate's father, he couldn't completely trust him. It's about the matter of the flaming dog of the wife of the mayor of Blackwater Town. Immediately, Su Bin gave Jiang Fan a rough account of what happened. Asking me to cure that big dog? Oh, when I told her the cure she didn't listen to me. Now that so much time has passed, that big dog was buried long ago, right? Not buried. The mayor of the town, they have money. To give the imperial beast to continue a life is nothing. It's just that I'm afraid that the flaming dog won't last much longer. The mayor's wife remembered you, so she decided to let you go over and take a look. If she can't cure it, she'll give you $500,000 for your hard work. If you can be cured, the town mayor can promise you a teleportation stone to enter Changpan Forest. Su Bin said, his eyes constantly checking Jiang Fan's reaction. He had come here to act as a lobbyist for the mayor of Blackwater Town, and if he could invite Jiang Fan there, he would be able to reap a lot of favorable fees. Changpan Forest? Is that the subspace filled with all kinds of wild imperial beasts? Hearing this, Jiang Fan's thoughts suddenly came alive. The famous name of the Tokiwa Forest was as loud as a thunderclap. Even the world-famous Pokemon borrowed the name. Yes, that's right, the black market run by the town mayor just happened to dump a teleportation stone. It's just that he's old now and doesn't want to go in and break in again. And with no children in his family, he can't dispose of the thing. If you can help the mayor's wife cure the flame dog, he'll give you that teleportation stone as payment. In that case, that's fine. I'll go with you, uncle, to take a look after the college entrance exams are over. Jiang Fan rubbed his chin for a moment, then nodded. Alright, I'll tell the town mayor. Go for the college entrance exam. After getting Jiang Fan's reply, Su Bin then directly turned around and left. There were a lot of people at Linhai Middle School today. In addition to those who participated in the Imperial Beast College entrance examination, there were also those who participated in the ordinary college entrance examination. The ordinary college entrance exam lasted for 2 days, while the Imperial Beast College entrance exam lasted for 3 days. The first 2 days were all about cultural lessons, and only on the third day was the chi and blood value tested. These days, Chen Sisi had been supervising his studies from the side. Coupled with the strength of his spiritual value, Jiang Fan didn't have much difficulty in writing the test papers. The first day of the cultural examination passed with ease. In the evening, Jiang Fan came out from the school and saw Tang Rou and Tang Xiaoxiao waiting outside. How did you do? Tang Rou saw Jiang Fan come out and jogged up to ask about the situation. Not bad, there were no particularly difficult questions. Jiang Fan stretched and stretched his body. And just at this time, suddenly a neatly organized bellowing sound rang out in Zhou 4. The loud ringing sound drew Jiang Fan's gaze over. 2 rows of people wearing bulletproof vests, holding electric batons, explosion-proof shields, and wearing steel helmets immediately came into view. Taking a closer look, these people in groups of 10, a total of 20 divided into 2 rows, were entering the school under the command of a leader. To say that the biggest characteristic of these people, Jiang Fan felt that the Ant Group logo affixed to their body equipment was the most noticeable. What kind of people are these? Jiang Fan was a little curious,
This group of people were obviously related to the ant group, he just didn't know exactly what they were doing. I heard that the people were transferred from Luo City, mainly to ensure the security of the test questions. And I heard that these people were trained by the ant group. The one leading them seems to have participated in a program called something like Ant Guardian, a genuine Imperial Beast Master.
Tang Rou told Jiang Fan the information she knew.
Hearing her words, and then recalling the Asada Miko who had arrived at the house earlier, Jiang Fan instantly realized what was going on. 3 major cases had occurred one after another in Linhai City, and the police force had been dealt a severe blow, so they had to mobilize personnel from Luo City nearby. It was a bit funny to say that a city needed to pull people from other cities in order to maintain order in the college entrance exam. There was either some unknown PY deal in this, or the officials in Linhai City were useless. Let's go home, I'm a bit tired after a day of exams. The 3 of them walked together through the crowd towards the road. However, at a certain moment, Jiang Fan's nerves moved when a person brushed past him. A man wearing a tattered denim jacket with a duck-tongue cap on his head. When he brushed past Jiang Fan, without knowing whether it was intentional or not, his body unexpectedly fell directly towards Jiang Fan.
If it was a normal person, he might have been overwhelmed by the other party.
But Jiang Fan's nerves were sharp and his movements were quick, and he dodged away from the man with a flash. Ew! The man in the denim trenchcoat fell to the ground with an EW. Although it was only for a mere moment, Jiang Fan saw a sharp blade flash by his waist. It was a dagger. This man's chi and blood wasn't much stronger, and he wasn't a royal beast master. But with a dagger at his waist in broad daylight, he didn't need to think about it to know that he was plotting against him. When he fell to the ground, he was picked up by a kind passerby, while Jiang Fan and Tang Rou Tang Xiaoxiao had already disappeared into the crowd and were nowhere to be found. After getting into the car, Jiang Fan's originally relaxed mood became heavy. His eyes narrowed slightly as he began to think about what had just happened. The other party was obviously coming at him, there was no doubt about that. But what exactly was his purpose? Could it be that it was for the Courage Badge? The matter of the Courage Badge was known only to himself and Song Yunqi, and it was simply impossible for Song Yunqi to send this kind of goods over even if he really flipped out. Could it be that the mayor of Blackwater Town wanted to take himself away by force? No, the other party was armed with a dagger and was obviously trying to disadvantage himself. The mayor of Blackwater Town had asked for help, so he shouldn't have harmed himself. Other than these 2 reasons, the only last reason Jiang Fan could think of was that his blood value was too high and he was being envied. This kind of situation was not unheard of. The careful Ji Xinshen was the best case in point. Phew, it seems that Linhai City is really not peaceful these days.
Jiang Fan gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air.
He didn't ask for anything else right now, he only wanted to be able to make it through the college entrance exam in peace. At that time, if Linhai City was chaotic, it would have nothing to do with him. The big deal was that he would take Auntie Tang and Xiaoxiao out for a trip. However, if someone didn't want him to get through the college entrance exam, Jiang Fan would definitely not sit back and wait for death. After all, he is now a person with a royal beast, not to mention that his royal beast is still SSS grade. Not long after Jiang Fan went home, in a van plastered with advertisements in front of Linhai Middle School, the cowboy man from earlier was a bit exasperated as he stuck his dagger on the seat. Damn, how did this kid react so fast? After all, it's 139 points of chi and blood, it's normal to react faster.
Didn't let him find any clues, did he?
On the co-pilot, a woman with a waxen face tightened her mouth and asked the denim-clad man.
No, he probably didn't even notice me.
These geniuses are all so high-minded and proud, how could they care about a small character like me? It's good that he didn't notice. When he appears again tomorrow the 4 of us will act together and directly snatch his Imperial Beast Orb. The woman's gaze was gloomy. Imperial Beasts give these Imperial Beast Masters of theirs the capital to be proud of. Wait until we snatch their Imperial Beasts away, then they'll realize that they're nothing after leaving them. That's right, these Imperial Beast Masters, quasi-Imperial Beast Masters know to rely on the power of the Imperial Beasts, but they themselves are a sack of wine, unbeatable.
Putting so many good Imperial Beasts in their hands is simply a waste. It would be better to give them to Dr. X for experimentation.
A group of people spoke one by one, each of their words revealing their dissatisfaction with society and the Imperial Beast Masters. Grabbing the Royal Beast Orb is ultimately a small path. Wait until the day after tomorrow when the Chi and blood tests are conducted. Assistant Wang will bring Dr.
X's newest research product, the Third Order Royal Beast, the Sandstone Giant.
At that time, we'll be able to take these students from Linhai City in one fell swoop. The woman said so, a maniacal look gradually appearing on her face.
But with Yi Chang with those people mobilized from Luo City, it's not too convenient for us to do it, right? Dr. X has already made sufficient preparations. Delaying Linhai City's high-end battle force for 2 or 3 days is not a problem.
It is estimated that Yi Chang has already moved to leave Linhai by now. The remaining trash like Ma Tianyu, a second-order Imperial Beast Master,
the sandstone giant would be able to get him killed in minutes, not enough to be afraid of. Worthy of being Dr. X. Dr. X is wise. Following Dr. X is the most correct choice we've made. The crowd in the van praised the mysterious Dr. X. And inside the Yi family manor in the center of Linhai City, Yi Cheng received an order conveyed down from Linhai City. An abnormal imperial beast infestation has been detected on the outskirts of Linhai City? Why at this juncture? Yi Cheng frowned. Recently, there were just too many things happening in Linhai City, one by one, making him, a third-order imperial beast master, a bit dazzled and with a headache. With a loud creak, Ruyan Lu and Yi Yusin gently pushed the door in. Dad, you're looking for us? Aha! I won't talk about the cultural exams in these 2 days, but when you go to Linhai Middle School the day after tomorrow for the Qi and blood test, you must pay attention to the surrounding situation. Yi Cheng said and took out a royal beast ball from inside the drawer and placed it on the table. The little bean sprout is inside. Although it is not your imperial beast, there is no problem for it to protect you as well. Release it when you encounter a dangerous situation. The second day of the imperial beast examination. Jiang Fan woke up early. When he saw that Tang Rou and Tang Xiaoxiao had followed suit, he said to the two, "Aunt Tang, Xiaoxiao, you two don't need to go with me today. Seeing that there were so many people yesterday, it's useless to go. And it's a waste of time to wait for me outside, and most importantly, it's a waste of money." Jiang Fan's last sentence hit the key point. Tang Rou sighed after hearing this. "I didn't think that the milk tea stores and coffee shops around the school were so crowded, and the bell rooms are also twice as expensive as before. Yeah, what's wrong with saving some money? What's the point of squatting outside?" Tang Xiaoxiao's sleepy eyes muttered. However, just after she finished speaking, her forehead was knocked hard by Tang Rou's curved finger. After Tang Rou finished knocking, Jiang Fan put his hand in front of Tang Xiaoxiao. "Bring it." "Ah, bring what?" Tang Xiaoxiao, who had just woken up from her sleep and had been knocked on the head by Tang Rou, was dumbfounded. "That lizard of mine is at your place, right? I found it a long time ago, but I haven't asked you for it. Give me 2 days to use it first." Jiang Fan had actually discovered that the camouflage lizard was on Tang Xiaoxiao's body a long time ago. He just didn't say anything when he saw Tang Xiaoxiao having fun with it. The situation was not right these 2 days, so Jiang Fan decided to take this lizard and use it. "Ah, okay. Remember to give it back to me after you use it." Tang Xiaoxiao deflated. Immediately, he pulled out a large lizard from his pocket and set it on the table, directly scaring Tang Rou into a scream. After successfully getting the camouflage lizard, Jiang Fan finished his breakfast and went out. Jiang Fan didn't let the two of them go any further. The purpose was naturally to protect their safety. Jiang Fan wasn't sure what exactly that guy was going to do yesterday, nor was he sure if the other party still had accomplices. In order to prevent the danger from harming Aunt Tang and the girls, he could only let them stay at home honestly. When he left the house after breakfast, Jiang Fan took the opportunity to use a second-order beast orb to pack the night demon away and bring it with him. This white second-order imperial beast ball was obtained by Jiang Fan when he cleaned up Zhong Liang, who had sneaked into his home. Previously, Jiang Fan felt that this thing was stolen property and had been placed in the corner of the room without being used. He was prepared to wait until the heat of Zhong Liang's matter had passed before using it. As a result, this was put away and forgotten about, and it was only last night that he remembered. Since it's aimed at me, let's see if you guys have the skills." Jiang Fan tossed the white imperial beast ball in his hand, and after loading it up, he went out to school alone. Today's Linhai Middle School was the same as yesterday, still crowded and bustling. Just as he walked through the school gates, Jiang Fan caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. That figure was talking to the head of security of the ant group that he had seen last night. Jiang Fan recalled that his name was Ma Tianxiang after a little recollection. However, he didn't care much about it and went straight into the school to take his exams. School entrance. The two Ma family brothers had their brows furrowed into a figure 8 at this time. "Brother, I heard that something happened in Luo City and Young City side? Well, the other party seems to specialize in picking on students with high talent. 5 students have already been stabbed, and one of them is still inside the emergency room without slowing down." "What, it's that serious? Then why haven't the crowds been evacuated?" "There's a shortage of manpower everywhere. Moreover, making an abnormal move now could cause panic. The idea from above is to suppress it as long as we can. Wait until after the college entrance exams are over." Silence. The two brothers were silent. They were both talents that Ant Group had jointly cultivated with authorities from all over the world, and now at this time, they naturally had to listen to the orders of their superiors. Phew, it's best if they don't come to Linhai Middle School to cause trouble. But if they come over to stab that kid called Jiang Fan a few times, I would be happy to see it. Ma Tianxiang crooked his mouth and sneered. "Jiang Fan? That's the kid with a chi blood value of 139 points? Brother Ma Tianyu had also heard about Jiang Fan long ago and asked from the side. This kid is crazy beyond bounds. He even refused to take the olive branch thrown out by the chairman. Does he really think that the top 10 Imperial Beasts University can compare to Ant Group Stone River Imperial Beasts University? This kind of person is usually a high-minded person. 139 points of chi value to attend the top 10 Imperial Beasts University is not a problem, but to enter the Imperial Beasts University in the capital, it would be barely enough. As far as I know, Li Yi and Lu Ruyan from Linhai Imperial Spirit College, and Hu Tianba from Linhai Xingda Middle School are not much worse than him. Several of them have a blood value of 130 points or more at full blast. This Jiang Fan hasn't actually opened up too much of a gap with those top students. Ma Tianyu shook his head and treated Jiang Fan with slight contempt. As a second-order Imperial Beast Master, he naturally felt that he was qualified to evaluate Jiang Fan. Forget about not talking about him. Stand this shift well with tomorrow's shift and we'll be able to retire with our accomplishments. Pay attention on your side as well. Ma Tianyu patted his brother's shoulder. The two parted ways, each going on their own missions. On the second day of the Imperial Beast examination, everything went smoothly. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was still scorching hot. But the candidates had already come out from inside the school one after another, either by car or walking home. Only after everyone had almost left, Jiang Fan paced out from the school entrance without any haste. Just after he came out of the school gate, Jiang Fan looked at Ma Tianxiang. The latter also saw him. However, Ma Tianxiang was on his own patrol and didn't talk to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan even lazily ignored him, and the two just brushed past. When Jiang Fan left the school entrance and crossed a road to the bus stop to take a bus home, his eyes inadvertently glanced at the van covered with advertisements not far from the bus stop. Yesterday, this van was also parked here. Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, his palm touching the Imperial Beast Orb containing the Night Demon. While he was keeping an eye on the van door opened. 4 people wearing denim jackets and duck-tongued hats descended from the vehicle in a stream. Judging from their line of travel, it was completely just heading towards Jiang Fan. Surely they are rushing at me? Jiang Fan's heart flinched as he decisively turned on the switch of the Imperial Beast Orb. At this time, at the entrance of Linhai Middle School, the two brothers Ma Tianyu and Ma Tianxiang had just met up. Both of them were Imperial Beast Masters, so they didn't say they knew the surrounding situation like the back of their hand, but at least they were able to see it clearly. From the van down the line of people in the summer wearing a uniform jacket and duck-tongue hat, just this point makes people feel very suspicious. Ma Tianyu saw these 4 people immediately frowned and wanted to rush over, but his younger brother Ma Tianxiang stopped him. Brother, don't rush. That group of people are rushing towards Jiang Fan. The corner of Ma Tianxiang's eyes smiled when he saw this scene, curving up into a crescent moon. No, you can't joke around at a time like this. Older brother Ma Tianyu said seriously, and immediately he was ready to break away from his brother's hand and rush over. Brother, he dang 139 points of chi and blood, how can he be injured so easily? Let's take a look first and wait until he's about to be unable to hold on before we go on. Even if it's to teach him a lesson, by the way, we'll help the chairman take a good bite out of his anger. Hearing his brother's words, Ma Tianyu immediately extinguished his fire. This is fine. I don't think there should be any major problems. It's good to give him a little lesson. Ma Tianyu settled down. Where he wanted to give Jiang Fan a little lesson, he just remembered what his brother said about Jiang Fan being disrespectful to Asada Miko. That's why he decided not to make a move. Asada Miko was the person Ma Tianyu admired the most. He would not allow anyone to insult and belittle Asada Miko. Jiang Fan had violated a taboo, so he would honestly receive a little lesson. Thinking so, Ma Tianyu's gaze landed on those 4 people in Jiang Fan across the road. Tap tap tap. The sound of neatly organized footsteps rang in Jiang Fan's ears. An ordinary person might not be able to detect it, but he had a blood value of 200 points, and no breeze could escape his senses. Seeing those 4 people approaching towards him, even 2 of them already had their hands towards the back of their buttocks. At this moment, Jiang Fan retreated towards the entrance of the school without hurrying. The school entrance is just a road width away from the bus stop. But now at this time there are a lot of vehicles coming and going. Jiang Fan did not venture through. Seeing Jiang Fan's figure continuously retreating backwards, the woman among the 4 people's voice sank violently. He's found us, hurry up and do it. Hearing her words, the remaining 3 people were immediately startled. The dagger boy from yesterday violently drew his dagger from his waist and rushed towards Jiang Fan. Just as the dagger boy rushed up, the other fat man with a fat body also pulled out a syringe from inside his coat pocket. If I stick this shot of sedative down, even if Jack Horse comes, he'll only be resisted away. Kid, it's cheap for you. This venom dragon drill of mine coated with venom can make your chrysanthemums shrivel up and your chi and blood drop. Kid, you don't want to be drilled by me. A perverted smile appeared on the thin bamboo pole man's face. The 3 of them took a step towards Jiang Fan, and after sensing the other party's intentions, Jiang Fan retreated as he walked. Just when the 3 of them thought that he had been scared out of his wits, Jiang Fan directly threw out the white imperial beast ball inside his pocket. At the same time, his other hand inside his pocket squeezed the camouflage lizard, used camouflage and turned into a baseball bat. Thanks to Tang Xiaoxiao bringing the disguised lizard to watch the anime Prince of Baseball, after hearing Jiang Fan's words, the disguised lizard directly turned into a baseball bat in Jiang Fan's hand without saying a word. The moment this bat came out, the three of them froze. Whenest, he can pull out a stick from inside his pants, that said the fat man in surprise. What are you waiting for, fuck him. The skinny bamboo stick and with the dagger boy directly rushed towards Jiang Fan. Their actions immediately attracted the attention of the students waiting for the bus. After seeing the shiny dagger in Dagger Boy's hand, the students who were waiting for the bus fled as if their feet were on a wind turbine. Grandma, targeting your grandpa Jiang, right? Jiang Fan was not polite to them. He was able to sense that the three people's chi and blood values were all around 100, not very strong. There was no reason why he couldn't beat them with 200 points of chi blood value. You're the one who tried to make a move on me yesterday, I'll waste both your hands first. Jiang Fan was really angry. If other people were targeted like this for no reason, most people would be equally angry. The only difference between Jiang Fan and most people was that when they got angry, they had to hit back hard, no matter what means they used. And right now, the means he used was to fight violence with violence. Whenest, how come his eyes are even fiercer than ours? In the end that side hit that side. Fatty's neck shrank when he saw Jiang Fan's face full of anger, and the syringe in his hand was a bit unsteady. And just at this time, a voice rang in his ears. Are you going to inject the tranquilizer inside the syringe into another person's body? Please answer yes or no. Yes. Fatty didn't know why he had to make the choice, it seemed like the inside of his head was telling him to do it. But although he didn't know why he was making the choice, his mind was clear. How could he possibly inject this tube of sedative that could put down a cow into his body? Your evil thoughts have caused the night demon to be displeased. Choose wrongly and accept your punishment. Now stick your syringe into the body of the companion next to you and inject the tranquilizer into it. Inject the tranquilizer in. Inject the tranquilizer in. Inject the tranquilizer in. Fatty chanted several times in a row before he directly grabbed the collar of the thin bamboo pole like a mutated Dr. Zombie. Fatty, what are you doing? The collar was pulled, and Thin Bamboo Pole, who had just turned his head back to ask about the situation, suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his neck. It was like a needle had been stuck directly into it. Are you going to shove the poison dragon drill into someone else's body? Please answer yes or no. Yes. Your evil thoughts have caused the night demon to be displeased. Make a wrong choice and accept the punishment. Shove the poison dragon drill into your companion. As the tranquilizer gradually began to take effect, the Thin Bamboo Pole ghostly sent the poison dragon drill towards the fat man's ass. After a moan rang out, the two men fell to the ground as hard as they could. One with his hands protecting his buttocks, the other sleeping like a dead pig. Tramp, what are you two doing? The commotion behind him caught Dagger Boy's attention, and as soon as he turned around to look, he immediately realized that his two companions were on the ground, and instantly his eyebrows jumped. Hey, where are you looking? Dagger Boy turned his head again when he heard the voice, and at that moment, the baseball bat that the disguised lizard had turned into in Jiang Fan's hand had already knuckled down and smashed towards his head. Although Jiang Fan didn't use his full strength in this strike, it was enough to knock Dagger Boy down with a single stick. After all, 200 points of chi blood value had a natural advantage over someone with around 100 points of chi blood value. After the three people had been put down as much as they could, only the woman with a waxy face remained. Her figure froze in place, as if she hadn't reacted to what had happened. And just as she froze, Jiang Fan had unknowingly arrived in front of her. Say, what is your purpose? Jiang Fan's baseball bat was slung over his shoulder, his movements simple and casual. But the woman knew that if she tried to escape, that beautiful baseball bat would produce a violent blow to her head in an instant, with unimaginable consequences. How is that possible? It's not like we haven't assassinated students with a chi blood value of 130 points or more. In the previous few years in other places, we used this method to solve 3 students with chi blood values above 130 points. How come it failed when it came to you? Jiang Fan's weirdness puzzled her. It was straightforward to tell her that the fat man and the thin bamboo pole hurting each other was also the work of the seemingly gentle student in front of her. After all, they had cooperated so many times, it was impossible for such a thing to happen. Seeing that you look like you don't want to talk? Then save your words for inside the bureau. Having failed to ask for useful information for once, Jiang Fan no longer hesitated. A stick greeted the woman's head. Everything came and went quickly. The surrounding people didn't even react to how these 4 people collapsed before it was all over. Looking at the 4 people who fell to the ground, the anger under Jiang Fan's eyes finally dissipated quite a bit. He took out his phone and dialed the Linhai Police Bureau. Hello. Director Liu? Aren't you lying in the hospital? Hearing the familiar voice coming from the other end of the phone, Jiang Fan froze. Was this Lu Tianfeng that dedicated? He, now that so many things have happened in Linhai City, how can it be without me as the director? Not to mention just a little bit injured, even if it is lying in bed, we'll never allow those small people to destabilize Linhai City. Lu Tianfeng spoke righteously, only the flavor of the body in his words was about to overflow Jiang Fan's phone through the signal. I beat up 4 guys who were plotting against WoW. They seemed to be some kind of gang, wearing jackets and duck caps, and they were driving a broken down van. Jiang Fan briefly told Lu Tianfeng what happened. After hearing Jiang Fan's words, Lu Tianfeng, who was far away from the police bureau and whose body was wrapped into a mummy, was instantly an agitated hand directly knocked on the table. The table was fine, on the contrary, the plaster on his hand cracked, and the pain caused cold sweat to break out on his forehead. Hiss, Mr. Jiang is really our plainclothes god police Linhai Police Bureau. This group of people we tracked for a long time, did not expect to be cleaned up by you. I will immediately send people over. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan hung up the phone with a soft The people from the police station came fast, and appeared at the entrance of Linhai Middle School in about 10 minutes. After they put the 4 people Jiang Fan had packed into the police car, Jiang Fan took the bus that just arrived to go home. The whole process was not disturbed in any way. At the entrance of Linhai Middle School, the 2 Ma brothers who saw the scene just now were all a bit dumbfounded. This Jiang Fan is really lucky. Just in time to run into someone else's nest, otherwise he would have suffered. After Ma Tianxiang saw the 4 people being disposed of by Jiang Fan in 3 or 2 strokes, he couldn't help but curse these 4 idiots in his heart for being losers. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel at Jiang Fan's unimaginable luck. No, it's not right. Although Ma Tianxiang was disdainful, his brother Ma Tianyu had a different reaction. What's wrong? Can it be that this Jiang Fan is in league with those 4 people, specially running to the school to put on a show? No, it's not right. Ma Tianyu still shook his head. Immediately afterward, in his younger brother Ma Tianxiang's puzzled gaze, he slowly raised one of his hands. And above his arm, a red bat was hanging upside down. My red bat's perception is sharper than radar, no imperial beast can escape its eyes and ears. Just now, when Jiang Fan was tangling with those 4 people, the red bat flapped its wings twice. This also means that it detected the presence of 2 imperial beasts in its surroundings. Brother, are you saying dash? That bizarre scene just now was most likely Jiang Fan directing his imperial beasts to act. Ma Tianyu said in a deep voice. But just now, the 2 of us kept looking over there, and we didn't even notice any sign of imperial beasts? That's what makes it even more terrifying. Jiang Fan shaded those 4 people with 2 imperial beasts under our noses without a sound. Not only do those 4 people not know what's going on, even outsiders like us, a second-ranked imperial beast master, can't see through it. Doesn't that tell you something? It really wasn't a coincidence that Miss Asada Miko valued him. Miss Asada Miko's vision is truly poisonous to the extreme. The more Ma Tianyu spoke, the more shocked he became in his heart. Shocked by Jiang Fan's means, but also shocked by Miss Asada Miko's vision. Why do I hear you talking so metaphysically? I think it's just that this kid got lucky. Red bats are also creatures, it's inevitable that there are times when they feel wrong. Seeing his brother's fervent appearance, Ma Tianxiang couldn't help but want to laugh a little. This brother of his own was getting stronger and stronger, but his guts were getting smaller and smaller. Whether you believe it or not, in any case, don't start a conflict with him. Got it. After work, let's go for a dash. Ma Tianxiang waved his hand and finished speaking to his brother, then immediately looked at his men and said. His proposal of having a good time immediately received the approval of a group of his subordinates. Looking at his brothers departing back, Ma Tianyu let out a helpless sigh, and immediately led his men into Linhai Middle School to prepare for the transit of the college entrance exam papers. The 3rd day of the Imperial Beast College entrance examination. Today was the last day of the exam. The content of the exam was the Qi and blood test that all the students taking the Imperial Beast College entrance exam were too familiar with. Today, Jiang Fan also let Tang Rou and Tang Xiaoxiao stay at home. Anyway, there was a live broadcast of the Linhai City Imperial Beast College entrance examination on TV, so he was able to quickly learn about the situation of the college entrance examination without leaving his home. Arriving at Linhai Middle School alone, Jiang Fan found that the gazes of many people around him were a bit off. Jiang Fan, what are you showing off for? Why are you doing such a dangerous thing by yourself? Before Jiang Fan knew what was happening, he heard Chen Cici's voice coming from his side. He turned his head to look and saw Chen Cici in a goose-colored dress standing beside him. Speaking of which, Chen Cici was in a different examination center than himself, and he hadn't seen her for 2 days. Jiang Fan was just about to greet her when he saw Chen Cici's puffed-up face. What dangerous thing? What happened? What happened after the exams yesterday afternoon has now spread. The 4 people you beat up yesterday were important suspects, and you've made a big achievement by knocking the 4 of them down. Not only our school, even the schoolgirls from outside the school asked me for your contact information after they knew I was in the same class as you. Jiang Fan heard that Chen Cici's voice was a bit tasteless, but she didn't care too much. Hee hee, long time no see, class president. Oh yeah, where's your ice flower civet cat, take it out and take a look. Jiang Fan had been looking to help Chen Cici and Su Jiwei before. He went to the second-hand market 2 days ago and sold a cheap blood elixir, earning $260,000. So there were still 26 system points on him, he just didn't know if he could add it to the others. The system hadn't said that it wouldn't work, nor had it said that it would work, so Jiang Fan was going to take this opportunity to try it out. If it was true and feasible, it was no exaggeration to say that he, Jiang Fan, would be able to create the world's strongest Ace Imperial Beastmaster battle team. What are you doing? Chen Cici was now precious about her ice flower civet cat. She didn't even bother to answer when other people asked, and she would take it out when Jiang Fan asked. However, before taking it out, she still had to ask about the purpose first. If Jiang Fan simply wanted to jerk the cat, Chen Cici wouldn't mind jerking his hair out. What can it be? It must be good. I got a kind of pill that can quickly boost chi and blood, so I'm going to give your ice flower civet cat a try. Jiang Fan, you wouldn't have bought any prohibited drugs, right? Hearing Jiang Fan say that there was a way to quickly raise chi and blood, Chen Cici, who had just taken out her ice flower civet cat, frowned her eyebrows into an 8 shape. It wasn't that she didn't know about this kind of drug that boosted chi and blood for a short period of time. Teachers would also popularize the difference between banned medicines and ordinary chi and blood potions to their students during class. Prohibited drugs were just like drugs, they could not be touched at all. Therefore, when she heard Jiang Fan say that there was a way to quickly raise her chi and blood, Chen Cici was instantly alert in her heart. If Jiang Fan really did this kind of thing, he would have to help him reform and restart his life no matter what. Hey, where are you thinking of? I bought this medicine from where senior sister Song is from, it's not some contraband medicine. Song Yunqi, that woman ya, what are you doing? Before Chen Cici could finish her sentence, Jiang Fan directly stuffed a few small sugar peas into the mouth of the watery blue civet cat in her hand, which was about the size of a normal cat. The little civet cat was suddenly attacked by Jiang Fan and swallowed the candy beans without reacting. It was just a matter of time, and it even meowed a couple of times. Of course, the so-called sugar bean is just a front. After Jiang Fan grabbed the ice flower civet cat, he tried to add system points to it. Ding, ice flower civet cat's blood value +1. Ding, ice flower civet's blood value +1. Ding, ice flower civet cat's blood value +1. Ding, ice flower civet cat's blood value +1. Ding, the ice flower civet cat is not the host's imperial beast, and the current maximum blood value can be added by 10 points. Please capture the ice flower civet cat for a contract or wait until the ice flower civet cat has evolved before attempting it again. Ding, your actions have increased the ice flower civet cat's closeness to you by 50 points. You can briefly command it in battle. The series of system prompts couldn't help but give Jiang Fan a deeper understanding of the system's functions. The system's point boosting system did indeed work with imperial beasts other than his own. However, it could only raise 10 points of chi and blood value for a first-rank imperial beast. After Jiang Fan's move, the ice flower civet cat's chi blood value was directly raised from 122 to 132. While the ice flower civet's blood was raised, Chen Cici's blood was also raised along with it. The magnitude of this increase could be felt very clearly. Originally, Chen Cici wanted to say, that woman Song Yunqi can't just eat whatever she gives her. As a result, within a short while, she felt her entire body permeable and so relaxed that she almost moaned out loud. It wasn't the first time that Chen Cici's chi and blood had risen so quickly, so she was fully aware of what this feeling was all about. She looked at Jiang Fan with wide eyes. At this moment, the latter looked at her with a smile. How is it? Isn't it remarkably effective? Did that woman give you this medicine? How much is it? I'll give it back to her together afterward. Chen Cici originally wanted to respond to Jiang Fan's words, but when she thought of Jiang Fan's comment that Song Yunqi had given her the medicine, she immediately made a face. $2 to $3 million. Jiang Fan blurted it out. What? Chen Cici almost directly dropped her jaw in shock, but she was stubborn by nature, not to mention 2 to 3 million. Even if Jiang Fan said 2 to 3 million, she would still harden her heart and agree. 2 or 300 is 2 or 3 million. I'll pay her back when I earn the money. Jiang Fan. He chatted with Chen Cici for a while, and waited until he met Su Jiwei to help the other party at 10 points as well. It was much easier to lie to him than to Chen Cici. Jiang Fan didn't even tell him that the small pill he gave him was able to raise his chi and blood values, he just lied that it was used for refreshing his mind. Su Jiwei's current chi blood wasn't high, only a mere 105 points or so. This number of points placed a month ago might be able to rank among the top group of students in Linhai City. While placing it now, it was at most a high and low. It was very difficult to enter the top 10 Imperial Beast universities. His Imperial Beast egg also hadn't been able to hatch out, and he felt a bit worse in all aspects. After eating this little pill of yours, my entire body is much more permeable. Your kid didn't bring it out earlier even though he had this kind of good stuff. Why isn't your father here today? Didn't he send you over 2 days ago? The day before yesterday, Subin had told himself that there was something about the Changpan forest, so he paid attention to Subin. My dad is a person who likes to drop the ball at critical moments. He even took time off to send me off for the cultural exams 2 days before, but when it came to this most crucial Qi and blood exam today, he ran out of sight. Su Jiwei helplessly spread his hands. Jiang Fan was about to say a few words, but the crowd surrounding the school entrance suddenly separated into a path. Several red flag H9 cars slowly drove out from the crowd, and then drove straight into the school. Originally, Jiang Fan didn't pay much attention to these cars, but in a car in the middle of the fleet, Jiang Fan saw a familiar face. Asada Miko? Today was a Qi and blood test, and she was able to enter the school gates even as a social worker? Who opened the back door for her? Without thinking of an answer, Jiang Fan simply stopped paying attention. Not long after the three of them walked into the school together, several buses drove up one after another at the school entrance. The buses were full of students from various high schools in Linhai City who were taking part in the Imperial Beast High School's Qi and blood detection examination. Linhai High School was the city's self-supporting high school, and it was a Qi and blood testing examination center certified by the Bureau of Education. Although a private high school like the Royal Spirit Academy was stronger than Linhai High School, its private nature dictated that it could not possibly steal Linhai High School's qualification as an examination center. The bus stopped at Linhai Middle School's basketball court. The students got off the bus one after another. In the middle of the Imperial Spirit Academy's group, the president of the Imperial Spirit Academy Student Council, Li Yi, stretched his back just as he got off the bus. Linhai Middle School. Counting last year, this is already the second time I've stepped into this place. This year, I'll definitely be the one with the highest Qi blood value in this term. Get lost, don't block our sister Xin's path. Li Yi had just finished stretching when an impatient voice rang out from behind him. Cui Yingjun, you're a fucking dog in a fight, aren't you? Li Yi turned back to look at this vice president under him and said disdainfully, isn't this Li Yi and the Yi sisters? Looking good, I guess your Qi and blood values shouldn't be low, right? In the team of Shengda Middle School, a bald man with dark skin and a height of 1 meter 8 revealed his white teeth and smiled at the sight of Imperial Spirit Academy. Tiger Tianba? Your Sacred Virtue Middle School was beaten up by Ji Xianchuan and you still have the nerve to come out snarling and barking, don't you think it's ridiculous? Li Yi said disdainfully when he saw this person. Your words are wrong. I am a repeat student like you, how do I have the cheek to get involved in that kind of thing? If I want to fight, it's also with you. Today, let's compare whose Qi blood value is higher. Count me in, the three of us are all repeaters. If we want to compare, we'll all compare together. A double ponytailed girl in a sailor uniform stood out from the Shuanyan Middle School team. Feng Caixia? Exempt? You haven't entered the factory to work yet? When Li Yi saw this girl, he immediately grinned. He, Tiger Tianba, and Feng Caixia were in the same group as Song Yunqi last year. At that time, the three of them were still complacent about their 110 or 120 blood values, but they didn't know that the seemingly insignificant Song Yunqi's blood value had directly soared to 140 points, shocking the entire field. Last year, according to their results, they were already able to enter the top 10 Imperial Beast universities. However, the three of them didn't choose to enroll in the Imperial Beast University, but chose to repeat their studies. This was something that baffled many people. Li Yi, Tiger Tianba, your Qi blood looks like it has grown quite a bit. Double ponytail Feng Caixia squinted her eyes at the two of them with some envy in her tone. Hee, it's still growing. The peak state of Qi and blood value is only at the age of 18, after 18 it will drop a little bit. It's good that I'm able to maintain my Qi blood value from falling down. Tiger Tianba laughed and did not feel complacent because of Feng Caixia's praise. It was true, as Tiger Tianba said, a person's Qi and blood value would peak at the age of 18. But this peak wouldn't last long, and would fall back to the normal level of an ordinary person as their age continued to rise. The path of a royal beast master was one of no advancement or retreat. Many people will give up after the first Imperial Beast examination, knowing that they have no hope of success. Only some rich people could make a second attempt. The Imperial Beast exam, never the more one repeats it, the more experienced one is, the more advantageous it is. Each and every one of you likes to hide. Be careful of another Song Yunqi popping up to directly flatten your sharpness. Feng Caixia laughed no more and followed the team from Luoyang Middle School as they left. Tiger Tianba did the same. On the side of the Royal Spirit Academy, Ruyan Lu had been looking around since she got off the bus just now, seemingly searching for something. Sister, what are you looking at? No, nothing, familiarizing myself with the environment. After casually perfunctory sentence to her sister, Lu Ruyan looked around again with a vigilant face. Although Yi Cheng did not say much to her that night, the meticulous Lu Ruyan was able to guess a little something from her own father's mere words. This, coupled with the fact that Yi Cheng had handed over the third-rank Imperial Beast Little Bean Sprout to her, had given her a bad premonition. I wonder if Mr. Jiang knows about this matter. What would he plan if he knew? Lu Ruyan's brows stretched and then tightly frowned. This demeanor continued continuously for quite a while without any relief. On the other side, inside the principal's office, Principal Zhou Youfu and Director of Instruction Wang Tian respectfully welcomed Linhai Teaching Bureau Director Chen Hongwei into the room. Zhou Youfu, Wang Tian, the 5-school joint examination luckily allowed you to escape, but today's Qi and blood test won't be so lucky. Chen Hongwei's power as the director of the Linhai Teaching Bureau was very great. He was able to decide whether Zhou Youfu and Wang Tian would stay or go just by having a slight meeting. The previous punishment for Linhai Middle School and the punishment for Zhou Youfu were his warnings to them. The general meaning is, you did a bad job, I don't like you, and so on. Chen Hongwei did not like Zhou Youfu and Wang Tian. These two idiots he had been displeased with for a long time. When the city directly under the leadership of the middle school, teach out the student achievement but by the various counties and districts of the school crushed, this change is who can be happy. The other day, a leader from the education steering group above came down to inspect. They were quite dissatisfied after seeing the results of Linhai Middle School, and even scolded me for it. Now you two listen to me. If after the results of this Imperial Beast College entrance exam come out, your Linhai Middle School doesn't have more than 5 or more students who got into the top 10 Imperial Beast universities or the Shitzi River Imperial Beast University, you'll be waiting to go to the west to teach. Chen Hongwei's words were directly put down here. Zhou Tianfu and Wang Tian didn't know why Chen Hongwei was comparing Shitzi River Imperial Beast University, a new private Imperial Beast University, to the top 10 Imperial Beast universities, but they knew that Shitzi River Imperial Beast University's admissions requirements weren't low, and that they were almost able to catch up with the top 10 Imperial Beast universities. Those scoreline in the top 10 Imperial Beast University admission scoreline below hovering people, why not choose to fight another year, run to your Stone River this new, and also private school to study it? The qualification is not enough, the social recognition is not high, the tuition fee is dead expensive. Anyway, Zhou Youfu and Wang Tian would never let their children go. Director Chen, this condition is too harsh, can we change it? Zhou Youfu grimaced bitterly. Change one? Fine, as long as one of your Linhai Middle School students reaches first place in today's Qi and blood test, I'll let you go. However, the prerequisite is to take Linhai Middle School's qualification as a college entrance examination center as a bet. Do you guys dare? Chen Hongwei's eyes narrowed slightly. He had long been waiting to receive these words from Zhou Youfu. Linhai Middle School's examination point qualification still had 3 years before it needed to be re-reviewed, while Chen Hongwei had long wanted to remove it. After all, those principals under his own hands were one-by-one stuffing tickets and sending plasma TVs to himself. Chen Hongwei words directly let Zhou Youfu froze in place. Examination point is gone, that is a big deal. If the Linhai Middle School's examination point is gone, then it is gone. It has nothing to do with himself as a person who has been sent to the West. Good. Zhou Youfu was just halfway through his sentence when he was cut off on the spot by Wang Tian. Zhou Youfu, if you really agree to this, you are the sinner of Linhai Middle School. Wang Tian gritted his teeth and stopped calling Zhou Youfu the principal. Director Wang, don't worry, don't you have Jiang Fan? He can always create miracles. But, Director Wang, you've always trusted Jiang Fan before, how come you've become so fearful now? This matter is settled, no need to say more. Zhou Youfu broke free from Wang Tian's restraints and looked solemnly at Chen Hongwei. Good. If today's Qi and blood value assessment, the highest Qi and blood value, doesn't appear in Linhai Middle School, I will take the initiative to submit a review request to the Bureau, so that the Bureau can re-evaluate Linhai Middle School's qualifications as an examination point. Don't look at Zhou Youfu's voice when he uttered this sentence, in fact, he was very weak inside. Although Jiang Fan's Qi and blood value was high, reaching 139 points, but his Imperial Beast egg had never hatched, and the situation was not optimistic. Moreover, the Gaokao Qi and blood test was not the same as the previous kicks. The blood test of the college entrance exam was attended by all the top graduates of the entire Linhai city. As far as I know, Li Yi from Royal Spirit Academy, Tiger Tianba from Xingda Middle School, and Feng Saixia from Xuanyang Middle School are not weak. They were the best in last year's Imperial Beast examination. Apart from them, the entire Linhai city students had improved very significantly compared to before, so Jiang Fan could stand up to them? It was different from Zhou Youfu's worry. Chen Hongwei's heart was directly happy after hearing Zhou Youfu's one-bite promise. 3 birds with 1 stone, simply 3 birds with 1 stone. Not only can I solve Jiang Fan, but I can also transfer these 2 karmic obstacles away, and most importantly, I can also take back the qualification of the examination point. I've really made a wonderful step of a flag. Chairman, that student called Jiang Fan is by no means simple.
If we can get in to join the Shitsi River Imperial Beast University, I'm sure that the examination targets given to you from above can be easily accomplished. In the middle of a guest room in the Imperial Beast Cultivation Center of Linhai High School, Ma Tianyu stood beside Asada Miko and said respectfully, he was not on a mission outside the school today. Miko Asada had brought some people to replace him when she arrived. Ma Tianyu's job now was to protect Asada Miko's safety. Miko Asada did not respond. She was always sure of her own decisions and did not need the flattery of other people. Not long after, Chen Hongwei, the director of the Linhai Teaching Bureau, walked in through the door. I've already finished the matter. Later on, the students will enter the school's Imperial Beast Breeding Center one after another for the Qi and Blood Value Assessment. The theory of the Qi and Blood Assessment is that one can enhance one's Qi and Blood through drugs, Qi and Blood resonance, and a series of other behaviors, with the exception of illegal means. That Jiang Fan, if his Qi and Blood value is 139 points, under my operation the Qi and Blood value will become 89 points. However, he can briefly boost his Qi and Blood by taking medicine or by resonating with the Imperial Beast Egg. It's possible for his final Qi and Blood value to reach the range of 110 points if he boosts it through these means. This is something I want to make clear beforehand. Miko Asada nodded, then followed up with, can we observe him through the monitor? Of course there's no problem. I'll have the text transfer the surveillance to the laptop later. You can watch as long as you want. But then again, isn't there something going on around Linhai City? You even have the time to make a special trip here? Chen Hongwei didn't follow because there was the Imperial Beast examination today. He didn't expect the ant group, who always had to rub it in when there was a bustle, to make a special trip for the established examination results. Ha! Asada Miko's red lips under the black veil lifted in an arc. Of course she was going to come. She wanted to clearly see the painfully twisted expression on the face of Jiang Fan, who had dared to reject herself the other day, when he saw the results of the Qi and Blood assessment. This was much more interesting than running to the countryside to join in the fun. The Qi and Blood test will start in 10 minutes, so you wear it here. I'll go outside to preside over the big picture. Chen Hongwei left after commanding a sentence. It didn't take long for someone to bring over the laptop computer displaying the surveillance screen to Asada Miko. On the Linhai Middle School's playground, the well-organized students stood full as if they were freshmen in military training. Many people were talking together and discussing something, while others didn't say a word and remained silent from the beginning to the end. Students from Linhai Middle School, Royal Spirit Academy, and Xingda Middle School formed a squad. At the front of the parade, without exception, were the most outstanding students of their respective schools. Jiang Fan and Chen Sisi naturally stood in the front row without any controversy, and behind the two of them, Zhou Ping, Zhou Hao, Long Kuan and the others lined up in order. They stood in the second column of the line. Just like how much money there was inside the novel which table they sat at, Zhou Ping and the others didn't reach 120 points in their Qi blood value, so they could only fall behind Jiang Fan, Chen Sisi. Damn it, why is it so hard for the Imperial Beasts to hatch? Obviously my dad expected the Red Inferno Dragon Lizard to be able to hatch before the college entrance exam. Standing behind Jiang Fan and Chen Sisi, Zhou Ping was so angry in his heart. Even Jiang Fan, even Chen Sisi, whom he had previously looked down upon, had transformed into a top student who had hatched the Imperial Beast. This sense of disparity formed by the contrast between before and after made Zhou Ping feel ashamed and angry. You don't have to be too concerned. Hatching an Imperial Beast too early is not necessarily a good thing. Although hatching out a Royal Beast can drastically increase the Qi and Blood value, but at the same time, you have also lost an opportunity for Qi and Blood resonance. Zhou Hao heard Zhou Ping's mutterings and comforted him in a low voice. Qi and Blood resonance can only be performed by those who have not yet hatched the Imperial Beast eggs. If Chen Sisi hatches the Imperial Beast first, then her Qi and Blood values will probably be set and won't fluctuate too much. We, on the other hand, have the possibility of surpassing her by virtue of our Qi and Blood resonance boosting our Qi and Blood values, so what do you have to worry about? Zhou Hao's words woke up the dreamer. Zhou Ping slammed his hands together. Right. Why did I forget about this? His startled behavior drew frequent side glances from the surrounding students. In between the talk, the order of the Qi and Blood value assessment had come down. Linhai Middle School had very honorably drawn last, and in first place was the Royal Spirit Academy. It looks like I'm going to go first. Everyone don't be scared out of your wits after hearing my results. Li Yi stood in the front row and led the crowd of the Imperial Spirit Academy towards the Imperial Beast Breeding Center. Midway when he passed by Linhai Middle School Square, he suddenly stopped all made a neck-wiping, middle finger gesture to Jiang Fan who was at the front of the square. His action was not concealed, and everyone could see it clearly in broad daylight. The students who saw this scene all sucked in a breath of cool air. Li Yi's move was undoubtedly a declaration of war against Linhai Middle School. This declaration of war has nothing to do with material things, but is linked to the spirit.
Linhai Middle School this time no one's blood value can exceed Li. You will not lose anything substantial. Just the scene just now was seen by the people who remembered, and became the talk of the town after dinner. After a long time, the surrounding people talk to Linhai Middle School will say, Linhai Middle School, 13 years that time in their own school was the middle finger contempt of the garbage? How can this kind of school teach good students and so on? I'll bet you that this kid thought about these two gestures for a night. In the face of Li Yi's provocation, Jiang Fan did not move and even joked with Chen Sisi beside him. What time is it? You still have the heart to talk about this? Chen Sisi quietly pinched Jiang Fan's arm, and as her eyes scanned the Royal Spirit Academy's team, she unexpectedly found a girl smiling at herself and waving at her. No, not to herself, it was to the one next to her, Jiang Fan. As Chen Sisi looked at Jiang Fan happened to be waving and greeting Lu Ruyan. Now, Chen Sisi's face turned green with anger. What did you just say? Jiang Fan, who had just finished greeting without noticing what Chen Sisi had said earlier, unselfconsciously asked after him. I told you to go elope with that foxy girl. Chen Sisi hatefully stomped her feet, and then stretched out her own green jade hand to twist hard on the soft flesh of Jiang Fan's waist. The Imperial Spirit Academy took a little longer to enter the Imperial Beast Cultivation Center of Linhai Middle School because of the number of people who participated in the Imperial Beast High School examination. Jiang Fan and the others had been waiting since 9 o'clock in the morning and waited until 11 o'clock in the morning for the students of the Imperial Spirit Academy to come out as much as they could. Today's Qi and Blood examination was going to last until the afternoon, with no break in the middle. However, the Qi and Blood values of the students who were able to participate in the Imperial Beast examination were not bad, so occasionally standing for a day would not be a problem. As the students of the Imperial Spirit Academy came out one after another, quite a few people from other schools who knew the students of the Imperial Spirit Academy began to inquire about the situation of the examination. The results of the Qi and Blood test were immediately available after the test. Therefore, everyone was curious about the average strength of the Royal Spirit Academy, curious about who had the highest and who had the lowest, curious about the process of the examination as well as the precautions to be taken, and so on. Li Yi is really powerful. His Qi blood was able to reach 142 points, and Sister Song Yunqi only has 140 points? He's a repeat student who is worthy of comparing with Sister Song? I heard from the people of Imperial Spirit Academy that Li Yi has the highest Qi and blood value in their school. The two Yi family sisters' Qi and blood values are only around 135 points. Other than the three of them, the rest are all below 130 points. That's pretty strong too. The crowd all couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after hearing this news. The Imperial Spirit Academy was worthy of being a school for rich people. Without saying a word, it was able to produce 3 students with Qi and blood values over 130 points. Li Yi, the repeat student aside, let's just talk about these two sisters of the Yi family. Their strength is simply too heaven-defying. That Lu Ruyan's frozen bird I heard earlier was dying. How can it still have such a high Qi blood value? You guys don't know this. I heard from a friend of mine who studied at the Imperial Spirit Academy that Ruyan Lu's frozen bird was cured by a mysterious Imperial Beast breeding master a long time ago. Not only that, that master also formulated a program to raise the Imperial Beast's Qi and blood values for the two sisters, with remarkable results. I see. That makes sense then. But I also want to meet this Imperial Beast breeding master. Envious voices rang out one after another, and the discussion reached the Linhai Middle School team's side. Jiang Fan could clearly hear his classmates talking behind his back, and it seemed like they were talking about himself. In my opinion, the Imperial Beast breeding master they're talking about isn't as good as you. Chen Sisi also heard her classmates' comments and pouted. What do you mean it's not as good as me? Are you complimenting me or undermining me? Jiang Fan's forehead was covered in black lines. Chen Sisi, you can't even be frank when you're complimenting people. This nature really can't be changed. Isn't it? I feel that if I give my previous ice flower civet cat egg to that what's-his-name master, he might just let me take my time. I might wait until I'm 70 years old, and I won't be able to slow down enough to get a result. Chen Sisi had met too many so-called masters. Her family wasn't very well off, but her parents were very dedicated to making her a royal beast master. Before and after, they had brought her to visit various masters. The ones who read faces, the ones who divined, the ones who sought Buddha's help, the ones who drew lots. All of the masters were ambiguous in what they said to their parents. They don't say straight out whether they have the talent or not. From that time onwards, Chen Sisi knew what bullshit masters are just packaged out of the liar just cannot compare to Jiang Fan a hair. While pondering in her heart, there were already many people in front of the other school formations congratulating Li Yi, who had just walked out from the Imperial Beast Cultivation Center. Li Yi, you're really something. I didn't expect that within a year's time your Qi and blood not only didn't decline, but instead, it was raised so much. Plus you hatched Imperial Beasts again. This year's Kyoto Imperial Beasts University is expected. Feng Caixia of Shuangyang Middle School said to Li Yi with a smile. Congratulating Li Yi, apart from being a scene of courtesy, it was actually a means for her to enlist Li Yi's goodwill. Anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell that Li Yi with 142 points of blood value would definitely have a great future ahead of him, and there was nothing wrong with putting in a good word for him at this time. I'd borrow your good advice. We'll be arriving at your Luoyang Middle School soon, don't let me down. Li Yi laughed out loud and spoke back to Feng Saixia. The two of them exchanged a few pleasantries, and immediately after that, Feng Saixia led the people of Luoyang Middle School into the Imperial Beast Cultivation Center together under the command of the teachers. Li Yi, did you already know that your Qi blood value had reached 142 points, that's why you dared to provoke Linhai Middle School like this? After all, I remember that what's his name Jiang Fan, the first person in their school in terms of Qi and blood value, only had a Qi and blood value of 139 points. Ah ha 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 ha. Tiger Tianba from Shangde Middle School laughed aloud, his voice so loud that almost everyone present was able to hear him, although his words sounded like just idle chatter and nothing more. But it was a different story when it fell into the ears of the Linhai Middle School crowd. Everyone knew that Li Yi had just provoked Linhai Middle School's side by raising his middle finger, and now his blood value was even 3 points higher than Jiang Fan, who had the highest blood value in Linhai Middle School. There was still a 140-point mark between these 3-point differences. The gap between Jiang Fan and him was immediately highlighted. Shit, this Tiger Tianba is talking out of his ass. I feel like he just discussed with Li Yi and came here specifically to mess with us. Zhou Ping clenched his fists and said indignantly, he who let Ji Xianchen, that shabby, insist on doing some kind of kicking. One payback for another, now it's time for others to provoke and clamor at the door, right? Wasn't he Jiang Fan capable in the first place? He had the guts to surpass Li Yi. Zhou Ping had some grudges with Jiang Fan and could not help but laugh sarcastically at this time. When he first saw Jiang Fan test 139 points of Qi blood value during the kickoff, he was almost so jealous that he vomited blood. But now, the waste that was expected by the crowd to end up being powerless was about to show his original form. 140 points of Qi and blood value is a hurdle, how can it be so easy to break through? Moreover, when Jiang Fan used the means of Qi and blood resonance to raise to 139 points, his Qi and blood value was floating. There is simply no comparison with Li Yi, who has a real Qi and blood value of 142 points. Zhou Ha shook his head and smiled helplessly and bitterly. That's also his problem, everyone will just blame him for being useless anyway. Zhou Ping shrugged his shoulders, he was now very much looking forward to seeing the scene happen where Jiang Fan failed to live up to the crowd's expectations. The expression on his face at that time would definitely be very wonderful. There weren't as many students from Shuanyang Middle School participating in the Imperial Beast examination as there were from Royal Spirit Middle School, and it only took about an hour for all the people from Shuanyang Middle School to come out. Their results were much worse compared to those from Royal Spirit Academy, with only one person, Feng Saixia, stuck at the 130-point Qi blood value mark. This was the only way for the party not to make Shuanyang Middle School look too trashy. 130 points, a lot more than last year, congratulations. Li Yi clapped and applauded after hearing Feng Saixia's result. Hey, I know my level in my own heart. It's not as good as Linhai Middle School schoolmate Jiang Fan, but he has 139 points of Qi blood value. Feng Saixia was speaking from her heart. Her family's situation was not as good as Li Yi's, and the resources she usually used to cultivate her imperial beasts were just average, so being able to rise to 130 points was already the result of having a noble person's help, and she didn't dare to hope for anything more. Oh, his Qi and blood value is very weak. It is estimated that on that day the state is a little better, through the Qi and blood resonance to raise to 139 points only. This time today it might be about to fall below 130 points. Li Yi had seen too many students who had good practice scores, but when it came to the real college entrance exam, they couldn't exert half of their strength. Jiang Fan estimated that it wasn't much worse. Feng Saixia smiled and did not answer. She didn't want to say the wrong thing and offend someone. After all, those who funded themselves valued Jiang Fan more than themselves. It's always our school's turn. After standing for too long, I feel like my condition has slipped. Tiger Tianba's rough voice came out, followed by entering the Imperial Beast Cultivation Center with the students from his own school. His results also came out quickly. Tiger Tianba, with a Qi and blood value of 140 points, he was currently the person with the highest Qi and blood value besides Li Yi. Tiger Tianba, you're really deep in hiding, 140 points, not a point more and not a point less, just a little more than that Jiang Fan. I even suspect that you're targeting him on purpose. Li Yi laughed out loud after hearing Tiger Tianba's score. What targeting or not targeting? He can't do it on his own, can't he still blame me for stealing his thunder? Today's results are good, let's drink together at night. Tiger Tianba's dark face squeezed out a smile in response to Li Yi, and in his words, there was quite a sympathetic meaning between the heroes. Good. In addition to Liyi, Tiger Tianba, Feng Saixia and their schools, there are other city high schools, town high schools and so on in front of Linhai Middle School. By the time all these schools finished their assessment, it was already 3:30 p.m. when it was Linhai Middle School's turn. Students of Linhai Middle School, please enter the Imperial Beast Breeding Center under the guidance of the teachers. Hearing the instruction, the Linhai Middle School students followed the designated direction. But this direction was to pass by the classes that had already been assessed before. As they walked past, they could clearly hear people in the other schools' ranks whistling, shouting, or outright cursing at them. This kind of situation is very rare. Unless the school was hated to a certain extent, this kind of thing would only happen. And Linhai Middle School happened to meet this condition. After all, when Linhai Middle School's powerful kicking action almost offended the entire middle school in Linhai, the kicked middle school is not used to Linhai Middle School. The middle schools that weren't kicked were even more angry with Linhai Middle School's attitude of favoring one over the other. Why should they be kicked and not us? Are we not worthy? There are a few people with this mentality. The energy emitted by these people gathered together was enough to scare people. Don't mind them. The more you guys are affected by their words, the more likely you are to have mood swings. Anger is fine, but if fear, hesitation, and the like build up in your hearts, it's very likely that your state will slip, causing you to fail the entrance exam. Don't think too much about them, just think of them as the people you hate the most. Think of their disgusting behavior, think of their ugly faces, think of their mouths full of shit. Release this pent-up emotion completely during the Qi and Blood examination. The people leading the shouting were the directors of the various disciplines. In the aspect of beating chicken blood, they were 100 times better than ordinary teachers. Sure enough, after their guidance, the somewhat disheveled atmosphere of the students of Linhai Middle School instantly became quite active. It's finally our school. It's not in vain that we've been watching here for so long. Principal Zhou Youfu stretched his back. While Chen Hongwei laughed when he heard this, just pray that there's someone in your school who has a Qi blood value of 142 points or more. Zhou Youfu's expression was quite relaxed just now, but his face instantly pulled down after hearing Chen Hongwei's words. There should be a chance, he. Starting the examination. The sharp-eyed director Wang beside him had already seen some students entering into the middle of the Qi and Blood assessment room one after another. Wait, this person looks a bit familiar, isn't he called something like Su Jiwei? He seems to be a classmate with Jiang Fan. Director Wang's gaze was directed towards a screen. The Qi and Blood assessment test had multiple examination centers going on at the same time. Under normal circumstances Director Wang would not have noticed Su Jiwei. But Su Jiwei had just entered the examination room and pulled out a few small pills from his pocket, which caused Director Wang to observe him. What was his last test's Qi and Blood value? It seems to be just up to 100 and something. Zhou Youfu asked and Director Wang replied. It's only 100 and something. Even if you take medicine, you'll only be able to raise your Qi and Blood value by 3 or 4 points. Together with the Qi and Blood resonance, it won't even reach 120 points. There's nothing to see. Chen Hongwei shook his head, not wanting to pay too much attention. However, not a moment after he had just finished speaking these words, 2 surprised voices rang out from the side. What, 123 points, how is this possible? How much has this kid's Qi and Blood resonance with the Imperial Beast Egg raised his Qi and Blood value? I'm afraid it's already more than 10 points, right? Hearing Zhou Youfu and Director Wang's voices, Chen Hongwei also once again shifted his gaze back to Su Jiwei. Surprisingly over 120 points? Not bad, looks like I underestimated him. He should be able to go to a decent university. Chen Hongwei didn't mince his words of praise in the slightest. And inside the Qi and Blood assessment classroom, Su Jiwei was dumbfounded after seeing his Qi and Blood value results. What's this? Why has my Qi and Blood value increased by so much? According to expectations, my Qi and Blood value is only at the level of 111 or so at most. Su Jiwei was dumbfounded. Wait, it's the pill that Jiang Fan gave me? As if he suddenly thought of something, Su Jiwei recalled the scene where he came into contact with Jiang Fan today. At that time, Jiang Fan had stuffed himself with some small, black and unattractive pills that he said could refresh his mind. He ate a few of them and the effect was good. Fortunately, he left a few to eat when the examination started. Those small medicinal pills were not to refresh the mind, but were able to raise the value of Qi and Blood? Su Jiwei's suspicions were justified. One was that he was clear about his own strength. 2, the only thing he had eaten today was the small medicinal pills given by Jiang Fan, and his body reacted after eating them. As for the third, Su Jiwei finally remembered where Chen Cc's ghostly exasperated look came from when Jiang Fan gave him the small pill. Feelings class president adult is disgusted with Jiang Fan to give me back waste? Grandma, you really treat me as an outsider. Luckily, my brother loves me. Su Jiwei was moved to tears, and even raised the idea of letting his dad accept Jiang Fan as his godson. To say that Su Jiwei's results were a bit surprising, the results of Chen Xixi's test results almost didn't scare the Chen Hongwei trio, who were gathered in front of the monitor to check the situation. Silly. 132 points of chi and blood value? Wasn't her chi and blood value only 122 when she tested a few days ago? She raised it by 10 points in a few days? How come it feels as if the chi blood boost has become a bit random? It can't be that the machine is malfunctioning, right? Zhou Youfu stared wide-eyed at Chen Xixi inside the screen. He could know this person too well. Daring to slap the table with himself, and also possessing a mutant imperial beast, in recent days, the chi and blood values had gone up like a rocket. Wasn't this a proper Son Yunqi number 2? Her chi and blood value had been stagnant before, only more than 80, even after raising her chi and blood value by 30 to 40 points, she couldn't pull too far away from the other students. Now that it's been boosted by another 10 points, is it hard to believe that it's caused by her mutated iceflower civet cat? Director Wang lowered his eyebrows in contemplation. He was completely unable to figure out how Chen Xixi's chi blood was raised so much. How come it feels like the people who have a little bit of connection with this kid Jiang Fan are not quite right? Their chi and blood boosts are so fierce. It can't be that Jiang Fan is contributing in it, right? Zhou Youfu muttered, but Chen Hongwei beside him glared at him fiercely. Don't talk nonsense about this kind of untrue statements. Those who are still close to Jiang Fan have their chi and blood raised abnormally. Why don't you say that Jiang Fan's family's chi blood raises abnormally? And why don't you say that Jiang Fan's family's dog's chi blood raises abnormally? Being reprimanded by Chen Hongwei, Zhou Youfu's face was a little embarrassed. This Chen Xixi is a makeable talent. I hope she can return from her studies and contribute to our Linhai city. After a slight comment or two, Chen Hongwei said no more. After a while, Jiang Fan slowly appeared in the center of the surveillance screen. Almost all the eyes of the people gathered in front of the surveillance screen all looked towards him. They each had their own agenda, waiting to see the result of Jiang Fan's chi and blood test. Amitba Buddha, Rolai Buddha, Heavenly Spirit, Earthly Spirit, bless Jiang Fan's chi blood to be able to exceed 142 points. Zhou Youfu folded his hands and closed his eyes to pray. That serious and cautious look, even when kneeling down to worship the ancestors within his family, he was not this active. Seeing this, Chen Hongwei grinned gently. He had long ago arranged for the green mango jelly to ambush Jiang Fan's chi and blood assessment classroom's vents. As long as green mango jelly made a move, Jiang Fan's chi blood value would definitely be lowered by 50 points. At that time, not to mention 142 points, it would be hard enough for him to go up to 120 points. Chen Hongwei stared at the screen dead on. He waited until he saw Jiang Fan start the test, then prompted his royal beast green mango jelly through the switch. He wasn't strong enough to communicate with the green mango jelly from such a distance away, so he was only able to raise it with the help of some physical means. But this was also enough. Mr. Jiang Fan, I'm sorry. But speaking of which, going to Shitsi River Imperial Beast University is not a bad choice. After all, their school has plenty of money. Inside the other room. After waiting with disinterest for most of the day, Miko Asada finally saw the person she wanted to see. Chairman, that Su Jiwei and Chen Xixi just now are both good. I think they're the ones to strive for? Who? Miko Asada was puzzled. She didn't pay attention to the other people, but instead set her eyes on the room where Jiang Fan's chi and blood test was taking place. It's the two people who are closer to Jiang Fan. I paid attention to their scores for you. 123, 132. What? Surprisingly high? Asada Miko gently covered her small mouth. After being surprised, a look of joy spread across her face. That's good, pull those two together, just so they can be companions with Jiang Fan. Young people just like to get together, with the two of them accompanying them. Jiang Fan shouldn't be too resistant to our ant group. Asada Miko's eyes were smiling. She could already predict Jiang Fan's next expression inside the surveillance screen. Seeing the young man's brashness mercilessly crushed, she was always able to have a sense of pleasure rise in her heart. The Ma Tianyu by her side was even more arrogant than Jiang Fan 4 years ago, but now he was still being subdued by herself. How can you, Jiang Fan, possibly escape from the palm of my hand? The smile on Miko Asada's face gradually appeared, but just as her eyes moved to the monitor screen, her entire face instantly froze. 150 points? Ma Tianyu, who was beside Asada Miko, even directly turned into a stutter. Bang! The sound of a teacup falling on the ground rang out. Zhou Youfu and Director Wang looked at Chen Hongwei in surprise, not knowing what the other party was smoking. 150 points, 150 points, 150 points. No, it's impossible, in that it's impossible. Obviously the green mango jelly has already been won. Why are there still 150 points? It's the instrument, it must be that the instrument has been tampered with. Chen Hongwei lost his temper and muttered. 150 points of chi and blood value, this achievement could even allow one to study at those two Imperial Beast universities in Kyoto. This was too terrifying. How long had it been since Linhai City had produced someone like this? Check, how could his chi blood value be so high? Chen Hongwei said with a trembling hand. Zhou Youfu, who originally had a bit of fear towards Chen Hongwei, instantly slammed his face down after hearing his words. Director Chen, the instrument is not something you can check just because you say you can. Jinling's side has already sent someone to check that the instrument doesn't have any problems. Are you doing this because you can't afford to lose? After seeing Jiang Fan's blood value reach 150 points, Zhou Youfu could be said to have expressed all the apprehension that had previously built up in his chest. 150 points equals notification letters from the 2 Imperial Beast Universities in Kyoto equals future Imperial Beast Masters equals people on top of people equals Jiang Fan equal to his own students. Just thinking about it, Zhou Youfu felt his blood boiling with desire. Previously, he had only seen on the internet how the principals of those schools who appeared to be able to attend the 2 Imperial Beasts Universities in Kyoto were very scenic, but he had never thought that today it would be his turn. Although he usually said that the students' performance is their own thing, the test is good or bad with the school, and has nothing to do with themselves. But the fact is absolutely not so. All the intangible benefits of this, Zhou Youfu can already foresee. The sadness and joy of the crowd was not connected. While some people were rejoicing and sorrowing because of Jiang Fan's results, Jiang Fan in the Qi and Blood assessment classroom frowned. The fact that the Qi and Blood value results were lower than expected was one of the reasons. But a more important reason was that he had touched a sticky mass. And this slimy mass seemed to be an Imperial Beast. In the afternoon, at 4 o'clock, on the outskirts of Linhai City, the Qinggang Grand Canyon, the entire periphery of the canyon was surrounded by a ring of police lines at this time. Many uniformed law enforcement officers as well as military personnel were guarding every exit of the canyon. And in the depths of the canyon, a fierce battle was going on. Damn it, although these swift bees are only of the first rank, they are numerous, fast, and most importantly, toxic, so they are really difficult to deal with. Yi Chang put a 2-meter high steel plate in front of himself. However, the steel plate had already been pierced with one after another densely packed small packets on top of it, as if it had a breakage degree of 0. What's the best way? If we continue like this, we won't be able to hold on. The buzzing in his ears was incessant. Yi Chang shouted back to Zhang Weiman, who was not far away. Find a river and hide in the water. After all, Zhang Weiman had more contact with the Imperial Beasts, and did not look too flustered at this time, but kept directing the others. They were trapped at the bottom of the canyon at the moment. The surrounding area was densely packed with jungle shrubs, and they would trip over if they were not careful. As they kept running towards the nearest water source, people kept falling behind. Screams and wails were heard one after another. Most of the people who followed the mission were not beastmasters, however, they had to face the ferocious first-ranked beasts, the swift bees, and even with their guns in hand, they were still a bit overwhelmed. Signs of defeat began to appear. Seeing this, Yi Cheng's face flushed red and he became furious. Grand Molly, tentacle jellyfish, use, water dragon scroll. He threw out an Imperial Beast orb, followed by an ice-blue transparent jellyfish floating in the air. The jellyfish's tentacles were too numerous to count, and under Yi Cheng's command, its tentacles morphed and finally weaved into a hollow cylinder-like shape. A torrent of water columns shot out from the hollow cylinder, continuously rushing towards the swift bees that were madly rushing towards Yi Cheng and the others. Due to the overly dense number of swift bees, they covered the sky like locusts. That was why the effect of the water tornado was surprisingly good, instantly removing some of the swift bees that were chasing after them. Almost there, just ahead, everyone jumped in together. The clear lake in front of them came into view, and the people who had already been forced by the swift bees with no way to retreat jumped into the water one after another like monkeys jumping into water. Hey, Commissioner Zhang, please reply when you receive it. Zhang Weiman was just about to jump when the earphone inside his ear rang. It was a message from the temporary combat command. Roger. The person who manipulated the swift bee in the Qinggang Grand Canyon has been found out. The other party calls himself Dr. X. Earlier in the year, he used to carry out hostage kidnappings, imperial beast thefts, and other actions in various cities in Jiangnan province, which had an extremely bad impact. This person hates imperial beast masters, and has also conducted imperial beast body research that violates the law. He is the most wanted S-class criminal in Jiangnan province. The swift bees that you have encountered are supposed to be the species that he has researched, and they are ferocious and brutal. If you are to hide inside the water, be prepared to be surrounded by them. According to the information available, these swift bees have excellent stamina and are more patient than cheetahs waiting for their chance to hunt. They will keep guarding you until you are exhausted. Hearing this information, Zhang Weiman was shocked. However, the swift bee behind him did not even give him time to react and had already lifted its hips. To jump or not to jump? Zhang Weiman's words were addressed to Yi Cheng. The communication just now was received by Yi Cheng besides him. You don't have to worry, we have requested reinforcements from Lin City. The reinforcements are expected to arrive at 10 o'clock in the evening. The voice came from inside the headset. Then what's the point of hesitating? It's better to soak inside the water for a few hours than to be pierced into a sieve. Yi Chang gritted his teeth and decisively jumped down inside the water. Zhang Weiman sniffed and followed similarly. However, both of them had kept an eye out and left their imperial beasts on the shore. Compared to a human, the imperial beasts were obviously much more comfortable dealing with the swift bees. After all, Zhang Weiman's imperial beast could drill the ground, while Yi Chang's tentacle jellyfish could enter the water at any time without any fear. Sure enough, after everyone jumped into the water in unison, the swift wasp did not venture into the water. Instead, they intertwined a black curtain in the air to shroud the water. It might be fine to poke your head out and inhale a couple of breaths, but if you want to go ashore and escape, that's simply a fool's errand. Jia, do you guys think hiding inside the water is useful? I had already guessed that you guys would do this, so I set up preparations in advance. Besides the swift bees on your side, the little green butterflies in the south, the marching ants in the north, and the multi-legged centipedes in the east. Which one of them can't make a mess of your Linhai's forces? A grim voice resounded in the woods. No silhouettes could be seen other than the voice. It's not impossible for you guys to want to wait for rescue here, but it's going to be a pity for the children in Linhai City. Later on, they are going to suffer the ravages from the sandstone giants. It's regrettable to think about it. The voice was eerie, as if he was teasing a 3-year-old. Sandstone giants are ancient imperial beasts, carrying both the earth and stone lineages. Did you guys know that? Back in the day, when Grand Magus Lucio summoned meteorites to strike Wang Mang's army, those meteorites that fell from the sky were sandstone giants. Although mine is the weakest, it still has no problem trying to smash a small Linhai middle school. Sandstone giants are made for battle. Unless you are able to strike him mentally and physically and put it into a deep sleep. Otherwise, you'll just have to wait and see those little kids being captured one by one and become my research subjects. Jia. Dr. X did not avoid Yi Chang and the others in the slightest and directly stated his plan. His plan could be completely described by the 4 words: transferring the tiger away from the mountain. Even if Yi Chang and the others had realized it, there was nothing they could do about it now. They could only stare blankly and rush blindly. Royal Beast, Green Mango Jelly. Class, Water Imperial Beast. Level, 25. Characteristics, similar in appearance to a large tin bucket of jelly pudding, with a mango scent emanating from its entire body. Likes to attack opponents with a slimy solution. Status, weak-hearted, has done something bad and is preparing to run away. Hint, maybe you can use its psychology to coerce it to do something for you. Jiang Fan scanned the big pile of stuff in his hand. His own blood value didn't reach 200 points. Is it hard to believe that this guy is behind this? Teacher. Jiang Fan wanted to take this green mango jelly and signal to the invigilator teacher that his grades had possibly been affected by it. However, the next second, the green mango jelly inside his hand directly dripped from his hand like water. The green mango jelly kept squirming towards the doorway outside the examination room after it dripped onto the ground. It was like a child who did something wrong and wanted to run away. Stop! Seeing this big jelly trying to escape, Jiang Fan immediately scolded out to call it to a halt. This jelly was also a timid color, and when Jiang Fan called out to it, its writhing body instantly stopped. Afterwards, under Jiang Fan's gaze, its body continued to coalesce, and finally discolored into a green-colored jelly that was about the same size as that ordinary red plastic bucket. Come here, did you do it when my chi and blood values went wrong? Jiang Fan made a furious look, wanting to scare it off. However, just at this time, the door of the Chi and Blood assessment classroom was pushed open by the head of the teaching bureau, Chen Hongwei. As soon as he appeared in the doorway, he threw out the royal beast orb to suck the green mango jelly away. Where did this wild imperial beast come from? How dare it disrupt the order of the exam? How do you invigilators do your jobs? Chen Hongwei looked at the invigilator teacher with anger in his countenance, who was at a loss for words. The invigilator teacher was confused and admitted his mistake. Then Chen Hongwei's eyes looked at Jiang Fan and gave him a thumbs up. You're very good, classmate. 150 points of chi blood value is enough to go to the 2 top Imperial Beast universities in Kyoto. Come out as soon as the examination is over. Don't take up space and delay other students. Jiang Fan originally wanted to react to the situation, but when he heard this person say that 150 points was enough to go to the Imperial Beasts University in Kyoto, the idea of reacting to the situation instead faded a lot. Of course, there was more than just this reason. Another reason was that Jiang Fan felt that being too publicized was not a good thing. What happened yesterday at the entrance of the school was still fresh in his mind. If he didn't want to be noticed by all sorts of strange people, it was still necessary for him to hide some of his strength. Good. Thinking of this, Jiang Fan nodded and left the examination classroom. When he appeared in the hall of the Imperial Beast Cultivation Center, Su Jiwei and Chen Sisi had long been waiting there. Only the two had different demeanors. Su Jiwei laughed happily and came up and hammered Jiang Fan's shoulder with his own fist, yelling, "You're a good kid, it's 150 points. My god, I've never seen such a high number of chi points. Your kid's royal beast egg is a demon inside, right?" Compared to Su Jiwei's staggering, Chen Sisi was much calmer. She squeezed out a smile at Jiang Fan, but how the smile felt a bit forced. "Congratulations, I heard from the teachers that your chi blood value can go to Kyoto. That's really awesome. It's not certain whether I'll go or not," Jiang Fan waved his hand. Although he had heard the names of the two universities in Kyoto from time to time, Jiang Fan felt that the latter was more attractive than the Blackheart Sacred King's treasure at the Imperial Beast University in Jinling. "When our school's exams are done and we go out, I really want to see what kind of expression is on the face of that Li Yi and Tiger. What a few things, it's a relief to think about it." Su Jiwei laughed out loud. At this time, Linhai Middle School had already finished assessing the blood value of the people's gazes were cast towards Jiang Fan. The envy and jealousy that flowed from their eyes was hard to hide. Originally I thought that there wasn't much of a gap between me and him, and that I could always catch up if I worked hard to catch up, but once this 150 points of his chi blood is out, I have no energy even if I try to catch up. Zhou Hao shook his head and sighed, looking at Zhou Ping whose body was trembling beside him, and said no more. Outside the square of Linhai Middle School, a portion of the people were chatting furiously. Because of the fact that the examination had already ended, a part of the people had smiles on their faces. Without having to think about it, they were able to guess that they were the group of people who had scored well in the chi and blood values. Did you guys hear about what happened yesterday? It was that Jiang Fan from Linhai Middle School who chased 4 people with a baseball bat all by himself. That scene was spectacular just thinking about it. Did you hear it wrong? How come I remember it being 10 people? Do you guys think he would have gotten injured yesterday and then caused his chi and blood value to play out of order in today's assessment, and his chi and blood value couldn't reach his best score? It's possible. After all, a human and a royal beast can't be compared. If you really have to fight for your life, it's 100 days of injuries. 139 points of chi and blood value. Originally this kind of score could go to a very good university. If it's because of being subjected to resulting in less than 130 points, that would be embarrassing. As the crowd spoke, Li Yi, Tiger Tianba smiled even more on his face after hearing their conversation. "Li Yi, it seems that the person with the highest chi blood value this year is you." Tiger Heavenly Bastard looked towards Li Yi. His words already had a congratulatory tone on his expression. "After all, I've worked hard. It's not a waste of repeating a year. However, my current chi and blood value is only 142 points. Last year I was able to steadily go to those 2 universities in Kyoto, but this year it's not certain. It's a pity that there isn't enough time. If I can raise it to 150 points, I have 100% certainty of being admitted." Li Yi said pity on his lips, but in his heart, he was not without a sense of complacency. The chi and blood values of the people present were all worse than his, which naturally gave him the capital to be proud. 150 points? That's simply a number that you can't even think about. Even last year's Song Yunchi didn't reach that number. I see that only major cities like Jinling, Kyoto, Magic City, and Haidu exist with such numbers. Linhai? Let's look forward to it after some more years when the physical quality of the country's population improves. Feng Saixia interjected at the right time. What Li Yi and the two said made her feel interesting, so she opened her mouth to say a few words. "It's a pity that Jiang Fan was targeted yesterday for no reason. Do you guys know what's going on?" Feng Saixia was quite interested in Jiang Fan. After all, the person who funded her was also interested in Jiang Fan, so she wanted to get a good understanding. "I don't know. I usually ride home in my dad's Land Rover. I don't get in touch with people who are not 3. Tiger Tianba shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know. I drive a Porsche to school. The school has a special garage, and I usually don't get involved with that kind of lowly gangsters." Li Yi also smiled to express his opinion. "Feng Saixia? Well, I know you guys are rich. Look, it's the people from Linhai Middle School coming out." While the 3 of them were talking, all the students of Linhai Middle School had all finished their chi blood assessment and had been led by their teachers back to their original positions to stand. The results of the chi and blood values would not be announced immediately. The Teaching and Learning Bureau side needed to sort it out and merge it with the results of the cultural classes to announce it. But the results of the chi and blood assessment can be immediately arrived at, so other schools see Linhai Middle School people walk out cannot help but be curious to ask Linhai Middle School chi and blood value of the highest person who is. There is no more than 130 points. 130 points? Our school's ordinary class Jiang Fan's blood value has reached 150 points. 130 points is nothing. These were the exact words of a certain student from Linhai Middle School. Just after he finished speaking, the words spread out to the people in the square as if they had wings. The noisy sounds in the square dissipated and fell into a deathly silence. "Lies, must be lies. Where did you Linhai Middle School get the face to dare to tell such a big lie? I reckon that they are madly stimulated by Li Yi to be like this. 150 points is a loss for them to be able to say it. Do they really think the teachers are blind? After a moment of silence, the entire Linhai Middle School square resounded with a tsunami-like wave of denunciation. Linhai Middle School had lost face in the last kickoff, but now they had to spread this kind of lies that could be recognized as soon as they heard it. Don't they feel ashamed? The students of the other schools were all thinking the same thing. Compared to the other students who were excited, Li Yi and the others appeared to be much calmer. They asked the old man of the school who had just come out from Linhai Middle School about the situation with a calm face. Teacher, what is the highest chi blood value of Linhai Middle School? The crowd looked at a few teachers in unison. The teachers, however, shook their heads and sighed in silence. There was a teacher with a bigger mouth who spoke quietly, and his tone was actually envious. How did Linhai Middle School get so lucky? Last year there was Song Yunshi, but today there is even a Jiang Fan? Their principal probably didn't accumulate 10 lifetimes worth of virtues to get 2 students like this? What do you mean? Jiang Fan's blood value is 140 points like Song Yunshi's, that's not as high as mine. Li Yi felt a bit puzzled after hearing his teacher's words. However, just as the crowd was still speculating on what exactly Jiang Fan's chi blood value was, a violent tremor came violently from the ground of Linhai Middle School's plaza. Again? After feeling this tremor, everyone's first reaction was this. After all, the earth tremors in Linhai City had been very frequent before, and it was only in recent days that they had soothed a bit. Originally, everyone thought that the earth tremors had passed, but they didn't expect to feel it again today. Yeah, you guys look at the school entrance. What is that thing? A voice with trembling and astonishment rang out. Everyone looked towards the school entrance. In the next second, the crowd was directly petrified in place. What was that? A stone monster as tall as a 2 or 3-story building that had been pieced together? The crowd was dumbfounded when they saw that behemoth at the school entrance. They were just a small high school student, or had they experienced such a scene? After the shock, everyone was like frightened rats, squealing and running away in all directions. Everyone, don't panic, that's just a statue. Everyone calm down, this is just a 3D image put up by the school, there's no danger. Everyone follow the teachers of Linhai Middle School to retreat from the back door of the school in an orderly manner. The teachers exerted their best efforts to maintain the stability of the scene, but it still didn't work. Bubu seed, use, dissipating dust, to remove the students' impatience. Suddenly, a voice came from the entrance of the Imperial Beast Research Center. Jiang Fan sniffed at the voice and realized that the person who spoke out was actually Asada Miko. Her Bubu seed looked exactly like the Bubu seed on the airship ship. It was the skill that Jiang Fan had not heard of. It was thought that the Amoy Silver Company had made some degree of changes when making the airship number. Although he didn't know the geometry of Asada Miko's strength, but from the fact that she was able to stabilize the emotions of a basketball court in the instant she struck, he could tell that her strength was very good. Students, don't be nervous, there's nothing to be afraid of. This imperial beast is not harmful. Inside the school loudspeaker, Zhou Youfu's voice rang out. Then just as he finished shouting, the next second he saw the stone man with a size of 2 or 3 stories tall uproot the security booth at the school entrance and throw it directly towards the middle of the crowd. King Kong, block him. In the middle of the crowd, a King Kong gorilla surged out. It intercepted the security pavilion that was about to smash into the students in the air. It's Li Yi. Li Yi has struck. His Vajra is so powerful. The crowd all cast admiring gazes at Li Yi upon hearing this. Those who don't have the ability to fight leave with the teachers, don't stay where you are. Ruyan Lu also stood out. Compared to Li Yi, she came out looking even more terrifying. Of course, it wasn't terror in terms of strength, but in terms of money. Only Lu Ruyan gently threw an ice blue scroll towards Tianshan. As that scroll opened, the entire sky of the square was covered. The sunlight disappeared and rain began to pour down. An 8 million weather change scroll is already not weak. It's a good thing Dad gave me one when he left. I just didn't expect that something would actually happen. Ruyan Lu's heart sank. The stone man not far away was unfathomable. There was no way to solve it just by relying on one's own strength. One could only take one step and see what happens. 1,000-mile ice seal. Ruyan Lu released the frozen bird. The ice blue frozen bird violently flapped its wings. Combined with the power of the rainy day scroll with the skill, the vociferous stone people were frozen for a moment, with no way to break free. Ruyan Lu's actions bought a great deal of time for the ordinary students of Linhai Middle School. After the scene was gradually brought under control, the students began to retreat in an orderly manner under the organization of their teachers. This stone man is a bit weird. Could it be related to those 4 people yesterday? Jiang Fan's mind moved and the stone man's information appeared before his eyes. Imperial Beast, Sandstone Giant, Department, Earth, Stone Dual Department, Level 38, 3rd Stage Imperial Beast. Description, Ancient Imperial Beast that seems to have just awakened from its slumber. Status, Berserk. Status, Berserk. Its body seems to be dominated by some kind of strange drug subduing program. Its body is so hard that few beasts of its level are able to break through its defenses. It can be subdued through the use of psychic attacks. P.S. You can't blindly stimulate the sandstone giant with mental attacks, you must first control it and then kill it with a single move. Otherwise, the mentally stimulated sandstone giant will become even more furious and use the Tarzan meteorite drop skill, which can summon meteorites from the sky. A mad third-ranked beast? Drugged? It has a hidden skill after going berserk? After seeing this information, Jiang Fan was basically sure that there was someone behind this commotion who had been planning this for a long time. Jiang Fan was not sure of the other party's purpose. Judging from the 4 people yesterday, it was very likely that the other party had set their sights on him. If it was usual, Jiang Fan would definitely be the first to run away when he encountered this situation. However, this time he did not run. Since he knew that the other party was possibly coming for him, running away would seem pointless. Just how strong this third-order Imperial Beast was Jiang Fan was yet to know. However, with so many people on his side, plus the leaders of the school, he shouldn't be too passive, right? Jiang Fan thought so in his heart. However, not a moment later, he deeply felt how unreliable the school leaders he was expecting were. What kind of Imperial Beast is that? And why is its head so big? Quickly take the Imperial Beast Encyclopedia to check it out. In the Imperial Beast Cultivation Center, Chen Hongwei, who saw the situation outside through the surveillance camera, froze. Under normal circumstances, the strength of an Imperial Beast could be reflected from many intuitive aspects, such as body size, species, various exoskeletons, and so on. This sandstone giant that appeared in Linhai Middle School right now gave off an unbeatable feeling just from its size. I found it, this is a sandstone giant, an ancient Imperial Beast. It's only been recorded in the history books with words and pictures. Director Wang looked at the words of the sandstone giant in his cell phone and explained. Sandstone giants are also known as war machines. In the ancient times when all kinds of weapons were not yet developed, they undertook very important combat tasks. Their body size ranges from 8 meters to 100 meters, and the lowest sandstone giants are all third-rank Imperial Beasts. Moreover, the whole body of sandstone giants is made of strange rock and earth substances that are extremely hard. The sandstone giant belongs to the earth and stone dual attribute Imperial Beasts. It can be dealt with by using water and grass-type Imperial Beasts. The Imperial Beast that has invaded our school now should be a third-ranked sandstone giant. Director Wang's gaze looked towards Chen Hongwei after he finished speaking. Director Chen, we must immediately take action. We can't just watch the students suffer. Right now, if the entire Linhai Middle School was to talk about combat power, Director Wang, Zhou Youfu, and Chen Hongwei were definitely the top group. So the task of blocking the sandstone giants had no one else but them. Ancient Imperial Beast? And it's still of the third rank. Chen Hongwei's expression was cloudy, as he was the head of the teaching bureau, as well as a second-order Imperial Beast master. He was naturally responsible for the current situation. But the problem was that the raging Imperial Beast master third-order Imperial Beasts on the opposite side. If he rashly made a move, he would definitely not be able to curry any good fruit. You two go outside first to stabilize the situation. I'll call for reinforcements now. Chen Hongwei pondered for a while and uttered such words. Director Chen, we can't wait. The sandstone giant has reached the school entrance, and we'll probably have to demolish the school later. If you don't go out with us, we simply can't cope on our own. Director Wang was self-aware of his own strength and looked at Chen Hongwei with a bitter face, wanting him to come out together to meet the enemy. Zhou Youfu didn't say anything from the side. His meaning was a bit different from Director Wang's. It was safer to organize the evacuation of the people than to fend off the terrifying third-order royal beast. The school could be rebuilt if it was gone, but if the people were gone then everything would be over. Being pressed step by step by Director Wang, Chen Hongwei's face revealed a displeased look. When such a big event occurs, doesn't there need to be someone at the back? If I also stepped out, who will command the scene situation? I understand everything you're saying, but I can't spare the time right now. This is my royal beast green mango jelly. With it here, you guys will be much more comfortable dealing with that third-rank royal beast. Without saying a word, Chen Hongwei directly pulled out his royal beast orb and handed it to Zhou Youfu. If you do this properly today, I won't look for trouble from your Linhai Middle School for the next 10 years. Zhou Youfu looked at the imperial beast orb that Chen Hongwei had placed in his hand, his heart wanting to cry without tears. Director Chen, this is your imperial beast. If you don't personally command it, I'm afraid that half of its combat power won't be utilized. Zhou Youfu wasn't a fool. He didn't believe what Chen Hongwei said about not looking for trouble from the school for 10 years. And now this situation, is it the time to think about the next 10 years? This time he went out, he was afraid that he would not even lose his life. Okay, just follow what Director Chen said. Zhou Youfu was still thinking about how to refuse, when Director Wang beside him had already taken the first step to pull up his hand and rushed outside. Director Wang's strength was so great that Zhou Youfu realized that he could not argue with him even though he was the same First Order Imperial Beast Master as him. Wang Tian, this kid is hiding really deep. On the square of Linhai Middle School, Lu Ruyan's freeze didn't last long in its effect. The sandstone giant was bound for MO about a minute or two before it broke free. Its boulder fist was large and long, hanging straight down even beyond the knee of its stone thigh. Roar! After being frozen for quite a while, the sandstone giant let out a hateful roar. Immediately afterward, the crowd saw dust being continuously swept up from the surrounding land. Lu Ruyan and Li Yi were the first to face the sandstone giant's attack. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but freeze. Be careful, it's going to release the skill, raising sand. This skill will have a blinding effect. Quickly have your imperial beasts retreat to the back. Jiang Fan, who was familiar with the sandstone giant's various information panels, shouted towards Ruyan Lu. As soon as Lu Ruyan heard that it was Jiang Fan's voice, she didn't even hesitate for a moment before having her frozen bird retreat to her side. While Li Yi scoffed after hearing Jiang Fan's words. This big stone man was a rock-type imperial beast at first glance, so how could he possibly use the earth-type's proprietary sand-raising skill? King Kong, use earth-splitting slash to block his way. Vajra swung his fist and smashed it into the ground, changing the terrain. Li Yi felt that this move was enough to block the sandstone giant's path of retreat. His gorilla King Kong quickly struck after hearing the command. The much smaller size compared to the sandstone giant seemed exceptionally nimble. Seeing that King Kong was already less than 2 meters away from the sandstone giant's feet, Li Yi roared out, "King Kong, it's now. It's splitting a big pit under its feet." Roar, roar, roar. King Kong punched his chest angrily, and just as he was about to cast his skill, suddenly his eyes flashed. The streaks of dust entered its eyes, causing it to experience a drilling pain. King Kong squinted its eyes, trying not to let the dust affect it. But this way it was unable to see the direction instead, and the double fists that gathered power didn't know where it was going to slam. "Vajra, watch out!" Just as King Kong wanted to smash down with his senses, Li Yi's voice came. But everything was too late. In the midst of the dust, the sandstone giant's fist directly slammed towards King Kong. The tremendous force directly caused King Kong to fly backwards tens of meters away, finally dragging out a long trail on the ground and stopping next to Li Yi. King Kong was seriously injured and turned into a stream of light, returning into the Imperial Beast Orb. How is it possible? Why is it raising sand? Li Yi looked at the Imperial Beast Ball in his hand, his heart ached immensely. He had spent a lot of effort to cultivate King Kong. Today, the first time it faced an enemy, it was seriously injured. Looking at King Kong's appearance, if he didn't use special medicine, he wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. Jiang Fan, everyone in your school said that your chi and blood value has reached 150 points. You're afraid that you've already hatched the Imperial Beast, right? Why don't you go on, you goon? Li Yi had nowhere to vent his anger and depression in his heart, and coincidentally remembered that Jiang Fan had just shouted from the side, so he simply vented his temper on him. "Honest, you stupid egg thing. Jiang Fan reminded you just now but you didn't listen, and now you're turning around and taking it out on someone else? Where are you dumping the niggas pot?" Su Jiwei, who was beside Jiang Fan, was instantly displeased after hearing Li Yi's words. Jiang Fan was his classmate, his good brother, and a great nobleman who had helped him raise his chi and blood by a whole 10 points. Now if anyone dares to say something bad about Jiang Fan, Su Jiwei can't wait to find a knife to chop up the other party and feed them to the dogs. Regenerate parents, how can you allow them to blaspheme? The sandstone giant is an ancient imperial beast that possesses as a dual system imperial beast that coexists with the earth system and the rock system. Its sand-raising skill will indeed cause people to accidentally fall into the path. At this time, Director Wang and Zhou Youfu had already come out of the Imperial Beast Breeding Center. He looked at the sandstone giant as tall as a 2-story building and said to Li Yi and the rest of the crowd, "Leave in an orderly manner as instructed by the teachers. This is not a place where you can interfere." But Director Wang, Li Yi wanted to say something else. His Vajra had been severely injured, and he would get nothing by retreating now. Originally, he still wanted to follow the school leader to mix up his resume and increase his chances of being accepted into Kyoto's Imperial Beast University. There's no buts. Your efforts to teach the school director Chen has already seen. The leadership will not forget you. How could Director Wang not know about the little bit of information in Li Yi's heart? Hearing that his actions just now had actually attracted Director Chen's attention, Li Yi's originally somewhat gloomy and obscure face instantly transformed into great joy. Really? Director Chen is also at Linhai Middle School? The only thing that responded to him were Director Wang and Zhou Youfu's blank stares. Knowing that he was uninterested, Li Yi did not continue to show off after his excitement. After all, the purpose of his performance had already been achieved, and there was no point in staying here any longer. Jiang Fan, you guys also hurry up and leave. This sandstone giant is very dangerous, don't stay here. After speaking to Li Yi, Director Wang similarly said to Jiang Fan beside him. Right now, the students of the entire Linhai Middle School were still retreating in batches, and with these people of his own blocking the way here, he should be able to stall the sandstone giant for quite some time, giving the students a chance to retreat. Good. Jiang Fan didn't make any pretense, since Director Wang and the others were holding the fort, there was no need for him to show off. He just hoped that Director Wang and the others would be able to hold out a little longer and not be knocked down in 3 or 2 hits. By the way, Director Wang, before you have absolute certainty of controlling the sandstone giant, don't cast a mental attack on it, this will instead enrage it, causing it to unleash a skill of terrifying power. Before leaving, Jiang Fan didn't forget to remind Director Wang. Although he didn't know how powerful the so-called Tarzan meteorite fall was, just by hearing the name, he knew that this skill was a heavyweight existence. If it was executed, it might cause a large number of casualties. Good. Director Wang nodded. He was someone who had been doing Imperial Beast education for some years anyhow, and prided himself on knowing a lot more than Jiang Fan in this aspect of Imperial Beast understanding. Jiang Fan's comment that the mental attack would enrage the sandstone giant was not known to Director Wang, so he simply assumed that Jiang Fan was confusing the sandstone giant's weaknesses with those of the other royal beasts, so he didn't pay too much attention to Jiang Fan's words. Miss Asada Miko, the complete defense of Linhai City's college entrance exam is carried out by your ant group. You can't run away from the battle. Director Wang turned his head to look at Asada Miko, who was not far away. Of course not. Which company in the country doesn't know that our ant group is the most trustworthy? It's just a third-order sandstone giant, it can't turn over much of a storm. Asada Miko was very confident. She herself was a second-order Imperial Beast Master, Ma Tianyu was also a second-order Imperial Beast Master, and Ma Tianyu's younger brother was a first-order Imperial Beast Master. Such a lineup was even stronger than the leadership of Linhai Middle School. If the people of Linhai Middle School were not afraid, they needed to be afraid themselves? After this matter is over, the defense costs we discussed before have to be increased to make it work. Otherwise, our ant group will lose more than it gains. Okay. Director Wang nodded in response. Principal Zhou and I don't have strong spiritual power and can only command up to 1 Imperial Beast at the same time, so it's up to your side next. Green Mango Jelly, come out. With a wave of Director Wang's hand, Green Mango Jelly manifested from the Imperial Beast Orb. Do your best. Boo Boo Seed, Fire Fist Monkey, come out. With that, Asada Miko threw 2 Royal Beast Orbs towards the ground. Matenyu, Red Bat, prepare for a new battle. Ma Tianxiong, Knockout Monkey, it's up to you. Several Imperial Beasts appeared at the same time, and the scene was quite like a crowded online Big Boss. I remember that the Knockout Monkey has a move, Sonic Shock, that can directly attack the spirit of the Imperial Beasts, right? Don't just use it later. The Sandstone Giant will go berserk when it encounters a spiritual attack, which is not favorable to us. Director Wang remembered Jiang Fan's words after seeing Ma Tianxiang's Knockout Monkey and opened his mouth to remind him. Director Wang knows so much about Sandstone Giants? Miko Asada asked in surprise. What understanding or not, this is what Jiang Fan told me. This kid has his own unique insights about Imperial Beasts, there's nothing wrong with listening to him. Director Wang's trust in Jiang Fan did not arise for nothing. Many students and teachers knew about the time when Jiang Fan held the royal beast egg and sunbathed in the school playground. Many even secretly called Jiang Fan an idiot. But as a result, the other Jiang Fan's chi blood was able to soar all the way up and crush the entire school. Who else dared to laugh at him? As far as Director Wang knew, even Zhou Hao, Zhou Ping and these people had once imitated Jiang Fan's behavior behind his back. Only the results were unknown. Jiang Fan, that kid has no real ability except for his arrogance and arrogance. What's the point of believing him? When Ma Tianxiang heard Director Wang say that he would otherwise use Sonic Impact, his face was a little embarrassed. To know that his sound-knocking monkey is to rely on a hand of Sonic Impact to pass the First Order Royal Beast Master examination, if you can't use the Sonic Impact, then you and the sound-knocking monkey might as well go to planting the land. There's no harm in being cautious. Director Wang sighed, then his gaze was placed on the Sandstone Giant. MS. Asada Miko, you bind the Sandstone Giant's thighs with Boo Boo Seeds, Entanglement. Later on, I'll have Green Mango Jelly Spray, Slippery Solution, at its feet while the rest of you wait for an opportunity. By the time the Sandstone Giant collapses, we'll have a good chance of taking him down. Director Wang had relatively rich combat experience. The battle plan, he said, was immediately agreed upon by everyone present. While the effects of the rainy day scroll are still present, we must hurry. While Director Wang and the others were discussing their ploys to take down the Sandstone Giant, on the other side, Jiang Fan was retreating mixed in with the crowd. However, because there were simply too many students and because the back door of Linhai Middle School was not big, the evacuation became very slow. During this time, Ruyan Lu found Jiang Fan. Mr. Jiang. Hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Jiang Fan, who was in the middle of evacuating, turned his head back. The surrounding were students of the same age, being addressed as Mr. by Lu Ruyan made Jiang Fan feel a little awkward. Just call me Jiang Fan or Xiao Fan. Jiang Fan couldn't help but feel a bit speechless when he saw Su Jiwei and Chen Sisi around him casting doubtful and curious gazes. Ah, that's fine then. I shouldn't be as old as you. Calling down Xiao Fan definitely won't work, so I'll call you Jiang Fan. In fact, the reason why Ruyan Lu called Jiang Fan is Mr. Jiang was because Jiang Fan's strength was worthy of the name Mr. The second was because of his family's teachings. We were all just high school graduates, so calling each other Mr. Miss or whatever always felt a little awkward. Then I'll call you Ruyan Lu as well. Mr. Jiang Fan, you don't have to be polite to me, just call me Yuro. The two people corrected each other's calling style and couldn't help but make a few people on the side look dumbfounded. I'll go, Jiang Fan, this kid is good ayo. Why are you stepping on me, class president? Su Jiwei just wanted to praise Jiang Fan that the red flag at home doesn't fall, and the colorful flag outside is fluttering. Then he was sanctioned by Chen Sisi. Sister, it's not the time to talk about this. Yi Yusin on the side was also speechless as she heard the conversation between the two with black lines all over her head. Oh, right. Lu Ruyan, who had come back to her senses, blushed and immediately pulled out an Imperial Beast ball and handed it to Jiang Fan. This is Daddy's Imperial Beast, Little Bean Sprout. Just now, I was going to let Little Bean Sprout help deal with the Sandstone Giant, but it wasn't too willing to listen to me. Do you have any ideas? Little Bean Sprout was handed over to Ruyan Lu by Yi Chang. In the beginning, the Little Bean Sprout had behaved exceptionally well behaved and understanding. However, just a short while ago it kept on impacting the Imperial Beast Ball, wanting to run out of it, which made Lu Ruyan somewhat helpless. Through the Royal Beast Ball, Jiang Fan saw the Little Bean Sprout inside. Just by using this system as to scan it a bit, he could see the reason for the Little Bean Sprout's irritability. It's your father's Imperial Beast, and it should be of the contracted kind, so it can feel your father's state. The reason why it's so anxious to run out now should be because it senses that your dad is in danger. By the way, what did your dad do? How dangerous does it have to be to make the Imperial Beast react like this? Ah. Then, what should we do? After hearing Jiang Fan's words, the two sisters, Lu Ruyan and Yi Yusin, froze at once. Just as Jiang Fan said, their father had gone on a mission and hadn't even made a single phone call to their home, so it couldn't be that they had gone on a mission? The more they thought about it, the more anxious the two sisters became, and they even almost cried out. There shouldn't be anything wrong with your dad's at the moment. If something happens to him, the little bean sprouts that are contracted to him will also have problems. Right now, more than caring about your dad, it's better to restore the abnormal state of the little bean sprouts. After hearing Jiang Fan's words, the two sisters' moods calmed down a little. Since Jiang Fan said that there was nothing wrong, then there must be nothing wrong. After seeing Jiang Fan's ability, they had no doubt in Jiang Fan. Then what are we going to do now? It's actually very simple. Just release the little bean sprout and communicate with it. The Imperial Beast Master is humane, so if you properly explain the current situation to it, it will definitely not make any more trouble. Communication is an effective means of effectively solving problems between Imperial Beasts and Imperial Beast Masters. You can try it more often in the future. The reason why Imperial Beasts were called Imperial Beasts was because they were different from ordinary wild animals, full of consciousness and more like humans. So that's how it is. Lu Ruyan sniffed and hurriedly released the little bean sprouts. The little bean sprouts that kept making a lot of noise were pressed by both Lu Ruyan and Yi Yusin at the same time, and immediately afterward the two women began a brainwashing-like exchange. After a short while, the little bean sprout finally quieted down. It really works. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan just wanted to thank Jiang Fan. But just as her head lifted up, a strange change in the sky above caught her attention. What is that? Why are there so many black spots on the heavenly mountain? Lu Ruyan stammered out her entire sentence. At the same time she finished speaking, other screams rang out one after another immediately afterward. The sky, is that a black hole in the sky? Something drilled out from inside the hole, it looks like a big rock. Why do I feel like that rock is flying towards us? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Jiang Fan also raised his head to look upwards. When he got a good look at the scene in the sky, his pupils shrank. Ding, the sandstone giant is furious and activates the skill Tarzan Meteorite Drop. Tarzan Meteorite Drop summons a meteorite from the sky. The size of the meteorite depends on the strength of the sandstone giant, inflicting a large range of damage to enemies on the ground. Attention, the current strike range is 200 meters around the sandstone giant. Please pay attention to avoidance. The system's voice rang in his ears, and Jiang Fan was so angry that he almost exploded directly. Didn't I already say it? Which idiot did this? With a thought, Jiang Fan could no longer care so much. It was necessary to have the people retreat immediately. Stay away from the sandstone giants, the stones in the sky are going to fall. Jiang Fan shouted with riveting vigor. His 200 points of chi blood was not something to be reckoned with, and as he yelled with all his might, the entire campus echoed with his voice. Stay away from the sandstone giants, the rocks in the sky are going to fall. There was no response to one shout, so Jiang Fan shouted several more times in succession. But there were too many people after all. Under the chaos of the scene, there were quite a few people scurrying around the school square like headless flies, staying within the striking range of the sandstone giant's skill. Grandma really can't understand human words. Jiang Fan was a bit exasperated as he rushed over to pull people in, acting with the attitude that if he could take one, it was one. His blood value was very high, running back and forth was not only fast, but the amount of stamina consumed was not too much. Going on like this is not a solution, we have to find a way to stop the stones from falling. Jiang Fan didn't think that he could really stop the meteorite from falling. However, he had the life-saving skill, Dragon's Claw, so it wasn't a big problem to resist the meteorite damage. The current situation could only be tried. Otherwise, if the meteorite came down, not to mention a 200-meter radius, the shockwave alone would be able to send everything around it flying. It looked like it was time for her to step in. Jiang Fan's hand groped towards the pocket of his pants. There was an Imperial Beast ball, and inside the ball was the Imperial Beast that had already hatched from the demon egg. Time went back a little. Facing the third-ranked Royal Beast Sandstone Giant, Director Wang and the others began to wait for an opportunity after deploying their battle plan. Thanks to Lu Ruyan's Rainy Day Scroll, the skill effect of the frozen bird had already been achieved. The sandstone giant's traveling speed became much slower. Just as it was a mere 10 meters away from himself and the others, Director Wang suddenly let out a violent cry, "Go ahead, green mango jelly. Use slippery solution. Boo Boo seed, use entangle." Two voices, one male and one female, sounded at the same time. Immediately afterward, they saw several cyan-colored vines break out of the slippery ground and bound directly towards the sandstone giant's feet. At the same time, a pile of cyan-colored solution was also launched out from the body of the Imperial Beast green mango jelly, landing right on top of the sandstone giant's wide paws. Pull hard to break the balance of its body. Nico Asada gave orders to her Boo Boo seed. Unlike what ordinary people saw, she wasn't just verbally commanding. The spirit in her body also had to implicate the Boo Boo seed in order to be able to maximize the power of the various skill effects. The vines released by the Boo Boo seeds were not large, just as thick as a normal bamboo. It wasn't easy to use a few of these vines to trip the sandstone giant that was as big as a two-story building. If it wasn't for the slippery solution released by the green mango jelly, Asada Miko wasn't sure she could do it. The vines on Boo Boo seed's body kept circling along the sandstone giant's legs. It was almost using its full strength, and the sandstone giant was showing signs of falling down. Fire Fist Monkey, use Flaming Fist to attack its chest. Asada Miko's mental power was not weak, and she was able to command two Imperial Beasts at the same time. At her command, the Fire Fist Monkey, whose fists were swollen like gloves, let out an iya, and then used its fists to quickly punch at the sandstone giant's chest. The Fire Fist Monkey's punch landed solidly on the sandstone giant's chest. This punch was like the last straw that crushed the camel. The sandstone giant, after stepping on the slippery solution one after another, losing its balance by being pulled by the vines, and finally being hit in the center of gravity of its body by the punch, fell directly towards the back like a collapsing building. Success! Director Wang was overjoyed at the sight of this. Headmaster, quickly have your beeping bird release ice mist to freeze it. Zhou Youfu wasn't ambiguous when he saw that the advantage was on his side. As soon as the Imperial Beast orb was thrown out, a bird like Imperial Beast as big as a dog appeared. Beep 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 beep. The reason this bird was called a beeping bird was because its call was just like its name, it kept on beeping. The beeping bird manifested, and the white aerosol diffused towards one of the sandstone giant's legs between the opening and closing of its beak. I can't, beeping bird's ice mist can only freeze one of its legs. This was already the beeping bird's limit. Trying to use a first-rank Imperial Beast against a third-rank Imperial Beast was a bit unrealistic in itself. Red Bat, unleash Crazy Claw Strike on its head. Ma Tianyu wasn't ambiguous when he saw the situation on the scene, and immediately had his Imperial Beast attack the sandstone giant. But the effect of Red Bat's attack was surprisingly weak. It didn't cause any substantial damage to the sandstone giant at all. The sandstone giant's body is too thick, it's difficult for Imperial Beasts that aren't of the restraining system to exert effective control over it. Green Mango Jelly, Fire Water Tornado. Director Wang also knew after seeing this scene that normal means couldn't deal with the sandstone giant at all. So he had the Green Mango Jelly, which belonged to the water system, launch an attack on the sandstone giant, so that the effect could be better instead. However, he had just commanded the Green Mango Jelly to launch a water tornado, followed by a sudden stabbing pain in his head. This was a sign of mental energy depletion, which could also be interpreted as the Imperial Beastmaster's blue bar being empty. The Green Mango Jelly belonged to a second-ranked Royal Beast, and it wasn't like it was Director Wang's own Royal Beast. It was actually predictable that this situation would occur now. Director Chen, come out and help. Director Wang yelled at the top of his voice towards the inside of the Royal Beast Breeding Center. but it didn't get a single response for a long time. Motherfucking beeping chin pickpocket, if I can survive today, I'll definitely go to G-Link to report you goon, bastard. Director Wang was usually amiable, but now at this time it was as if he had taken off his mask of disguise, and he was cursing at the direction where the Imperial Beast Breeding Center was located. But it couldn't do any good. It's not working, the sandstone giant is going to stand up. Asada Miko and Jo Yofu and the others screamed out in alarm. Quickly, retreat. Seeing this, Director Wang could only continue to command green mango jelly to release the water tornado. But as the number of water tornado releases increased, Director Wang only felt his brain buzzing. Everything he saw in front of his eyes was spinning in the sky, and he couldn't even stand up anymore. Knockout monkey, use sonic shock. In a daze, Director Wang heard such a voice. No way. Before fully controlling the sandstone giant, no, don't stimulate it with a mental attack. Director Wang tried to get the words out, but he realized that he didn't even have the strength to open his mouth. In the next second, his eyes went black and he directly collapsed on the ground. Director Wang's situation simultaneously aroused the memories of the crowd. Ma Tianxiang at this time, however, bullied his way forward and stood in front of Director Wang. There's still me after Director Wang collapsed. Knocking tone monkey, continue to use sonic shock. Ma Tianxiang had just finished speaking when the body of the sandstone giant that had already suffered a wave of sound wave impact before stagnated. Ma Tianxiang thought that his sound wave impact had an effect, and his face instantly showed joy. In his heart, he was even more disdainful of Jiang Fan who had come up with the idea. But in the next second when he was preparing to use his sonic shock again, red flames unexpectedly rose from the sandstone giant's body. What's going on here? Everyone who saw this was puzzled. In the next moment, only a whoosh sound could be heard, and the huge sandstone giant disappeared. The square where it had just stood was now empty. Ran away? Ma Tianxiang softly murmured a sentence, and then he heard the surrounding exclamations of surprise and the sound of cold air being sucked in. He looked up and instantly froze. How was there a hole in the sky empty? And it seemed like a large stone came out of the hole, smashing over towards his position like a meteorite? There was no way to dodge it. There was no way to dodge it at all. After seeing the meteorite getting closer and closer, Ma Tianxiang's mind somehow sprouted such a thought. Could this be the berserk that Jiang Fan was talking about? Just like Ma Tianxiang, Asada Miko, and the others also had the same thought in their hearts when they saw this scene. The power of this meteorite was simply not something that these people of their own could withstand. This was completely over. Just as the crowd fell into despair and the meteorite was less than 100 meters from the ground, a small black dot suddenly appeared in the sky above. When it came to his first hatched imperial beast, Jiang Fan could only use two words to describe it: oddball. Just to start with her looks, the first few keywords that came to Jiang Fan's mind were demon, humanoid, scales. It was only natural that a demon would hatch inside a demon egg. This was something that Jiang Fan had long been prepared for. However, when Jiang Fan saw that what hatched inside the demon egg was a small humanoid demon, he was still slightly shocked. But this was nothing. Although humanoid imperial beasts were uncommon, it didn't mean there weren't any. Take Song Yunqi's snow shadow doll for example. It was humanoid and as cute as a porcelain doll. It was just as cute as a porcelain doll. People couldn't help but want to hold it in their hands and take good care of it. Moreover, the snow shadow dolls community is also all female. For male compatriots is even more powerful. Jiang Fan wasn't too surprised when he found out that his royal beast had two small bags. He even in many movie and television works, and even anime comics and other works in the Imperial Beast and his own Imperial Beast looks like 8 or 9 points of the Imperial Beast. People affectionately called it Phantom Demon. However, Jiang Fan's little chimera was different from the chimera that most people liked to see. In addition to its horns, wings, and tail, Jiang Fan's little devil had something else in common: scales. Scales like black crystals covered the triangular area between the little chimera's femurs. The two small bags at her chest were half covered by the scales, and the gullies of the mountain peaks were empty. Stretching from the grooves all the way down to her navel was what was familiarly known as bronzed, polished skin. Her bronzed complexion was as smooth and almost reflective as if a fitness professional had rubbed oil on her body. As for the rest, there was no need to tell too much about it. As long as one saw Jiang Fan's Imperial Beast, the vast majority of people's minds would always be able to conjure up a phantom figure that they had once seen. Jiang Fan currently did not know much information about his own royal beast, Little Phantom Demon. Even the system only had a simple introduction. However, there was one thing that Jiang Fan was very clear about without a doubt. This little phantom demon of his own had completely inherited some of the tricks that phantom demons were used to performing in legends. For example, it was good at seducing other people's bath fires. For example, the inexplicable scent emanating from its body was just like a strong dying drug. Another example is that it likes to drill into other people's dreams to make trouble, and embellish other people's dreams with springy colors and so on. On the night of the hatching day, Jiang Fan was taken advantage of by her when he was dreaming. He was messed up in his dream. When he woke up, he was disorganized and ran to change his pants. He was a 200-point blood value being, but he was so embarrassed by her, and his terror was evident. Moreover, Jiang Fan had every reason to suspect that Aunt Tang's recent series of odd behavior was the work of her own imperial beast little charmed demon. After all, when she was still inside the egg, she was able to release an inexplicable power to suppress the royal beast, which was not of a high level. If she wanted to engage in some special means, it would definitely be simple. It was because of these various reasons that Jiang Fan was not too willing to release her out of the imperial beast ball. After all, this evil imperial beast would not only seriously affect one's physical health, but might even destroy family harmony, so one must always be on guard. This is probably the consequence of buying eggs from the black market. It's a net of evil things. Jiang Fan had thought so more than once. After talking about the little phantom demon's weirdness, what had to be mentioned were her skills: Devil's Touch, Dragon's Claw, Devil's Dance, and Nightmare. These 4 skills correspond to the little phantom's demon horns, demon tail, demon wings, and demon body. Devil's Touch, fear and command the enemy. Dragon's Claw, a famous sword that adds high damage. Jiang Fan felt that this skill was no different from Xiang Yu's move in King of Glory. Devil's Dance, reduces the enemy's attributes by 100% and can also suppress the enemy. Nightmare, powerful suppression skills, the same applies to the enemy higher than their own 3 orders, the effect is also suppression. How can I say these 4 skills, basically pure auxiliary skills, only the Dragon's Claw is a little bit of death-defying counterattack flavor. The rest of the offense is equal to about 0. Jiang Fan had once reviewed these skills several times in the middle of the night. Did he have to be killed when he was about to be killed in order to counterattack in death and fight for a chance of survival? Obviously, Jiang Fan's thoughts were right. Because in this sandstone giant's big move attack, his imperial beast little phantom demon used the skill, Dragon's Claw, to play a miraculous effect, saving an unknown number of people. Imp, use, Dragon's Claw. Imp was the name Jiang Fan gave to his imperial beast. It was simple and memorable. Jiang Fan was very satisfied with it. As Asada Miko and the others looked up at the meteorite in the sky, their faces showed despair. A small black dot suddenly appeared in the sky, appearing in the direction of the meteorite's advance. What is that thing and what is it going to do? The height of 100 meters was actually too high for many people to see things clearly. Among the scene, except for a small number of people who could see that thing in the sky that seemed to have a tail and wings, the rest of the people just treated her as a tiny little stain in the turquoise blue sky. After Jiang Fan's command was given, his body began to disperse golden rays of light. These rays of light belonged to the dragon god's shelter in the description of the Dragon's Claw skill, and were able to ensure that Jiang Fan and the imperial beast demon would be unharmed in the event of a fatal blow. While the golden light on Jiang Fan's body was dispersing, the imp in the sky was also riveted. Her dark black wings stirred up rapidly, and in a short while, a faint golden-colored evil dragon's shadow appeared on her back. The appearance of this evil dragon was not the 5-clawed golden dragon from the Eastern legends, but was similar to the evil dragon that represented evil in the Western magic world. At the same time as the evil dragon's shadow emerged, the Tarzan meteorite fall, released by the sandstone giant, had already impacted the body of the imp. The violent impact caused the imp's body to continuously fall back. Jiang Fan, who was a royal beast master, was not in a good position either. At the same time as the imp was hit, his brain was buzzing with pain, causing the veins in his temples to bulge. The blood inside seemed to be about to break through the skin and spill out. Jiang Fan crouched on the ground holding his head. Although the dragon's claw was immune to death, the pain from that attack could not be diminished by the slightest bit as a result, and he had to rely on his strong physical fitness to fight it off. Luckily, this situation didn't last long. When the meteorite's damage to the imp reached a certain value, the evil dragon's shadow behind her violently extended its claws towards the meteorite. Ka-ching! A cracking sound rang out, and the large meteorite kept peeling off like the clods of earth wrapped around the outside of a chicken when killing it. Inside, the sandstone giant's figure was exposed to the air. Rumble! A sound of a heavy object hitting the ground rang out. The tiled plaza of Linhai Middle School was instantly smashed out of the ground. Airwaves cascaded towards the surrounding crowd. Ma Tianxiang, Ma Tianyu, and the others were directly lifted off the ground without even reacting. Zhou Youfu was a lot more conscientious than Chen Hongwei, and when he saw the airwaves sweeping towards him, he didn't forget to bring the unconscious director Wang along with him to run away. But even if they ran, they were still shocked into unconsciousness when they were in the center of the airwave. The expected scene of destruction did not happen. Apart from Zhou Youfu, Asada Miko, and the others who were stunned by the airwave, there were no real casualties. Jiang Fan stood up with the help of the people next to him. When he saw the imp fall from the sky, he rushed over in 3 steps to catch him. The imp's condition wasn't very bad, only his blood was slightly thin. Originally, she had a full state of 200 qi in blood, but now that she was like this, she was estimated to have around 100 left. Roar! Jiang Fan was just about to comfort her when the sandstone giant that had smashed into the ground suddenly rose up. The crisis was not resolved. The sandstone giant came towards the crowd like a never-ending war machine. Sandstone giant. Blood status, 15%. Magic status, 50%. Mental status, rage. Jiang Fan scanned the sandstone giant's status situation from top to bottom. The opponent's status wasn't good, but it definitely wasn't bad either. Looking around, Jiang Fan realized that none of Asada Miko and the others could even stand up steadily. If one wanted to stop the sandstone giant, it would be very difficult to rely on oneself alone. Just as Jiang Fan was pondering on countermeasures, an Imperial Beast Ball rolled to his feet. Jiang Fan, Little Bean Sprout is in your hands. No one present except you can make it work to its fullest potential. Our battle with it isn't over yet. As she spoke, Ruyan Lu once again released her frozen bird. She was one of the few combatants in the room, and it was only natural for her to step forward in this situation now. And me. Yi Yusin was not willing to show weakness. The Imperial Beast Ball was thrown and a colorful butterfly appeared. There's me, the Iceflower Civet Cat. It's about to meet its first actual battle. Since you all are working so hard, I really feel a bit ashamed if I don't put in some effort. Come out, Rusty Snake. Feng Saisha from Lunar High School also squeezed her way to the front. Behind her, Li Yi and Tiger Tianba, who saw this scene, looked at her like idiots. Silly bitch, aren't you clear about what's going on right now? The sandstone giant is simply not something we can resist. Tiger Tianba clasped his hands on his chest and said disdainfully. Let's go protect Director Chen. He should be at the Imperial Beast Breeding Center right now. Li Yi waved his hand, and Tiger Tianba hesitated for a moment before quickly following. As long as he was able to protect Director Chen, when the time came, he would embellish on his school records, and it wouldn't be a bad thing to add to the list. Watching each individual come forward, although Jiang Fan didn't say anything on his lips, in his heart, he was still impressed by these tender faces. If he were himself, if he hadn't lived a new life and had a much firmer mind than these students, he wouldn't know if he could muster up the courage to come forward. However, there are so many ifs in the world, pragmatic at the moment is the best. I'll use Little Bean Sprout to hold it back, and while the effect of the weather scroll hasn't worn off, cast a freezing effect on it. Jiang Fan's arrangement was no different from Director Wang's, yet he believed he could do better. Just now, in the middle of communicating with the imp's emotions, Jiang Fan had a bold idea. That was to apply the remaining 3 skills other than Dragon's Claw on the sandstone giant at the same time to suppress it. At the same time, Lu Ruyan and the others held it back from the side. After the sandstone giant was stabilized and under control, he himself would then have the night demon execute a mental attack on the sandstone giant. Of course, just a mental attack was not enough. It had to be a simultaneous mental and physical strike to make the boulder stop functioning. Although this method was feasible, there were quite a few dangers. Releasing the imp's 3 skills at the same time was something Jiang Fan hadn't tried yet. There might be a possibility of overdrawing his body. After all, the injuries that he and the imp had just received were not fake. Doing such a big maneuver while injured, no one could know what the consequences would be. Jiang Fan conveyed the task arrangement to a few people, and immediately afterward pulled out the Imperial Beast Orb that stored the imp. Relying on you, imp. Jiang Fan threw out the Imperial Beast Orb, and the imp shook its head and flapped its wings to fly out of it. Imp, use the skills, Demon Touch, Demon Dance, and Nightmare, in conjunction. The imp screamed, and its horns and wings lit up at the same time. A dark red skill halo swept directly towards the sandstone giant. The imp's control suppression skill was very effective. After releasing skills on the sandstone giant one after another, the sandstone giant was indeed suppressed. Like a knight kneeling on one knee, it lowered its head and did not move. After casting 3 skills, the imp directly returned to the Imperial Beast Ball with a low sound. A sharp paroxysm of pain came from Jiang Fan's mind, as if someone was using a stick to keep stirring on his brain nerves, painful and clear. But Jiang Fan couldn't care less right now. He used his few mental states to communicate with Little Bean Sprout. Little Bean Sprout, use entanglement to bind the sandstone giant's body. Solely, his communication was answered by Little Bean Sprout. The sprouts on Little Bean Sprout's head blossomed, and immediately afterward, the crowd saw tender green grasses sprouting like bamboo shoots underneath the sandstone giant's body. It grew rapidly and intertwined together, weaving into a cage trapping the sandstone giant within it. A third-ranked Imperial Beast deserved to be a third-ranked Imperial Beast. Even its skills were much fancier than Miko Asada's Boo-Boo Seeds. While we're at it, attack the sandstone giant's body. Jiang Fan shouted, while throwing the Imperial Beast Orb to release the Night Demon and command it to invade the sandstone giant's spirit. Frozen Bird, use, Thousand Birds Ice Seal. Phantom Color Butterfly, use, Charge. Iceflower Civet, use, Water Tornado. Sand Snake, use, Rock Strike.
Several voices sounded back and forth as Jiang Fan communicated with the night demon while observing the sandstone giant's status. Blood status, 15%. Blood status, 10%. Blood status, 5%. Blood status, 1%. Tip: perform a continuous mental attack on the sandstone giant until its blood level is 0. External attack and spiritual attack should be carried out at the same time. The latter sandstone giant will trigger the skill Unyielding Stone to restore blood.
With this in mind, Jiang Fan no longer hesitated. He commanded the night demon to keep dealing damage to the sandstone giant.
His head was about to explode, and the intense mental attacks were putting a strong load on his spirit. Seeing the sandstone giant's blood level getting lower and lower, while feeling his consciousness gradually dissipating, Jiang Fan roared in his mind. Faster, faster, faster. In fact, Lu Ruyan and the others' attacks were already not considered slow, but it was difficult to deal with the sandstone giant because of its thick skin and flesh. The 1% of blood, delayed to the bottom, which made Jiang Fan could not help but sigh, if only there was another helper. Just as Jiang Fan looked on, he glanced away and seemed to see a guy wrapped up like a mummy not far away who was swinging his wheelchair over this way. The sinful animal dares to disturb the security of Linhai City. Let's see if I don't teach you a good lesson. Come out, Black Bear Spirit. Just by looking at that figure, Jiang Fan did not judge who the person wrapped in countless bandages was. But when he heard the words Black Bear Spirit, Jiang Fan instantly reacted, and couldn't help but laugh out loud while in a trance. Wasn't the person coming from the police bureau chief Lu Tianfeng? Black Bear Spirit, use Black Whirlwind.
In a bandage, Lu Tianfeng roared out with a grimace.
What made people speechless was that apart from a ring of bandages wrapped around his own body, even his imperial beast, the Black Bear Spirit, also had a ring of bandages wrapped around its head. That appearance was unexpectedly delightful.
Lu Tianfeng's Black Bear Spirit's attack came at just the right time,
when the sandstone giant's blood status dropped to 0.5%, and Jiang Fan saw that he would not be able to hold on. The Black Bear Spirit sent a black cyclone shockwave that directly zeroed out the sandstone giant's blood status. At the same time, Jiang Fan also maneuvered the night demon to launch an all-out attack on the sandstone giant's spirit.
Rumble! The sandstone giant's body collapsed with a loud bang. Jiang Fan had no strength to defend himself against this horrifying giant wave, and in a moment, he was directly shaken out. His eyes went black and he lost consciousness. By the time he regained consciousness again, not much time had passed. It was just that the people around him were looking at him with strange gazes, as if they were looking at something new. Jiang Fan, why is there a red light coming out of you?
Chen Sisi was full of running over to help Jiang Fan up. Compared to before, Jiang Fan felt that his spirit had slightly recovered.
After hearing Chen Sisi's words, he also looked at his body suspiciously.
It was indeed as Chen Sisi had said, his body was covered in red light. Not only himself, the sandstone giant that had fallen to the side had this same red glow on its body. It's the sandstone giant's recognition. You've got the sandstone giant's recognition. Hurry up and capture it with the Imperial Beast Orb. Not far away, Lu Tianfeng, who was wrapped in bandages, shouted to Jiang Fan with his hands in the air. He was so excited that he accidentally fell off his wheelchair, and the clang sound made people feel pain just hearing it. Ding! You have gained the recognition of the sandstone giant. Ding! Please use the Imperial Beast Orb to capture the sandstone giant. Please do so before the red glow disappears. Ding! It's recommended to use a third order or higher Imperial Beast Orb to capture the sandstone giant in order to increase the chance of success. Ding! We recommend using a third order or higher Imperial Beast Orb to capture the sandstone giant. The system's beeps rang in Jiang Fan's ears one after another. As Lu Tianfeng had said, this red glow represented that he had gained the recognition of the sandstone giant. Since this was the case, Jiang Fan was no longer ambiguous and directly pulled out the Imperial Beast Orb in his pocket. After some fumbling, Jiang Fan's originally delighted face suddenly froze. There were only 2 Imperial Beast Orbs in his body, a second-ranked one for the Night Demon and a third-ranked one for the Imp. Other than that, there was nothing else. The orb has the function of zooming in and out. When zoomed in, it can become as big as a coconut. When zoomed out, it can become as small as a glass ball. Therefore, the price of each beast ball was very expensive. Jiang Fan didn't expect that he would come across the opportunity to capture an imperial beast on the day of the college entrance exam. Right now, the Night Demon and Imp were both overconsumed and there was no way to release them. Looking at the dimming red light on his body, Jiang Fan couldn't help but feel a little anxious in his heart. The sandstone giant gave an extremely powerful intimidation just from its size, and Jiang Fan couldn't help but feel pity for missing this big guy. I have a third-order Imperial Beast Orb here, take it and try. If it doesn't work, my sister also has 2 second-order Imperial Beast Orbs, all of them will be given to you. Rich woman Lu Ruyan was very meticulous in noticing Jiang Fan's difficulty. She gave Jiang Fan an empty third-order Royal Beast Orb that she had in her hand, and at the same time, she brought 2 second-order Royal Beast Orbs from her sister and sent them over together.
There is no limit to the number of times you can use a royal beast orb, however, you cannot use it a second time within a short period of time. There are only 3 imperial beast orbs here, so it's up to you whether you can accomplish it or not. Good. Jiang Fan wasn't a pretentious person, and after taking the imperial beast orb from Lu Ruyan's hand, he casually threw a second-ranked imperial beast orb towards the sandstone giant. The second-order royal beast ball emitted a golden-colored light that enveloped the sandstone giant. A moment later, the golden light disappeared, but the sandstone giant remained where it was. The first capture was declared a failure. It seems that it's really as the system said, the probability of capturing a sandstone giant with a 3rd rank or lower imperial beast ball is very low. Jiang Fan pondered for a moment, then he directly threw out the 3rd-ranked imperial beast ball. Success or failure was at stake. If the sandstone giant still resisted, then forget it. As before, a golden-colored light enveloped the sandstone giant's body. Everyone held their breath. They were afraid that if they made a sound, they would ruin the scene. The golden light of the 3rd-ranked imperial beast orb was much longer lasting compared to the 2nd-ranked imperial beast orb. Keeping staring at that golden-colored ball of light would make anyone's eyes go into a trance. Jiang Fan couldn't help but blink his eyes. However, the next second he saw the golden color light ball retract into the royal beast ball like lightning. And the figure of the sandstone giant was already gone from the ground. The imperial beast orb closed up, and then it fell to the ground and shook a few times. Finally, amidst the excited and nervous gazes of countless people, the imperial beast orb emitted a soft glow. The capture was successful. Ding! You have a new imperial beast's information entered. Beast, sandstone giant, class, earth, rock, level 39, 3rd stage. Status, injured, please treat promptly. Status, injured, please treat promptly. Status, injured, please treat promptly. Success! Jiang Fan's unperturbed face revealed a look of surprise. This novel experience of capturing a royal beast was something he had never experienced before. It was much more real and exciting than what he played in his last life, such as Rock Kingdom, Sailor Moon, Pokemon, and so on. The sandstone giant could be said to be the first imperial beast that Jiang Fan had captured since his rebirth. The night demon doesn't count, it was the one that drilled itself into the royal beast ball when it succeeded in the underground challenge. While Jiang Fan's face showed joy, the people around him who saw this scene all showed expressions of envy and jealousy. Apart from the teachers, all the people present were students taking the imperial beast examination. Who wouldn't want to be able to challenge themselves to capture all sorts of new and interesting imperial beasts with an imperial beast ball one day? And now, Jiang Fan was one step ahead of them and experiencing this thrill. Not only that, the imperial beast that Jiang Fan captured was a ridiculously large sandstone giant. The envious gazes around them alone were enough to pierce Jiang Fan's body countless times. Congratulations, Jiang Fan! Ruyan Lu came forward to congratulate Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan being able to successfully capture the sandstone giant was within her expectations. After all, since Jiang Fan knew so much about imperial beasts, capturing a 3rd-order imperial beast was certainly not a difficult task. Other people around who were familiar with Jiang Fan also came forward to congratulate him. Not long after, Zhou Youfu and the others who had been sent flying by the airwave earlier also woke up from their unconsciousness. When they heard that Jiang Fan had successfully captured the sandstone giant, the expressions on their faces were as weird as if they had overturned a bottle of 5 flavors. The outskirts of Linhai City, Qinggang Grand Canyon. At this time, the sun was sinking in the west. The outline of the moon gradually emerged. About 2 hours had passed since Yi Chang and the others hid inside the water in the afternoon to avoid the swift bee attack. The swift bees were still flying above the river in a black mass and seemed to have endless strength. During this period, Yi Chang and the others occasionally floated to the surface of the water to inhale and exhale, and only then were they able to hide in the water without being attacked. But such a hiding method was not easy to do. In the middle of the process, there were several ordinary members of the team who were swarmed by the swift bees because they were exposed to the water for too long, and they ended up getting killed. Yi Chang's beast masters were a bit better. Their strong blood value allowed them to do many things that were difficult for ordinary people to do. But hiding in the water all the time was not a solution. As time passed, there would be more and more people who couldn't stand it. Not only that, the situation on the side of Linhai Middle School was equally grim. Yi Chang was still able to distract himself from worrying about his daughter while soaking inside the water. I also don't know if Little Bean Sprout is working. If it was me there, that sandstone giant wouldn't be able to hurt anyone even if it was more powerful. Unfortunately, let's hope that casualties can be avoided as much as possible. Yi Chang thought bitterly in his heart. No one knew the power of a 3rd-rank imperial beast better than him. For every difference of 1 rank between the imperial beasts, there was a major gap in strength. At least in Yi Chang's opinion, the sandstone giants wreaked havoc. Linhai Middle School being able to keep the death toll at around 50 was already very impressive.
The third-order Imperial Beasts were terrifying, and the huge third-order Imperial Beast Sandstone Giants were even more terrifying. As he was thinking so, Yi Chang suddenly felt that the light inside the water became much brighter.
The moon has come out?
Yi Chang could not help but wonder in his heart. Squinting his eyes and looking up, he froze.
The swift bee swarm had actually left? Sounding out the east and striking the west? Pretending to evacuate but actually preparing to ambush in the dark?
At the first moment when the swift bee swarm left, Yi Chang was vigilant and did not choose to move. But while he was able to endure, there were some people who could not. Those people were not as physically fit as him, and after soaking inside the water for too long, their bodies became a little puffy.
Put.
After the swift swarm retreated, one person was the first to poke his head out from inside the river.
Ah, suffocating old me.
Come on, even if I get stung to death, I'm not willing to suffocate alive in the water. The man shouted, rather like he was going to die generously. His eyes were tightly closed and his eyelashes trembled. It seemed like he was expecting the swift bee to arrive. However, after waiting for a while, he never detected any slightest movement. He quietly opened his eyes, looked around, and found that there was no movement in the surroundings except for various shrubs. Unbelievingly, he ran directly to the shore, but still did not get attacked. Now, he could finally be sure that the swift bee swarm had really gone away.
The swift bees are gone, everyone get on the bank.
After he continuously shouted several times to the inside of the river, one after another heads drilled out like potatoes growing out of the water.
Yi Chang was also among these people. What's going on? Why did the swift bees suddenly retreat?
Asagi Jiang Weiman spat out a few mouthfuls of river water from his mouth and asked Yi Chang in puzzlement. I don't know, contact the command office first. After the earphones re-accepted the information from the only out, Yi Chang and Jiang Weiman immediately inquired about the reason for the swift bees' retreat. According to the news coming from Linhai City, the sandstone giant released by Dr.
X was defeated. So it seems that he then gave up his plan to surround you guys? Knocked down?
Yi Chang and Jiang Weiman glanced at each other, and a look of surprise flashed in their eyes at the same time.
Did the city's Imperial Beast Masters go over to help? The only thing that Yi Chang thought of was this possibility. After all, he basically knew all the Royal Beast Masters in Linhai City, and it was impossible for there to be any that were higher in rank than himself. It must have been other local cities or high-ranked Royal Beast Masters who had stepped in to help. No, it wasn't. I heard that they were defeated by a group of children. And there was someone in the group who gained the recognition of the Sandstone Giant and managed to capture it. Defeated by a group of children? Yi Chang and Jiang Weiman's first reaction after hearing this news was bullshit.
It was impossible for an ordinary person to defeat a Sandstone Giant. To be able to be called a child by the people in the command department, their age was only 18 years old at the top. At 18 years old, even if one started nurturing Imperial Beasts inside their mother's womb, they wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat a Sandstone Giant. Moreover, there was someone who had obtained the Sandstone Giant's approval. Wouldn't that mean that person was extremely strong, so strong that the Sandstone Giant felt that there was a future in hanging out with him?
Who is that kid who successfully captured the Sandstone Giant? Yi Chang asked curiously.
Well, it's called Jiang Fan. He is a student of Linhai Middle School. Today, he happened to participate in the Qi and blood test of the Imperial Beast examination. I heard rumors that his Qi and blood value reached 150 points, and he is likely to be the person with the highest Qi and blood value among the current class of students in Linhai City. Upon first hearing the word Jiang Fan, a figure appeared in Yi Chang's mind.
If it was him, things seemed to become reasonable.
Wait, you said that his Qi blood value reached 150 points? Really, last year Son Yunqi's Qi blood value only just reached 140 points. 150 points is a score capable of attending 2 Imperial Beast universities in Kyoto. Jiang Weiman was equally surprised in his heart when he heard Jiang Fan's name. But what surprised him more was Jiang Fan's Qi blood value. A whole 150 points of Qi blood value. A small 4th or 5th tier city like Linhai City had a student with a Qi and blood value of 150 points? Even if you looked through the school history of all the middle schools in Linhai City, you wouldn't be able to find one, right? Not only did this Jiang Fan have a profound understanding of Imperial Beast cultivation, even the strength of his Qi and blood value was far beyond expectation. Was he a demon? The two were too shocked to speak for a long time. Only after they regained their senses did the party heave out a breath.
It's good that it's fine. By the way, how many casualties were caused by the Sandstone Giants riot? Jiang Weiman was more concerned about this matter than Jiang Fan. If too many people died, he was going to be held accountable and even suspended without pay. Jiang Weiman only hoped that the number of deaths would not exceed the 50 people he expected. Any more and he would be a bit overwhelmed. The number of deaths is 0, there are some injured people, but they are all minor and not life-threatening. This is all thanks to the efforts of leaders like Principal Zhou and the group of young Imperial Beastmasters. Oh yeah, Captain Yi, your two daughters also played a major role in this.
The voice came from among the earphones. Jiang Weiman, who was originally a little less daring to hear the reported figures, had his breath jerked.
After a while, he grinned and said to Yi Chang, now I have to owe you a big favor. Linhai City, Linhai Middle School. Inside an office of the Imperial Beast Breeding Center.
Chen Hongwei observed the situation outside through the surveillance screen. He had to sit at the rear, and even if he heard Director Wang's shouts, he couldn't act easily.
On top of the battlefield, generals and commanders couldn't meet each other. Who knew if there was a mastermind behind the sandstone giants waiting to go out and deliver a fatal blow?
Chen Hongwei's thoughts in his heart are so, and it is even more firm that I am not shaken since the lofty idea has refused to show his face. When Zhou Youfu and the others were exhausted, he was indifferent when Jiang Fan and the juniors were on. However, when he saw that Jiang Fan had successfully captured the sandstone giant, Chen Hongwei soured. That was a real third-rank imperial beast, not the kind that would automatically downgrade after being captured like inside the game. Jiang Fan was just a small person who hadn't even passed the First Order Royal Beast Master certificate, so he simply couldn't utilize the sandstone giant's true strength. If the sandstone giant was given to him, he might be able to go to the next level and leave Linhai, transferring to claim Jinling. Missing such a great opportunity from in front of his eyes, it would be a lie for Chen Hongwei to say that he didn't regret it. If he was brave enough to join the battle before, would he be the one to be recognized by the sandstone giant? Chen Hongwei was fantasizing when the office door was knocked on.
Come in. He composed himself and said to the person outside. As soon as the door opened, the faces of Zhou Youfu, Director Wang, and Asada Miko appeared in front of him. Hey yo, if it isn't our Linhai City's great manhwareccats, exhausted, come in and sit down. Chen Hongwei put on an amiable attitude. He knew that today's matter would definitely not be able to be concealed. Zhou Youfu and Director Wang were meritorious for blocking the sandstone giants, and it was not very realistic for him to try to deal with them again. Director Chen, a call from Director Wu. Zhou Youfu didn't sit down after coming in, but handed his cell phone to Chen Hongwei himself. Director Wu, which Director Wu? Just what is the status of the little people Zhou Youfu knows? How dare he call himself a director in front of himself? Chen Hongwei disdainfully took the phone. The person who was able to contact Zhou Youfu thought he wasn't much of an official. Chen Hongwei. Just after putting the phone to his ear, Chen Hongwei heard a voice that was too familiar for him to recognize. It was a voice that he extremely hated but could do nothing about. This was because the other party was not only his top boss, the director of the Jinling Teaching Bureau, but also an actual fifth-ranked Imperial Beast Master, Wu Yufan. Hearing Wu Yufan's tone was not very good, Chen Hongwei asked warily. Bureau Wu, what's the matter? Explain to me clearly about the situation that occurred at Linhai Middle School. Don't think about lying to me. The Jinling Police Bureau had already placed commissioners there long before the start of the Imperial Beast examination. What's the situation on your side? They recorded it clearly. Wu Yufan's voice was harsh. It was like a cold wind in a cold winter month, making Chen Hongwei shiver. Hearing these words, Chen Hongwei didn't dare to hide anything in the slightest, and immediately repeated everything that had just happened as much as he could. Of course, at the same time he did not forget to wrap himself in a layer of gorgeous coat. The meaning of Chen Hongwei's words was probably, although I, Chen Hongwei, do not have any credit, I also have hard work. Still not honest. Now immediately to Jinling to report duty. Your position will be temporarily taken over by Zhou Youfu. Upon hearing this, Chen Hongwei was directly confused. What debriefing? What temporarily taking over? Wasn't it obvious that he was going to remove himself? On what grounds? Chen Hongwei had monstrous grievances in his chest, but he dared to be angry. Good. After exchanging some friendly words with Wu Yufan, Chen Hongwei hung up the phone and sat disheveledly on his office chair. Principal Zhou, oh no, I should address you as Director Zhou now. Director Zhou, our ant group can't contribute for nothing. We'll send you a list of expenses afterward, so don't think of cheating. Asada Miko said to Zhou Youfu with a smile. The latter also sprang to life upon hearing this. Miss. Asada Miko need not worry. I will definitely handle the matter of expenses properly. After saying that, Zhou Youfu looked at Chen Hongwei. Little Chen, why are you still frozen? Why don't you hurry up and go to Jinling to report your duties? Zhou Youfu laughed uncontrollably with a villainous face that showed to the fullest. On the side of Li Yi and Tiger Tianba's face was difficult to see the extreme. They had just come to lick Chen Hongwei's thighs not long ago, and in the blink of an eye, Chen Hongwei was under. How could they accept this? Villainous. You're only a first-ranked Imperial Beast Master. Do you really think that you can sit in the position of the head of the teaching bureau? Chen Hongwei slowly got up, his body sinking a bit, but he still didn't give Zhou Youfu a good look. He had just walked out not more than a few steps when his feet suddenly slipped and he directly fell on his butt on the ground. What the hell? Zhou Youfu held his buttocks and looked down to see that he had actually stepped on a slippery solution. This solution was not exactly green mango jelly. Cursed you and the ungrateful thing, roll aside. Chen Hongwei was in a terrible mood and was worried that he had nowhere to vent his anger. When he saw his green mango jelly, he sent his grievances on it. The green mango jelly originally wanted to take credit from Chen Hongwei, however, Chen Hongwei's kick directly pissed it off. Even a clayman has 3 points of fire, let alone a jelly. Immediately, the green mango jelly directly sprayed a slimy solution at Chen Hongwei. The damage was not great, but the insult was extremely strong. Inside the office, Chen Hongwei's pleas for mercy were continuous. 10 minutes ago, Jiang Fan, who had successfully captured the sandstone giant, was about to scrutinize the sandstone giant situation when he was stopped by a person. The man claimed to be the commissioner of the Jinling Police Bureau, saying that Director Wu of the Jinling Education Bureau wanted to speak to him. Jiang Fan felt a bit puzzled and only took the phone to communicate after confirming with Zhou Youfu. The content of the communication was actually not that complicated. First, it was to express cordial condolences to Jiang Fan. It was just the same as the tone of a big leader's demeanor in the countryside. Secondly, he hoped that Jiang Fan could join the Jinling Imperial Beast University and contribute to the development of his hometown province. Thirdly, Wu Yufan promised to give Jiang Fan a letter of introduction as long as he joined the Jinling Imperial Beast University. As long as Jiang Fan took the letter of introduction to the president of Jinling Imperial Beast University, he would be able to be arranged to study under the most knowledgeable and powerful Professor May of the entire Jinling Imperial Beast University. After all was said and done, it was just that he valued Jiang Fan's potential and wanted Jiang Fan to stay in Jinling. Originally, Jiang Fan was still a bit torn, but after hearing Wu Youfan's words, he felt that going to Jinling Imperial Beast University was not bad. After returning home, he would ask Song Yunqi about the specifics to see if Wu Yufan was trying to help him. Jiang Fan thought in his heart and went home directly after the school had nothing to do with him. As soon as the idea of going home arose, Jiang Fan saw Tang Rou and Tang Xiaoxiao anxiously standing outside the school. Jiang Fan didn't know why they appeared here, but he still organized his clothes to be cautious. He didn't want Auntie Tang to know what had just happened and be nagged by her. As soon as she saw Jiang Fan, Tang Rou couldn't wait to rush up, her fine eyebrows furrowed and her eyes red and swollen. Just now, what was that thing just now? I thought you were going to have some kind of accident. The sandstone giant's size was by no means small, and at least it was able to be seen clearly outside the school gates. Tang Rou wasn't the only one present. Many of the students' parents were so anxious that they were in tears and almost fainted. Today was the day of the Qi and blood test, and the students inside could be said to be the hopes of their families, who wouldn't worry about their children being in danger. However, these had nothing to do with Jiang Fan. Although he was a little tired mentally, he still pretended to be calm, pulling a smile, and said to Tang Rou, "That was a somewhat manic imperial beast just now, thanks to the school leaders who tamed it. I've been watching from the side, but I didn't help much." Jiang Fan shook his head regretfully. Only after hearing that Jiang Fan did not have anything to do did Tang Rou's big watery eyes stop her hot tears before giving Jiang Fan a blank look. "You still want to go and help? Why do you like to show off so much?" Tang Rou had seldom complained to Jiang Fan, but at this time, she said these words, making Jiang Fan cry and laugh a little. He had said the wrong thing again without paying attention. "Jiang Fan, I heard that the results of the Qi and blood assessment are all known immediately. What was your Qi and blood value assessment result?" Compared to Tang Rou, Tang Xiaoxiao's tears were a bit fake. Jiang Fan knew just by looking at them that she had squeezed them out hard. Maybe they were still left behind when she yawned. "What are you asking for? What kind of person asks for grades as soon as the exam is over? If you don't get an overall A+ on this semester's final exam, see if I don't beat you to death." Tang Rou glared fiercely at Tang Xiaoxiao. Mom Tang Xiaoxiao deflated her mouth, letting out a silent protest. "It's not much, just 150 points. Say no more, hurry home, I'm getting a little hungry." "What, how much?" Tang Xiaoxiao thought she had misheard for a moment and asked Jiang Fan after him. 105 10 points. Jiang Fan yelled out as he pulled her tender red ear close. Isn't this even higher than that senior sister Song Yunqi last year? She only had a measly 140 points in her Qi and blood assessment last year? You're not just messing with the numbers to deliberately make me and Mom happy, right?" Tang Xiaoxiao was instantly dumbfounded when she heard the number 150. Although she was only in her third year of junior high school, she had heard about the knowledge of imperial beasts all day long and had a very comprehensive understanding. As far as Jiang Fan's 150 points of blood value was concerned, even if it was put into one of the top 10 imperial beast universities, it would still be snatched up by people, wouldn't it? "I just don't know if there's any chance of getting into the Royal Beasts University in the capital." "How do you talk? Would little Fan still intentionally lie to us?" Tang Rou was very unhappy with the words her headless daughter said. "Yeah, how do you talk? Still intentionally coaxing you to be happy. You don't quiet that virtue of yours either." Jiang Fan was in a good mood today. It was rare for him to dislike Tang Xiaoxiao twice. You guys. Tang Xiaoxiao's face swelled red, the black small leather shoes on the soles of her feet stomped hard on the slate on the ground, turning around and walking away. You child! Tang Rou hurriedly chased after her, and Jiang Fan also followed closely in the direction of home. Before returning home, Tang Rou made a special trip to the food market for a big purchase. The Australian lobster, Kobe steak, hairy crabs and whatnot that she couldn't afford to buy on weekdays were all swept through. The purpose was naturally to celebrate the end of Jiang Fan's college entrance exams and let Jiang Fan have a good time relaxing. After eating dinner, Jiang Fan hid back inside his bedroom to dial Son Yunqi's phone. The beep 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 sound of the phone continued for a long time, and no one ever answered. Looks like she's busy, let's wait for a couple days and call her again to see. Jiang Fan had wanted to call Son Yunqi to ask about the matter of Wu Yufan, the director of the Jinling Teaching Bureau, saying that he would provide himself with the best tutor in the school. But this was something he couldn't ask now. Phew, exhausted. Take a good rest. Jiang Fan didn't even take a bath and directly lay down on the soft big bed in the shape of a 2. He was about to fall asleep when suddenly the phone next to him buzzed. Hello? Jiang Fan, come out and get high. The voice was a bit noisy, and the sound of bottles colliding with loud cries of ghosts and wolves came faintly. Jiang Fan heard that the voice was Su Jiwei's and asked, Where are you? Bar, where else? Inside a pretty chick's boudoir? Ha ha ha. Jiang Fan. Su Jiwei would never talk like this on weekdays. Jiang Fan estimated that this kid was drunk, plus the pressure of the college entrance exam was released all at once today, all some gibberish. I'm not going, you play by yourself. Jiang Fan didn't know how many times he had been to that kind of place in his previous life. Naturally, he had little interest nowadays. It's a pity you're not coming. I'm telling you that the bar is so awesome. They even have a cat here that can play discs, can you believe it? And Su Jiwei wanted to say something more. Jiang Fan had already hung up the phone directly. This kid, let him go crazy on his own. Jiang Fan closed his eyes speechlessly. But when he was just about to enter a sleeping state, the Imperial Beast orbs he had placed on the nightstand were not being honest. One of the Imperial Beast balls wobbled, growing large and small, then exploded violently like a balloon that had been punctured. Hiss, what are you doing, EW? The imp was only about half a meter in size, but her sitting down on her directly caused Jiang Fan's eyes to bulge. The imp didn't know how to speak, pointing a finger at herself and then at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan had no choice but to use the system to check what kind of major illness the sky had. Status, magic power is missing. Please replenish the imp's magic. Tip, mending magic requires the imp to be physically close to the Imperial Beastmaster in order to do so. The closer it is, the more efficient the mending will be. Lack of magic power? Won't you recover your magic yourself by staying inside the Imperial Beast orb? Jiang Fan froze. Although his previous imp had hatched before, he had never used her in actual combat himself. It was reasonable to say that other Imperial Beasts were able to replenish their magic power by themselves when they entered the Imperial Beast orb, so it didn't make sense that she wouldn't be able to do so. Hearing Jiang Fan's question, the imp's long silver hair bobbed up and down along with its small brain. The elf-like pointed ears also became a bit firmer. Alright, but don't you get into my dreams and make trouble like you did last time. Otherwise I'll lock you up inside the Imperial Beast orb. Jiang Fan glared and threatened the imp for a while, and only let her sleep next to him after seeing her nod her head in agreement. I don't know if it was because of the charmed demon's physique, but Jiang Fan's blood rushed up just by smelling the faint scent emanating from the imp's body. However, the good thing is that after lying down next to Jiang Fan, the little devil did not move his hands and feet, honestly next to Jiang Fan, not moving, not a moment to fall asleep in the past. Seeing this, the spirit of lack of Jiang Fan also closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, in front of a bar in Linhai City, the drunken Su Jiwei was dragged to the car by his old man Su Bin. Before Su Bin found him, Su Jiwei was hugging a pole, looking confused and smiling dementedly, obviously having some kind of good dream. You loser, how many points are there in the Qi and blood test? How dare you drink like this? Do you really think that you don't have to care about anything after the Imperial Beast examination? It was rare for Su Bin to be so angry. His discipline towards Su Jiwei was very strict. Although his family had more money than ordinary people, Su Bin never gave Su Jiwei spending money where it wasn't needed. He had great expectations for Su Jiwei, hoping that Su Jiwei would be able to become a beast master to support the family business. Now, not to mention how Su Jiwei's performance was, just seeing Su Jiwei in this state, Su Bin could not help but have his temples veins rippling. Get up for me. Su Bin viciously slapped two big mouths on Su Jiwei's face, which finally woke Su Jiwei's consciousness up a bit. Come on, continue. Dad, why are you here? Su Jiwei raised his hand in a cup-raising motion, but his hand suddenly ran into Su Bin and froze for a moment. Why am I here? I'd like to ask, why are you here? 110 out of blood value makes you proud. Proud? Do you know that this year's admission score lines in all provinces are much higher than last year's?
Without a 120-point blood value, it's impossible for you to go to the top 10 Imperial Beast universities.
I can understand you releasing pressure, but look at what you look like now. Take a good look at yourself.
Subin pulled Su Jiwei to the car's rearview mirror as he was about to press his head against it.
Hey, Dad, wait.
I have something to say. My chi and blood test result yesterday was over 120 points.
Su Jiwei babbled and screamed, while Subin's hand carrying Su Jiwei's collar paused for a moment after hearing his words.
However, immediately afterward, he burst into a rage once again.
Good, you still dare to lie to me. What level are you at? Don't I, as your oldest son, know clearly?
Dad, it's true, let's go test it and see.
An hour later, at the entrance of Linhai City Hospital.
Subin changed his earlier hateful attitude and grinned at Su Jiwei.
Son, have you woken up yet?
I've already asked your mom to make a good sobering soup at home. Let's go back and drink it now. I told you that my chi and blood value is over 120 points, and you still don't believe me. Su Jiwei held his glasses rather angrily. Son, you tell me, what's going on with this chi and blood value of yours? Obviously the day before the chi blood assessment when you checked it was still more than 110. How come you raised it by 10 points in the blink of an eye?
Subin was far too curious about this matter. Could it be that his son was gifted and was born to be a beast master?
This is all because of Jiang Fan's help. Immediately, Su Jiwei told the story of how it started and his own speculations. Those sugar beans are definitely not ordinary sugar beans. A sugar bean that can raise a whole 10 points of blood value, that's a value I simply can't imagine. It's only my good brother Jiang Fan who was willing to give me something so valuable. We have to thank him properly. After hearing that Jiang Fan had ruthlessly raised his son's blood value by 10 points with just a few sugar beans, Subin was directly petrified in place. Earlier, when he had found Jiang Fan to explain the matter of the Blackwater Town Mayor's invitation, he had actually not put Jiang Fan too much on his mind. Adults would always have a sense of contempt when faced with small children.
Subin was like that.
Jiang Fan was so young that he was skeptical if Jiang Fan had real skills or not. However, after hearing his son talk about this matter today, Subin immediately knew that he had found the right person. Jiang Fan might really be able to solve the situation of the mayor's wife's imperial beast flaming dog. As for what Su Jiwei said about the sugar beans that could raise the blood value by 10 points, Subin absolutely had to be pure bullshit. If Jiang Fan really has this thing, then, for fear that has long been rich, will not harbor in this small Linhai city. Subin guessed that Jiang Fan was probably able to see that his son's royal beast egg was not in normal condition, and then prescribed the right medicine to cure the royal beast egg, which boosted the blood value so much in a short period of time. And this guess could just as well conclude that Jiang Fan was very good at treating imperial beasts. It seemed like he really hadn't found the wrong person here. Let's go to Xiao Fan's house now. Besides thanking him, I also have another matter to discuss with him. With the Blackwater Town Mayor's commission on his mind, Subin drove much faster. Bringing Jiang Fan to Blackwater Town was one price. If Jiang Fan really cured the flame dog, it would be another price. Subin could already see the Blackwater Town Mayor's banknotes and trust value beckoning to him. Previously, Jiang Fan had told Su Jiwei the new address of his home, and the two of them did not beat around the bush and came directly to the front of Jiang Fan's villa.
Ding dong.
After a doorbell rang, Tang Xiaoxiao opened the door to the room.
Jiang Fan, someone is looking for you.
Just after seeing Su Jiwei, Subin both Tang Xiaoxiao directly shouted to Jiang Fan inside the living room.
A little sister, how do you know that we are here to look for Jiang Fan?
Jiang Fan said that he has a lewd classmate and told me to be careful, talking about you I guess. Also, I'm already in my 3rd year, not a kid, no calling me little sister. Tang Xiaoxia grunted twice, just about to turn her head to leave directly by Jiang Fan flicked his brain, painful Egypt.
Kids talk nonsense, don't take it seriously.
Jiang Fan hemmed and hawed, but his voice was a bit hoarse. Looking at Jiang Fan's 2 large dark circles under his eyes, Subin was startled. Jiwei, quickly go to our car to get 2 bottles of Nutrient Express and a box of 6 flavored Di Huang pills to make up for Xiao Fan.
Jiang Fan, Su Jiwei.
The father and son entered the house and opened the door, directly telling Jiang Fan that they wanted to give money to thank Jiang Fan for his help. In response, Jiang Fan naturally came to the rescue. During that time, Subin tentatively asked Jiang Fan if he could go to Blackwater Town. After all, the time they had agreed on before was after the college entrance exam was over.
Moreover, going to Blackwater Town was a cure, so of course, the faster the better.
Tomorrow, I'll go with you tomorrow, uncle.
Okay.
Mending magic was very consuming of chi and blood along with mental energy. After resting for a day, Jiang Fan's spirit had finally recovered a bit. At the beginning of the night before last, he was still sleeping separately with the imp, but halfway through the night, the imp drilled into his dreams and drummed up something. As for what exactly he had been drumming up, Jiang Fan couldn't quite remember.
Anyway, the next morning he immediately got up and changed the bitter tea.
Yesterday, he promised Subin to accompany the other party to Blackwater Town.
so Jiang Fan got up and sat in the living room waiting for Su Bin's call. Su Bin is a flexible person. After agreeing on a time with Jiang Fan yesterday, he woke up early and came outside Jiang Fan's house. It was just 8 o'clock in the morning. Sitting on Su Bin's Mercedes-Benz, Jiang Fan and him, a total of 2 people together to the outskirts of Linhai City in the direction of Blackwater Town traveling. After spending nearly half an hour to arrive at Blackwater Town, Jiang Fan just got off the bus with Su Bin and there was a team of killer gangsters waiting outside to greet them. These people are the town's unemployed, dependent on the mayor's staff to eat. Treating Su Bin and Jiang Fan, 2 people who came to the mayor to solve the problem, naturally is very polite. One of them, a yellow-haired young man at the head, seemed to be very familiar with Su Bin. As soon as he saw Su Bin get off the car, he went up to him and said, "Boss Su, you're a little late to come at this time." "What do you mean?" Manager Wang went to Jinling to visit Dr. Hong of the Royal Medical Hall yesterday night, and has brought Dr. Hong with him this morning. Su Bin's heart was startled when he heard this. The Royal Medical Hall, a national chain of large pharmacies specializing in treating imperial beasts, had a history of hundreds of years. It was known as the Tong Ren Tang of the imperial beast world. Dr. Hong? Could it be the golden-handed divine doctor that Jinling has been rumored to be recently? Regarding this Dr. Hong, Su Bin knew more or less. This person had suddenly sprung up in recent months, claiming to be able to treat all sorts of imperial beast ailments in the world. A golden arm captured the heavens and could bring dead wood to life and white bones to flesh. Su Bin didn't know much about it. Just know that this so-called Dr. Hong's left hand is golden. As long as he uses his golden left hand to touch on the body of the imperial beasts, he will be able to find out where exactly the imperial beast's illnesses are. Magical as hell. What's old Wang doing running to make a fuss when he's not doing his job as a good black market manager? For the manager Wang in Huang Mao's mouth, Su Bin was both helpless and speechless. Helpless was that this manager Wang saw himself getting closer to the town mayor, so he was suspicious of himself in all kinds of ways. Breathless is not only his own suspicion, and even like to say bad things about himself next to the mayor of the town. It was as if a eunuch was sucking up to his master and excluding dissenting parties. Forget it, I'll go in and take a look. Su Bin waved his hand, allowing Jiang Fan to follow him into the town mayor's home. The mayor's home was similar to the layout of a courtyard in Kyoto, with a flat house, unexpectedly different from the 3 or 4-story small villas that Jiang Fan had expected. He and Su Bin had just entered the courtyard of the courtyard, when they saw 2 rows of men in black suits with sunglasses on their faces neatly lined up outside the east room. Su Bin had just wanted to walk over towards the east side of the house, but he was stopped by these men. "What do you guys mean by this? I want to see the town mayor." Su Bin's face was slightly chilled. Seeing that these were indifferent to his words, he had already guessed that it was manager Wang, the turtle grandson, who was deliberately targeting him. It was just a matter of time. He retreated to Jiang Fan's side and whispered in Jiang Fan's ear, "Little Fan, this manager Wang and I don't deal with each other. Do you want to use the royal beast to suppress him? If he knows that you are a royal beast master, he will definitely not dare to make things difficult for us anymore." Jiang Fan nodded at his words and directly threw out the night demon to make a mental impact on the black-clothed people standing in 2 rows. These people were all ordinary people, and with a chi and blood value between 80 and 90, it was still very easy for the night demon to clean them up. The bodyguards who received night demon's spiritual impact fell to the ground in a daze. The sound of their fall attracted the alertness of the people inside the house. "What's going on?" A short winter melon that looked only 1 meter 5 in height but had a body as fat as a ball jumped out from inside the house. "Wang Defa, the people under you don't know how to be polite. I helped you educate them properly." With Jiang Fan backing him up, Su Bin's backbone was much stronger, his waist straightened out, and he was actually 2 or 3 heads taller than Wang Defa. "You are a royal beast master?" Looking at the royal beast ball in Jiang Fan's hand, Wang Defa's thick eyebrows frowned. Between the 2 sides stalemate, a voice came from inside the room. "All come in." "Humph, humph." Su Bin and Wang Defa both hummed at the same time, and immediately walked into the house. The furnishings of the entire east room were extremely simple, so simple that it could be described as having nothing. While observing, Jiang Fan noticed that there were a few chains inside the house, which were stained with some blood. The expected flaming dog was not seen. Instead, he saw a middle-aged man wearing a Chinese mountain suit with half-white hair and a long-bearded old man wearing a greenish-gray Taoist robe. Jiang Fan briefly guessed the identities of the 2 men. The one in the Chinese mountain suit was the town mayor, and the one in the Taoist robe was the so-called Dr. Hong. Looking towards Dr. Hong's left hand, Jiang Fan was surprised to see his golden arm. But by the time Jiang Fan looked closely at that golden arm, the system's voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Detected Imperial Beast. Imperial Beast, touching hand. Level 12, First Order Royal Beast. Class, Rock Class. Characteristics, Touchy evolved from gold mines. It likes to hang out in various gold and silver mines, diamond mines, and other places. It likes to collect money,
it will often sneak into the pockets of miners' clothes when they are not looking, but it often finds nothing. At the same time, it also likes to touch the bodies of other beasts, hoping to find shiny treasures from them. Many beasts don't like the touchy-feely hands because of its fondness for touching all over the place.
Skill, detection.
Detection, a skill that Groping Hands has realized after groping countless imperial beasts. During the release of this skill, the tissues of each body part of the beast will be analyzed immediately. P.S. This skill can be used to find the enemy's weaknesses, however, the success rate is average, even against imperial beasts of the same level, there is a high probability of failure. After seeing this information, Jiang Fan's mind roughly formed a clear vein between touching hands and Dr.
Hong. Dr. Hong probably used the detection skill of touching hand to diagnose and treat imperial beasts.
In fact, this detection skill was similar to the X-ray filming inside the Royal Beast Hospital.
It was only because Dr.
Hong was able to do the work of the machine without relying on it that it was rumored to be more and more mysterious. Imagine if an old Chinese doctor gave you a pulse and knew that you were suffering from cancer, then you went to the hospital and really found a cancerous tumor. Would you think that the old Chinese doctor was divine? Where's the kid from that keeps staring at others? No manners at all. Mayor Shin, this is my nephew Jiang Fan, he has some unique insight into the understanding of imperial beasts. Weren't you looking for him a few days ago, and now I've brought him over for you? Subin said to the town mayor who was wearing a Zhongshan suit.
But Dr.
Hong beside him steeply snorted coldly after hearing this. Mayor, since you invited me over to treat the imperial beast, why did you call a milquetoast little kid over again?
Is this teasing me? Do you not believe in my name, Hong Xian, or do you not believe in the name of my benefactor, Lian? Dr. Hong blew his beard and glared, the unhappiness in his heart directly written on his face.
Seeing this situation, Mayor Shinjin could not help but smile helplessly and bitterly. He had previously asked Su Bin to look for Jiang Fan, but he hadn't thought that the two would coincidentally bump into each other.
Let's not talk about that first. My wife just picked up the flame dog from the Imperial Beast Hospital, let's wait for a moment.
Shinjin apologized to Dr.
Hong on the side and did not pay too much attention to Jiang Fan.
Just by looking at this appearance, he could tell that he trusted Dr.
Hong a little more.
This old guy, he's no good at first glance, pretending to be human, who knows if he's a charlatan. Subin muttered in a low voice, very unimpressed with Dr.
Hong. Dr.
Hong was invited by Wang Defa, and now the town mayor Shinjin only cared about pacifying Hong Xian, but didn't pay any attention to himself and Jiang Fan for half a minute, so how could Subin not be angry?
Uncle Su, who is this Lian? Lian is the consultant physician of the Imperial Medical Hall.
I heard that Lian's ancestor is the same Li Shizhen who wrote the Compendium of Materia Medica, so a lot of people respect him a lot.
Isn't Li Shizhen a Chinese medicine practitioner? Is it hard to believe that veterinarians also dabble in it?
Jiang Fan was puzzled. Treating imperial beasts could be different from treating people. As far as the things in the Compendium of Materia Medica were concerned, they were specifically written to heal humans, and not many of them were related to imperial beasts.
It's not clear.
After so many years of passing it down, his old Li family has changed their profession to become veterinarians.
If he doesn't have some real skills, what makes the Lian able to become the consultant physician of the Imperial Medical Hall? Jiang Fan nodded at his words, that was true. Not long after, the mayor's wife returned with the flame dog.
Leaving aside the chubby mayor's wife, Jiang Fan was startled when he saw the flame dog. Only to see the flaming dog body inserted many with dense tube, like into the ICU patients, the scene is extremely bizarre. Flame dog originally body is burning flame, but it is now the body of the flamer gone, skin dull. Layman can also be able to see that the dog is dying. Husband, what to do? The Royal Beast Hospital side said that it has done its best. My baby has only 1 month left to live. What can we do? The mayor's wife tugged at Shinjin's sleeve and bawled, just as if she didn't care whether this was a public place or not.
It's unseemly to cry. It's just a dog, so it's dead. Do you still raise it as your own son?
Shinjin snorted coldly. The flaming dog was a level 50 imperial beast, and its rank had just reached the 5th rank. This 5th order imperial beast is not his Shinjin or his wife's, it is completely a wild imperial beast, extremely difficult to discipline. On weekdays in order to suppress the flaming dog's animal nature, Shinjin has already wasted quite a lot of means, laborious and painstaking. Now his wife who is not sensible is still crying and clamoring, letting himself lose face in front of outsiders, which makes Shinjin, how can he not be angry?
You old thing.
It's not that you're useless down there, causing my wife to not even have a child.
You're just happy that I didn't go outside to borrow seeds.
Oh, you useless old thing, I want to go back to my mother's house. The mayor's wife was let by Shinjin to be pulled back to her room and locked up in the midst of crying, lest she come out to disgrace herself again. As for what the town mayor's wife said about that aspect of the town mayor, everyone present tacitly pretended not to hear it.
Shinjin, whose face was twisted into a twist, waited until his wife was pulled away before his face rejuvenated with a smile. This imperial beast has already been delivered, Dr. Hong, please help take a look. Dr. Hong, I'm counting on you. Shinjin and Wang Defa said to Hong Xian one after the other. Hong Xian calmly stroked his beard and stretched out his own golden left hand to caress the flaming dog. Originally like a dead dog, the flaming dog's body suddenly shook a few times the moment it was touched by the golden left hand. This situation could not help but make the crowd greatly surprised. Shinjin and Wang Defa's faces were even more joyful, and the latter hurriedly said, Dr. Hong is truly a living Hua Tua. This flaming dog was clearly breathless just now, and after you only touched it a little, it twisted its body and even regained a lot of vitality. It's nothing, this is just a small trick. Dr. Hong calmly replied, his hand immediately groped back and forth on and underneath the flame dog again. His golden left hand was like it had its own static electricity. Every time he touched the flame dog's body, the flame dog would involuntarily stiffen its body a few times. The situation looked like a marvelous tactic in the eyes of ordinary people, but Jiang Fan could tell at a glance that there was something fishy about it. Many imperial beasts hated to be touched by the touching hand. This flame dog might have been in contact with the touching hand or had a natural reaction to the touching hand of this kind of imperial beasts, which was why it behaved so strangely. This flame dog may have been exposed to touching hands before or may have a natural reaction to touching hands. Hong Xian's hand felt up and down on the flaming dog, and finally stopped when his hand was placed on a small, fire-red diamond-shaped crystal on the flaming dog's forehead. The diamond-shaped crystal was not big, just the size of a thumb, and was not conspicuous. If the flames were burning on the flame dog's body on weekdays, the small diamond-shaped crystal could not be seen at all. This was also the reason why Jiang Fan didn't realize that this flame dog had such a piece on its forehead when he first met it. This is the root of the problem. Dr. Hong snorted coldly, and just as the 5 fingers of his golden left hand were about to snap off the diamond-shaped crystalline body, Dr. Hong's body took a few steps back, and his palm grabbed an empty hand. His movements were extremely uncoordinated, but the eyes of the crowd were all attracted to the diamond-shaped crystalline body on the flame dog's forehead, and at this moment, no one noticed him, except for Jiang Fan. This diamond-shaped crystalline body is the energy core of the flame dog. The energy core on his forehead was so violent that it backfired on his own body, which is why it caused the current situation. Hong Xian was babbling with a serious face. Jiang Fan could sort of see that this old kid wasn't here to cure his illness at all. He was completely rushing towards Shinjin's money and the diamond-shaped crystallization on Flaming Dog's forehead. Moreover, the Flaming Dog is not because of any energy backlash that caused the body to turn into the current appearance. When Jiang Fan first met the Flame Dog, it had just entered the Overlord stage from adulthood, that is, from the 4th to the 5th stage. During this time period, the Flame Dogs hadn't been able to adapt to its own strength, causing its body to be burned by the heart flame. When the Flame Dog was being burned by the heart fire, it also happened to come across Jiang Fan fiercely dropping an aphrodisiac potion on it. The fire of the heart was transformed into a fire of desire. At that time, the Flame Dog could extinguish the fire of desire as long as it was soaked in water for a day. But the mayor's wife does not understand. The Flaming Dog himself does not understand. One only knew that his baby was hard, the other also only knew that his body was hard. The more it dragged on, the longer it went on, and eventually it fell ill. The Flaming Dog's physical condition couldn't be said to be much better, but in Jiang Fan's opinion it wasn't to the point of being hopeless. How to say its situation? Jiang Fan through the system observation concluded that punch more. Those who understood the meaning understood it, but those who didn't need to understand it. In a nutshell, the current situation of the Flame Dog was caused by the fire of desire that had no place to rest in its body. Its ultimate result is that it will hurt its body if it rushes too much, and its whole body has no strength at all. As a fire imperial beast, it couldn't even spit out a little fire. The solution is also simple: put the Flame Dog on the fire baking 5 hours on the line. This is the fastest way to heal. Let it fully absorb the flame energy. Not to say that it would recover as before, at least it would be in high spirits and would not need to continue inserting tubes. Dr. Hong, what exactly do you think that should be done? During Jiang Fan's pondering, Shinjin opened his mouth and asked Hong Xian for help. The method is also simple. Just dig out the diamond-shaped crystals on the Flame Dog's forehead. Hong Xian pursed his lips, but the rhombic crystallization is just like the Flame Dog's lifeblood, so if you're not a professional, there's no way to take it out. If you agree, Mayor, I wouldn't mind giving it a try. After all, amongst those present, I'm the only one who knows how to operate it. Hong Xian was not in a hurry. Although he wanted the diamond-shaped crystal, he still had to ask Shinjin to beg for himself out of his mouth. His character was really bad. This crystallization is growing from the body of the Imperial Beast. Will it do any harm to the Imperial Beast after removing it? Shinjin hesitated. Although his feelings towards the Flaming Dogs were not considered to be much good, the Flaming Dogs were at least 5th-ranked Imperial Beasts, and wherever they were placed, they were a treasure. Can it be worse than death? If I don't make a move, this flame dog can't live for more than a month. Secondly, if you take down its diamond-shaped crystallization, there is still a 50% probability of survival. Hong Xian's words caused Shinjin to fall into deep thought. 50% probability is already not low, and the flaming dog has been sentenced to death by the Imperial Beast Hospital. It's okay to try. Gritting his teeth, Shinjin gazed straight at Hong Xian. Okay, as you wish. That's right, the entire Linhai no one knows more about Imperial Beasts than I do. You can rest assured that I'll do it. Hong Xian laughed, then he wanted to stretch out his golden left hand towards the diamond-shaped crystallization of the flame dog's forehead to gouge it. If you're not afraid of death, try gouging one. Be careful of the flame dog's deathbed counterattack and bite off your hand. Jiang Fan's voice came out abruptly, immediately causing everyone present to freeze. Hong Xian turned his head to look and grinned immediately after realizing that it was Jiang Fan. You really think you're a royal beast breeding master? What do you know about a brat who doesn't even know the smell of milk? I'm afraid that it will fight back in its death throes? You're afraid that you don't know that I do Imperial Beast healing. Hong Xian laughed disdainfully, his golden left hand foolishly stroked towards the flame dog's forehead, his fingers just as if they had already gouged into the top of the diamond-shaped crystals. Little Fan, did you just say you came to scare him? I see that this dog looks like it's about to die. How can it have the strength to fight back? Subin felt that Jiang Fan was just intentionally scaring Hong Xian. After all, if Hong Xian really cured the flaming dog, then their trip would have been in vain. Uncle Su, haven't you heard of the skill, Return to Light? The worse the state of the Imperial Beast is, the higher the damage will be instead. Just wait and see. Subin wasn't a royal beast master, and only had a half understanding of royal beasts. However, when he saw that Jiang Fan was so confident, his hanging heart was relaxed. At the same time, he was silently praying that the flaming dog would rise up and bite Hong Xian to death. Of course, it would be better to bite the Wang Defa next to Hong Xian along with him. Watch this. Hong Xian coldly snorted, and his left hand fiercely exerted force. However, in the next instant, the flame dog that was originally shriveled all over violently rose up in flames all over its body. In the nick of time, the flaming dog directly bit into Hong Xian's golden left hand. Ah! Hong Xian had never seen this kind of battle before, so he staggered 2 steps in fear, and his body directly fell backwards. And just as he fell, his golden left hand fell off like a glove. The golden left hand was viciously bitten by the flame dog, and Hong Xian's 2 intact hands were uncovered in front of everyone. The town mayor, Shinjin, who saw the scene immediately froze in place. Su Bin and Wang Defa did the same when they saw this, and their expressions were not much better than Shinjin's. What's going on? Dr. Hong, your hand, your skin blah blah blah, what the hell is going on here? Wang Defa was incoherent. Hong Xian was the one he had invited over. He had thought that the other party's golden left hand was born that way, but at first glance, it seemed to be a thing similar to a human skin glove? One had been tricked? This golden-colored glove is actually a type of imperial beast. This kind of imperial beast is called a touching hand, and its size is adapted to a human's hand. The touchy-feely hand likes money and shiny treasures the most. It will often do anything for these things. As the crowd was surprised, Jiang Fan came out with detailed information about the touching hand. Afraid that the crowd wouldn't believe him, Jiang Fan even pointed to the touching hand in the mouth of the flaming dog. Look guys, there's no wind at all right now, but this golden glove is writhing as if it's alive. If I'm not wrong, if I turn the inner layer of this golden glove outwards, I'll be able to find 2 eyes and a mouth at the center of the glove's palm. The flame dog's strength seemed to be exhausted. By the time Jiang Fan finished speaking, its mouth on the golden glove had already loosened and lay back down. And Jiang Fan was able to take over the golden glove, then directly turned the inner layer of the glove to the outside. As Jiang Fan said, the inner layer of this glove actually had a pair of eyes and a mouth. God, to God. I've lived most of my life, but I've never seen such a strange imperial beast. Shinjin walked up to look at it, and when he realized that the touching hand was grimacing and glaring at him, he immediately burst out his body's qi and blood to suppress it. After feeling his qi and blood, Jiang Fan was slightly surprised. Shinjin's qi and blood power was actually similar to Yi Cheng's. Wouldn't that mean that he was also a third-order imperial beast master? In the small Blackwater town, there was such an expert lurking. Jiang Fan was not surprised that the black market was able to open here. You just said that this imperial beast called Touching Hand possesses a detection skill that can detect the physical condition of other imperial beasts? After hearing Jiang Fan's information about the Touching Hand situation in one go, Shinjin had basically believed what Jiang Fan had said. If Jiang Fan wasn't too young, he wouldn't have asked more to confirm it. Jiang Fan nodded his head. Shinjin immediately looked at Hong Xian with great anger. So this guy is a liar, he doesn't know how to heal flame dogs at all? Shinjin was not a fool. After some understanding, how could he not realize that he was being tricked? Hong Xian saw that things were exposed, did not dare to stay long, pulled his legs and wanted to escape.
But Shinjin is at least a third-order royal beast master, and is now in his territory. How can he do what Hong Xian wants?
Spitting spider, bind him for me.
Shinjin coldly grunted and threw out a royal beast orb. The black and white spider that had been the size of a dinner table directly spat out spider silk towards Hong Xian to wrap his hands and feet around. Humph, practicing deception even dared to deceive me. I'll clean you up later.
Mayor, this is none of my business it's this liar who cheated me. I didn't intend to intentionally cheat you Wang Defa directly knelt down after seeing this scene.
Hong Xian had screwed him over this time, he had to hurry to defend himself now.
You, don't be the manager of the black market for now. Shinjin's sentence was uttered, and Wang Defa's entire face was suddenly devoid of blood color.
But where would Shinjin care so much? He turned his head to look at Jiang Fan, his originally stern face brought up a smile. Little brother, I see that you look like this, you must be knowledgeable.
Is there a way to cure this flame dog? There is indeed a way, it's just that I don't know if you can accept it, Mayor Shin.
Jiang Fan nodded his head and spoke his thoughts. Upon hearing that Jiang Fan really had a way, Shinjin's face was even more ecstatic.
Good, as long as we can cure this flaming dog, everything is fine.
Seeing that Jiang Fan was only halfway through his words, Shinjin thought that he was trying to get him to add money, and immediately responded with a clear understanding. It's not a matter of money or not, it's that you may not be able to accept this treatment. Little brother, just ask is all. Now that the flaming dog was about to die, Shinjin didn't care if the treatment method was acceptable or not. The treatment, even if it was difficult, was still better than watching the flaming dog die. My method is to roast the flame dog on a blazing fire. It's just like roasting lamb chops on TV.
After 5 hours of roasting on the fire, the flame dog's disease will naturally be cured.
After Subin saw that Jiang Fan recognized the ability of the touching hand to control beasts at a glance, he already felt admiration for this student who was the same age as his son.
At least he thought that Jiang Fan would never be aimless.
But what Jiang Fan said now made Subin dumbfounded.
Put it on the fire? Are you treating a disease or opening a barbecue restaurant?
Subin had reason to suspect that Jiang Fan was not hungry and was deliberately joking.
Little brother, you're not joking?
Shinjin thought that he was old and hard of hearing and had misheard.
But Jiang Fan continued to repeat what he had just said out loud as if he hadn't noticed the reactions of the two.
Tie up the flame dog and put it on the fire for 5 hours. Jiang Fan's expression was extremely serious, and Subin and Shinjin looked at each other to make sure they hadn't heard wrong. At this moment, Subin's cold sweat was already running down.
Little Fan, do you know what you are saying? Don't harm your Uncle Su.
Subin glanced at Shinjin, only to see that the latter's eyes were mute, and only after a long time did he quietly open his mouth to ask Jiang Fan, "Little brother, who is your teacher?"
"I'm just myself, where is my teacher?"
Jiang Fan shrugged his shoulders, his face speechless.
"Without a teacher, then how could you possibly know about touching hands? You usually read a lot and have seen this kind of imperial beast?"
Jiang Fan was able to recognize imperial beasts that he didn't even know, and in this regard Shinjin did feel that he was quite a bit better than his peers. But the problem was that recognizing a royal beast and being able to cure a royal beast were two different things. If this little brother did not give himself such an outrageous treatment plan, he might have believed him. But now Shinjin felt the need to investigate Jiang Fan's background again.
"This is also the first time I've seen this kind of imperial beast," Jiang Fan answered honestly. "How is that possible? How could there be someone who was able to speak so clearly about the various situations of imperial beasts the first time they saw one? Do you think your eyes are fiery eyes?" Shinjin felt that Jiang Fan's words were really a bit pompous, and he turned his head to Subin, signaling to him with his eyes. "Mayor, I believe in my nephew."
After Subin said this, he had walked to Shinjin's ear and quietly told Shinjin about Jiang Fan raising his son's chi blood value by 10 points.
"There's even this?"
After hearing Subin's words, Shinjin had to look at Jiang Fan with a solemn gaze. Jiang Fan was young and definitely did not have such good means. Shinjin felt that there must be someone standing behind Jiang Fan who was plotting for Jiang Fan. That person was bound to be extremely close to Jiang Fan, being a family member or a master and disciple or something like that. Moreover, the means Subin had mentioned to raise the chi blood value was definitely done by the person behind Jiang Fan. It wasn't strange for Shinjin to be so skeptical. The current situation was like a 3-year-old child standing in front of Shinjin and saying that he had hammered a cow to death. Shinjin took a look and the cow was really dead. However, he certainly would not think that it was a 3-year-old child who killed it, but that someone else did it. "This nephew of yours, who does he get closer to on weekdays?" Shinjin inquired to Subin in a low voice. Subin didn't have much contact with Jiang Fan, he had only heard something about Jiang Fan from his own son Su Jiwei. With a twinkle in his eye, he said quietly, "It seems like he is close to Song Yunqi from the Jiling Imperial Beast University." Song Yunqi, a well-known figure in Linhai. As soon as he heard Song Yunqi, Shinjin became somewhat enlightened. Song Yunqi had just become a royal beast master for a year and had jumped 3 steps in a row. her strength was extremely terrifying. If there was a connection between Jiang Fan and this kind of demon like Song Yunqi, then all the unexpected actions he had shown would make sense. But even so, Shinjin did not immediately adopt Jiang Fan's outrageous scheme. He looked at Jiang Fan Su, then pulled out the Imperial Beast Orb from inside his clothes bag. There's no way I can completely trust you. Let's have a battle between Imperial Beast Masters. Let me see just how much you know about Imperial Beasts first. I will only make 3 moves. If you don't lose after 3 moves, I will believe you. Perhaps because of his age, Shinjin's style of behavior was rather like the recklessness of a traditional Imperial Beast Master who would start a fight at the drop of a hat. Everything that was indecisive relied on the Imperial Beast battle to decide. This was also part of the charm of the Imperial Beasts. The strength of a royal beast master who knew how to cultivate royal beasts would not be bad. If Jiang Fan couldn't even take 3 moves from himself, it would be better to hurry up and go home and drink milk. Imperial beast fighting? Fine, come out, Sandstone Giant. The Sandstone Giant was a 3rd-ranked Imperial beast. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for Jiang Fan to subdue it. If one wanted to harness a powerful Imperial beast, one had to be equipped with the strength corresponding to the Imperial beast. Jiang Fan had taken in the Sandstone Giant at a higher level, and even if he let it come out to fight, he would not be able to utilize the full strength of the Sandstone Giant. Of course, despite this, there was still no problem with taking the Sandstone Giant out as a backdrop. As soon as the Sandstone Giant appeared, Shinjin, who had originally boasted of being a senior and wanted to make Jiang Fan, was dumbfounded. That as tall as a small 2-story building covered the sky and directly filled up his small courtyard. The sunlight pouring down was covered as much as possible, and darkness enveloped it. What kind of Imperial Beast is this? Shinjin's palm holding the Imperial Beast ball trembled a little. He was afraid that he would be trampled by the stone giant in front of him after releasing his Imperial Beast. Mayor, you don't need to be alarmed. The Sandstone Giant is a 3rd-ranked Imperial Beast that I just took in yesterday. I'm still not very skillful with him, you may not lose to me. Little Fan, this. Su Bin, who was following next to Jiang Fan, was a little confused. Didn't this classmate of his son just finish the Imperial Beast examination? How did he directly get a 3rd-order Imperial Beast out? It was no wonder that Su Bin was not clear about the situation. What happened in Linhai Middle School that day had already been officially dealt with by various excuses. Even if there were occasional pictures and videos circulating online, they would be immediately deleted. Some platforms couldn't even pass the audit. The country has always strictly controlled all kinds of information about Imperial Beasts. This is also the reason why ordinary people have a hard time getting in touch with Royal Beast Masters, and feel that Royal Beast Masters are very mysterious. No more competitions, I believe in you that is. Shinjin after seeing Jiang Fan's Sandstone Giant, where would he dare to release his Royal Beast? If his Royal Beast really had a shortcoming, he might not even have a beast to see him off in the future. That would be an old sin. Not competing? It's rare to meet a comparable opponent. I was just about to try out the might of the Sandstone Giant. Jiang Fan shrugged his shoulders with a disappointed expression. What about you stepping on the horse and finishing off the old man, who dares to be as big as you when you're such a big Imperial Beast pestle and mortar? Old man, I have long passed the age of youthfulness. To fight you go to Jinling to find someone else to fight. Shinjin inwardly threw up a crazy spit, then his eyes turned to the flaming dog on the stretcher. This flaming dog, please little brother. After saying this, Shinjin couldn't help but look at the flaming dog twice, then sighed for a while and went back inside to comfort his wife. Shinjin's words had been put here. His men naturally had the good sense to open up props for Jiang Fan's treatment. Rope, firewood, iron sticks, racks. After everything was ready, the flaming dog was tied up on the iron stick, like a lamb to be slaughtered was put on the rack, ready to be roasted by fire. Little divine doctor, it's all done. A man ran over in front of Jiang Fan and said, start when it's ready, be sure to burn it for a full 5 hours. The fire must not weaken during that time, otherwise it will affect the healing effect. Alright, I'll start the fire. The man gleefully took a bucket of gasoline and poured it on the wood, a gleam in his eyes. I guess he hadn't done anything this exciting before, so his hands were shaking a little. Brush! As the fire source was cast down, a blazing fire burned beneath the flame dog. Jiang Fan supervised from the side for a while, and when he saw that the midday sun was getting hotter and hotter, he instructed a sentence, remember to turn over, and then returned to the house to avoid the summer heat. Inside the room, Shinjin was calling someone. Although he had no children, he had an old classmate at the Jinling Imperial Beast Medical University. Previously, Shinjin had consulted his old classmate about the situation of the flame dog, but the answer he got was that he couldn't do anything about it. Shinjin didn't blame him, but he still had some doubts about Jiang Fan's treatment methods, so he called to ask his old friend. After telling Jiang Fan's matter in detail, Shinjin's voice came from the opposite side of the phone, slapping the table. Aren't you fooling around? Where is there such a treatment for Imperial Beasts? I've been practicing medicine for more than 30 years, and I've never seen such an odd treatment plan. You're being cheated by him.
Ah, it shouldn't be so.
I saw that he was full of confidence and had quite a few tricks up his sleeve, so I was relieved to give the flame dog to him. Upon hearing this, Shinjin was a bit flustered. He was in a state of mind like that of a person who usually dwells on something, then makes up his mind to do it, and then regrets it afterward.
Should I tell him to stop? Stop? How long has this been going on?
By now your flame dog has probably been roasted into smoked dog meat.
The flame dog can't be saved.
I think you can blackmail him later. He was the one who killed the flame dog anyway. You'll more or less have to recoup some of your losses.
This in case it's cured? That would be even simpler.
Cure it and you'll just direct the flame dog to get rid of him. This way you'll not only be able to save the teleportation stone from the standing rock forest, but you'll also be able to get back a 5th-ranked flame dog. Wouldn't that be great? The voice on the other end of the phone seemed to be filled with temptation.
Shinjin frowned in contemplation. Isn't this not too good? Old friend. Have you forgotten what you came from? What, you want to wash your hands of it when you're old instead? Can you be whitewashed?
Just that black market you're in now. There are simply too many dirty deals.
Why did the Linhai City Police Bureau know about this place and didn't come to trouble you? It's not because of your strength plus ticket bribes. You've done so many things down, why did you hesitate at this time instead? People like you are generally referred to as being a bitch and still wanting to set up a house of cards. The voice inside the phone nudged Shinjin awake. After staying in Blackwater Town for a long time, he had forgotten many of the past events that had happened. Okay, just do as you say.
You're welcome, the consultation fee is $1 million.
Shinjin, annoyed. The treatment process started at 10 o'clock in the morning and continued until the afternoon.
Jiang Fan went out a few times during that time to see the progress, and the results were good.
Not only that, Jiang Fan also found something interesting from the flame dog. This 5th-order flaming dog was wild and could be tamed.
Jiang Fan saw the condition of the flame dog through the system. Flame dog status, awake, angry. The burning of the blazing fire has restored its memory quite a bit, remembering many things. Can be tamed. Try to poke around a bit to find out more about the flame dog and fulfill its demands, then you can tame it.
There's a story on this flame dog? Jiang Fan couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw this information.
However, he did not look deeper into it, nor did he have the desire to take in the flame dog. After all, the flaming dog was the imperial beast of Mayor Shinjin's family, and right now, his own strength was not in place to harness the flaming dog, so it would be useless to have it. It would be better to sell Shinjin a favor and tell him the method of subjugation. Jiang Fan thought about it and thought it was feasible. He stood up and wanted to go and communicate with Shinjin, but who knew that Shinjin had already come inside the house he was in first?
Little brother, how is the progress of my flaming dog's treatment?
Oh, it's the town mayor. As I said before, that flaming dog has to be burned with flames for 5 hours before it can be done, and now there is still 1 hour left from the 5-hour time limit, so there can't be any rush.
So that's how it is.
Little brother, sit down, I was about to discuss something with you. Shinjin had a smile on his face. Jiang Fan only felt that his smile was a bit fake, and sat down with a few misgivings in his heart. Little brother, Subin told you before, right? As long as I can cure this flaming dog of mine, I'll give you the teleportation stone to Changpan Forest, plus $500,000 in medical expenses.
Jiang Fan nodded. This is the payment for curing it, but if I can't cure it, not only will I lose a 5th-order flame dog, but I'll have to give the teleportation stone and money to little brother?
Having said this, Jiang Fan already roughly understood Shinjin's meaning. This guy was clearly afraid that he had cured the flame dog, so he had come to discuss with himself the compensation for curing the flame dog to death. Mayor, don't worry, I can guarantee that this flame dog can definitely be cured. So far, Jiang Fan was still speaking calmly with Shinjin. He had seen too many people like this in his previous life, so naturally he couldn't possibly be angry at the other party for suddenly changing his mind temporarily or something like that. It's one thing for you to be confident, little brother, but whether you can be cured or not is another matter.
Let's put it this way, I'll take a loss. If you can't cure my flame dog, how about giving me that sandstone giant you just had?
5th rank for 3rd rank, you're definitely making a bloody profit.
Mayor.
Su Bin's face suddenly changed after sitting aside and hearing Shinjin's words. Layman as he was, he also knew what a royal beast meant to a royal beast master. Imperial beast trading was a behavior that was expressly forbidden in all countries, and the town mayor was completely breaking the law by doing so.
Wait, the town mayor seems to be doing this. Su Bin suddenly remembered Shinjin's old profession and his face changed. Mayor, do you know what you were just saying? Jiang Fan was not annoyed, instead, he looked at Shinjin with some amusement.
He had muttered about him earlier. Thought that this guy was just an old man, but didn't expect him to be a bad old man with a mean temperament. However, thinking about it, how could Shinjin, who dabbled in the black market business, be so easygoing in his heart?
Little brother directly say yes or no is. Your sandstone giant is very strong though. But since I have a way to be able to control the 5th order flame dog, wanting to control your sandstone giant is not something that can't be done. After getting the word out, Shinjin showed his cards and stopped pretending. He was just scheming for Jiang Fan's sandstone giant. Okay. But there is a condition. Mayor, you have to tell me about the origin of that 5th ranked flame dog. I'm quite curious about that flame dog. Upon hearing that Jiang Fan wanted to know where the flame dog came from, Shinjin's eyes narrowed and he immediately smiled. Being able to catch a 5th order flame dog was something he had been proud of all his life. Now that Jiang Fan wanted to hear it, so what if he told him himself? People love to chatter about the past when they get old, and Shinjin naturally could not be exempted from this. Moreover, capturing a 5th order flame dog is a big event. How can he not sing about it properly? With this in mind, Shinjin began to talk about the matter of the flame dog. This matter is simple to say. It is probably that after Shinjin and his team entered the Changpan forest, they were going to catch some imperial beasts and get some imperial beast eggs to sell, but they happened to run into a family of injured flaming dogs. At that time, the flaming dogs seemed to have fought with a certain imperial beast, and their combat power was greatly reduced. Shinjin took this opportunity to catch the flamehound. Originally, he and his gang also wanted to catch the flamehound mother and the little flamehound, but they both ran away. As for the reason why the flamehound didn't fight with Shinjin and the others, it was mainly because she was pregnant with her second child and was about to have a baby. The subsequent development was simple. The flamehound was brought out of the secret realm by Shinjin, and then suppressed with medication every now and then. The last time Jiang Fan was in the black market, the flaming dog went berserk, and it also had the reason of the drug failing in it. Shinjin, you are truly an animal. After listening to Shinjin's bragging, Jiang Fan clapped his hands, his sneering tone undisguised. Originally, Jiang Fan, who was still peaceful, suddenly said such words. Shinjin froze for a moment. Immediately after reacting, his face twitched. If it wasn't for Su Bin's face, I would have had someone chop you up. You'd have to be able to do that as well. After listening to you speak so much, time is almost up. Let's go out and take a look at the situation of the flame dogs. Jiang Fan grinned. He already knew how to make the flame dog listen to him. We'll see. Shinjin snorted coldly. Jiang Fan's lack of understanding made him quite annoyed. Even if you cure it, so what if you can't? In the end, you're still going to be held in the palm of my hand anyway? I'd like to see what waves you can make. Mayor Shen, this is my master Lian's phone, Mayor Shen. A few people had just gone out to the door. Hong Xian, who had been placed on the side without being disposed of, handed a phone to Shinjin. Shinjin originally did not want to pay attention to him, but after hearing Lian's name, he still took the phone and communicated. Okay, then I'll give you face. After Shinjin finished speaking, he directly threw the phone back to Hong Xian. Get the hell out of here as far as you can. Hong Xian sniffed and was busy as taking the phone and communicating with Lian while leaving. Master, that kid called Jiang Fan is too evil. He even recognized the imperial beast touching hand. Shut up. Aren't you ashamed enough? Hurry up and get your ass back to Jinling. Later, master, I'll go check out that flame dog, see what it's been roasted into. That Shinjin is really an old fool too. He even agreed to that kid Jiang Fan's treatment plan of fire roasting the imperial beast for 5 hours. It's really stupid. It's good that you know, you two, one crouching dragon and one phoenix chick, don't laugh at anyone. Hurry up and get back to me. Master, wait, I'm at the place. I'm crap. What happened? Hello? On the other end of the phone, Liun's puzzled voice kept coming. And at that moment, Hong Yan's hand had already been loosened, the phone fell to the ground, and no one was able to respond to Lian at all. Hong Xian was dumbfounded. He had wanted to follow over to watch the fun so that he could find a chance to throw stones at Jiang Fan. But what did he see after arriving at the place? Instead of seeing a flaming dog roasted to a crisp, he saw a big flaming dog with flames all over its body? This dog couldn't have been switched, right? Why was it so energetic? This is my flaming dog. This is my flaming dog. Shinjin originally didn't hold much hope for Jiang Fan, but now after seeing the flame dog, his whole body was like eating stimulants. He directly jumped up and ran towards the flame dog. However, when he was just about to run within 5 meters of the flame dog suddenly shot a fireball out of its mouth to force him back. Flame dog, what are you doing? When Shinjin saw that flame dog dared to attack him, a cold aura flashed in his eyes immediately. Because flame dog had been too injured recently, he had not sedated him, but instead, he had made flame dog branch out. I will teach you a good lesson later, you son of a bitch. Shinjin's heart sank, then a smile hung on his somewhat shadowy face. Little brother actually has this kind of ability, really admirable. Shinjin, now that I have helped you cure the flaming dog, according to the previous agreement, you should have handed over the money and the teleportation stone from Changpan Forest to me. Jiang Fan looked at Shinjin with a smile. This isn't quite right. You only set fire to my flaming dogs and you want $500,000 plus a teleportation stone from Changpan Forest. Where under the sky is there such a good deal? I won't agree.
Shinjin immediately turned cold. He was a businessman and was very sensitive to the thing called value. In his opinion, Jiang Fan was just giving an offer. Even the fire wasn't set by Jiang Fan himself. Why should he want so many good things to be given to Jiang Fan?
It's not right. It's not worth it. No way. Mayor, didn't we agree before?
How can this be a breach of contract?
Su Bin was a bit anxious when he saw this scene.
Jiang Fan was brought by him, and now that it had gotten into this situation, it was really difficult for him to maneuver around.
Don't speak again and I'll have someone blow you out right now. Aha, so you are trying to back out?
Jiang Fan saw Shinjin's appearance and laughed playfully.
I'm just backing out. What can you do to me?
Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because of that sandstone giant. You simply can't utilize the full strength of the sandstone giant. Just now, I tolerated you, but it was only because I appreciated your sandstone giant. Don't stomp on my nose here. Shinjin cracked his mouth, rather like scolding someone for not giving him a seat on the bus.
Spinning flower, come out. And you, giant pincer crab.
Shinjin directly threw out 2 imperial beast orbs without saying anything.
Spinning flower, 3rd order, grass. Giant pincer crab, 3rd order, water type. Your sandstone giant is a rock type imperial beast, right? I have a grass type and a water type imperial beast, and I still can't take you?
Shinjin's wrinkled face pulled out a very ugly smile. After seeing Shinjin release the 2 imperial beasts, Su Bin immediately wanted to let to Shinjin to beg for mercy, but was stopped by Jiang Fan.
What, still not releasing your sandstone giant? If you don't release it you won't have a chance.
Shinjin clasped his hands on his chest and smiled coldly.
2 3rd-rank imperial beasts?
Oh, I guess with your mental state and physical state, commanding a 3rd-order imperial beast is quite a bit of a struggle, isn't it? At those words, Shinjin's face changed.
It was seen by him. So what? My 2 imperial beasts, one attacking and one assisting from the side, still can't take you down? Shinjin was not intimidated by Jiang Fan.
He was foxing around, and Jiang Fan was even more so. No matter how weak he was still a 3rd-ranked imperial beast master. Jiang Fan's little kind was at most 1 rank, no more.
Who said I'm going to use a sandstone giant to defeat you?
Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows and asked suspiciously.
Not a sandstone giant? Could it be that you still have a 3rd-rank imperial beast? How is that possible? Ha ha ha.
Shinjin sniffed and immediately looked up to the sky. But Jiang Fan was shaking his head. No, I don't have another 3rd-rank imperial beast. It's just that the imperial beast I'm going to use is far away and close by. Jiang Fan slowly walked towards the flaming dog. After the flaming dog saw him, a defensive look appeared on its face and made a gesture to attack.
Don't be afraid, I'm here to help you.
The imperial beasts were able to understand the general meaning of human words. The flaming dog froze for a moment after Jiang Fan spoke these words.
You were brought out from Changpan Forest by Shinjin. Are you missing your children and your wife?
I can take you to Changpan Forest to look for them, but the prerequisite is that you listen to me.
This kind of verbal contract did not have the effect of a professional contract.
The flaming dog could leave Jiang Fan at any time even if he nodded his head. But this was enough for Jiang Fan.
He didn't really want to take in the flame dog.
Rather, he wanted to have one more helper after entering the Evergrande Forest. The Evergrande Forest teleportation stone in Shinjin's hand, he had to give it or not. Since he had already torn his face, Jiang Fan naturally would not be polite to him. The flaming dog did not respond to Jiang Fan and stood in place like a stone.
Are you hesitating? Other than me, who else can you trust among these people present? Who will help you? Shinjin?
Jiang Fan said without slowing down.
He knew that Blazing Dog was not in a good position right now.
He also knew that although Flame Dog looked like it had gotten better, it hadn't actually recovered much of its strength. Otherwise, just now, he wouldn't have used a fireball to force Shinjin back as simple as that, but should have spewed out fiery flames to directly burn Shinjin to death.
Only I can help you, only I can understand your claims, only I can see through your mind.
Jiang Fan slowly extended his hand towards the head of the flaming dog. The crowd could not help but be appalled at this.
Su Bin even immediately rushed over to separate Jiang Fan and the flame dog.
Just now the fiery dog forced back Shinjin's ferocious appearance everyone has seen, and now see Jiang Fan even dare to want to stretch out his hand toward the flaming dog. Pupils are all shrinking. Su Bin had just reached out his hand to pull Jiang Fan's arm to separate Jiang Fan from the flame dog, but the next second, he froze in place. Because after Jiang Fan's hand touched the flaming dog's head, he even got a cordial response from the flaming dog. When this unbelievable scene really happened in front of their eyes, everyone froze. Su Bin froze in place like a stone. He suddenly felt that his son's classmate seemed a bit impervious to himself. Was he really 18 years old?
Shinjin's mouth opened as wide as a goose egg.
He who had been in contact with the flaming dogs for a long time was most aware of the ferocity of the flaming dogs. He himself usually relied on injections of tranquilizers to be able to calm the flaming dogs down, and he even went straight for it and got a response from the flaming dogs?
No, impossible, absolutely impossible.
Not far away, Hong Xian, who had just picked up his cell phone from the ground, hadn't chatted with his master, Lian, for more than a couple of sentences before his cell phone fell to the ground once again.
Hey, talk. Jinling, Imperial Medical Hall. It was during the afternoon lunch break. However, the people coming and going to a royal medical hall were endless.
The Imperial Medical Hall was only a medical center, but at this time, basically the entire medical center was filled to capacity. Even outside the door, there was a long, endless line of people. Lian, who was in charge of the Imperial Medical Hall, was a long-bearded old man with a wrinkled face and white hair. While pressing his hand on a person's pulse, he kept calling out with his other hand holding the latest model of fruit cell phone.
Hey, talk, where did the person die? Tramp.
Liyun heavily slapped the fruit cell phone on the table, and his action immediately scared the people present. The man whose pulse he had pressed shrunk his head and asked with some trepidation.
Li, Dr. Li, can I take my hand back now?
Wait a moment, there's something strange about your pulse. It doesn't look like the pulse of a royal beast. Let me probe some more. Although Lian's was attending to the doctor, his mind had long since flown to the heavens.
But Dr. Li, is it possible that I am indeed not a royal beast, but a real, genuine, human being like his name? Seeing Lian in a bad mood, the man stuttered in his speech. He was afraid that Lian would burst his wrist veins by pressing them himself in a hurry. Oh.
After hearing his words, Lian then reacted. He hurriedly let go of the man's hand and stroked his long white beard to laugh awkwardly twice. Sorry. After he finished apologizing, he looked at the large group of people inside the room and arched his hand. Everyone, today, I have important matters to attend to. There is really no way to treat and diagnose your imperial beasts. Come back tomorrow. Lian's words were spoken to this point, so even if there were millions of unwillingness, the big guys had to leave. After all, if Lian didn't want to see it, it was useless for them to force it. Furthermore, just now, looking at Dr. Li's gaze that wanted to kill and drink blood, something big must have happened. It's better to be smart and not disturb Dr.
Li, and come back tomorrow.
After letting the apprentice send all the people out of the house, Lian put his 2 fingers together and rubbed them on his temples. The apprentice beside him, who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old, hurriedly came to help Lian squeeze his shoulders and pound his back.
Master, why don't you do this great business?
If this quarter's performance fails to reach the target, that dog will kick us out. Upon hearing this, Lian was even more angry.
This bastard Chu Siyuan, does he really think that he is the boss behind the Royal Medical Hall?
He even threatened me and said that he would replace me. I'll see if he replaces me, who else will be able to hold up the beam of the Jinling Imperial Medical Hall.
Although Lian was already old, his mouth was not much weaker than that of a youngster.
That cursing stance resembled the way a company employee would curse his boss behind his back. Good luck come. Good luck bring joy and love. A good luck come DJ version of the song rang out from the fruit cell phone on the table, and the apprentice hurriedly brought the phone over and handed it to Liyun.
Hey you asshole, why do you always stop talking in the middle of a song?
Seeing that it was apprentice Hong Hyun calling, Liyun instantly got right through and cursed back. He waited until the emotional venting was over before he composed himself. Did you just say that the youngster called Jiang Fan cured the flame dog?
That flaming dog was not even cured by the Imperial Beast Hospital in Jinling, but he did it with ease.
Quickly put him on the phone, I want to have a good exchange with him. At first, when he heard Jiang Fan's method of curing the flame dog, Lian's heart was filled with disdain. But when he realized that Jiang Fan had actually cured the flaming dog, the disdain in his heart instantly transformed into shock plus doubt. Listening to Hong Xian's tone, that kid called Jiang Fan shouldn't be too old. He was estimated to be 20 or 30 years old. At the age of 20 or 30, he had such strong medical knowledge of the imperial beasts, there must be someone behind him. If he could find the person behind him and learn a couple of skills, then how dare that bastard talk to himself about his performance? It would be more like treating himself as a god. Master, no, not What isn't? Can you speak without stuttering? It's annoying. Could it be that you just lied to me?
No, master, no. This kid is too heaven-defying. Not only did he cure that flame dog that was sentenced to death, he even managed to subdue that fifth-order flame dog.
Master, don't all imperial beasts depend on the strength of the imperial beast master to recognize their masters? That Jiang Fan is just a freshly graduated high school student. What can he do?
Hong Xian's tone was filled with envy and jealousy.
He only hated why he wasn't Jiang Fan, only hated why the flame dog didn't recognize him as its master, only hated, since people grow to hate, the water flows east.
Hey master, why don't you say something /
On the other end of the phone, Hong Xian frantically issued a question. Only at this time, he didn't know that his master Liyun was just as wooden in place as he was, even his cell phone slid down.
A high school student? Taking in a fifth-order imperial beast?
Liyun muttered these words several times over and over again.
As a royal beast doctor, he understood very well what concept this was. This person called Jiang Fan must be the most gifted person in the world, and he had already entered the realm of beastman unity by refuting and returning to the truth of the royal beast doctor's path. He is not only in the treatment of imperial beasts, but also with the imperial beasts of the heart, in the treatment of imperial beasts at the same time, but also with the imperial beasts of communication. Otherwise, how could it be possible for the flame dog to be taken in by him just after he had healed it? Against the heavens, two against the heavens. No, one must meet him. Even if he couldn't meet the big brother behind him, meeting Jiang Fan himself would definitely be beneficial. Lian panicked and picked up his fruit cell phone from the ground. Quickly put Master Jiang on the phone. Hong Xian didn't react for a moment. No. Is Master Jiang still busy right now? When he's done you go beg him to answer the phone. Lian thought about it and felt that it was a bit abrupt, so he added. Beg him to answer the phone? I'm a big man, begging a little kid to answer the phone? Then what am I? Don't I want to lose face? Hong Xian's face twitched twice. At this moment, he very much wanted to shout out that famous warning towards Master Lian. Ha! Lian sniffed and lengthened his voice. Yes, got it master, I'll go find him now. Between dignity and honoring his master, Hong Xian decisively chose the latter. It didn't matter if he lost his face, if he lost his master, then his dependence on eating would be gone. Shinjin, do you still want to fight with me? The flaming dog standing beside Jiang Fan showed a fierce light in its eyes as it looked straight at Shinjin. This a fifth order flaming dog, how could Shinjin have the guts? As the saying goes, the more the moon lives, the more it goes back. Shinjin was the most vivid example. When he was young, he might still have some courage, but now that he is old, he really does not dare to fight. Shinjin disheveled and bowed down. Forget it, you guys go. Go? I haven't taken anything yet. Kid, what do you mean? After he promised Jiang Fan to leave this kid instead of leaving, he said something like this, which made Shinjin very puzzled. What about the things you promised me before? $500,000, and the teleportation stone of Changpan Forest. Jiang Fan counted on his fingers and then grinned at Shinjin. You took away my beloved dog, and you still dare to mention the reward. Do you want to have a face? Shinjin's brain burst with hot air. He felt that he was now facing not a high school student who had just graduated, but a marketplace peddler who had gone out into society early to touch and climb big, and who was calculating about all sorts of things. He was a high school student, how dare he? Who gave him the courage? Fish Liang. Old bastard, you don't give face. It's up to Flame Dog to follow me. The fact that I helped you cure Flame Dog is another matter. How can the two be mixed up? If you don't give it today, I'll burn down this entire mansion of yours. Jiang Fan wouldn't be polite with him. When dealing with this kind of old rascal, one had to use some special means. Words and actions had to be full of aggression before the other party could know to be afraid. You are simply too deceitful. Shinjin's face reddened, and he immediately turned around to leave. Don't move, where are you going? Hand over the things. Jiang Fan scolded him sternly. At this moment, Jiang Fan was simply more than a rogue, more than a robber. The stuff is not on me, I'll go back to the house and get it for you. Shinjin shouted at the top of his voice. Only his tone was full of aggression. Hearing this reply, Jiang Fan nodded slightly. Go quickly, I'll give you 10 minutes, if you don't come back I'll burn down this house of yours. After all, the flaming dogs don't seem to be too fond of you either. You don't want your lady to be burned alive either, do you? Jiang Fan patted Flame Dog with an innocent smile on his face. Poof! With a cold snort, Shinjin turned around and left. It did not take long to go and return. This card has $500,000 inside, with a password of 6 zeros. Also inside this bag is the Standing Rock Forest teleportation stone. Are you satisfied now? Shinjin's face screwed up into a ball, almost able to squeeze out water. Yossi, nice job. Jiang Fan laughed out loud and immediately took the card back into his arms, taking out the teleportation stone inside the bag and sizing it up. Uncle Su, help me see if it's real? It was Jiang Fan's first time touching the teleportation stone and he couldn't tell what the name was. He thought to himself that Su Bin had been in the black market. Even if he wasn't a beast master, he had more or less seen this thing before. Jiang Fan guessed correctly. Su Bin did have some understanding of the teleportation stone. He took the palm-sized light blue teleportation stone from Jiang Fan's hand, and then took out a magnifying glass from his pocket to look at it. It was only after a long time that he said to Jiang Fan, "Little Fan, this is indeed a teleportation stone from Changpan Forest. I've come into contact with some on the market before, so I recognize it." Sold on the market? Jiang Fan was stunned at his words. Definitely not in the ordinary market. It is usually circulated in the black market or auctions. Hearing this, Jiang Fan was quite relieved. After tossing and turning for half a day, he had thought that this was some kind of crappy stuff. Alright then, that's it for today, Shinjin, we'll see you later. Jiang Fan left with Su Bin and the flaming dog under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Hong Xian rushed out from inside the crowd when he saw that he was done with everything. Mr. Jiang, my master is looking for you. He presented the phone with both hands, and it was still connected. Looking for me for what? Don't come to flip me. Hong Xian held his cell phone. Jiang Fan smoothly helped him hang up the phone and left. Seeing this, Hong Xian immediately froze in place. Walking out not far, Jiang Fan and Su Bin got into the car. Originally, Jiang Fan wanted to let Flame Dog also get into the car and squeeze in, but Flame Dog shook his head. He wasn't really subduing the Flame Dog, so it was a bit difficult to receive the Flame Dog into the ball. Moreover, Jiang Fan didn't have a royal beast ball that could hold a 5th-ranked royal beast in his hand right now. Seeing that the Flame Dog raised its forepaws towards him, Jiang Fan guessed that his general intention was to run, so he simply let it be. All the way back to Linhai City District, Jiang Fan snorted and said to Su Bin, who was driving, "Uncle Su, I took matters into my own hands and ruined your relationship with the town mayor, sorry." "It's fine, anyway, your Uncle Su, I'm not relying on him for food, at most, I'm just earning some extra money. This money is not earned, anyway, Shiwei's grades are basically stabilized in the top 10 Imperial Beasts University, so I can also start swinging for the fences and enjoy life with his mom." Su Bin laughed out loud. "You did a really good job today. I've long been unhappy with that old thing for a long time. Previously, when I was working for this old thing, he was always relying on his status as a 3rd-ranked beast master to squeeze my commission, and sometimes he even made me work for him for nothing. Today, you helped me get out of a bad mood. It's just a pity that even though the bad anger is out, it doesn't hurt that old thing, but on the contrary, it doesn't feel as smooth as it should be. Uncle Su, don't worry, I have long been prepared. This Shinjin has been operating the black market in Blackwater Town with a great deal of prestige. The reason why this side of Linhai City didn't dare to move him was because he was a 3rd-order Imperial Beast Master, and secondly because of the 5th-order Flame Dog. But now the 5th-order Flame Dog is in my hands. Do you think Shinjin can land a good one? Saying this, Jiang Fan directly dialed Lu Tianfeng's phone and Yi Cheng's phone. With the two of them there wasn't much of a problem solving Shinjin. Mr. Jiang, you've really helped our Linhai Police Bureau a lot. I'm going to contact the mayor and declare the title of Outstanding Citizen for you. With you around, the probability of crime in our Linhai City continues to drop. You're a superhero sent by the heavens to our Linhai City. Lu Tianfeng was very excited inside the phone. The words were a bit pompous, but Jiang Fan gladly accepted them. Any sin will eventually be brought to justice. There is no need for Director Lu to thank me. After saying this, Jiang Fan hung up the phone and continued to pick up the Changpan Forest teleportation stone in his hand to study it. Although Su Bin had come into contact with this thing a few times, he had never used it, so he couldn't help Jiang Fan much. Jiang Fan pondered for a while, then took out his phone and called Song Yunxi again. It had to be said that Song Yunxi was still a very good tool person. It was the fact that she occasionally didn't answer the phone that made Jiang Fan a little dissatisfied. The phone continued to ring for a while. Song Yunxi still didn't answer. Busy with what? Not being able to get a response, Jiang Fan frowned and hung up the phone, so he simply closed his eyes and stopped thinking. Returning home again was already around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Fan just came down from Su Bin's car and then saw Tang Ro preparing to go out to buy food. "Auntie Tang, buy more vegetables, we need another mouth to feed tonight." Jiang Fan had just finished his sentence when he saw Tang Ro rushing towards him with an anxious face. Jiang Fan thought she was trying to come over for a hug because she hadn't seen herself for too long. So he was ready to open his hand and prepare for Aunt Tang's hug. But just as his hand was half raised, Tang Ro's voice rang in his ears. "Little Fan, be careful behind you." The back? What the hell? Jiang Fan looked back in confusion. A big dog covered in fire was standing quietly behind him. "Oh, you said flaming dog, it's fine, his own dog, Auntie Tang, don't hit him with your hands, be careful to piss him off." Jiang Fan saw Tang Rose raise her fists and try to slam them towards the flame dog. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and stopped Tang Ro. Otherwise, if the flaming dog went berserk, the small villa that he had spent money on would probably be gone. "Xiao Fan, run!" Seeing Jiang Fan stopping himself, Tang Ro was so anxious that tears were coming out of her eyes. This big dog was scary to look at, and Tang Ro herself didn't know how she gathered the courage to rush over. "And Tang, calm down, this is the Imperial Beast Flaming Dog, it's not in any danger." Jiang Fan hugged Tang Ro to death and explained in her ear for a while before Tang Ro's movements stopped. However, Jiang Fan, who held Tang Ro in his arms, noticed that Tang Ro's entire pretty face was already red. Moreover, his own hands were deadlocked around the two marshmallows in front of her body, lifting her whole body up. This action was as ambiguous as it could be. Jiang Fan unexpectedly froze for a moment. "Don't put me down yet." It was only after a while that Tang Ro timidly said to Jiang Fan, Oh. Jiang Fan, who had come back to his senses, pretended to be fine after putting Tang Ro down. Arching his body, he told Tang Ro about the matter of the flame dog. After hearing what happened to the flame dog, the motherly Tang Ro gently placed her hand on the flame dog's head and stroked it. Strangely enough, the flame dog didn't resist in the slightest, but instead looked like it was enjoying itself very much. Could this be the nature of a dog? Jiang Fan felt puzzled. After chatting with Tang Ro for a couple more sentences, he took the flame dog into the house while Tang Ro went to sell vegetables on her own. It was worth mentioning that the flame dog was able to control the temperature of its own flames. Even though it had fire coming out of its body, it wouldn't hurt the things inside the house. After giving the flame dog an animal world to watch, Jiang Fan returned to the bedroom alone. He threw out the Imperial Beast Orb and released the imp. From the moment he got the teleportation stone from Changpan Forest, this little guy had been moving around inside the Royal Beast Orb. The imp that drilled out from inside the Royal Beast Orb sucked in a mouthful of air fiercely. The two tender tips that were covered by dragon scales rose and fell slightly, very eye-catching. As soon as she came out, she cupped Jiang Fan's teleportation stone inside her hand, looking east and west, and didn't seem to see anything. The little devil stretched out his finger and pointed at the teleportation stone, then flapped his wings and whooshed towards the ceiling, then down towards the floor and back up to the ceiling again. The little one couldn't speak, and the way she hugged the stone was like a white rabbit hugging a radish, loving it. Jiang Fan couldn't see what she was going to do, so he opened the system to check her status. Imperial Beast, Imp, Charmed Demon. Level, LV3. Type, Demonic. Racial value, 100 points, can be raised after the evolution of the Imperial Beast. Blood, 200 points, Spirit, 85 points. Spirit, 85 points. Exoskeleton, 29. Endoskeleton, 0. Skills, Demon's Touch, Dragon's Claw, Demon's Dance, Nightmare. Status, Thriving. Please help the imp improve her strength so she can realize more skills. She seems to be very interested in the Tokiwa Forest teleportation stone you are holding. There is a spring of extreme in Changpan Forest that can help the imp level up and break through the level cap, so try looking for it. After reading this information, Jiang Fan finally understood why this little one reacted so violently. It was because she knew the purpose of the teleportation stone and could sense that it was a great opportunity for her. It had to be said that this little gadget was truly heaven-defying. Alright, don't fly, I know what you want, I'll take you there after there's nothing else. As soon as she heard this, the imp that was jumping up and down was instantly overjoyed. Her tail bent into a heart shape before she came back over to Jiang Fan and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Alright, hurry back inside the Royal Beast Orb. Jiang Fan was afraid that this little guy would come up with some strange ambiguity and was quite wary of it. But the little devil didn't go back to the Royal Beast Ball as usual, but instead, her mouth was babbling, not knowing what she was saying. Her tail was very skillful. When Jiang Fan couldn't understand what she meant, the imp's tail would bend into strange shapes to tell Jiang Fan what she meant. This time her tail bent into a small person, and at the same time bent from a small dog. The two opposed each other, followed by the villain kicking the puppy away. The smug little man pounced into the arms of the bigger little man. Jiang Fan roughly understood what she meant after seeing her tail demonstration. This little guy couldn't be jealous of the flame dog, right? It's fine if you don't enter the Imperial Beast Orb, but if you dare to make small moves against Auntie Tang and the others, be careful of me spanking your little butt. Jiang Fan copied the pillow on the bed and slapped his large palm on it in all sorts of ways, waiting until the imp's tail temporarily produced a pattern of a broken heart before calling it quits. Then again, Auntie Tang and the others haven't seen you yet, it's indeed time to bring them to get to know you. Jiang Fan muttered as he walked out of the room, and the imp above her shoulder flapped its wings to follow him out. The flame dog was currently lying on the sofa in the living room watching TV with great interest. In Shinjin's house, it wasn't that it hadn't watched TV, but the kind of TV that didn't have any freedom. It wasn't much fun to watch. On the contrary, in Jiang Fan's house, it was at ease. After the imp that just came out with Jiang Fan saw the flaming dog lying on the sofa, two bags bulged on its face, and with an exasperated flap of its wings, it rushed over, and then kicked the flaming dog's butt. Ah! With a vicious kick to the juju area, the flaming dog immediately wailed in pain. It turned its head to look at the imp, who at that moment was looking at the flame dog with his arms crossed and his head held high. The flame dog instinctively shrank its neck for some reason. However, it was extremely strong, and in the next second, it rose up and barked furiously towards the imp. Jiang Fan was thinking about whether or not to go over and persuade him to fight, when the phone inside his pocket suddenly rang. Taking it out and looking at the caller ID, Song Yunshi. Busy man, free to call back? After picking up the phone, Jiang Fan shaded Song Yunshi. I've been a bit busy these past few days, my phone has been turned off. Let's not talk so much about it, let's get down to business. Do you know what I've been busy with these past few days? Would like to hear about it? It's not to help you find out what happened to that warrior badge you were holding. After a few consecutive days of me searching for clues, I finally found a relevant record about that warrior badge in your hand inside our school's top secret archive. Song Yunchi sent a few pictures to Jiang Fan's QQ while talking to him on the phone. Look carefully at this picture. It was taken more than 100 years ago when the Jinling Imperial Beast University was built and digging the foundation. Jiang Fan downloaded the picture to view it. In the picture, a group of people surrounded a large deep pit, and the huge dark green stone covered by yellow soil in the middle of the pit was very eye-catching. Moreover, the stone had some déjà vu patterns on it. Thinking back carefully, Jiang Fan realized that this stone and the lines on it seemed to be somewhat similar to a turtle. What is this thing? Don't worry, I'll show you another one. Song Yunchi sent another photo to Jiang Fan. This time, the photo was very blurry, as if it was taken at night. In the blur, there were only two pieces of information that Jiang Fan was able to extract from the second photo. One was the many large pillars that stood up. The second was a black shadow in the shape of a turtle that was as large as a truck. The second photograph was taken of an underground palace. Now this palace is located underneath that stone I told you about earlier that can raise chi and blood as well as spirit. Someone has gone down there? Jiang Fan frowned. If one didn't need the warrior badge in his hand to go down there, then the warrior badge would seem meaningless. Yes, in the 10th year after the end of the Qing royal court's rule, someone did go down there. That person was the first president of the Jinling Imperial Beast University, Empress Dowager Cixi's personal eunuch Gao Hong. As he spoke, Song Yunchi's breathing was a little short. These things are extremely secretive, not known to the successive presidents of the Jinling Imperial Beast University. It was only after squatting for quite some time that I was able to enter the top secret archive room to check it out. In addition to these two photos, I also have more detailed documentation in my hands about the underground space of the Jinling Imperial Beast University. These things are inconvenient to spread on the internet. I'll show them to you when I get a chance. Did you see that turtle? I'm sure that's the Blackheart Sage King's royal beast, the Xian turtle. Anyway, I can tell you without hesitation, you're in luck. What's buried down here is definitely the Blackheart Sage King's treasure. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to officially become a student of the Jinling Imperial Beast University. Song Yunchi was very excited, just like a little girl who encountered something happy and wanted to share it with others. In that case, I still have to go to the Jinling Imperial Beast University? Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows. Jinling, Kyoto, both places were not too bad for him. What he lacked right now was just an understanding of the many generalizations of the Royal Beast Master world. Whether he went to the Jinling Imperial Beast University or the Kyoto Imperial Beast University, he could make up for this aspect of himself. Since there was really a treasure left behind by the Blackheart Sacred King underneath the Jinling Imperial Beast University, Jiang Fan didn't mind enrolling in school to explore it. I've heard it all. With a chi and blood value of 150 points, you won't be taken seriously by the school even if you go to the Kyoto Imperial Beast University. On the contrary, it's different if you come to Jinling Imperial Beast University. Students with 150 points of chi and blood value are eagerly sought after by our school. Not only are they eagerly sought after, but they will also allot you a considerable amount of resources. You definitely won't have this treatment when you go to Kyoto. Jiang Fan, listen to my advice. It's better to be the head of the chicken than the tail of the phoenix. Jinling Imperial Beast University is also a good choice. Song Yunchi persuaded Jiang Fan bitterly on the other side of the phone. Alright, I know. Speaking of the Jinling Imperial Beast University, there's one more thing I want to ask. At that moment, Jiang Fan repeated the words of Wu Yufan, the director of the Jinling Teaching Bureau, as well as the benefits promised to Jiang Fan. Teacher Mei? Wu Yufan is actually going to introduce you to Teacher Mei? I don't even have this treatment. Last year, he even said that I was the pride of Linhai City to come, but in the end, it wasn't even after a year that I worked hard on my own to obtain the qualification to study with Mr. Mei. Song Yunchi's tone was a bit grumpy. Between the words, Jiang Fan could more or less hear a little meaning. The feeling was that this Teacher Mei was really quite powerful. Even Song Yunchi was studying under his hand. Jiang Fan pondered for a while in his heart, then suddenly remembered about the Evergrande Forest teleportation stone, and continued to ask Song Yunchi about the Evergrande Forest. Changpan Forest? It's very dangerous there. Not only are there imperial beasts inside that hate humans, there are also imperial beast stealers, and even criminals who broke the law and hid inside to take refuge. What do you say about this place? Just got a teleportation stone by chance. Jiang Fan answered truthfully. A teleportation stone? That's not cheap. It's not even available on the market. Even inside the black market, it's been speculated to a high price of tens of millions of dollars, and you even have this? It's just as well. My Earth Rock Dragon's evolution needs to gather some materials in the Evergrande Forest. Let's go together. Let's go together. I can even protect you if you come with me. But you have to be prepared. This trip is estimated to take a month. Jiang Fan. Although he himself said that he was only a little Imperial Beast rookie who had just hatched an Imperial Beast, he had the Flame Dog, a 5th-ranked Imperial Beast, to help him from the side, and he needed you, Song Yunchi, to protect him? Alright, let's go together after I finish filling out my volunteers. Although Jiang Fan was bellyaching about Song Yunchi in his heart, his mouth was very honest. Together with Song Yunchi, wouldn't it be great if the sky collapsed and the taller one would hold it up? It was almost dinner time after the phone hung up. Tang Ro had just come back from grocery shopping and immediately ran to Jiang Fan's room to hide after realizing that there was a humanoid monster flying inside the living room, while there were tears in her eyes. Obviously, she was scared to death. Auntie Tang, it's fine, the imp is my imperial beast, she won't hurt you. After Jiang Fan finished speaking, the imp also flapped its wings and flew over, using its tail to gesture a scissor hand at Tang Ro with a smile on its face. Ah, she was hatched from that egg of yours? No wonder it feels a bit familiar. Can I touch it? Tang Ro carefully stretched out her hand, and the imp hurriedly sent his head over when he saw this. Pfft, hot, so cute, just like when Xiao Xiao was little. Tang Ro felt instantly affectionate at the sight of the imp. Mom, what are you calling me for? Tang Xiao Xiao suddenly opened the door to Jiang Fan's room. In a flash, many eyes met. Yeah, it's the flying little demon. Tang Xiao Xiao's behavior was much bolder compared to Tang Ro. Not only was she not scared, instead she ran over and hugged the little demon in her arms. Hey, it's as cute as a porcelain doll. A face of a demented woman's expression made Jiang Fan's temples ripple with veins. Tang Ro even flexed her fingers and popped her on the head. Don't block the door, go out to eat. 2 people, a dog, a demon, plus a lizard swept away the meal on the table, just still feeling a bit unfulfilled. Tang Ro was also speechless after seeing this scene. After scrubbing, Jiang Fan lay on his bed and used his cell phone to brush up the information about Jinling Imperial Beast University. As Song Yunchi said, it was better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Moreover, Jinling Imperial Beast University still had the treasure of the Blackheart Sacred King, so Jiang Fan knew that Jinling Imperial Beast University was undoubtedly his best choice after thinking clearly. Drip drip drip. While Jiang Fan was still browsing through the information about the Jinling Imperial Beast University, the class group that he had been shielding from Old Man Lu at all students. Classmates, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock the director of the enrollment office of the Jinling Imperial Beast University, Hao, will come to our school to carry out a lecture on volunteering. Those who are interested can go to the school to participate. Also, students with a Qi and blood value of 115 points or more must attend. At that time, Director Hao will have something important to announce. If Old Man Lu Guang had said the previous paragraph, there probably wouldn't be many people there. But his best addition, students with a Qi and blood value of 115 points or more must attend, was enough to arouse the curiosity of the crowd. Even students with less than 115 blood points would probably not let go of this opportunity to try to find out some useful information. Jiang Fan had nothing to do anyway, so he decided to go and take a look tomorrow. At just 11 o'clock at night, Jiang Fan put down his cell phone and entered dreamland. In his dream, he saw a blurry silhouette with horns on its head and a tail on its body. The next morning, Jiang Fan was surprisingly refreshed. The silhouette in his dream last night had given him a jump. He thought it was the imp again, but the strange silhouette disappeared not long after it appeared in his dream. Imp, quickly go back inside the Imperial Beast Orb. Jiang Fan glanced at the imp who was hugging his thighs and huffing and puffing, then he lifted the other party's tail and opened the Royal Beast Ball, putting her inside the ball to go to sleep. There weren't many people at the entrance of Lin High Middle School today. The main reason was that the first and second years of high school were in class. Jiang Fan, who had already graduated, was already categorized as a social loiterer, and the school rules couldn't control the time he came and went. At least he couldn't see many people coming over at this time. Baird. Jiang Fan was about to walk into the school gate when suddenly a sharp sound of brakes came from behind him. A Toyota Alpha stopped. After seeing the person who came down from the car, Jiang Fan recalled a little. Isn't this that Japanese bitch? What was the name? Asada Miko was wearing a short black gauze dress today. She also had a huge black sunshading gauze hat on top of her head. Student Jiang Fan, haven't seen you in a few days, how have you been? Other than that, Asada Miko was a Sakura maiden, but that mouth Chinese language was spoken in a very authentic way. At least Jiang Fan felt that she was not on par with himself. How are you, MS? Asada. Jiang Fan didn't have any good feelings towards this woman before. It was only because she had helped out on the day of the Qi and blood test that he had changed his opinion of this woman. Jiang Fan's Miss Ma directly made Asada Miko's pink fists clench. Ma Tianxiang, who had just gotten down from the driver's seat, roared after hearing Jiang Fan's words. Baka, how dare you talk to the chairman like that? Major Ma? Jiang Fan had quite an impression of Ma Tianxiang. This brat was the culprit that caused the sandstone giant to go crazy. A handful of knockout monkeys' sonic shock stunned the entire audience. Director Wang still hated his guts when he mentioned him afterward. Asshole, don't talk to student Jiang Fan like that. When Miko Asada saw Ma Tianxiang with such an attitude, her fine eyebrows furrowed slightly and she snapped out. But chairman.
Ma Tianxian was glared at by Asada Miko in the middle of his words, and immediately stifled the words that came out of his mouth.
Mr. Jiang Fan, earlier I invited you to join Shizi University, how have you considered it?
Miko Asada originally wanted to make Jiang Fan's chi and blood value lower than the university's admission scoreline by doing tricks so that she could take advantage of the situation. But who knew that this fool Chen Hongwei dropped his chain at the crucial moment? Jiang Fan's chi and blood test results did not do the trick successfully, not to mention, but also let Jiang Fan measured 150 points of chi and blood value. 139 points to 150 points. Asada Miko seriously suspected that the difference was a result of Chen Hongwei giving the wrong instructions and reversing the process to help Jiang Fan raise it. But no matter what, Jiang Fan's chi blood value had already been recorded as 150 points, so I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy for myself to fool him.
MS. Ma, I've already said that I won't consider your Shitsi River Imperial Beasts University, you'd better find someone else. Mr. Jiang Fan, my name is Asada Miko, you can address me as Miko. Miko Asada wanted to fight a little more. It was too difficult to gather 5 people with 120 points of chi and blood value. If she could fight for Jiang Fan, a student with 150 points of chi and blood value, then she would be able to solve her problem. Otherwise, now that he was on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd level of Imperial Beast Master, he would only be able to go to the Changpan forest and try his luck. However, he had heard that it was recently not peaceful inside, so he really didn't want to take that risk if he didn't have to. Sayonara, Ms. Asada Miko. Jiang Fan walked into the school gates without looking back. This dead pig attitude made Asada Miko's mood sink.
There are so many people who came to listen to the volunteer announcement today, I still don't believe that I can't fish out some good seedlings.
Asada Miko came to Linhai Middle School today just because of the preaching session.
Because it was the director of the admissions office of the Jinling Imperial Beast University, Hao, who had personally come to deliver the lecture. Not only the students of Linhai Middle School, but also the students of other schools would come here one after another. Among them, there was no lack of good seedlings. In order to fulfill her performance, Asada Miko was already in a quandary wherever she was free to go.
While students were entering the school one after another, on the other side of the Linhai Middle School principal's room, Director Wang was receiving 2 big shots.
Zhou Youfu was appointed as the temporary director of the Linhai Education Bureau, and Director Wang was naturally promoted to become the #1 powerful person in Linhai Middle School. To be more rigorous, he could no longer be called Director Wang, but should be called Principal Wang instead. Principal Wang, the quality of your school's students this year is really good. Director Hao of the admissions office of the Jinling Imperial Beast University looked at the document in his hand and laughed. Last year there was a 140-point chi value Song Yunqi, and this year there's a 150-point chi value Jiang Fan.
Is this Linhai Middle School of yours too good for feng shui?
Talking about Song Yunqi and Jiang Fan in the middle of a joke, Director Hao sighed leisurely. Hey, 150 points of chi and blood value can be reported to Kyoto. In the minds of ordinary people, the 2 Imperial Beast Universities in Kyoto are a mountain that presses down on other universities.
I think this Jiang Fan should be enrolling in Kyoto as well.
This I'm not sure. Students decide their own matters.
Wang Tian smiled awkwardly.
Inwardly, he was spitting out, nonsense, if Jiang Fan were my son, I would also let him go to Kyoto.
While spitting in his heart, Wang Tian didn't dare to slack on his surface work. He looked at the old doctor sitting beside Director Hao and asked, Dr. Tian, is there something important that you have specially come to our Linhai Middle School today?
Nothing much, just came over to see if there are any favorite students. It just so happens that I'm short of an assistant for my experimental research, so I'm planning to choose one among these youngsters.
Dr. Tian hung.
If Jiang Fan was here he would have realized that the old man in front of him who was very intimidating in front of Wang Tian, Director Hao, and the 2 others was the doctor from the prestigious university who had cried like a child back in the underground space.
Research assistant, picking on a high school student who just graduated?
High school students are good. High school students are like a blank sheet of paper to write on and receive far more than college students.
Tian Hong laughed.
He would never admit to the 2 people in front of him even if he killed himself that he had made this trip specifically to invite Jiang Fan to join Jinling Imperial Beast University and join his subject group. This Wang Tian and Director Hao exchanged a glance.
Judging from the latter's shrugging gesture, the latter obviously didn't know the beginning and end of it either.
Let's go, it's almost time. If we don't go out again, I guess some students will say that I'm putting up a show. Huh? Director Hao laughed out loud and took his speech in his hand before getting up to go to the conference hall.
Wang Tian and Dr. Tian followed closely behind.
On the other side, Jiang Fan, who had just entered the designated conference hall, caught a glimpse of Chen Sisi. He came over as usual to find Chen Sisi playing with her cell phone with her head down.
What are you looking at?
Jiang Fan's sudden voice directly startled Chen Sisi.
Ah!
Shrieking in shock, after realizing that the person who came next to her was Jiang Fan,
Chen Sisi sheepishly flung her phone to the other side. When did you come? What are you playing? Show me. Jiang Fan grinned then made a move to grab her phone. No. Chen Sisi hastily dodged, her pretty face flushed red. Seeing her like this, Jiang Fan simply stopped teasing her. In fact, Jiang Fan had just seen what she was doing when she was engrossed on her cell phone screen. Ask me if I'm coming or not and just ask directly, typing and deleting half a day without being able to send a word. This painless character still needs to be properly coached. Jiang Fan squeezed into Chen Sisi and sat down next to her. The two of them just happened to be in the leftmost and most backward position of the conference room. As soon as Jiang Fan sat down to the right of Chen Sisi, he immediately surrounded the latter in her seat. The people inside couldn't get out, and the people outside had no position to squeeze in. Chen Sisi's red cheeks faded a little, and just as she was about to speak to Jiang Fan, she heard a voice coming from her ears. Yeah, Jiang Fan, you're here go to the front and sit you can't see clearly here. Lu Ruyan and her sister Yi Yusin came together. Both of them were dressed exactly the same today, wearing an ice blue skirt and their hair was tied into a single ponytail. The two were originally twins, and standing together like this made it even more difficult for normal people to distinguish between them. But Jiang Fan had a unique method of recognizing the two sisters. Generally, the one who greeted himself was his sister, Lu Ruyan. The one who doesn't talk to himself much or doesn't give a damn when he sees himself as his younger sister Yi Yusin. No need, I'll just sit here, you guys sit towards the front. Jiang Fan waved his hand, signaling them to find their own seats. It just so happens that there's a seat beside you, we'll sit next to you. Lu Ruyan ruffled her hair around her ears, stroked her ice blue skirt then sat herself to Jiang Fan's right-hand side. Sister. Yi Yusin originally did not want to sit in the back row, but seeing that her sister's butt was attached to the stool, she simply followed suit and sat down. Jiang Fan's head was covered with black lines, he was still planning to whisper to Chen Sisi. Lu Ruyan sat down next to, this is not affecting their own play? Lu Ruyan, who had just sat down, couldn't wait to discuss the topic of imperial beasts with Jiang Fan. Out of politeness, Jiang Fan only had to be to discuss with her. Chen Sisi, who was hung out to dry inside, her body close to the wall, had already darkened her face into a piece of charcoal. She used her cell phone to open QQ and kept sending bomb emoticons to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan's cell phone vibrated non-stop. I'll return a message. Just like this, Jiang Fan kept busy on returning messages and chatting with Su Yuro. Until Director Hao and the others arrived. Everyone be quiet. The voluntary enrollment presentation will start soon, so be quiet. The host chirped and spoke a lot on stage. Then there was the flow of the principal's speech, getting to the point, and so on. After 2 hours of continuous preaching, the preaching session finally entered the main event. Okay, the next words are for students whose Qi and blood values have reached 115 points or more. The others whose Qi and blood values have not reached 115 points and above can leave on their own. Most people didn't move their asses, and Director Hao just grinned when he saw this. Why bother, having to stay and listen to these things that have nothing to do with oneself? Doesn't it smell good to have this free time to read books and play games? Since everyone has pretty much left, then I'll start talking. In order to cope with the sudden change in the external environment, and to grow our country's Imperial Beast Master Team, all students who have reached the standard of the Imperial Beast College Entrance Examinations cultural course results, with a Qi and blood value of 115 and above, and who are below the acceptance line can participate in the Imperial Beast Reserve that is jointly organized by the Jinling Imperial Beast University in conjunction with the Jiangnan Provincial Armed Brigade. The Imperial Beast Reserve requires you to serve in the Armed Brigade for 2.5 years. After 2.5 years, you can receive an acceptance letter from the Jinling Imperial Beast University and enter the school directly. The moment Director Hao said this, there was an outcry inside the entire conference hall. This policy could be completely described as a shortcut to attend the Jinling Imperial Beast University. 115 points of Qi and blood value, as long as you serve for 2.5 years, you can attend the Jinling Imperial Beast University. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Some of the students with 113,114 Qi and blood values couldn't help but beat their chests after hearing this. Why did you let us know about this policy? I should have known not to come. Everyone be quiet for a moment, I haven't finished my words yet. In addition to the Imperial Beast Reservists, students who have reached the admission score line or above, and whose first volunteers have filled in the Golden Imperial Beast University will join the school-organized, 2-month-long Ace Imperial Beast training program 10 days after they receive their acceptance letter. You want to hatch royal beasts? Want to raise the rank strength of the Imperial Beasts? The Ace Royal Beast training program can help you achieve all of that. Rumble. Director Hao's voice was like a thunderbolt exploding in the middle of the conference hall. His words were as mesmerizing as an angel's chant to the students who had just taken the Imperial Beast exam and had done well. The world of Imperial Beasts was a fascinating existence for every student present. Being able to help hatch imperial beasts? Being able to raise the level of the imperial beasts? These 2 points alone were able to induce countless people to go crazy. Of course, there are some outstanding students among you, like Jiang Fan, Li, Ruyan Lu, and so on. Your grades have basically confirmed that you can enter the Jinling Imperial Beast University, and as long as you are willing, I can bring you to the Jinling Imperial Beast University tomorrow to participate in the training program. There is no need to wait for your grades to come down. All of the students whose names were read by Director Hao one by one were students whose Qi and blood values were above 130 points. Jiang Fan, Chen Sisi and the 2 sisters, Lu Ruyan, were clearly among them. How are you guys considering it? Director Hao's gaze seemed to look at the students in the entire conference hall. In reality, it only lingered on a few. I'm willing. Tiger Tianba, who was sitting in the front row, was the first to step forward. Li Yi was sitting right next to him, but his face appeared a bit hesitant. His target was not the Jinling Imperial Beast University, but the 2 Imperial Beast Universities in Kyoto. Director Hao could see Li Yi's mind at a glance, seemingly intentional or not, and said in a leisurely manner. This year, the admission score line of the 2 Imperial Beast Universities in Kyoto is quite a bit higher than last year, so students who don't have 150 points of Qi blood value should not consider it. Of course you guys can also choose to repeat your studies, but it is yet to be seen if you can still maintain your current Qi and blood values if you repeat the course again. Li Yi's face changed with a swish when he heard this. He understood Director Hao's words and was convinced. It was because there was already news coming from his old home in Jinling. Kyoto was not allowed to enter unless it was 150 points of Qi blood value. I am also willing. Li Yi slowly spat out a sentence after a long time of inner entanglement. I'm willing. In the corner of the front row, Jiang Fan's old classmate Ji Xianchen also faintly spoke out. I'm willing. After the 2 sisters, Lu Ruyan and Yi Yusen, spoke out, the gazes of the crowd looked towards them. Why are you 2 sitting at the back? Are you still shy? Next to you are Jiang Fan and Chen Sisi? Director Hao, after all, had a high Qi and blood value, coupled with the 2 sisters, Lu Ruyan, attracting his gaze. He instantly noticed Jiang Fan and Chen Sisi. After all, as the director of the enrollment office of the Jinling Imperial Beast University, he had long gotten the information of these students. Jiang Fan, Chen Sisi, how have you 2 considered it? I'm also willing. This kind of opportunity was too much for Chen Sisi to ask for. She had never let go easily of an opportunity that she could grab. Chen Sisi's answer made Director Hao very satisfied. Sure enough, no one could resist the temptation of one of the top 10 Imperial Beast Universities, the Jinling Imperial Beast University. I won't participate. Director Hao was feeling honored for the school when a voice like a sharp thorn violently zapped towards him. What did you say? Not only Director Hao, the other students also looked at Jiang Fan with astonished gazes one by one after hearing his words. Among them, there were some students who were able to guess the inside story and started whispering. Jiang Fan's Qi blood value has reached 150 points, he will definitely choose a university in Kyoto. What, his Qi blood value has really reached 150 points? Didn't you say it was a lie? You're silly, didn't you see Jiang Fan maneuvering 2 imperial beasts to attack the sandstone giant at the same time during the Qi blood assessment a few days ago? If it wasn't for his high Qi and blood value and high spiritual value, how could he have done it? These words were naturally heard by Director Hao on the stage. His face was slightly displeased, and he immediately spoke. It's not true that you can apply for a university in Kyoto with 150 points, but whether or not they will accept you is still a different matter. The water in Kyoto is very deep. It's not something an outsider can level up. Director Hao, does Jiang Fan's blood value really have 150 points? A person couldn't help but be curious and boldly asked. Director Hao nodded gently. There was no need to hide this matter. Anyway, the results of the college entrance exams would come out before long. Director Hao's nod was like a chain reaction. Some people sucked in cool air, some people's gums grinded and creaked. There were also people whose faces burned with shame and indignation. These representatives of shame and indignation were naturally Li Yi and Tiger Tianba, and of course, Ji Shenchuan, Zhou Ping, and the others. It's not that I want to enroll in Kyoto's university. Jinling Imperial Beast University is my goal. However, I have something going on lately, so I can't take part in this what's-his-name training program. Jiang Fan shrugged his shoulders and answered truthfully. Something came up recently? What could be more important than one's future? The resources poured into the Ace Royal Beast training program are so large that you can't imagine. You know Song Yunqi, right? Last year when she participated in the Ace Royal Beast training program, a snow shadow doll beat up not a single freshman from all over the 5 lakes. Now that she's just a sophomore, she's already one of the strongest students in the entire Jinling Imperial Beast University. This is not without the credit of the Ace Royal Beast training program. Director Hao snorted and shook his head. This kid looked a little crazy, not even realizing how strong the Jinling Imperial Beast University's underpinnings were. Then let my resources go to someone else, I really don't have the time. Jiang Fan was telling the truth. Changpan Forest had the extreme spring water that boosted the strength of the imp, and the flaming dogs had already started urging him to act recently. Furthermore, he had made an appointment with Song Yunchi to enter the Standing Rock Forest, so naturally, he couldn't go back on his word. Nonsense! Do you think the Ace Royal Beast training program is child's play? I've never seen someone as arrogant as you. The ancient Xiangyu, Yang Xiu, and Ma Su would all be ashamed of themselves compared to you. Since you're not willing to come to this Ace Beast training program, why don't you just not apply to the Jinling Imperial Beast University? Our school has no more than one more of you and no less of you. Don't think that you can be unorganized and undisciplined just because you have 150 points of blood value. Although you have good talent, your heart is not. Imperial Beast University is only the starting line for Imperial Beast Masters. Don't think that you can easily finish the marathon that is Imperial Beasts just because you take some stimulants. Director Hao's words were deafening, and the crowd couldn't help but stifle their laughter after seeing him reprimand Jiang Fan. The silence in the middle of the entire conference hall was somewhat terrifying. It was like a teacher reprimanding the jumpy students in his class during class. Jiang Fan didn't say anything, but instead, Li Yi and the others in the front row were up in arms. Last time, you didn't participate in Linhai Middle School's seed program, and this time, you didn't participate in the Ace Royal Beast training program. Do you really think that your fielding can compare to someone born in a high-resource area? Unorganized and undisciplined, just fooling around like a child, how ridiculous. He's not going to take advantage of the high school holidays to go on vacation, is he? What a laugh. Director Hao, I don't think what you're saying is right. Isn't it Jiang Fan's own freedom to be willing or not? Couldn't you still deprive him of the qualification to fill out the application for the Jinling Imperial Beast University if he's not willing? While the crowd was snickering at Jiang Fan, Chen Sisi, who had been pressed into the back row corner by Jiang Fan, suddenly stood up. She didn't deliberately speak loudly, but everyone was able to hear her clearly. Uncle Hao, my dad is a classmate of yours, and his strength is also comparable to yours. His attitude towards Jiang Fan is very polite. Let's leave aside what opinions you hold about Jiang Fan. But I think you can't force a student to participate in the so-called training even if you are the director of the enrollment office. You are clearly making things difficult for him. Ruyan Lu also stood up. Seeing that the two women actually spoke for Jiang Fan at the same time, the male compatriots present were so jealous that they wanted to strangle Jiang Fan. If gazes could kill, Jiang Fan would probably be dead by now. You guys, it's ridiculous. Seeing two students with excellent grades actually tearing himself down, Director Hao's face turned green with anger. He was making things difficult for him? He was only trying to frustrate Jiang Fan, letting him know that there was a world outside of people. Now it's his fault? The two students don't get excited. Director Hao said this for Jiang Fan's good. Jiang Fan is such a good Beastmaster seedling. Director Hao likes it too much. How could he make things difficult for him? Wang Tian saw that the atmosphere on the field was heavy, and hurriedly ran over to save the day. Thanks to the fact that everyone basically knows that he is the principal, he can speak well, so this little episode was over in Wang Tian's words. The right to speak on the stage returned to Director Hao's hands. I've said all I have to say, so certain students should not mistake themselves. In addition to the Ace Royal Beast training, I have one more thing to announce. Dr. Tian Hengtian from the Jinling Imperial Beast University has also come to our site today. He now lacks a research assistant by his side, so if you all have any ideas, come up to the stage and say a few words, with a time limit of 2 minutes. There's no limit to men and women, no limit to grades. Anyone who has an eye for Dr. Tian or who can give the doctor a hand in his research can come up. Of course, take care to adjust your emotions before going on stage. I don't want to see some students who have no one in their sights and contradict their teachers on stage. It's just a waste of time for such people to go on stage, and Dr. Tian won't even be able to look at them squarely. Director Hao's words meant something, but the people who had experienced what had just happened could not have known that Director Hao was talking about Jiang Fan, Chen Sisi, and Lu Ruyan. Dr. Tian's identity information spread through the crowd like it had wings. Almost everyone knew that he was once a 5th-ranked Imperial Beast Master with rich experience in cultivating Imperial Beasts. Now that Dr. Tian said he wanted a research assistant, wouldn't it be a step to heaven if he could be selected? I'll try. While some people were still hesitating, some others had already rushed onto the stage. They naturally couldn't miss such a good opportunity. It was just that although there were many people who rushed to the stage, none of them were able to move Dr. Tian, who was sitting on the side of the podium. The speech on the stage continued, and even some students with a chi blood value of 120 points or more also went up to the stage. Although Li Yi and the others had yet to make a move, their faces were filled with expressions of eagerness to try. This old bastard is deliberately targeting us. Chen Sisi in the corner of the back row of the conference hall snorted coldly and wanted to get up and go out. What are you doing? Jiang Fan asked suspiciously. Of course I'm going up to the stage to say a few words. If he tells us not to go up we won't go up? I prefer not to. Chen Sisi had a very good heart and was particularly stubborn at times, the kind that could not be pulled back by 10 oxen. Director Hao's words, instead of hitting her, had galvanized her fighting spirit to resist. Let's go. I'll go up with you. Let's see what he can do to us. I'll go home and complain to my dad later. Lu Ruyan's missy temper also came out. Director Hao's words just now had slammed even her together. She was the eldest lady of the Yi family, how could she tolerate such gloomy words from Director Hao? Seeing that both women were dumbfounded, Jiang Fan helplessly let out a bitter smile. What's so good about being that Dr. Tian's research assistant? I don't think the assistant he had before was any good either. Jiang Fan had met Tian Heng and also experienced the underground adventure with Tian Heng's two assistants, a man and a woman, so naturally he knew the situation of Tian Heng's gang. The general summary was that they were mediocre. One might be able to learn something from Tian Heng, but certainly not much. After all, that old man himself was a bit unreliable. Jiang Fan had originally just made a casual remark, but somehow the sound spread throughout the conference hall all of a sudden. Dumbfounded, Jiang Fan looked around before realizing that there seemed to be a small thing hanging in front of his table. This is a trumpet squirrel? Jiang Fan grabbed towards the small thing and a squirrel with ears like as in the shape of a trumpet flower appeared in front of his eyes. Although this squirrel was pulled up by Jiang Fan's two fingers, the small fried chestnut held inside his hand was not loosened. Just look at its chubby body with the hands of fried chestnuts. Jiang Fan knows that this trumpet squirrel someone to feed. Trumpet squirrels have trumpet-like ears and are good at using sonic attacks. Their trumpet-shaped ears are able to absorb the sound they hear and increase the volume to spread it out. Trumpet squirrels usually like to use this tactic to scare off their natural enemies. How classless, still using such underhanded tactics. Jiang Fan pursed his lips and then directly threw the trumpet squirrel out of the window. However, his words just now had all been heard, and at this moment, everyone was looking at Jiang Fan with a face of shock and admiration. With these words, he was afraid that Jinling Imperial Beast University had already blacklisted him. In the front row of the conference hall, Tiger Tianba gave Li Yi a thumbs up. In response, Li Yi smiled without saying anything. The district Jiang Fan, he himself played him like an ant. Jiang Fan, you are simply infuriating. If I were Dr. Tian, I would definitely fix you, a student who doesn't know how to respect his teacher, severely. Director Hao couldn't remember how many years it had been since he had encountered such a bold and arrogant student. Even Song Yunqi from last year had only exasperated herself to the point of raising her blood pressure. Did this Jiang Fan want to infuriate himself to the point of cardiac arrest before he would give up? Director Hao, I think this kind of person just can't eat grapes and says grapes are sour. Li Yi laughed and stood up directly, ready to go to the stage to make some impassioned speech. But at this time a voice came quietly, you first stand here, do not walk around. The voice came out of nowhere. It was a bit old, yet it was loud and clear. Li Yi instantly froze directly in place. The belly full of words he was holding in the middle of his abdominal cavity directly rotted in his stomach when he was shouted to stop like this. Dr. Tian? What are you doing? After Director Hao heard Tian Heng's words, he immediately walked over to ask suspiciously. After listening to you guys talk so much, I also feel a bit tired. Let me say a few words. You please. Tian Heng was still technically Director Hao's teacher, and he naturally treated Tian Heng very politely. Receiving the microphone, Tian Heng lightly coughed twice to clear his throat, and then he gazed furtively, intending to look forward. This collection of research assistants, I arranged to Director Hao's task. Everyone can enthusiastically speak on stage. I am very happy. However, I have now found a suitable assistant candidate. It is not necessary for people to come up again. At these words, a pin dropped in the room. Dr. Tian had decided on a new candidate for research assistant? Who the hell was it? What asshole was so lucky? Standing on the aisle leading to the podium, Li Yi's face was somewhat at a loss for words. Listening to the meaning within Dr. Tian's words, that person who was chosen was definitely not himself. So who the hell was it? Student Jiang Fan, long time no see. Do you still remember me, an old man? While the crowd was wondering, Dr. Tian's words directly caused everyone to drop their glasses. Dr. Tian knew Jiang Fan? Wait, Dr. Tian just said that he had chosen someone, could it be? The crowd didn't dare to think further, but Tian Heng acted as if he knew the doubts in their hearts and directly opened the door to Jiang Fan. Mr. Jiang Fan, I happen to be lacking a research assistant right now. If you are interested, can you consider it? It was Jiang Fan, it really was Jiang Fan. Just why did Dr. Tian ask Jiang Fan in such a consultative tone? Could it be that he was afraid that Jiang Fan would not agree? How could it be? Dr. Tian, no way. Although this kid is a bit strong, he's too arrogant. You can't boost his prestige. Director Hao was anxious. Just now he had said that Dr. Tian couldn't possibly look at Jiang Fan, and then he was slapped in the face and the turn of the head. How could he be embarrassed? What's not possible? What's wrong with a young man having a high heart? You shouldn't deal with student Jiang Fan as if he's a prick. He's not even on the same level than those students who have no one in their sights. Moreover, the fact that he doesn't participate in the Ace Beast training program shows that he has his own plans. Knowing how to plan his own way forward wasn't enough, being gifted and strong. Other people only start running when they go to college, but student Jiang Fan has just graduated from high school and has run a few more laps than anyone else. Who else could such a person be if he's not the best candidate for an assistant? Dr. Tian said verbatim, and Director Hao's face was already a bit hungover after hearing his words and lowered his head. Li Yi, who was standing on the aisle, clenched his fists even more after hearing Dr. Tian's words. I'm not convinced. Jiang Fan has said this about you, Dr. Tian, and you are still helping him. You must have been deceived by him. Jiang Fan, I'm going to have a royal beast battle with you. I don't care if I can't be Dr. Tian's research assistant, but I definitely can't let Dr. Tian be deceived by you. Jiang Fan was somewhat speechless as he looked at Li Yi, who was angrily staring straight at him. This guy was purely here to raise a fight with himself. That flared squirrel just now must have been his handiwork as well. Why should I compare myself with you? Jiang Fan skimmed his lips and said disdainfully, as long as you can defeat me in the Imperial Beast match, I'll count you as good. Li Yi held his tongue for half a day to come up with such a sentence. However, before he could wait for Jiang Fan to reply, he threw his Imperial Beast orb out, King Kong, use, chaotic fist, on him. As soon as Li Yi's King Kong appeared, the students in the conference hall scattered and fled. Even though King Kong's target was not them but Jiang Fan, they were still worried that they would be affected. Damn, you crazy person. Imp, use, Devil's Touch. Devil's Touch was able to fear the enemy, and command the enemy to act inside the time period in which the enemy was feared. Jin Gang had just arrived less than 5 paces in front of Jiang Fan when he was accurately hit by Imp's Devil's Touch. A red glow emanated from the Imp's demonic horns. Her 2 hands covered in black crystallized scales clenched tightly, her brows furrowed, angry face. The charging Bajra stopped under the Imp's control and slumped to the ground, shivering. Good, take this opportunity for King Kong to throw Li Yi out the door. Seeing that the fear was successful, Jiang Fan immediately gave another command. The somewhat dazed Li Yi didn't snap out of it until he himself was forcefully locked in place by King Kong. King Kong, let me go, what are you doing? No matter how much he shouted, the Imp-controlled King Kong did not respond to him. In front of everyone's eyes, Li Yi was carried and thrown outside the conference hall by his own Imperial Beast, King Kong. The dramatic scene played out, making the crowd who saw this situation cry and laugh. What skill did you use? Director Hao was an expert after all, and guessed as soon as he saw the Congo's abnormality. Not telling you. Jiang Fan gave him a blank look and prepared to turn around and leave. He had heard all that he needed to hear. Although he was interested in that what's-her-name Ace Royal Beast training program, he could only give up because he was distracted. Student Jiang Fan, wait. Jiang Fan had just turned around and was about to leave when Tian Heng rushed straight to him like a lightning mouse. Fellow Jiang Fan, the matter of a research assistant, consider it? Dr. Tian, I appreciate your good intentions. However, Director Wu of the Jinling Education Bureau said that as long as I go to school at the Jinling Imperial Beast University, he will arrange for me to report to Teacher Mei. Teacher Mei, it's her? Dr. Tian's pupils shrunk at the words, while Director Hao couldn't help but tremble when he heard the words Teacher Mei. Among so many teachers at the Jinling Imperial Beast University, there was only one surnamed Mei. And it was this Teacher Mei who was a character that made people change their minds. Jiang Fan saw Tian Heng and Director Hao's faces suddenly change, and felt that there was something strange going on. Who was this Teacher Mei? Ahaha, since it's like that, then I won't force it. However, since you're not going to be my Imperial Beast assistant, you must participate in the Ace Imperial Beast training program. There are so many benefits in it that not participating is really a loss. The instructor in charge of this year's training program is a student of mine, so as long as you report to the training camp 15 days before the end of the training program, he won't make things difficult for you. Tian Heng's words were already very clear. It's fine for you, Jiang Fan, to be busy with something, but you must be at the training camp 15 days before the end of the training technique. There are many benefits to attending the training camp, so you must cherish the opportunity. Counting the days, it would only be a month before he and Song Yunqi entered the Evergrande Forest, so Jiang Fan simply nodded his head and agreed. If there are no special circumstances, I will definitely report on time. Jiang Fan had agreed to Tian Heng's invitation to participate in the Ace Royal Beast training program, and there was basically nothing else in today's presentation. After the host announced the end of the lecture, all the students left one after another. Of course, the gazes of the crowd still fell on Jiang Fan from time to time, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. In another corner of the conference hall, Asata Miko, who had listened to the entire lecture, had almost turned her face into a piece of charcoal. Originally, she wanted to come to the lecture today to pick up the slack, but who knew that Jiangling Imperial Beast University had created such a bunch of things for no reason, and even the students with a chi blood value of 115 points had been wrapped up. It was undoubtedly a fool's errand to find a good seedling on his own. Chairman, what should we do now? Don't call me chairman, you don't need to follow me around, just go and do your job. Miko Asata was depressed beyond words. A little while later, she inclined her head to look at Feng Xixia who was sitting beside her. This Jiang Fan seems to be unable to persuade him, even the words of Director Hao of the admissions office of the Jiangling Imperial Beast University and the words of Dr. Tian he won't listen, what a stubborn donkey. In a few days, I'm going to go to Changpan Forest, you come with me, just to practice in it and improve your strength. Feng Xixia was the only student in Shuinyan Middle School whose chi blood value exceeded 130 points. Instead of choosing the Jiangling Imperial Beast University like Li Yi and the others, she joined Shizuhi University at the invitation of Asata Miko. The reason was naturally because Asata Miko gave more. After all, she was not as rich as Li Yi or Tiger Tianba's family. Feng Xixia, how is this kid so lucky to know Dr. Tian from Jiangling Imperial Beast University? Can it be that he's a friend of Jiang Fan's parents or grandparents? Ma Tianxian looked puzzled and envious. However, there was no one to answer his words, as Asata Miko and Feng Xixia had already gotten up and left their seats. At the same time that the volunteer announcement meeting held at Linhai Middle School ended, an arrest operation had just come to an end in Blackwater Town on the outskirts of Linhai City. Reporting to Director Liu, a total of 39 people suspected of illegal and criminal behaviors such as imperial beast trading and imperial beast mutilation were arrested, and another 40 people were arrested for other illegal and criminal behaviors. Lu Tianfeng relied on the police car, holding his cell phone tightly in his hand, and was quietly listening to the number reported by his men. His body was still in a bit of pain, and it was already not easy for him to be able to go out on a mission. How is it on Mr. Ye's side? Mr. Yi has just come out from Blackwater Town Mayor Shinjin's house, he will arrive later. Between words, Yi Chang had already arrived beside Lu Tianfeng. No result, the old fox is very cunning and didn't leave any clues. And I always feel that there is a black hand behind him manipulating everything. That's not true, the phone calls have all come to me, the tiny police bureau chief. Now we have to withdraw even if we don't. Lu Tianfeng let out a bitter smile. Originally, he was still thinking that smashing the black market trade in Blackwater Town was a great achievement, but it turned out to be a hornet's nest, and he couldn't say what he was suffering from. Thanks to Mr. Jiang getting rid of his flaming dog, otherwise we can't do anything about him now. But a 100-footed insect dies but never falls down, one day they will definitely make a comeback. Lu Tianfeng's face was bitter. Although this trip out was a great achievement, he would rather give this credit to someone else than offending the leaders at the top. Don't worry, Shinjin won't be able to turn any waves for the next few years. Moreover, he's already getting older, although he has the strength of a third-order Imperial Beast Master on the surface, he's actually only at the second-order level. If Director Liu wants to bring him down completely, he has to work hard to upgrade and perform well. Yi Chang laughed, his appearance fee was very expensive. If it wasn't for Jiang Fan's face this time, it would never have been possible to come over. Fine, got it. Close the team. At night, Blackwater Town, the mayor's house. Tonight's Blackwater Town was silent. On weekdays, one could vaguely see quite a few landlubbers and street gangsters riding ghostfire through the streets and alleys. But these people collectively disappeared tonight as if they had an appointment. In the quiet darkness of the night, a silhouette continuously jumped several roofs and finally landed in Shinjin's home. This silhouette had just stood still when the closed door of Shinjin's house was opened from inside. Lord Envoy, please come inside. The mentally depressed Shinjin invited this person to enter the house. When the lights were brightly lit, the silhouette's appearance was vaguely visible, and it was even wrapped all over inside a black robe, extremely mysterious. Shinjin, don't you have a teleportation stone from Changpan Forest here, Dr. X asked me to come and get it. Shinjin's originally smiling face stiffened violently after hearing these words. In the next second, he instantly knelt down towards the black-robed man. Lord Envoy, that Standing Rock Forest transmission stone has been sold by me. He absolutely did not dare to say that the Standing Rock Forest teleportation stone had been snatched away by Jiang Fan. God knew what would happen if he said it. Although that teleportation stone was nominally his own, Shinjin was very clear that everything he owned belonged to Dr. X. If it wasn't for Dr. X, he wouldn't have everything he had today. Sold it? Was it on purpose or by accident? Yes, it was seeing that the price was right, so it was sold. Shinjin trembled and said, I'm afraid that it's only because it was snatched by someone else, right? At these words, Shinjin's forehead was immediately covered with beads of sweat, and he quietly lowered his head and Yes, it was snatched by a kid called Jiang Fan. If Dr. X hadn't stepped in to resolve today's matter, you would already be finished. How dare you tell lies in front of me? It seems that although the dull beast has dumbed down your brain that loves to play smart, it hasn't eliminated your ability to lie. Why don't you try it again and see? Dull beast? Shinjin sniffed with a dumbfounded face, and then he raised his head and suddenly realized that in addition to the black-robed envoy in front of him, there was even an additional imperial beast that looked like a hippopotamus that stood on 2 feet. It was just that this imperial beast's eyes were particularly large, the same as a human's fist. Moreover, this fist-sized eye was also able to absorb all of one's mind into it. Nothing to think about, empty your head and let your instincts take control of your body. Looking at Shinjin, who was kneeling on the ground and drooling, the black-robed envoy laughed. It won't turn this old guy into a demented person, right? Since there are no teleportation stones, I won't stay long anymore. Jiang Fan? What a damn thing, repeatedly spoiling Dr. X's good deed. You got the teleportation stone of Changpan Forest because you want to enter Changpan Forest, right? Oh, I'll stand guard at the entrance and let the dull beast put a wisdom down aura on you. Let's see what kind of waves you can make in Tokiwa Forest. After going to the school to listen to the volunteer enrollment presentation, Jiang Fan didn't have much to do. Other than cultivating a little bit of affection with the little devil every day, he started picking up Tang Xiaoxiao from school on Fridays every week, and then dropping her off again on Sundays. On weekdays, he would just help Tang Ro cook and call Chen Sisi to exchange feelings. It didn't take long for the scores to come out. Jiang Fan not surprisingly got the first good score of the city's chi and blood value, but the city's number one in culture was not him, but a girl who wore glasses and had little presence. This girl was just a passerby, so I won't dwell on it too much. It's worth mentioning that Chen Sisi didn't leave with Director Hao on the second day of the volunteer filling seminar, but chose to wait until the results came out before making a decision. Her family was so happy because of her results that they exploded. As the saying goes, noble children come from humble beginnings, and Chen Sisi is a very clear example of this. Even the people in their neighborhood had begun to call her Song Yunchi too. However, Chen Sisi did not like this title. Whoever mentioned it in front of her, she would be in a hurry. On the day that Chen Sisi's family hosted the university banquet, Jiang Fan was also invited over to help. It couldn't be helped, there were too many people coming. Chen Sisi's mother could not wait to call all the people she knew in the village, those who went to school together when she was a child, those who went to the factory together when she was young, and those who bragged together when she was young. Chen Sisi's father stopped all useless. Only Chen Sisi opened her mouth to speak, Chen Sisi's mother to stop a little. On that day, Jiang Fan met Chen Sisi's parents for the first time in his life, that is, his future father-in-law and mother-in-law. These two people can be said to be familiar with Jiang Fan's previous life cannot be familiar. Talk and laugh between the two will be easy to pinch. Especially after Jiang Fan held out their own achievements, the two people even took the initiative to ask Chen Sisi to liaise with Jiang Fan. Don't let others steal it. That night, Jiang Fan drank a little dizzy, so he spent the night at Chen Sisi's house. The bed was Chen Sisi's bed, the quilt cover was Chen Sisi's quilt, and the service was Chen Sisi's personal service for him. As for the service, I won't expand on the details, anyway, except for the last step everything else I know is understood. Fill in the time, Chen Sisi also specially to Jiang Fan's home to run, the beautiful name that there is no computer at home. But how could Jiang Fan not know that every student who got into the top 10 Imperial Beasts University had a scholarship issued by Linhai City? These scholarships were at least $1 million, more than enough to buy 100 computers. Under Chen Sisi's somewhat anxious gaze, Jiang Fan chose to fill in the volunteers first. The first volunteer as well as the first 3 volunteers Jiang Fan filled in was Jiling Imperial Beast University. After filling it out, Chen Sisi said to Jiang Fan with a hint of a smile on her brow, Jiling Imperial Beast University is close to my home, I'll apply for Jiling Imperial Beast University too. At this, Jiang Fan naturally smiled without saying anything. The day after she filled out her volunteer application, Chen Sisi set off on the high-speed train to Jiling Imperial Beast University to participate in the Ace Imperial Beast training program. Jiang Fan received a call from Song Yunchi the same night after sending her off. Jiang Fan, how's the rest going? I plan to leave 3 days later. No problem. I'll prepare for these 3 days. After talking to Song Yunchi on the phone, Jiang Fan started working on clearing his assets. Name, Jiang Fan. Wealth value, 5.07 million. 4.5 million of which can be converted into system points. System points, 150 points. Of the 5.07 million, 1.5 million of it was the scholarship that Jiang Fan received from entering the Jinling Imperial Beast University. There was also a portion that included the resources given by Zhou Youfu, Zhong Liang's items, and so on. The value of these items and the scholarship added up to a system valuation of 5.07 million. On the next day, Jiang Fan took the props he couldn't use and sold them at the franchise store,
bringing together a total of 400 system points. On the same day, Jiang Fan purchased 3 third-order Imperial Beast Balls and a number of other various potions at the Imperial Beast store in Linhai City, spending a total of $1 million.
Name, Jiang Fan. Wealth value, 407 million. No wealth value can be converted into system points. System points, 400 points. A whole 400 system points. Jiang Fan decided to continue adding to the imp to see how much he could add. Imp. Level, 3. Blood value, 200, max blood value, 200, max. Spirit value, 85, max. Exoskeleton, 29. Endoskeleton, 0. Jiang Fan released the imp and then tapped furiously on its exoskeleton, endoskeleton attribute bar. Exoskeleton, 2950, max. Endoskeleton, 050, max. Total 71 system points consumed, 329 system points remaining. At first, Jiang Fan wasn't too clear about what exactly an exoskeleton and an endoskeleton were. Only after he kept adding points and golden light flashed on the imp's body, and his body grew from a schoolboy to the same height as Tang Xiaoxiao, did Jiang Fan realize that something was wrong. The imp was originally still a bit confused as to what Jiang Fan was doing by releasing himself. However, after feeling that her body was growing rapidly and seemed to be getting stronger, she was so happy that she flicked her tail and pounced on Jiang Fan and rolled around on the bed. The 2 little tiger teeth were constantly testing Jiang Fan's neck, looking a bit not quite right. Get up! Jiang Fan gave a heavy push, and the imp flew into midair in the process. She was very dissatisfied with Jiang Fan for acting like this, stomping her feet in midair, babbling and barking, her tail standing straight up. No big deal, you're trying to strangle me. Jiang Fan blankly glanced at her, then told the imp to go back inside the Imperial Beast Orb. The imp was unwilling and Jiang Fan didn't care about her. The guy simply rushed out the door to find Tang Rou. These days, the imp can be said to be familiar with Tang Rou. She likes to run back and forth between Jiang Fan and Tang Rou when she's not doing anything, rubbing back and forth. Every time Jiang Fan didn't rub against her, she would run to Tang Rou to complain. Tang Rou, on the other hand, comforted her like a child. But I don't know what the reason was, but the little devil wasn't a fan of Tang Xiaoxiao. Even Chen Sisi, who came once in a while, the imp showed her more enthusiasm than Tang Xiaoxiao. Other than the body growing up a bit, there's no other changes? Can it be that it's because the level is too low? Jiang Fan pondered for a long time without getting a reliable conclusion, so he decided to call Song Yunqi to ask about the exoskeleton, and what effect an increase in endoskeleton points would have on the Imperial Beast. But Song Yunqi's old habit of not answering the phone was back, and Jiang Fan didn't get the answer he wanted until he went to bed. The entrance to the Standing Rock Forest was located within the jurisdiction of Jinling. On the morning of the 3rd day after making an appointment with Song Yunqi, Jiang Fan went out after organizing his things. Jinling and Linhai City were more than 100 kilometers away from each other, so Jiang Fan took out 50 yuanyang and bought himself a high-speed train ticket to get on the train. The flaming dog was the one that Jiang Fan let Cargo Lala help him transport over. When he arrived at the Jinling high-speed railway station, it was exactly 11:30. Just coming out of the exit, Jiang Fan saw the sign holding his name swaying around at the exit. This wobbling speed had even given birth to residual shadows for fear of being seen by others. Senior sister Song, stop shaking, my eyes are going to be ruined if I shake it anymore. Jiang Fan walked over towards that side, then said rather breathlessly. When he got closer he could smell Song Yunqi's unique lily perfume flavor. Jiang Fan could be quite sure that he hadn't found the wrong person. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Quick, let's go eat something first, and by the way, let's introduce 2 people to you. Song Yunqi was wearing a ponytail today, and on her body was no longer the black and gold uniform of the Jinling Imperial Beast University, but instead she had changed into an earthy yellow undershirt, military green jacket as well as work pants and mountaineering boots. She looked like Lara Croft from Tomb Raider. Of course, her face was much prettier than Lara Croft's. There's someone else? Being led by Song Yunqi, Jiang Fan asked suspiciously. There is, it's 2 juniors from our school. The 2 of them are a couple, so don't be dumb later. Remember to call your senior sister good. You don't need to tell me this point specifically. Jiang Fan was a bit speechless. Was this treating himself like a child? Yunqi, is this the schoolmate you were talking about? What a handsome boy. Come, let's sister hug him. Song Yunqi had just led Jiang Fan to the parking lot when suddenly a flirtatious voice with a hint of flirtation came over. Jiang Fan's eyes looked over and saw a beautiful woman whose body equipment was similar to Song Yunqi's, but her head was topped with colorful red wavy hair walking towards her. This woman's waves were raging, and she was coming on strong. Jiang Fan didn't intend to observe it, but was firmly attracted by those 2 contraptions. Yo, still a little pervert, humph, is sisters beautiful? The woman came a little closer, almost topping Jiang Fan's face. Jiang Fan could clearly smell the rose fragrance coming from the other party. This woman's killing power against young fresh meat could be considered unbeatable. It was only that although Jiang Fan had the appearance of a young fresh meat, he was already an old bacon inside. After seeing the other party come over, he politely pulled away a distance and said to the red-haired woman, "Good day, senior sister." Yo, this is afraid of elder sister? Oh, how interesting. Just don't tease him. Song Yunchi blankly glanced at the woman and then whirled around to introduce herself to Jiang Fan. This is senior sister Lu Kaiwei, a prospective junior student, a second-order Imperial Beast Master. And this one, senior Jiang Chong, is also a prospective college student, second-order Imperial Beast Master. He's a childhood friend who grew up with Kaiwei. If you dare to hit on Kaiwei, he'll beat you up. Didn't you just say that you wouldn't let me tease him? Instead, you made a joke yourself. Are you only allowed to tease yourself and not others? LOL. You're going to die. Between the two women, the man named Jiang Chong walked up to Jiang Fan and extended his hand. Hello, my name is Jiang Chong. Jiang Chong was wearing a carved glasses, dressed like a high-level intellectual. His height was about the same as Jiang Fan, about 1 meter 8. Out of politeness, Jiang Fan also extended his hand towards him. Jiang Fan. Just after shaking Jiang Chang's hand, Jiang Fan suddenly felt the other party's palm forcefully trying to clamp his hand down. No way, such an old-fashioned targeting tactic? If you have the guts, just say it directly. Jiang Fan didn't have long to spit in his heart before Jiang Chong had already let go of his hand and said with a smile, "Try your strength. Other high school students are in pain after being pinched by me for 2 seconds. I didn't expect you to be able to hold up for so long. Your strength is good." Jiang Chong, what are you doing? Lu Kaiwei, who was fighting on the side, walked over with anger on her face after seeing the situation over here. Nothing, just a simple exchange. Jiang Chong smiled and looked at Jiang Fan. Little Fan, don't you think so? No, just now senior didn't know why he pinched my hand so hard. My hand hurts so much now. Jiang Chong originally thought that Jiang Fan would follow his words down, but who knew that Jiang Fan did the opposite and directly cried out in pain. As the saying goes, the child that cries has sugar to eat. Lu Kaiwei saw this and was busy as stepping forward to comfort Jiang Fan and apologized to Jiang Fan on behalf of Jiang Chong. It's alright senior sister Kaiwei. It must have been senior Jiang Chang's momentary excitement. He didn't control the strength. I'm not in pain. Jiang Fan said with a tea flavor. After Jiang Chong heard this, his 2 rows of teeth clenched and squeaked, probably in his heart. He had already tied Jiang Fan up and whipped him 10,000 times. Fortunately, Song Yunchi noticed in time and mediated from it, which didn't let the conflict further intensify. You guy, are you doing this on purpose? Song Yunchi pulled Jiang Fan to the side and glared at him fiercely. Senior sister Song, I don't know what you're talking about. Oh right school sister Song, I have another friend who will arrive later. Let's wait for him on the road first. It's enough to bring one of you, but you also need to bring your fox friend? Before Song Yunchi could speak, Jiang Chong had already jumped out at some unknown time and said disdainfully, "Senior, this is not true. That is not a fox friend, just a pure dog friend." Song Yunchi? Jiang Chong, Lu Kaiwei? Soon, they met the dog friend that Jiang Fan was talking about. Flame dog? Looking at this appearance, it's already in its adult form. At least it's already at the 3rd rank, right? Lu Kaiwei asked with some curiosity as she looked at the flaming dog that had just gotten off the car. What's the use of 3rd order? Just by virtue of him just graduating from high school, this blood value, spiritual power, the 3rd order flame dog can play out the strength of the 1st order in his hands would be good. Moreover, he still used a car to transport the Imperial Beasts here instead of putting them inside the Imperial Beast Ball. I think he probably can't even command this flame dog. I just hope this dog doesn't bring us trouble. Jiang Chong snorted coldly.